See, people are starting to line up to fill up sandbags in preparation for this weekend's hurricane.
The sand is starting to go quickly as another city dump truck makes its way to another drop-off. People anxiously loading their vehicles with bags for themselves, their families, their neighbors. Kevin Mitchell lives in New Iberia and is one of those people. He tells me that he has never had to get sandbags before, but that he came out today as a random act of kindness for his elderly neighbors.
With this here COVID stuff, they pretty much contained to their homes. They can't really say, well, we're going to stay here, wait it out. Or the first chance they get from the news, it's best that they hotel, not to stay and wait.
And then there's Glenda Provost. She too lives in New Iberia, but in a low area where she says she needs a lot of sandbags to help keep her family and home safe. Struggling with rheumatoid arthritis flare-ups, she is unable to get these sandbags herself.
God just sent me here to see if I can get somebody to help me. And there go the angels. They told me to just pull up and they're going to load me up. So thanks, y'all.
As you can see behind me, there are Good Samaritans out here helping their neighbors in need bag for the hurricane. I spoke to some of them and they told me that they do not want any credit, but they're just happy to help. In New Iberia, Taylor Toole.
It can be difficult to tell the impacts of a hurricane before it hits land. I spoke with St. Mary Parish officials who tell me prepare now before it's too late. Sandbags in Franklin are available in Caffrey Park. Officials ask that you bring a shovel, but sand and bags are provided. I also spoke with St. Mary Parish Sheriff Blaze Smith. He advises everyone to bring any medication needed before leaving, as well as making sure all pets are safe. The Franklin floodgates will also be closed tomorrow to avoid any additional flooding in the area. Mayor of Franklin, Eugene Folkard, says he will be out monitoring the damage of the storm as it rolls through, and advises everyone to come up with a plan beforehand.
We're asking the citizens to get a game plan, keep a game plan, and also check on their neighbors, ensure that your yards are free of debris, of moving objects that could fly or projectiles. So we would just like everyone to just remain vigilant.
For more information on hurricane preparedness in St. Mary Parish, go to our website, katc.com. In St. Mary Parish, Trey Francis, KATC, TV3.
Hurricane Ida is now a powerful Category 4 storm with its sights set on causing devastation to Louisiana and the Gulf Coast. Officials have warned of life-threatening impacts of rainfall, wind, and storm surges. Mandatory evacuations were ordered in parts of 7 parishes. Another 9 issued voluntary orders. But for now, New Orleans, the time to evacuate has passed.
A lot of people are scared. I'm scared. As you go from town to town, all the hotels are filled up. So you're just riding further and further until you find one.
And on this 16th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, Louisiana's governor isn't downplaying how dangerous Ida will be.
We can sum it up by saying this will be one of the strongest hurricanes to hit anywhere in Louisiana since at least the 1850s.
The U.S. sent some much-needed help to Haiti. U.S. military aircraft dropped off supplies to help people hit by the recent earthquake and to make it through hurricane season. People waved and cheered as a Marine Corps unit from North Carolina unloaded food, tarps, and other materials. Most of the supplies will go to remote mountain communities where landslide destroyed homes. Crews in California are battling yet another wildfire near the Cleveland National Forest. The so-called Chaparral Fire appears burning along the border of Riverside and San Diego counties. You can see the heavy flames. Officials ordered nearby residents to evacuate their homes Saturday afternoon. The fire is 0% contained and the cause of the fire is under investigation. The USDA says 862,000 pounds of Italian antipasto is being recalled. A salmonella outbreak has hit 17 states and put 12 people in the hospital, according to the CDC. It may be linked to the Fratelli Beretta brand of uncured Italian meat sold at Costco. The product can be returned to your local Costco or call the company's hotline for a refund.
Monoclonal antibodies are essentially a lab-made protein that mimic the immune system's ability to fight off infection. You'll remember last fall when President Donald Trump tested positive for COVID-19 and received an antibody cocktail to help fight it off.
President Trump got the Regeneron product, Governor Christie got the Lilly product, and they both swear that it made a huge difference.
Back then, the drugs were in their clinical trials, but since then, the Regeneron product has received the FDA's emergency use authorization.
If you give these monoclonal antibodies early in disease, you improve resolution of disease, you prevent people from going to the hospital.
But getting it early is key. Doctors recommending if you have COVID-related symptoms, getting tested early and not waiting until symptoms are bad to request antibody treatment.
Over 65 automatically qualifies. Anyone who's considered obese automatically qualifies. And then we look for lots of underlying medical problems.
It's a quick 21-minute infusion with an hour monitoring period, and it's proving highly beneficial at preventing hospitalizations.
Some patients actually have called me and said, they didn't feel so good that day of the infusion. The next day they felt great.
Most of us learned how to swim or maybe did arts and crafts at summer camp, but kids this year are getting a much more eye-opening experience. This is not your ordinary camp. Kids from 1st to 5th grade are often asked to open up about their own experiences with racism.
You bring kids into the clock hour as Ida approaches the coast. Daniel.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Good morning, Acadiana. Those who haven't tuned in or who have missed some of the briefings this morning, it was a kind of a rough night for the Southeast as we watched Hurricane Ida really intensify over the last sort of 24 hours or so. At about 1 o'clock, it was deemed a Category 3. By the time we got to 2, it was Category 4. And then as the morning went on, now knocking at the door of a Category 5 storm. So the winds currently sitting at about 150 miles an hour, gusting up to about 185. Over the last couple of hours, we've seen the pressure dropping pretty intensely, and that's the sign of a strengthening storm. Now, the pressure has leveled off. You may still see a little bit of an increase in those winds here. National Hurricane Center still believes it's going to be about 155 miles an hour when it does make landfall, which is probably going to be in about an hour or so. You already have impacts being felt on the southeastern part of the state. If it gets up to 155, that will put it in the same category as only a couple other storms. Camille is one of them. Michael from 2019, which made landfall out over towards Panama City, and then Hurricane Andrew from 1992. The other one before that would have been the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. So rarefied air. Right now where it sits, it is the exact same strength that Laura was at when Laura made landfall in Lake Charles last year, and it still has a little ways to go. It's going to hit landfall and eventually start to turn its way towards the northeast. The track has not changed all that much, and I know that there are areas that are outside of this cone, but they will be feeling those impacts. The cone right now is very, very narrow because we more or less know exactly where it's going to go. It comes and drifts to the west a little bit, and then eventually will start to turn towards the northeast. We are not expecting any kind of significant jog to the west. We are not expecting any kind of significant movement from this storm. The track it's on right now is the track that it's going to take, and it's going to come very, very close here to St. Mary Parish and bring some impacts to St. Mary Parish as well. We'll take a look at those in just a moment. This is what the enhanced satellite looks like. Conditions are already very, very poor through the southeastern part. This is the eye wall. If you are getting 140 mile an hour winds, 150 mile an hour winds, this is where it's taking place, right on the edge of this storm here. It's going to work its way slowly towards the west, just a little bit, and that's where St. Mary comes into play. Eventually it will work its way towards the northeast, but this is a massive object, and it's going to have inertia kind of pushing it a little bit further towards the west before it starts to turn. So when you look out over towards St. Mary Parish, you're going to be on the fringes of some of those impacts, and still expecting hurricane impacts through St. Mary Parish, even eastern parts of Iberia Parish as well. This is what it looks like on the visible satellite. A very, very detailed, clear eye. You can see how high the tops are. An incredibly strong, very, very intense storm that is working its way towards Louisiana. This is, of course, on the anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, which made landfall 16 years ago. It's on the heels of the anniversary of Hurricane Laura, and here we are yet again, another historic, another massive storm that we're dealing with. There have been a couple of updates as far as the warnings go. Good news for Acadiana, and that is both Allen Jefferson Davis Parish have been dropped from the warning. There are still warnings up for eastern parts of Cameron Parish, for central and northern parts of Acadiana, so you're talking Lafayette Parish, Acadia Parish, areas up over towards the north. And while things have been quiet so far this morning, we could still see tropical storm force conditions as this thing comes on and works its way towards the northeast. We're going to be on the back part of that, and we're going to take a look at those models in a bit. We're going to be on the wraparound, so we're going to have a pretty stiff breeze coming in out of the north. We could see winds gusting up to tropical storm force conditions. Now, we have kind of the outer rain bands. This was the very kind of edge of things that has been wrapping around. So this is going to be our first round of shower activity. Within these bands here, and I know there's a little bit of a glitch in the radar where it does drop off, but this is all current. Inside these bands is where you're going to see some of those wind gusts of probably about 30, 40 miles an hour, and at times some very, very heavy rainfall. But it is moving very, very quickly, and that's good news for us, because while the rain is going to be very heavy, it moves in and out of the area. It doesn't really give it much time to pile up, which kind of alleviates some of the flooding concerns that we had maybe a little bit earlier on in the week. This week, I think it will feel probably a lot worse, like you're building a lot more water than you actually are. And I don't think the tornado threat going to be huge with these either. That exists more so out over towards the east. So for us, we're kind of on the back end of things, wraparound moisture, moving fast, some gusty winds as well. We're going to be keeping an eye on this all the way through the rest of the day, but you can see some coming into St. Landry Parish right now, working its way along Highway 190, and then wet conditions up along I-49. That is moving quickly and going to continue to move towards the west, and then eventually kind of get back going from north to south as it gets a little bit further out over towards Vermilion Parish. Strong north winds out over towards Vermilion Parish could be pushing some of that water out. But this is it. This is going to be ground zero here. You can see this is the New Orleans radar. You can see that the eye wall approaching. Looks like another eye is trying to form right here. And because of that, I think that's why we saw that pressure start to level off just a little bit. We can zoom down right here. Clear look at the eye. We had a lot of lightning in this part of the storm earlier, and that's a sign of intensification. There's a little bit that's still going, but not quite as intense. And again, because I think it is starting to try and replace its eye, and it goes through cycles like this, that we may see the winds pick up a little bit, but significant intensification probably not likely at this point. Plus, you can see it's basically knocking on the door. You're going to have winds in excess of about 100 miles an hour kind of coming through these areas. This is Plaquemines Parish here. So Plaquemines Parish runs up through here. Grand Isle is right around here. Galliano, Assumption Parish, Terrebonne Parish as well. And then further out is going to be Morgan City and St. Mary. But again, this comes up this way and then finally starts to turn over towards the north. So we've got Grand Isle here. Grand Isle getting ready to see that wall work its way through. This is the area, and it has jogged just a little bit to the left, not significantly to change all of our impacts. But what that jog may do to the left, it may mean that all of this right here may slide just to the left, just to the west of Grand Isle. But this is going to be the worst of it, and there may be an hour or so away, and conditions already very, very poor through that area. In fact, in this area, and this is fairly rare, we see this with hurricanes like this. We saw this with Hurricane Laura as well. This is what is known as an extreme wind warning. This is put up more or less, this is what it gets issued before you see those winds arrive. And the way you treat this is you treat this the exact same way that you would a tornado warning. So if you know folks in any of these areas, there's Houma here. Again, this is Assumption Parish. And then working your way eastward, Jean Lafee. This does not include the New Orleans metro area. It does not include the West Bank either. So Terrytown, Moreno, all of those are right here, right on the edge of it. That is not included. But if you know anyone who lives within this area and they have not done so, I imagine now they probably would have, because things are starting to go downhill. That's when they need to get inside and kind of hunker down. And that's why we're talking about some of the stuff that's going on towards the east as well. Even if it's quiet here in Acadiana, think about how many folks we know out over towards the east. We all have friends, we have family. There are folks who are from this area who are staying here in Lafayette, getting out of harm's way, and all of us trying to get as much information as we can. These are the wind gusts as of the 10 o'clock hour. Port Sulphur, Empire, both reporting wind gusts in excess of 100 miles an hour. That's that outer band right there. Of course, Grand Isle, very violent wind here. Most people in their lifetimes will never feel winds of 100 miles an hour plus. They're very, very rare. When you issue a severe thunderstorm warning, we do that for a wind gust of 60. So that's what you're getting out closer to the coast. That's what you're getting out close towards Houma. We issue severe thunderstorm warnings for this, and then you increase it, almost double it, and that's what they're going to be seeing down there. Most people never feel anything like that, that extreme. So that is extreme wind. As far as Morgan City is concerned, their wind gusts right now coming in at about 43, 45 miles an hour. Franklin at about 40. That's tropical storm force winds. And then if you look towards the west a little bit and you get into Lafayette, Abbeville, we're hovering right around that 20 to 30 mile an hour wind gust range. So it's breezy out there, and it will get breezy when those rain bands come around. We're going to see those winds really picking up as well. That's kind of what we're looking at today. I think that as this thing works its way westwards a little bit more, our winds are going to increase. I think they kind of get up right around the maybe 50, 60 mile an hour range at their worst inside some of those rain bands. But out over towards St. Mary, 60, 70 mile an hour wind gusts are going to be possible. In some isolated areas, you may see that pick up at about 80 if that thing drifts just a little bit more towards the west. And again, inertia is going to carry it that way as well. When it comes to the rain totals, I think we're looking a little bit better than initially feared. I think we're 1 to 6 throughout most of Acadiana. And the reason why that is spread, that is such a wide spread, is out towards western parts of Acadiana, you may not get any rain at all. You may get trace amounts of rain. I think we're probably looking at 1 to 2 inches up through central Acadiana. The further east you go and the further southeast you go, that number is going to start to increase. Where you could see some extreme rain totals, 15, 20 inches worth of rainfall, that's going to be out in eastern Louisiana. And I think if you look at places like Baton Rouge, the North Shore, getting out over towards New Orleans, I think that is what your main issue is going to be. It is going to be very windy. You're still going to have hurricane force winds in those areas, but I think that the street flooding is going to be the main issue, and some river flooding in particular for a lot of these areas that have to flow into rivers that are going to be backed up because of all of the storm surge. This is one of the short range models. So these models run every hour. They're the best to use in the short term. They still have their faults. They're still not perfect, but they do paint a pretty good picture of what's going on. This goes up through 1 o'clock. Storm has already worked its way up into Assumption Parish. You can see it kind of knocking on the door here of St. Mary. I do think it starts to turn a little bit further towards the north before the center gets there entirely, but we still have that wraparound moisture, and this is more or less what we're getting right now with those things that are wrapping around. I think we see that kind of continue on through the afternoon, maybe actually picking up a little bit later on this evening, but you can see these intense rain bands that are setting up, coming up through the New Orleans area, up along the Louisiana-Mississippi border, and that is going to wrap around up into the river parishes here, and all of those rivers try and flow out into the Pearl River. The Pearl River going to be backed up from all of the storm surge, which looks like it may peak at about 10 to 16 feet on the eastern shore, depending on where you are. For us, not going to be dealing with much storm surge really at all. Now, we're going to continue to deal with this through the day. Unfortunately, it moves quite slowly once it works its way inland. That's why we are worried about some of those extreme rain totals, because we're going to be dealing with this. This goes all the way till 2 o'clock on Monday. We may still have some of those wraparound bands. We may still have some of those gusty conditions, and it really isn't until maybe daybreak on Monday that you start to get it out of there. And you could still see some of those trailing showers down throughout the southeast, even as we get to daybreak Monday. So what does that look like? These are the numbers that we're talking about here. When I mentioned 10 to 15 inches worth of rain, hot spots of 20, this is the area where you're going to see it. Again, a little too close to comfort in New Orleans. Hammond, Baton Rouge is kind of where I think things start to taper off just a little bit. You can see for Acadiana, right around that 2-4 through central parts of Acadiana, but it does pick up a little bit down over towards Morgan City. These numbers look a little bit better than they have over the last couple of days, but you could still see some street flooding and all of that going on through St. Mary Parish, maybe out over through eastern parts of Iberia as well. I think the further westward you go, you can just see how quickly it starts to drop off as you do work your way towards the west. As far as the winds go, they are going to spread out. So we are going to see tropical storm force winds extend as far as about Lafayette Parish, maybe all the way out over towards Crowley. We'll see a Category 4 storm winds right around the eye here. You'll have hurricane winds kind of stretching on to the New Orleans area. So you are going to get New Orleans dealing with some of those winds. Strong tropical storm force winds continue on. This is later tonight. We could still be dealing with those. You'll still be dealing with them out over towards New Orleans as well. And it's not until the early morning hours of Monday that you start to see those winds finally wrapping up and this thing finally working its way out of the area. So a long way to go. This is just the early days. Guys?
want you to, of course, to remain weather aware, and in doing so, we've made it easy for you. Take out your smartphone, take a picture of that. We've been showing you this over the past couple days. That's how you get the KATC News app. Of course, you can go to your app store and get it there as well. We'll have the latest leading up to landfall, including closures and evacuations, and all you need to know can be found right there on the KATC app.
And that QR code will also keep up throughout the newscast or throughout the day, really at the bottom of your screen, just to, again, have that app downloaded, have the alerts on, just so you have the latest information. So we've talked to Daniel, and we're going to be talking to him a lot throughout the afternoon. We have questions, of course.
We do. We have already started writing down our questions and telling him to be prepared. But like as we mentioned earlier, our teams are all across Acadiana throughout the day, tonight, and into tomorrow as well.
So let's get a look at the conditions out there right now. Let's start off with Scott Brazda. He joins us live in Delcombe. Good morning, Scott. What are you seeing out there? All right, we're having some issues with Scott's signal, I think.
Population 1900, Delcombe formed in 1790 from 3 land grants from the King of Spain, but all of that has nothing to do with what we're going through right now. When we arrived, just a couple guys here, we're at the North Marina, 28 boat slips, and all but 2, as far as I can tell, are occupied. So I'm told yesterday in conversations with the mayor of Delcombe, Pam Blakely, that she felt her town was in good shape. You know, some folks had evacuated, but no one was extremely worried as of last night. Now, we saw a couple folks as we were coming in, and I asked one of the gentlemen, I said, you know, are you battening down the hatches? And he goes, well, we started to, but let's just say that we feel a lot better today than we did yesterday. I know Daniel and the crew have done a great job of keeping us posted. We talked about, you have questions for Daniel and for our meteorological staff. The ongoing ones we've been getting and the couple folks we've seen is, how long is this going to last and how strong will it be? Right now, though, Delcombe seems ready to go. Still a lot of cars, still a lot of folks in town, but, you know, this isn't their first rodeo when it comes to storms, so I would imagine if things pick up, and we're starting to get some pretty good breezes from the northeast, folks may think otherwise, but I think, you know, it is what it is. They've settled down, they've battened down the hatches, and they're ready to go. In Delcombe, Scott Brazda, KATC, TV3.
Bit breezy out there in Delcombe this morning.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, the ride in this morning here in Lafayette was pretty nice.
It was nice. I woke up this morning and it was sunshiny, a little cloud in the air, but it was a beautiful morning.
When I did get to the studio, though, a little misty out there. You could definitely
feel. You did
feel.
say it was raining.
I thought it was kind of quiet as well, which I always think is very interesting when you're right before a storm. It's almost as if, you know, the birds, the animals, they kind of know something's going on.
And the people. Let's not
eerie.
forget that, you know, the people here have taken heed, even though things have changed over the past 24 to 48 hours for our area. People have seemed to taken, you know, hurricane preparation seriously and are seeming to be still at this point in the midst of Hurricane Ida.
Let's go over to Sycamore Point now. Katie Easter continues our live team coverage. Good morning, Katie. What are you seeing?
Well, guys, we're definitely already starting to see the effects. It hasn't been raining too much yet, but we definitely started to feel some sprinkles. But you can really tell, I mean, it's kind of calm right now, but you can definitely tell the winds are blowing out here. You know, we're starting to see some of those gusts. You know, 1 minute it's really calm like this, and the next minute it kind of starts to get a little bit scary. You know, you really start to feel those powerful winds. And of course, we're right here at the entrance of Sycamore Point because they have been under a mandatory evacuation since yesterday morning. So of course, we got a sheriff right here blocking the road, not wanting anyone to go in, not allowing anyone to go in. So if you're watching this and you are still here at Sycamore Point, you know, they are really expecting the conditions to worsen as the storm moves in. But again, these winds, you're already feeling them, but it will get worse. So if you're watching this and for some reason you're still out here in Sycamore Point, now's the time to hurry up and get out of here. Don't stay here. Live in Sycamore Point, Katie Easter, KTC TV3.
All righty, thank you, Katie. Well, now to New Orleans. We have a live look at New Orleans coming for you right now as the city is bracing for Hurricane Ida, a rarity.
In the French Quarter, for sure.
Yeah.
Don't really see the streets too empty. Maybe Mardi Gras night when they kind of get everybody out, they clear the streets, but an eerie sight for sure in the French Quarter. I've never really seen it that empty in person before.
We do see, you can tell it's raining at this point. Not too much wind movement, it doesn't seem. At this point in New Orleans, but we know that will change in the coming hours.
And we saw from the traffic yesterday on the interstate that so many people, there wasn't that mandatory evacuation order issued in New Orleans because Mayor LaToya Cantrell said it was just simply too late. They didn't have time to issue that sort of official mandatory evacuation. But what we saw on the interstates yesterday, so many people did get out of harm's way. I know I have a house full of evacuees from the New Orleans area right now, just wanting to get out of harm's way. They didn't want to risk it because, as we're hearing from the weather lab, this is just a massive storm, something we haven't seen, and sadly is historic. In the
Yeah, we
Gulf.
noticed that so many people were traveling west to get out of the storm's path instead of, you often hear travel north. But in this case, most people could understood that the storm is not going to go this far west, and they headed for Texas. So hopefully, everyone made it safely. We saw some people saying that there were some issues on people driving on the side of the roadways and that kind of thing, a few traffic accidents here and there. But hopefully at this point, everyone who's evacuated is settled and safe.
And we have some advice for homeowners and drivers on handling severe weather outcomes and in terms of flood safety. If flooding occurs when you're on the road, stay on high ground. We hear that saying all the time, turn around, don't drown. It's so true, and we can't stress that enough. Avoid driving in deep water. You don't know how deep it could be. Just stop, get out, turn around. You don't want to risk it.
Another bit of advice, if your vehicle stalls, don't attempt to restart it. Your engine is probably damaged at that point. Leave it immediately. Seek higher ground if you're near something that you can get to very quickly as you're trying to escape in the event of high water and you are in your vehicle.
A reminder about next week. Here we are Sunday afternoon. Schools across Acadiana are closed tomorrow. That call was made relatively early. I think Thursday or Friday is when we started to hear about it, but every school district in Acadiana is closed tomorrow. That includes all schools in the Diocese of Lafayette. Higher education as well. UL, SLCC, LSU, those campuses are also closed on Monday.
And if you're wondering about Tuesday, we haven't heard anything yet, so we'll probably take this one day at a time. School officials have not made any indications. Some people were asking about that as they were calling yesterday. What about Tuesday? We don't know yet.
Not sure yet.
As soon as we know, we of course will pass that along.
And you see that QR code at the bottom of your screen. Again, everybody, just get out your smartphone, take a picture of that QR code. That'll bring you to your app store. You can download the KATC News app. And when it comes to cancellations in the days ahead, that's a good place to go because it's right there on the banner with the cancellations.
We've also heard of a few curfews in some areas, not widespread curfews across parts of Acadiana, but that information is on our website as well and on the app as well, that you can find that in addition to.
And in the days before Ida, we've heard all these safety tips that are out there, but one we really can't stress enough is when it comes to generators. Sadly, you might remember last year after Hurricane Laura and Hurricane Delta, the majority of the deaths happened in the aftermath of the storm, so many of them because of issues with generators. We can't stress it enough, everybody. If you do lose power and you're relying on a generator, never use a generator in your home or garage. That's to, of course, avoid carbon monoxide poisoning. And your generators, you want to keep them in a dry place under a canopy or an overhang at least 20 feet away from your home, the exhaust facing away. You don't want your windows open nearby and that exhaust to come in again because of carbon monoxide poisoning. And turn off your generator completely. Let it cool down completely, I should say, before refueling. Never plug it into a wall outlet either. That's dangerous for you, your neighbors, and also electricians.
And something else to think about, we're hearing that we're in a better position than we were just a few days ago, but still tropical storm force winds can cause power loss in our area. So because we aren't necessarily going to get the brunt of this storm, we do have to still be prepared for loss of power, and it could take some time before any power outages are restored in our area. Another thing to think about is keeping your pets safe during a major weather event like this. The Humane Society is urging everyone to find shelter if you are leaving, to make sure that your pets have a place to go if they're not going with you. Food and water for them as well. We talk about food and water and medications for ourselves, but our four-legged friends need those as well. Be sure to take a collar and take photos of your pet just in case they get lost in any information you have. Well, we know sandbags are always something we talk about during hurricanes, and everybody, we saw yesterday, our Trey Francis was out and there was quite a crowd of people getting their sandbags to prepare. He was in Lafayette Parish, but we know that sandbags have been in effect across Acadiana. And if you're using them, if you're not sure if you should use them and you're thinking about doing it, there's some steps you need to take to ensure that they work better for you. First, place some plastic sheets on the ground and be sure to duct tape them so that they are secure. Then you pile your sandbags against the door or wherever you're using them, extending past that frame. The best method for stacking the bags is to stagger them just like you would a stack of bricks. And we have a complete list of sandbag locations throughout Acadiana on our website and on our mobile app.
And you got to remember, we're heading in right now, we're in the midst of the peak landfall season in Louisiana. I mean, today's date, August 29th, of course, a difficult date for so many with Katrina 16 years ago. But, I was looking at my Facebook memories over the past few days. We've had Laura, of course. Isaac, I think, was about 9 years ago. So this is really the peak time. So all this information, we may not need it here in Acadiana because luckily this time, we're on the west side, we're on the good side of this storm. But down the road, we don't know what's coming in the days and weeks ahead.
I know, and we hate to talk about that, but we do know where we live, and we do know what we have been seeing in recent years during this time of the year. Stronger storms, more storms occurring more often. So yeah, if you're getting sandbags and you have them now, maybe you're not stacking them and staggering them in front of your front door. But unfortunately, we know that we're in that time period and you may need them again soon. We of course are not wishing that on our area or anybody else for that matter, but if you have them, just hold on to them. Better to be prepared and not need than need and not have.
And it's tough, you know, we've been saying, okay, we're on the west side, we're on the good side. You don't want to ever wish this on anybody else, because and people around here also have so many interests in New Orleans, you know, in Terrebonne and Lafayette parishes, camps down there. So it's hard for everybody, but I think, you know, what we see after these storms is that Louisiana kind of pulls through for one another. You know, I saw all the utility trucks as well parked at the hotels around Acadiana, you know, coming from out of state. Yesterday we heard from a lineman over in Tallahassee who was just saying, you know what, you got to plan your work your plan. We've got some work to do. We're going to get in Lafayette and just be on standby right out the storm. And who knows, they may need to be dispatched here in Lafayette, but more likely than not, they may need to be headed elsewhere.
Yeah, and you know, like you mentioned earlier, you have people staying at your house, and the fact that the storm isn't going to have a great impact here allows us to do that, to take care of one another, because it could be us, it has been us, needing some place to go and people to open their homes and let us in so you are out of imminent danger. And it is one of the things that we do best, one of the best parts of living in this area.
And we saw there was definitely a bit of a rush over the past few days with gas stations. You know, we have a gas station right across the street from KATC over at Bertrand and Neras Landry, and I've just never seen people, you know, it wasn't like a huge line, don't want to blow it out of proportion, but people lined up for gas, and elsewhere across the area, you know, you're seeing those yellow plastic bags on the pumps right now because people just wanted to be prepared and maybe did go west, did go north, which, you know, not the worst idea when you're looking at a Cat 4.
Well, I traveled recently to get my sons out just because this is work and I wanted to make sure they were safe. And I will tell you, on my way back, traveled north, and on my way back, I stopped all along the way because I didn't know when gas would not be an option anymore, and I wanted to be as full as I could. And so there were several stops that probably weren't necessary, but the accessibility to gas there, because I just didn't know when I got home. And sure enough, got here and there were yellow bags all over the pumps. So.
Just got to be prepared, everybody. So again, remember, we've got that QR code up. If you need the latest developments, just get out your smartphone, scan that. That'll bring you to the KATC News app, and of course the weather app as well. Great to download. We'll post the latest developments online. You can stay weather aware by downloading those apps. And again, turn on those notifications as well. That way you'll never miss the latest updates and any sort of push alerts that are coming out. We'll be doing that as the information warrants.
So we know Southeastern Louisiana is bracing, and Slidell Police they gathered this morning for a staff meeting, and there is a picture of them, and they're praying in their briefing this morning. And the chaplain says, they prayed with some of the officers who are waiting the landfall of Ida, and may God keep everyone safe. And that is first responders and people who are literally boots on the ground and dealing with this type of situation. They are out there in the midst of it all. Of course, they will
leaving
shelter.
Their families as well.
Leaving their families and those that they love, and making sure, worried about their homes and everything that they own as well, their livelihoods. However, they do this. They show up and serve the public and serve their communities. And, God bless them and everyone who does this day in and day out, no matter the community you're in.
What a powerful image, too, to look at that as they're praying there in Slidell, and look in the background, you can see
they're paying attention.
The news is on, and that just massive storm just churning in the Gulf, and who knows what they're going to be headed out to over the next few hours and days, but they're really going to be the boots on the ground and helping everybody, just get through Ida.
And we hear it where, people will tell you, if you're leaving, leave now, because at the height of the storm we can't get out, and that clearly is for everyone's safety. We need them to be safe as well, and so they're going to hunker down at some point, as it's called often, and then get back out and see what damage is out there and help as many people as they can if necessary.
And I mentioned seeing those utility crews, those bucket trucks
all
across Lafayette. Here we go. This is outside the Hilton Garden Inn. That's actually what I passed this morning over across the street from the Cajun Dome. I was trying to look at the logos on the side of those trucks, but I couldn't quite make it out. They definitely weren't local trucks. So these are linemen and crews who have come in from out of state, presumably, to help out here in Acadiana. And that's something that we do as well. The Acadiana crews, when the storms are a little bit west or east of Louisiana, they're headed out there, they're leaving their families, they're making sure they're doing their work to get the power back on. And those crews really can't do much right now. It's just sort of a waiting game. They've got to get to where it's safe. Perhaps, you know, here in Lafayette, that's the best spot for them right now. And then once Ida passes, they're out there once it's safe to do so to get the power back on.
Yeah, it is interesting that you see so many people, like the National Guard. When I was traveling the other day, I saw so many National Guard crews just heading south. And you know they're coming, and again, it's the standby and wait. It's the standby waiting game. We all do it when we know a storm is approaching. And they're all over. They're all over Acadiana, just waiting and ready to go to help those in need.
All right, let's take a look at the water levels that have been rising in St. Tammany Parish. These photos just coming in to our newsroom from a marina there in St. Tammany Parish. This photo taken by St. Tammany Fire Protections between 9:30 and 10 o'clock this morning. These were taken again in St. Tammany Parish, where the water levels are rising, but we know that these images could change drastically as the storm gets closer. We want to remind you, everybody, we have our crews spread out all across Acadiana, mostly along the coast, because those are the areas that are expected to feel the brunt of Hurricane Ida. Let's check in, I believe, Sycamore Point.
Katie Easter standing by for us there. Katie.
Well, guys, it's still pretty calm out here at Sycamore Point. Of course, you can see the sheriff's out here with the roadblock because they've been under a mandatory evacuation since yesterday morning. So, Ken, I'm going to be repeating this for a minute. If you're still out here for some reason hearing this, you need to be getting out of here now. It is pretty calm. You can see over here in the fields, the wind is blowing a little bit. It's not too heavy of wind right now, but of course it is getting stronger. I'm already kind of seeing that gust. You know, for 1 second it's pretty calm, and then out of nowhere, you know, it really starts blowing again. We haven't really seen too much rain. It started sprinkling here for a few minutes, but then, you know, that's kind of went away, and now we're really just seeing some of this wind. Of course, it's actually pretty humid out here too, but with that wind, it makes it like a much different temperature. So we are definitely starting to see the effects here of Hurricane Ida, but of course it's going to get much worse as it continues to come in here and make landfall. Live in Sycamore Point, Katie Easter, KTC TV3.
Our Scott Brasda, we talked to him just a minute ago in Delcom. He's joining us again live. We believe he has Mayor Pam Blakely with him. Scott?
Hey, Marcel, you know, and just in the, 10, 15 minutes or so since we talked, it started to rain. The wind has picked up a little bit. And even with all that, her honor, the mayor of Delcom, Pam Blakely, joins us now. She's agreed to come over to the marina. Pam, let's talk about preps and kind of activity you saw, say, Friday and yesterday in particular.
Well, on Friday we were a little bit nervous, so we started all our preparations, getting everything ready, preparing that if Ida would come here. But we were so blessed that, you know, we got everything ready for nothing, but we love that.
Oh yeah, and it's much like, you know, when I saw a gentleman when I pulled up. You know, he was a little nervous, but he said he was way more nervous yesterday than today. This not being your first rodeo, you know, you and I talked, I believe, when we were prepping for Delta. What is entailed? What kind of things do you guys do on that just in case? Look at her. Not only is she the mayor, she can handle a pink umbrella, and she's color coordinated, and she can answer questions all at the same time. All right. We'll do our best with the wind and stuff. So the preps, what kind of things were you guys looking at, and what will you look at maybe over the next few hours just to be ready?
Well, we try and get all the trash picked up because, you know, debris goes all over. Yeah. So we try and get all the trash picked up. We try and make sure all our generators and everything's ready. We get our guys prepared and our police department prepared for anything that comes in the time of the hurricane. And just with all those little things all together, just prepare for the worst and pray for the best.
All of your firefighters, your police officers, everybody's on call, standing by?
Yes, they are. They're all ready, and well, we were pretty much ready for what's gonna come.
And I'm sure with, you know, should things, you know, suddenly get worse than what they think it's going to be, and I think we're fighting the wind, which will be what will be our major concern. I think your message to the folks, if I recall our conversation last go around, was if something's really bad out there, you're going to have to hunker down and wait, and we'll get to you as soon as we can, as soon as it's safe for everybody, right?
Right. That's the main thing, that we ask people that, you know, have problems to please leave because we can't get to them till after the bad weather passes or whatever happens. We can't, but pretty much I think everybody's prepared, and we blessed because we should only be prepared about the winds. You know, tie everything down, pull in your trash cans and get it, everything. The water situation, the same, the ones that are used to by the canal, we should have about a foot above flood level.
Your population, 1,800, 1,900 or so, how many folks, as best as you can guesstimate, left town?
I would say maybe 100.
Really?
Maybe. And you know, it's just because people are afraid, you know. I mean, we've been through this a few times, and you know, you just don't want to get caught here if something major happens that no one can get to you. So it's best that you do leave in bad times, you know. But I think we should all be blessed.
And last one for you, your message to folks, should they have any problems, who should they call, and how patient should they be?
If you have any problems, call 685-4404 is going to go to 911, and it's going to be dispatched to the police, and they're all on standby.
All right, again, hats off for Mayor Pam Blakely, her honor. She held an umbrella, she was color coordinated, and she answered questions from the media. That is why this woman has been reelected as mayor to Delcambre. Good thoughts to you, Mayor Blakely. Right?
Thank you very much. Y'all stay safe.
And real good thoughts to Pam's in-laws, too. The Blakeleys, wish them well as well. Guys, we are in Delcambre, and the wind is really starting to pick up. A little drizzle. Back to you.
Hold on to your umbrella.
Thank you, Mayor Blakely, for taking the time to come out and talk with Scott, because there it is. You know, she's out there and color coordinated.
And color coordinated. Hey, you got to do what you got to do, you know?
Well, Governor Edwards, you know, we've been seeing a lot of him lately,
sure
between COVID and now this storm. He's talking about the protection system in New Orleans.
Let's listen in. Here's what the governor had to say on CNN this morning.
It's 16 years to the day since Hurricane Katrina hit. Louisiana is still feeling the effects. A lot of people in your state know, and I don't know how many of our viewers do, it wasn't just Hurricane Katrina that so devastated New Orleans. It was the failure of the levee system there. Are your levees ready? Have they been rebuilt? Can they withstand a Category 5 storm?
Yeah, well, all of our modeling shows us right now that the hurricane and storm risk reduction system that protects the greater New Orleans area, Orleans and Jefferson parishes for the most part, but also some others, it will withstand the storm surge. And there's been tremendous investment in this system since Hurricane Katrina. This will be the most severe test, if you will, of that system. But we believe that system is going to hold, the integrity of that system will be able to withstand the storm surge. And it's really the storm surge that drives evacuations in hurricane situations more than anything else. Where we're less confident is further south, where you have other protection systems that are not built to that same standard. And the most important thing was getting those people out, whether it's Lafayette Parish, Terrebonne Parish, lower lying areas of Jefferson Parish on the West Bank, for example. That's where we are most concerned about the impact of storm surge. And I can tell you those areas depopulated extremely well. And we had people evacuate from this storm who haven't evacuated in the past. So we're hopeful that enough people got out that we will avoid the very worst that this storm could offer in terms of storm surge related deaths.
All right, Governor Edwards there on CNN, just again going through what Louisiana can expect in the hours and days ahead with Hurricane
16
Ida.
years to the day of Hurricane Katrina, and we all remember that the levee system and the failure there was catastrophic for that city. And so to hear that there's confidence that the levees will hold is reassuring for New Orleans. But then, like you mentioned, you have to think about lower lying areas like Terrebonne and Lafayette parishes, and hopefully the people there, as the governor said, they seem to have left, which is a good thing.
Right.
And
mandatory evacuations in some of those, most of those areas as well. So
understandably
I think most people were getting out. That was the plan and the smart plan. Again, with Hurricane Ida, you know, it's such a massive storm as well from east to west. The impacts are going to be just not just where that eye is. And let's take a look at the conditions that we saw earlier today in Mississippi. This is in Pascagoula, Mississippi. Water starting to come over the edges. Not too dramatic there, not too much, but certainly choppy waters off the Mississippi coast. This is going to be a storm that's not going to just have impact here in Louisiana. Our neighbors in Mississippi got to be prepared as well.
Daniel Daniel's standing by, and Daniel, if I may ask, we mentioned Katrina, and we know how devastating that was for New Orleans and other parts of southeastern Louisiana. If you had to compare the two, how do these storms differ?
They're very, very, very different. And the thing that is relatable to both is the anxiety that people are feeling.
Sure.
Katrina
Absolutely.
was a storm that was not as strong as what we're seeing now, but it was a bigger storm, and it was a messier storm. And like the governor was saying, the protection system that's in place for New Orleans right now was not in place for Katrina.
So Katrina was the lesson, right?
Yeah,
And how to better protect yourself.
this is it. This is the big test. This is
Sure.
this is the first real test that system has had, and it was designed. It was designed for Category 5 storms. So the belief is, and all the evidence points to, that those levees are expected to hold up to that surge that's going to be coming in. Now, unfortunately, there are a lot of folks who live outside of that levee protection system, and those are the folks that we really, when it comes to the surge, are really going to have to be thinking about. But like they said, almost everyone that I've talked to or heard from taking this seriously enough that they have gotten out of the way. You run from the water, you hide from the wind, so we always say. Let's talk a little bit about what it's like locally right now. This is one of those rain bands that's coming through. This is what I was talking about when we were interviewing Scott down towards Delcombe. That was this little system right here, and you saw what those winds were doing with it. Rainfall may not be overly impressive, but those winds are gusting around pretty good. And we're going to wait for more of these to kind of wrap around as we go through the day today, especially as we get a little bit past landfall and that storm gets just a little bit closer. If you zoom out just a bit, you can see some heavier showers now coming up in the northern parts of St. Landry Parish. So this is all north of Opelousas. Some heavier weather up over through I-49, and obviously some gustier conditions as well. If you slide out over towards the east, though, this is it. This is everything that's going on with the storm. You're still seeing it replace its eye wall. Again, that's why the pressure has leveled off. Too little, too late, I'm afraid. I wish that there was better news there. And you are getting some of the more extreme winds that are getting ready to get down towards Grand Isle. Grand Isle right around there, just up to the north where my hand was, just right here. There was a weather center there that was monitoring all of this, and it went offline with winds at about 136 miles an hour. That's the last thing it registered. So you got to imagine that things are going to increase. This is going to be a particularly nasty part of the storm. It is coming on just northwards of Grand Isle right now, running up along the side of Plaquemines Parish. This is also where we're going to have some of the worst surge associated with this. Probably 100+ mile an hour winds up through the Galliano area as well, and the worst of it has yet to arrive. Landfall getting ready to happen very, very soon. We'll see what happens when they go ahead, where they go ahead and make official landfall. But this is the island that runs right here. This is the center of the storm, and once this crosses over, that's going to be official landfall. So it's actually happening right now as we speak. Those 150, 155 mile an hour winds, those are located right in this wall right here. This is going to be the absolute worst part of the storm. But that's not to say that it's not bad in other areas as well. Very heavy rainfall, very, very strong winds working their way up through the South Shore, all the way from Jean-Lafitte southwards. And even as you get up over towards the New Orleans area, they're getting ready to see some of those hurricane force winds start to pick up as well. The wind is going to get ready to pick up through the New Orleans metro, West Bank area, all of that. And eventually this is going to cross its way along I-10 into the Lake Pontchartrain. You're going to start to see the surge coming up along Lake Pontchartrain as well. In the meantime, down through the South Shore, if you know anyone who's down there, and I imagine by this point in time, they have gotten inside and they have gotten to their safe room, they've gotten down into a closet. But check on them, because this means that there are winds of 115 mile an hour plus, and they are going to be running their way through the area. This is known as an extreme wind warning. We saw this when Laura came through as well. The way you treat one of these is the exact same way you would treat a tornado warning. You get into the safest spot of your house. You get into the sturdiest part of your house with a helmet, and you hunker down until it is over. 115 mile an hour winds are something that many of us will probably never really experience. It is an extreme amount of wind that's going to be coming through. So again, anyone who lives within these, if you know anyone who lives within these, or you can get a hold of them, make sure that they are taking it seriously. Make sure that they are in the sturdiest part of their house, because this is the big wind. This is the big wind we've been talking about that's getting ready to make its way through the area. Again, that extreme wind warning. And you can see down here, latest reports coming up at the top of the hour. 105 wind gusts in Port Sulphur, Empire a little bit higher. And remember, we can only pick up what's going on at these sensors. There's going to be spots within this that are running much stronger. You've got wind gusts in the New Orleans area right now. That's about 63. So again, hurricane conditions getting ready to enter the New Orleans area. About 73 to 75 in La Rose. Up towards La Place, you're at about 57. A little calmer up on the North Shore, but again, that will deteriorate as you go through the day today. And then, of course, as you slide westwards just a little bit, Morgan City, 46-mile-an-hour wind gusts coming in out of the north. That's going to pick up. You could see 60 to 70 by the end of the day today easily, and then through central parts of Acadiana and even into western parts of Acadiana as well. You're talking 20 to 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts down along the coast. That's a little bit higher. Sycamore Point at about 36. Franklin coming in right around 33. For Acadiana, for central Acadiana, when it comes to those gusts, I think the worst that we could be looking at with some of those bands that swing through 50 to 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, that would be up through the afternoon and getting on into the evening, I think is the best chance for us to see some of that. The rain total is going to be a little lesser than originally thought because we are just a little bit further to the west. I think that central and western parts of Acadiana, maybe 1 to 2 inches worth of rain as they move by. It's going to be heavy rain when it comes by. It's going to be very blustery, but because everything's moving so quickly, it doesn't give much time to pile up. And then you're talking 12 to 20 inches worth of rain, and that's going to be in eastern parts of Louisiana, where you see those extreme rain bands setting up. And again, that is the eastern border of Louisiana with the Mississippi border as well, the New Orleans area, even portions of the North Shore. That could lead to some pretty significant flooding on top of some of the flooding that we're looking at with regards to the surge. So when it does come to the surge, the areas that are in white here, so Galliano, New Orleans, going down the river as well. That's all white because that is all protected by the levee. It's the areas that are all colored. Those are the areas that are outside of the levee protection, and that's where you're going to see that water coming up. So it's going to be extreme surge up around the Barataria Bay area. You're talking maybe of a magnitude at its worst of about 16 feet. So it's going to be pushing up along the levees. Now, it's not going to be 16 feet all the way up there. It does gradually get shallower, but you're looking likely at salt water coming all the way up, maybe to the 310 here, getting close to some of the highways. There's LA1 that runs through. That obviously is going to see a lot of water as well. And then as you look upwards towards the North Shore, you're also going to get a little bit of storm surge coming on the northern parts of Lake Pontchartrain, maybe 3 to 6 feet up along the Pontchartrain. That could put some water up in the Mandeville area, a little less out over towards Slidell. Again, the areas in white, those are all the areas that are going to be protected by the levee. We're going to go back, we'll take a look at the radar. Jim, Marcel, I'm going to send it back over to you guys. We're watching everything here. Things locally are quiet, but we're just starting to get pictures and images coming from the southeast, and it looks like this storm is certainly living up to the bill.
Yeah, you mentioned Grand Isle, Daniel, just that last sort of check-in from the wind gauge there too. 135 was it?
Yeah, about 136, and that's when the instruments started to go down, and that is going to happen down in that part. We are going to see a lot of the instruments fail and stuff, so if we start looking at numbers that don't look quite right, that could be part of it as well. I mean, you're talking about winds that can knock buildings off of structures. A little anemometer really doesn't stand much of a chance. It does its best, but won't be able to hold up for long.
All right, thanks Daniel. We'll be checking in with you again throughout the morning and afternoon. And again, everybody, if you want to stay weather aware with us, just get out your smartphone, scan that QR code. Here it is right there. We're also going to keep that QR code up at the bottom of your screen throughout the day in case you don't have the KATC News app. Just scan that and it'll take you right to the app so you can have the latest news and information, and of course weather as Ida makes landfall.
And we've been talking so much about the city of New Orleans, a place we all know and love, and they're bracing for Ida. We'll take a live look again from New Orleans as soon as we can get that up. There it is. That's the skyline there, and as Daniel mentioned, some of the instruments aren't going to work very long. The camera already
sort of going in and out a little bit there, overlooking the city of New Orleans, coming to us from WDSU TV, which their studio right there off I-10. So this is looking over, I believe, toward the Crescent City connection, and the sky's just looking ominous. Camera kind of shaking a little bit. This is Ida starting to come in.
And speaking of WDSU, they're reporting that there are already 30,000 customers in their area on both shores without power at this point. And Entergy, issued a statement saying they have extra crews available. However, when it comes to a storm that's nearing definitely a Category 4, nearing a Category 5, that it could be 3 weeks or more before power is restored in some areas. So we're already seeing reports of widespread power outages, about 30,000 people without power at this point. We know that's going to happen, but 3 or more weeks without power
we've got
is the
power
expectation.
crews standing by really across the state, ready to get to work. Let's bring it closer to home now. Our Katie Easter, she spent the morning in Sycamore Point. She gives us a look at the conditions there so far. Katie.
That's right. We're out here at Sycamore Point, which is under a mandatory evacuation, and that started yesterday. So for some reason you are still here, you need to leave now. You can really tell that these winds are picking up. You can tell by the water and the trees that the wind is really pushing out towards that storm. And just with us standing here, the winds are starting to get stronger and stronger. They are, expecting worser conditions as the day goes on and as Ida continues to come in, making landfall. So again, with this place being completely under mandatory evacuation, if for some reason you're watching this and you are here, you need to go now. They do have roadblocks, so don't try to come out here. Don't try to come see the area. There's roadblocks. You're not going to be able to get in. And again, just even standing here, I can feel these winds picking up as we just continue. You can really see it in the trees. You can really see it on the water. In Sycamore Point, Katie Easter, KTC TV3.
At this point, we're talking about tropical storm force conditions in our area, but that could cause, heavy winds and maybe some localized street flooding, and, of course, heed the warnings and stay put. But in case, you have to get out for some reason, there's some safety tips in case flooding happens as you're driving. When you're on the road, stay on higher ground. Obviously, avoid driving in deep water, especially when the water is moving fast if you should run into some flooding in your area. Now, if your vehicle stalls, don't attempt to restart it. There may be some engine damage there, which could totally cost you more in the end. Leave it immediately, and then if you're in an area where you can, go ahead and seek higher ground.
Something we're kind of used to, not just during hurricane season. We have those sort of localized flooding days where it's just sort of turn around, don't drown. It's just not worth it, everybody. So keep that in mind in the days ahead. Katie mentioned something too I think we always have to address with storm coverage is sort of the sightseeing angle. People want to get out, take a look at the damage for themselves, and we just got to advise against doing that. And people will say, oh, but the news is out doing, well, let us be your eyes and ears for that sort of thing, and just,
Yeah, it's fewer of us who can get to far more people in one, at one time than lots of people trying to see and causing more issues. I mean, maybe it's not a lot of hurricane damage, but situations where there are accidents and fires and other things that we just don't need.
Just got to fight that curiosity. And we have to point out as well, we are in this fourth surge of the pandemic. We can't risk stressing healthcare systems any more than they are already just pushed to the max with COVID right now, everybody. And first responders, they've got a job to do. They're going to be out there, and hospitals are going to have to accommodate what happens with the storm. Hopefully locally there aren't too many issues, but just statewide, really, we've pushed our healthcare systems to the max with COVID.
We reported on a system, I don't remember which parish right off the top of my head, a few days ago, where they were diverting patients.
I believe it was in Franklin.
They were 100% dealing with COVID admissions at that point and couldn't handle anything else then. And that's just on a normal day. That's not in the midst of a natural disaster. And that is something that we do have to remember, that even if you are, people from Southeast Louisiana are here and are staying with you, or if you are staying with relatives just in case because you didn't want to stay in your own home when you moved away, you have to remember COVID's impacting our community yet again, the Delta variant, in a different way than we have seen in the past. So that's something to take into consideration as well.
Some good advice there, everybody. A reminder about the week ahead. We don't know of any more cancellations at this point. As Ida makes landfall today and the impacts, if whatever we feel here in Acadiana, we'll keep you posted. But as of now, what we do know is that tomorrow all school districts in Acadiana are closed. That includes all school districts in the Diocese of Lafayette as well, and all higher education. That's UL, SLCC, LSU, those campuses all closed tomorrow. As we get more cancellations, we'll go, of course, keep you posted on that.
And also, if you use that QR code and you already have our app, we have that information there as well. And you talked about this earlier, after we remember Laura just a year ago, just a few days ago. And the more deaths happened after that storm because of generator issues. And that's not, of course, what we ever want to see. I mean, no one wants any deaths in any natural disaster, but especially when generators are in use, we are like beating a drum here and saying the same thing over and over again because it's so important. We get comfortable as we're using our generators, and as time goes on, that we're using them, but you can't relax when you have a generator in use. Never use that generator in your home or garage. Carbon monoxide poisoning is a real thing. It's a, something you can't smell and can't see, so you have to keep that in mind. Turn off your generator, let it cool before refueling. That can cause some issues there as well if they're overheated. And then never plug a portable generator directly into a wall outlet. Now that could be dangerous for both you, your neighbors, and electricians once they are back trying to restore power in your area. So never, never, never plug a generator into a wall outlet.
If there are any power outage issues whatsoever here in Acadiana, everybody, we do want to remind you that our coverage will continue, and our radio partners at Town Square Media, 105.1 FM, they will be simulcasting our coverage throughout the day. So in case you do have power issues, that's one other option where you can get our coverage.
All right, and now Victor Georges is standing by in Morgan City. We know one of the areas that's expected to feel some of the heaviest impacts here in Acadiana. We'll throw live now to Victor in Morgan City. Victor.
Yeah, so we're in Morgan City. We got here a few minutes ago. We were getting ready to start this coverage. Now, if you can see behind me, if they can zoom in maybe on your screen, you'll see the Atchafalaya River is definitely nothing too wild right now. There is a little bit more action than when we were here on Friday. Something else that I noticed that's different from our coverage on Friday is that when we were here, a lot of businesses were not boarded up, a lot of sandbags were not down. That is something that has definitely changed within the past few days. A lot of businesses, especially in the downtown area, I'm seeing a lot of boards, I'm seeing a lot of sandbags, not a lot of people on the street. Something else I do want to let you guys know, when we were driving here from Lafayette, everybody seemed to be heading that way. They were heading west, and we were heading east. There's not a lot of people out on the street, definitely not a lot of people in the downtown area where we're at. Again, if you can see that water in the river, not a lot of movement, but that is expected to, of course, change. I did check in with the police here in Morgan City. They tell us that we can expect this area to see the kind of the worst of it at around 6 p.m. obviously later today, and we'll be here all day. We're going to ride out the storm here today and tomorrow, so you can expect updates from us pretty often. But for now, we're live in Morgan City. I'm Victor Georges, KATC TV3.
Pretty windy there in Morgan City. Victor mentioned traffic. He's headed that way.
Everybody else is heading the opposite
headed that way. Let's take a look at some of the other traffic issues that are going on, or the conditions right now. This is I-10 in Baton Rouge, and as you see there, not too much traffic over the bridge in Baton Rouge. What a difference a day makes.
Contradiction, right?
Sure, because I-10 yesterday was just a mess. We heard from so many people going west just to get to Texas, and I heard I-49 was actually okay.
I-49, I traveled I-49.
You did go I-49.
I did.
It was you who told me that.
I traveled I-49 yesterday, and it really was not. I expected, like Victor saw, I'm traveling south, coming back, this way, and I expected to see a lot more traffic than I saw traveling north. And there was traffic, but it wasn't bumper to bumper, nothing like we saw on I-10. It was smooth sailing on I-49 yesterday.
I think people are just, used to this. This isn't our first rodeo, and when the governor says, have your plan in place and be where you need to be to ride out the storm Saturday night. I think that's why there was so much traffic yesterday, is people were just following that advice. They know it's time, it's go time. You got to get to where you're going to be Saturday night, and
and that's
what
the
we're seeing out there
Once
now.
you make that decision and you have decided, it's time to move. It's not something you can really say, oh, let's wait until the morning. Time is of the essence when you're dealing with this type situation, and the storm's coming. And that's one of the things about hurricanes. There are other natural disasters where you don't know they're coming. Earthquakes, for instance, you have no pre-warning. We see them approach, and we have time to get prepared and make a plan. And once it's time to go, it's time to go.
It sure is, and so many people followed that warning. It's good to see at least lighter traffic out there, because storm conditions are starting to pick up, as we've been seeing throughout the day here in the coastal areas. The wind's picking up in Delcombe and Sycamore Point and Morgan City, but really just farther east, this is where it's going to be such an issue all day today with Ida. Just we're seeing even worse conditions. The tide's coming up, the wind's picking up.
Well, as Daniel talked about the eye approaching the coast at this moment, and then showed us that outer band where that's 150-mile-an-hour winds, and you hear it, but to actually conceptually understand what that means, this is just something I hope I never have to experience.
No, and most of us never will, hopefully, never will have to experience that. Grand Isle, the wind gauge there, maxing out at 136 and then just going offline, because this is Ida getting closer to Louisiana, coming on shore. So many people just going to be dealing with
Daniel,
the impacts.
I see Daniel itching to jump into this conversation.
Just to give a reference, because this happens a lot when you start talking about wind. To give a reference, the very worst wind gust that we had during Hurricane Delta last year was 75 miles an hour in here in Lafayette. So everyone who talked about how bad the winds were during Delta, the worst, and that was a gust. I mean, that happened very quickly.
Right.
Take the very worst of Delta, double it, and then instead of having it go through the course of a 10-second period, it just goes and goes and goes and goes. And that is what is happening in that eye wall right now. Those 150-mile-an-hour winds.
That's sustained.
Yeah, like I said, we put out warnings when you get a gust of 60 miles an hour. And people think, winds come through and people think, that it's so windy, and then they look and it's like a 30-mile-an-hour wind gust or something. To even fathom what 150-mile-an-hour wind is almost undoable at that point.
How will we see that 150-mile-an-hour wind drop? Is it a gradual drop? Is it a drastic drop once the storm gets over land and is impacted that way?
Yeah, it will be gradual. So what will happen is once the storm comes on shore and it hits land, all of a sudden it has all this friction it has to deal with. Plants and houses and trees and land. It's not as smooth as it is over the ocean. And so all of a sudden, all of that wind starts to spread out. And so it will gradually start to lessen. And it won't go from 150 down to 60 in the matter of a couple seconds.
Right.
But it will gradually start to go down. And that friction is also why when you see these storms that are so tightly wound up over the ocean and when they hit, it's that friction that gets them to start expanding out. And that's why this afternoon for us, we probably won't see our strongest winds till a little bit later on, because now that the storm is making landfall and the center of the eye is just getting ready to cross over near Port Fourchon, that's happening currently. Once it starts to get to land, that wind field is going to start to expand out. And that's when Acadiana starts to come under those tropical storm force winds. So for everyone who woke up this morning and said, oh, well, it's just a little bit breezy, it is not going to be anywhere near what they're dealing with today. But we will see those winds start to pick up as that wind field starts to expand.
And Daniel, you were talking to, so many people woke up this morning and saw this thing is edging to a Cat 5 storm. That doesn't mean, and it looks like it's taking aim on New Orleans. That doesn't mean New Orleans is going to see those Cat 5 winds.
No, and that is very important as well. And not to minimize what's going on in New Orleans, but where you get those winds are so extreme, you only get them right around that eye wall. It's not a huge area that gets it. Now, the area that does see it is massively impacted. And you will see hurricane force winds in New Orleans. I wouldn't be surprised if you get wind gusts that maybe get 80, 90, maybe even 100. So you're still talking damaging winds in New Orleans, but the type of wind that just gets a house to implode like you saw in Lake Charles, I don't think that those kinds of winds get into New Orleans. But again, not to minimize what is happening in New Orleans. Two things can be bad at the same time.
And it just looks right now like Grand Isle is just really starting to feel the worst of it. We know from media reports that at least 12 people in Grand Isle, they stayed back. At that point, you're just sort of, you're on your own for a while.
At the mercy of the storm.
That's well, folks who have gone down there know if you get a solid breeze from the south, that the bridge and the roadway to get out there, LA1 goes underwater. I mean, that's a breeze from the south, and now you're talking some of the most extreme winds on this planet coming in out of the south. That's the amount of water that's going to go down there, and there's some video kind of floating around the internet of different live streams and stuff that are there. You start seeing those kinds of things, and it puts it into perspective. And those who stayed down in Grand Isle will be on a literal island for days, because that water can't just. It doesn't come on and then just leave. I mean, it goes and it stays, and
nowhere else
who knows
to go.
what the roads are like down there. And that's why when there is that evacuation, it's best to just get out, even if it means you're gone and you go through all the anxiety and you come back and your house is fine. It's never worth the risk staying down there for something like that.
All righty, thank you, Daniel. If I may, if you have the KATC app, you just got a push notification from us, from our web team that is here working around the clock. And we talked about curfews a little earlier, even though, again, we're not seeing the brunt, but we will see some conditions, and there are some curfews in Acadia, Iberia, the city of Jeanerette, St. Martin, St. Mary, and Vermilion parishes. So you can find that information through our app and on our website as well. So there will be curfews in play in several areas across Acadiana. There may be more to come as the hours go on, but those are the ones that are already issued at this point, and you can find that on our website.
What we have so far. You mentioned Jeanerette. Let's get a look of the conditions there in Iberia Parish. Katie Easter joining us live. She's made her way from Sycamore Point over to Jeanerette. Katie, what are you seeing?
Hey guys, yeah, we switched locations over here to Jeanerette, and not much is too different. Of course, you can really kind of see and feel these winds out here as Ida's making its way. Here in the distance, you can see the awnings blowing, but people here really did prepare. You can see the sandbags and boarding up. And now on down the street, there is a grocery store still open. So if you're watching this and you're in this area and you need something very last minute, you still have a small window to come out here and get it. But again, the only thing we're seeing so far is just really strong winds, but they're not even too strong. You feel them for a slight minute and then suddenly they kind of pick up. So we are really starting to see those wind gusts, and of course, landfall will be very soon. So I really expect these winds to kind of get picking up here, because just the minutes that we keep standing out here, the winds just continue to pick up. So I really do expect things to get worse out here. So if you are out here in Jeanerette and you need something, there are a few stores still open right now. So you might want to get going and get that real quick, and then get back to your house and hunker down, because it feels like it's starting to get real serious out here. Live in Jeanerette, Katie Easter, KTC TV3.
Well, luckily, just not too much activity out there in Jeanerette. A few cars here and there, but Katie even mentioned, some stores are still open, because we're not seeing very much right now. So there might be some time for some last-minute supplies if you
if you need something safely, quickly.
Your time, that window is quickly closing.
It is.
I think that's just the best advice, is just to stay where you are, wherever you are, stay put, ride this storm out.
I think we're going now to Scott Brasda back in Delcombe again. He was with the mayor earlier. He has some more information for us from Delcombe. Scott.
We've been working together for 28 years.
Hey guys, Scott Brasda back here in Delcombe. We're on Railroad Street here in Lafayette. Assistant Chief Brady Segura joining me right now. And Chief, let's talk about what's been going on, because we've seen, not a lot of traffic, but relatively steady stuff. What would be your message to folks about, let's not get too lackadaisical out here just because we're on the western portion of this?
Right. We just monitoring the situation, and like you see, everybody, it's not the first time we've been through this, so everybody has their routine. They prepare, police department, we get ready. We're going to monitor the situation, and we're going to institute a curfew this evening from 10 p.m. till 6 in the morning. At nighttime, sometimes the debris, it's in the roadway power lines, so just make sure everybody stays safe.
Yeah, because you're well known in this town of 1,900 folks, and I heard one guy call you and say, "I hear we've got a curfew tonight."
Yes, yeah, curfew from, like I said, 10 to 6 in the morning, and we'll be out. We'll have officers out patrolling, trying to keep everybody and their property safe this evening.
And I guess the simplest of questions, but some will say, why do we have a curfew if it looks like we're not going to get hit so hard?
Correct. Well, we're expecting winds of, they say 55 miles an hour. Sometimes, tree branches, power lines down on the roadway. We just don't want nobody to, get hurt or cause an accident or something. So, and if the electricity goes out, we don't want everybody driving on the roadway if they don't unnecessarily.
You mean you guys care a little bit?
Yeah, we care. We care a lot. We're a small community. Everybody knows each other, so we try to take care of each other.
All right, the folks in Delcombe, again, we've got some traffic, but as Assistant Chief Segura said, there's a curfew tonight. What time, Chief?
10 p.m. tonight till 6 a.m. Tomorrow morning.
All right, so be careful here in Delcombe. Be careful wherever you are. We're in Delcombe with the Assistant Chief Segura, Scott Brasda, and Justin working really hard right there. Guys, back to you.
Got to mention those photographers who are out there
with
our crews
too.
as well. They are working as well, and conditions here in Acadiana, still fairly calm, but other parts of the state just aren't going to be so lucky.
No, they really are not. Not only are our crews all around Acadiana, but we have seen networks sending their crews here as well, including CNN, and Isabel Rosales joins us with an update from where she is west of New Orleans.
If Ida does become a Category 5 hurricane, it would be the first one to make landfall in Louisiana. We are starting to get those extreme winds, mostly now in southeastern Louisiana. I just got an alert that here in New Orleans, we're seeing those tropical storm force winds as well. And with all that wind, that means power outages. 39,000 outages right now reported in Louisiana. The time to evacuate has passed.
Right now, they're there. They have to stay there. They didn't leave in time. And we will have search and rescue immediately.
Ida is barreling toward Louisiana as a major hurricane.
The storm is going to be very severe.
The National Weather Service in New Orleans has issued a rare extreme wind warning, and wind gusts in some areas could exceed 150 miles per hour. Extremely life-threatening storm surge of up to 12 to 16 feet in some areas are also forecast, according to the National Hurricane Center. Mandatory evacuations were ordered in parts of 7 parishes and other coastal towns. Another 9 issued voluntary orders. Residents spent Friday and Saturday boarding up homes and businesses and gathering supplies. Those who chose to leave jammed the highways.
Best case scenario is like power outages and some like minor flooding. Worst case, I don't even want to think of that.
Linemen, FEMA, National Guard, and the United Cajun Navy are all on standby to come in immediately once the worst of the storm passes. And on the 16th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, many are not downplaying how dangerous Ida could be.
I think that when this is over with, we're going to see mass destruction, and hopefully there won't be any casualties. But in this one here, we're looking at that might not be the case.
Yeah, so the eye of Hurricane Ida here is getting closer. Landfall is expected some point earlier this afternoon near west of New Orleans. That's the Homa area. So that actually, believe it or not, based on where I'm at right now, you can see some of the wind, but that actually puts New Orleans in the worst part of the storm, in the northeastern quadrant, and that is where you get the worst surge, the worst wind, and rainfall. In New Orleans, I'm Isabel Rosales.
Calm there in New Orleans right now, but certainly going to be changing as the day goes on. Again, everybody, here we are 11:30 into our coverage. As we get more information, we are posting these developments online throughout the day. Download the KATC weather app, the news app as well. Turn on those notifications so you never miss the latest updates.
Yeah, I mentioned the curfews a minute ago because our team pushed that out and I was getting it just like everybody else through the app. So that's always a viable option for you as well to get up-to-date information if for some reason you can't continue to watch us here on television. We're going to join our Victor Georges again, who is down in Morgan City. He's moved locations and going to update us on conditions there. Victor.
So we're still in Morgan City here, and I just want to show you how massive this floodgate is. So to put it into perspective, I'm 6'4", and if Blake can zoom out here, you can see how massive this thing is. I mean, it should be at least 15 to 20 feet tall, and I don't know if my mic will pick this up, but you can hear it's made of metal, and I mean, again, it's massive. This thing has been shut since Friday, and aside from us, there's not a lot of people out here by the Atchafalaya River. There is one man fishing, and I'm sure you'll see him in a little bit, but aside from just a few news crews out here, there's not a lot of people. One man did approach us earlier, and he told us that in the past, he's seen, like right now I'm standing, like I said, by the river, and he told me that in the past, he's seen right this area just flooded, fully flooded with water, the water even passing this thing here by the river, this pole. So again, the conditions in the past have definitely been more severe than what we're looking at right now. And like I said, when we were here on Friday, the energy was a little bit different. People were still out in town. Some businesses were not boarded up, and again, that is something that has definitely changed here in Morgan City. More sandbags are laid down, more businesses are boarded up. We even saw like Walmart, grocery stores, Home Depot, other hardware stores with trucks parked right outside their door. Obviously, that's to avoid that glass breaking or anything like that when the weather does pick up. Again, police did say on Morgan City Police on Facebook did say that around 6 p.m. today is when it's going to be the windiest here, and we'll of course have that coverage for you. Live in Morgan City, Victor Georges, KATC TV3.
Yeah, those floodgates vital to that area. Too. They are. Mm-hmm. Victor is 6'4", so that gives you perspective.
Victors, I think, about,
that gives you perspective.
He mentioned someone fishing out there in Morgan City as well. You know, I think people taking it seriously, but in stride when they can, and this is their window for them right now. Everybody, want to bring everybody up to speed on some power outages. You know, one thing that we look at a lot is poweroutage.us. It's not a complete picture, but it does give you a sense of some of the outages. And right now they're tracking about 87,000 power outages, mostly in Southeast Louisiana.
And you know something we haven't seen, I know we didn't see much last year. There was the worry about shelters in the midst of the pandemic, but we're seeing across Southeastern Louisiana that there are shelters opening in many communities. I'm on a Baton Rouge website right now, and we see them Livingston, St. Tammany, Point Capee, Washington, West Baton Rouge, all over, that they're opening shelters for people in the event that you did not leave and need to be rescued and need somewhere to go. There will be shelter options throughout that portion.
And there's that power outage map I was telling you about. Again, this isn't a complete picture. Not every utility company is registered with this, but it does provide us some sense of what the state is seeing. This is poweroutage.us. You can click in on Louisiana. And right now, the site is reporting about 87,000 power outages out of 2.2 million customers that they're tracking.
We know that will change
in red, I believe that's Plaquemines Parish down there where the red is, where the majority of the outages are being reported right now. So that's a good resource for you at home if you want to kind of follow along, look for you know, the latest information going on, and we'll be posting that as well. I wonder if we can bring in Daniel again real quick. He had mentioned that we're seeing the eye on Power Doppler 3, Daniel.
Yeah, so if we can pull up the max graphics, you can see it. This is how close Lafayette was and Acadiana was to this storm. Right there at the corner. And I can set this so that it doesn't jump over to another radar here. Just give me one sec. Basically, what we are close enough now that this radar, it's just coming into view. This radar is located at the station, and it can only go out, you know, so far. But we are now close enough to the storm that you can clearly see the eye from the radar that is shooting out from the backyard of the station. So on Friday, when we were getting into the weekend and we were going through a lot of the impacts and we were talking about, you know, we got to prepare for the worst on this thing. This is the reason why. I mean, this is grazing Acadiana essentially here. It's always sad to see it go somewhere else, and it's hard to say, you know, that we're very lucky in all of this. I mean, we are, but as a state, we're tremendously unlucky. It's a sad situation for sure, but that's the eye wall of Ida, and it's making landfall right now. And again, you can clearly see that right there from our backyard. So this thing truly is in our backyard. And to give a sense, you can see we just talked to Victor, and you can see the winds and stuff picking up with Victor as well. He's in Morgan City, and you can see how close all of this is to Morgan City. So this gives you an idea of the kind of margins that we're dealing with when it comes to forecast track. And I've seen a little bit of it today about, you know, the forecast was a huge bust and we didn't know what we were talking about and all this and that. The forecast was spot on. We said South Central, Southeast Louisiana starting about Wednesday, but you were talking about magnitudes of 20, 30 miles, and the difference between that is amazing. I mean, take this storm now and slide this storm over 50 miles, that's coming up on shore in St. Mary Parish. Take Laura last year, slide Laura the opposite direction another 50 miles. That's coming on shore right there at Vermilion Bay. So it amazes me every single time this happens, just the margin of error that's here. And that's why we talk about those impacts. You know, we went from looking at serious flooding, major winds, and all of the stuff that goes along with this, to right now, we've seen some winds come through, and I think that we're going to scrape by okay on this. We got to watch this thing as it gets close to St. Mary Parish, but just amazing. I looked down at our little radar, this little image right here, and noticed that the eye was on it. That's how close it all is.
And you mentioned earlier that the eye was forming a secondary eye. Is that outer band we're seeing as well?
Yeah, let me pause this, and I can pull the little pointer up right here and kind of go through this. So this is the main eye that's right here. This is where you're going to have most of your wind occurring right here. This is the second one, and it does this sometimes. These storms will do this where the inner eye starts to collapse and it starts to form another one, and it can cause flare ups and flare downs in intensity. It's a period where it's a little bit unstable. In fact, There have been a couple different, Katrina, I think, was going through one of these as it made landfall, because it was a 5 at one point, and then it kind of drops down to a 3 before landfall. And I want to say, if someone out there knows better and can fact check me on that, I want to say it was going through one of these, and that's why you saw it kind of drop down. Now, as we saw with Katrina, you go from a 4 downwards, you're still talking a pretty bad storm, and this is still a very, very bad storm. And only the strongest kind of go through cycles like this. So there's that first eye right there. That's going to be the main one, and then you've got a little bit of a break. So for the folks who are down here a little bit closer to Grand Isle, and we can zoom in, they have just gone through something unimaginable in Grand Isle. I've seen some videos that storm chasers have put down there. And what you're seeing down there just kind of blows the mind. And they get a break right now, and then in just this cruel stroke of fate, they have to go through all of that again, maybe at a worse magnitude.
Unreal.
So for the 12 folks who are down there who think they get a little bit of a break, this is still just sitting right on the south side of them, and it's going to start to increase as well. And as we go through, you look towards Houma, you're going to start to see stuff increasing in Houma, kind of on the outer edge of that core there, and then Morgan City will start to see the winds picking up here. I'd say probably within the next hour or so. You may start. That's when you'll start to see maybe some of those hurricane force winds starting to poke in. But this is it. I mean, this is landfall, a true historic storm. I mean, this is a record storm. We were talking about if it's 155 mile an hour winds, it is sitting in, you're saying it in the same list as Hurricane Andrew in 1992, the Labor Day hurricane from 1935, Camille, of course, one of the big ones back from the 60s, and then Michael, which we saw in 2019, which did something very similar to this. I think made landfall about 156. Michael did out over towards the Big Bend. And I saw the damage that those winds caused down there towards Panama City, and it can reshape the entire landscape, especially when you think of a landscape that's already as unstable as Grand Isle and the Louisiana coastline. Yeah. I don't know what it's going to look like after all of this.
Just got to feel for those people who stayed behind too. At last check, at
least
12 people there on Grand Isle just going through this historic storm as it makes landfall right now. Okay, Daniel, thanks. We'll probably have more questions throughout the day. We'll be checking in with you shortly, but let's get a look at the conditions right now. Again, our crews stationed all along the coast, especially here in Acadiana. Let's check in with Victor Georges. He's in Morgan City. Victor.
All right, stand by.
Okay, so again, we're in Morgan City, and like I've been telling you guys, there's not a lot of people out here, especially not by the river, but I am standing here with Mr. Jordan Steele. He tells me he's been out here for about 2 hours, obviously a little longer than we have, so I'll let him tell you what he tells me that the condition has been changing. So what exactly have you noticed the difference from earlier to now?
Well, basically earlier we were flat. We didn't have any white caps in the river. It wasn't any rain at all. Wind about 15 miles an hour. It's about doubled. And as you can see, the water's gotten rougher, and the storm's starting to come in. We're starting to get some rain, and we'll be wet for a while, I guess.
And how are you feeling ahead of the storm's arrival?
I feel fine about it. We're all prepared around here. We're always hurricane, precautious, and luckily it turned a little bit, so we're not getting as much of a hit as we expected.
And so obviously when we were here earlier this week, a lot of people were telling us kind of like the same sentiment that you have, that they're not necessarily scared, but they did take the precautions. Now, did you guys have any issues, run into any issues getting supplies or anything like that?
Not really. Everyone, it's a small community, so everybody tried to stay open and stay stocked. And everybody was running out, but it seemed like everybody got what they needed before all the stores closed.
And how long have you lived in this area for?
My whole life. Born and raised right here.
And what would you say has been kind of like the most impressive thing that you've seen out here?
How the community bounced back after Hurricane Andrew. Everybody rallied together, and I mean, we were devastated for a good 2 or 3 weeks, and then finally it all came back, and no matter what, we'll always rebuild, we'll still be here.
And how much longer are you planning? I've seen you fishing. How much longer are you planning to be out here for?
As long as the weather holds out, and we'll see how the fishing goes.
Any luck so far or no?
I caught a couple. I'm just catching and releasing. That's it.
Alrighty, thank you very much, Jordan. I appreciate it. Like I said, we're going to be here for the rest of the afternoon and into tomorrow. Again, we'll have more updates in a little bit. In Morgan City, I'm Victor Georges, KATC TV3.
All right, Victor, there in Morgan City, we appreciate it. Just want to go through a few points right now. In New Orleans, there's a news conference underway that's up on ABC. I don't know if the folks in the control room can pull that up. It's still going on right now. But Mayor Cantrell urging everybody to just conserve water right now. And the big message to people in New Orleans is first responders are not going to be available for hours, perhaps into tomorrow as the storm passes.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier, that they as well have to hunker down and stay where they are so that when the storm has passed, that they can get out and do the rescues and help and aid anyone who needs it, who stayed behind in the storm. And you know, the mayor's right, water conservation is a big deal that you deal with. And you know, traditionally I can remember growing up here, you know, when the storm was coming, you fill up your bathtub and you use that water for whatever you need for as long as you have it. And that kind of thing happening in New Orleans as well. And first responders they're not going to be able to get out.
Yeah. They even had an issue with 911 in New Orleans earlier. They were putting out, you know, a traditional phone number to call because the 911 system went down, but that has since been resolved. It took, I guess it was out just for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, but they were able to get that back up. But again, first responders aren't going to be able to do very much as the storm system is moving over.
And systems, whether it's 911 or whether it's the weather instruments that, you know, Daniel mentioned earlier, systems are truly going through a test like they have not seen before. We talked about Katrina and Katrina laying the platform for increasing the protection of the levee systems, and throughout the area there were so many things that were upgraded, and now here we are at that point where you prepared for it, and now here's the test, unfortunately, this strong storm that's going to be catastrophic to some areas.
And 2020 was such an incredible season in terms of the tropics, so busy and devastating across the state. New Orleans did have some tests there with Zeta is one that comes to mind last year. But right now, even the infrastructure director there in New Orleans is reiterating that this new levee system, this post-Katrina levee system, is one of the strongest on the earth. That it's going to be tested though, because this is one of the strongest storms we've ever seen.
Yeah, it's hard to hear, and we think about just last year and lots of people, you know, just talking over the past couple of days before we knew what exactly this storm was going to do, and embracing for it here in Acadiana if we were going to take a direct hit. Mentally and emotionally, people are exhausted, and you know, when this storm early on looked like it was going toward the Louisiana-Texas border, and you immediately think about, oh my goodness, these people in Lake Charles are still trying to recover 1 year to the week, and now here's this storm, and it moved, and you know, fortunate for them, but it's just the mental toll that this takes on so many people from so many different perspectives, whether you're a first responder or you just an everyday human being living here in South Louisiana. You know that this is what we're going to go through. And here we are yet again. It's just farther to our east this time.
And some of the resources available statewide, of course, the National Guard has been activated. Guardsmen and women are on standby, ready to help out. In the New Orleans area, they've got about 260 military personnel stationed throughout the city. That includes, you know, just regular patrol, the high water vehicles, boats as well. They're ready for that post-storm response. Again, there's just really not much that they're going to be able to do as the storm is going through, but in the hours afterward, that's when the real work begins.
Yeah, it's kind of like the airplane mentality. You know, you put the mask on yourself first and then on your neighbor, because if you can't help anybody, then no, that person might not be helped at all. Same thing with emergency responders. They have to take care of themselves so that they can get out there for the greater good and help those who are in need. And they're ready, you know, they're on standby, but they do have to stand still for quite some time before they can get out and do the work that they do so well.
And let's listen in right now, that news conference again underway in New Orleans.
The leadership that is in place on all sides. And I'm very confident in the presence of our New Orleans City Council standing with us as well, as they have always been. Now, I would ask for Councilmember Helene Moreno, who serves as our president, to just represent the council at this time. Councilmember?
Thank you so much, Mayor. I would just reiterate, you know, stay home. This is the time to hunker down. As you all know, the New Orleans City Council is the regulator of Entergy New Orleans, so I've been in close contact with its CEO, Deanna Rodriguez. As the mayor has mentioned, she is, and along with her team, all hands on deck on the sewage and water board situation. preliminary reports, it appears that it's something on the ENO side that they're trying to rectify and restore power on that route. So that's really the latest that I've got. Of course, we'll continue to keep you updated, and just stay safe and stay home. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all very much, and for the sake of time and for your safety, we'll answer a few questions. And Allison.
David Hammer, WWL.
Yes, sir.
I think we need some clarity on the situation with the Sewage and Water Board power. Is it correct that they've lost power to run the sewage with pumps? And you talked about water conservation, and at one point you said go ahead and use your water and sewer, and then another point you said conserve water.
Because we just got information.
Exactly. Yeah. So on the front end, as Ramsey was giving his update on the infrastructure, talking both Sewage and Water Board as well as Entergy, we were notified of a power outage relative to the Entergy New Orleans side of the operation, just as confirmed by Councilmember Moreno. Those matters we know have compromised as it relates to the sewer system. That's where the request for water conservation came into play. That still remains active at this particular time. Ramsey, anything you need to add, you can do so now.
Yeah, real quick. So yeah, David, we just got that, which is why those ENO generators are being deployed. Hopefully we'll get through it, but I think for our residents, an overwhelming approach to this storm. If you don't need to use water, don't use it for the moment, okay? For the moment, if you don't need to use water, just be conservative with it. Thank you, Mayor. One more thing.
There you have it, Mayor Latoya Cantrell and various city parish officials over there.
All right, we've been listening to that news conference, everybody. We do want to take a pause from our Hurricane Ida coverage right now. ABC News is in the middle of a special report. We want to take you to Dover Air Force Base, where there is a dignified transfer movement of the fallen service members who were killed last week in Afghanistan. Let's join ABC News for that special coverage right now. We'll be back now. We'll be back now. We'll be back now. We'll be back now.
Freetown
everybody. You've been watching ABC News' special coverage there of the dignified transfer of the Kabul airport attack victims. We are going to come back on the air here at the top of the hour and continue our coverage of Hurricane Ida.
And here we are at 12 o'clock on this Sunday afternoon, and Ida has made landfall in Port Fourchon. Daniel standing by on the weather wall. Daniel, tell us about the storm at this point.
Yeah, it became official at 11:55 as a Category 4 storm, putting it right on par with Hurricane Laura, almost a year to the day. I mean, we're only a few years off from the anniversary of that. 150-mile-an-hour winds, Category 4 storm at 11:55. Ida made landfall at Port Fourchon. That's just landfall. You can see all of the activity back to the south of it. We've got a long way to go with this system. The southeast and eastern portions of Louisiana in particular, a long way to go. Now, this thing is going to gradually start to turn north and out towards the east a little bit, but it's a pretty big storm. And we're going to take a look at some radar images here pretty soon that shows you how close all of this is to the area. Eventually, by the evening tonight, should be down to a Category 2. That's still a very strong storm, though. It's going to bring all of that wind up through the portions of Louisiana, up towards the North Shore, and then finally out of the area. Maybe by tomorrow morning we can be done and we'll start to see things kind of winding down. But we've got a long way to go, landfall or not. And especially for those folks who are down in Southeast Louisiana, it is really just kind of getting going as we're seeing this work its way onshore. You can see land right there through the eye. Again, landfall officially at 11:55. Major storm, 150-mile-an-hour winds. We've seen some images coming out of Grand Isle already today. And the images that we're going to see over the coming days and kind of the aftermath of this is going to be very, very sobering. This is the visible picture. This is, what it looks like on the satellite page. It's a massive storm. Acadiana in particular is just getting very lucky. We're on the western side. We've had some clouds, we've had a couple showers kind of wrapping around. I think we'll still see a little bit of that activity playing out. The further westward you go, you can just see how quickly it gets quiet to the west, but how much further east all of those impacts extend. I actually heard from my dad right before we came to air today, asking what was going on over there in Florida, because he said that they were dealing with tropical conditions, and I believe it. That's all kind of spreading out from the center of Ida. Here's an update on the warnings. You're still looking at hurricane warnings throughout the southeastern corner of Acadiana, stretching all the way towards the Mississippi border. Central Acadiana, northern Acadiana, you still got the tropical storm warnings in effect. That's going to be these yellow areas here. So from about Lafayette and Acadia Parish areas up over towards the north, as well as the eastern part of Cameron Parish as well. We could still see tropical storm force winds with this thing. Remember, it's made landfall, but it is still kind of drifting this way. It's going to get very, very close. It's going to get very close, particularly to our neighbors down in St. Mary Parish and folks in Morgan City. Quiet here locally. We don't have a whole lot. We had that rain band come through a little bit earlier, brought some gusty winds, brought some heavier showers. You got a little bit of that kind of wrapping around, the lingering bits of that getting up through Jefferson Davis Parish and exiting Acadia Parish right now. But you look down to the south, and remember, this is our radar. We're shooting this from the backyard, and you can see the eye of the storm. We talked about that a little while ago. If you want to know how close this thing is to us, we can see it from equipment that we're using in our own backyard. This is the KTC radar here. And it actually gives us a really good look, a better look at what's going on in St. Mary Parish right now, as opposed to what you would get out from the radar in New Orleans, what you would get from the radar in Lake Charles. So this is going to be one of the better looks of a storm that we've had down in this part of Acadiana in a little while, certainly going back through at least last season. Right now, you've got some extreme winds down through parts of Assumption Parish and kind of wrapping around towards Terrebonne. This is going to be getting close to the Houma area here, as well as Thibodaux, which is sitting up here. You've got hurricane conditions that are going to get started through there. The worst of all of this is going to be in these bands that are closer to the center, and you've had almost two different eye walls work their way through Grand Isle because it started to go through an eye wall replacement cycle. You had one that came by, then you got a little bit of a break in Grand Isle, and now the next one is starting to work its way through. And you look towards the east, I mean, you're talking about how dry it gets when you get towards the west, and it's kind of knocking on the door of Morgan City. They're going to start to see their conditions deteriorating here over the next hour or so as this drifts westwards before the northern turn. But you look towards the east, I mean, this gets down over towards New Orleans, where you're certainly seeing tropical storm force conditions, if not hurricane conditions, on the outer parts of this storm already. So the wind, the water, that's all going to start picking up in the New Orleans area. You've still got quite a bit of lightning. Here's where, if you've got 150 mile an hour winds, this is where they're going to be. They're going to be taking place down right here on the eastern side of that wall. And again, Grand Isle sits right here. They've already had extreme winds. You've had winds reported in excess of 130 miles an hour. There was some equipment down at Grand Isle that was measuring, and at about 136 mile an hour, that sensor started to fail. So it is serious wind that's ongoing through there as well. And then of course you've also got to talk about the surge. So here's where Grand Isle is. Like I mentioned, they had a little break, a brief break, but the next eye or that secondary eye is already coming on shore now. So you're going to have all those winds, 150 mile an hour plus, gusting higher than that, by the way. That's getting ready to come on shore as well, all the water that goes along with it. And the extreme winds are going to stretch all the way up into Galliano, other parts of Terrebonne and Assumption parishes as well, with all of that activity now moving its way northwards. I want to talk about this. We've talked about it a couple different times today, and it goes without saying, if you know folks in this area, if you haven't done so already, if you're just kind of tuning us in, make sure that they're getting out of the way of this wind. This is what's known as an extreme wind warning. They're very, very rare. You treat them essentially the same as you would a tornado warning. You get inside, you hunker down, the safest place of your house, the sturdiest place of your house. You get your helmet on and you kind of ride it out. And the reason why is in this area, you are looking at winds of about 115 miles an hour plus. That is now starting to creep into the Houma area. Just taking a glance at the satellite or taking a glance at the radar, you're starting to get some of that stronger wind pushing into the Houma area. It's going to continue to move northwards as well. So essentially treat all of this as one big tornado warning as this comes ashore. They issued one of these as well during Hurricane Laura, when Laura made landfall with those winds that were on par with what we're seeing right now. There's a look at some of the wind gusts that are out there. Extreme winds out over through the southeast. You're seeing slight improvement and kind of all relative out through Port Sulphur as well as Empire. But you can see getting into La Rose right now, they've got wind gusts that are at about 97 miles an hour right now coming in out of the west. But right underneath it, the next reading they get is going to be much more extreme winds. For New Orleans, you've got wind gusts right now coming in out of the southeast. It's about 65, 70 miles an hour. So they're pushing on hurricane territory as well. And while we had said earlier that New Orleans was not going to get the most extreme winds from this, they're still going to see hurricane force winds through the New Orleans metro area. As far as Houma goes, you're talking about 76 miles an hour. That's on the back part, so that's where it's wrapping around. You've got the easterly winds at La Rose, and then you've got the northeasterly flow out over towards Houma. Almost complete northerly winds for Morgan City with wind gusts right now of about 52 miles an hour, 43 out over towards Franklin. And then as you get a little bit further towards the west, you're on the magnitude of about 20 to 30 miles an hour through central parts of Acadiana. But again, we will start to see, probably later this afternoon, we will start to see our winds picking up. Just because landfall is now doesn't mean that for Acadiana our impacts are going to be now. And we're still going to feel the effects of that. I think at its worst, you could still see maybe 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts associated with this. That's tropical storm force. Now it gets a little more intense as you get down through St. Mary Parish. And where you do see some of the more intense numbers, that is going to be in the eastern and the southeastern parts of Acadiana. There's a sharp drop off in the impacts as you go westward. So if you're in western Acadiana, it's going to be breezy. You could get some gusts that roll through, but you're not going to get much in the way of rain. You kind of sit on the 1 inch territory of rain, maybe, if you even see that. I think central parts of Acadiana, maybe a couple inches worth of rain. As you get out over into the eastern fringes, you start talking that 5-6 inch type rainfall. Eastern Louisiana, though, and this is east of Acadiana, so this is going to be east of the Atchafalaya Basin. You could see areas that get 15 to 20 inches worth of rainfall with a system like this, and that could lead to some pretty significant flash flooding. And that's going to be the secondary issue, and that's going to be one of the big issues facing areas from about Baton Rouge eastwards, going up through the North Shore, getting down through New Orleans, and then down along the border as well. The winds may not be as extreme there, but you are going to see some extreme rainfall. Surge not a huge issue for us. In fact, we've got water that will be pushing out of the bay because we've got strong winds coming in from the north, so not expecting much of a surge up along the Vermilion Bay. Let's go through one of the radars here. We'll just take a look, and you can kind of take a look at how things are shaping up. You've got all of this weather. This is where all of that extreme rainfall is taking place. It's over on the eastern side. On the western side, we're looking a little bit clearer. Now, we will see some of these rain bands working their way through. Notice it does get a little bit closer, and I think it's probably a little further towards the west compared to what the model has it. But we're still kind of on this fringe area where you get some of the rain bands. This goes up through the evening tonight, so we're still going to see those winds gusting up there tonight. But notice this is 10 o'clock, and you're still seeing some of that rainfall, some of those training bands working their way up over through the eastern portions of Acadiana, even into early tomorrow morning. We could actually see showers getting into the northern parts of Acadiana. If you went through today without rainfall, you may start to see your weather picking up actually overnight tonight and early tomorrow morning. That's when you could start to see some of that action as well. Let's talk a little bit about surge here briefly. Now, we don't have much going on through the Vermilion Bay. In fact, from Vermilion Bay out through Morgan City, the surge isn't going to be quite that bad. It'll come up a little bit, maybe a couple feet, maybe a little bit of coastal flooding, but this is going to be the area where you see some of that more significant flooding. Now remember, these areas that are shaded in white, these are all protected by the levees. This is all the engineering that went into the post-Katrina levees is going to keep all of this out. But you're going to get salt water that comes up through the marshes. You've got the Barataria Bay that's over in this area. That's going to see a significant push of salt water get in there. This also protected by the levees as well. And you are already seeing maybe a couple hours ago some of the numbers down over through Shell Beach coming up 7-8 feet already. And again, that was maybe an hour or two ago when we started seeing some of those numbers. You're also going to get a little bit of flooding up on the North Shore as well, maybe 3 to 4 feet, 5 to 6 in some of the more extreme areas up off of Lake Maurepas there. So that could bring a little bit of water up over into the Mandeville area, as well as out along the Louisiana-Mississippi border. You'll have surge that will stretch all the way through Bay St. Louis, getting on into other portions of Mississippi as well. Just may not be quite as dramatic as that. Let's go back to that rainfall real quick, because I do want to reiterate how heavy some of that rain is going to be out over towards the east. We talk about rainfall totals of maybe 10 to 15 inches out through the eastern portions of Acadiana. Don't get caught up on some of these numbers, because what you're looking for is you're looking for the overall pattern, and I think that you're going to see wide swaths of very intense rainfall out over towards the east. But also notice on the flip side of that just how quickly some of those numbers taper off as you head towards the west. So again, the further west you are, the less likely you are to see some of these numbers coming in. And even in central Acadiana, some of those numbers are starting to come down as well. So I think that what we're looking at now for central Acadiana, bottom line is we're still going to get gusty conditions. We could still see a couple downpours wrapping around on some of those rain bands, but we are going to see much more extreme weather on the eastern side. And while landfall has taken place, guys, already, we're just kind of getting into the beginning of this, because you're going to start to see those effects kind of spilling out as we go through the next several hours, really as we go through the rest of the day today, all the way through the afternoon into the evening, and we'll still probably be talking about it early tomorrow morning.
All right, Daniel, thanks. Daniel's wrapping up his shift here. Daniel, we appreciate you. We've got Bradley Benoit and Rob Perillo on standby throughout the afternoon. Our coverage continues, and of course it continues online as well.
Absolutely. Our app is where you need to go. You can download the weather app to stay aware, and it's pretty easy to do. That QR code in the bottom of your screen there is really easy. Hold your phone up to that, open your, there it is, big for you. Open your camera, point it up there, and you'll get our app. Also, you can go to your app store as well. That is where we were updating everything. We talked about curfews earlier and information that you need to know as we make our way through the rest of this day with Hurricane Ida and its impacts, as Daniel mentioned, coming to Acadiana. We're not going to see them for a while, but they will be heading our way as the storm makes its way on shore.
And those impacts could include power outages. We want to remind everybody that Town Square Media, our radio partners, they are simulcasting our coverage on 105.1. They will be doing so. They are our radio partners during the storms, as you're aware. And you know what, guys, just have that ready to go just in case there are any power outages.
And a big part of our storm coverage is having our teams all across Acadiana, which we indeed do with Hurricane Ida as well. We're going to join them live in different parts of the viewing area. We'll start our first with our Scott Brasda, who's live in Delcombe. Scott.
Marcel, we talked about curfews. Here in Delcombe, they plan on having one from about 9 o'clock tonight till 6 in the morning. Why? Because there is, as Daniel suggested, there is that potential for storm surge. Now, most of the time, whenever there's such an event here in Delcombe, here's where it happens. Now, you see the bridge there. It'll be right around President Street, or on the other side of that, that's where the water accumulates from the Delcombe Canal. Also, Richard Street on the other side of that. So that's one of the reasons for the curfew. We want everyone to be safe, to stay off the roads, be careful. It's all about protecting life and livelihoods, right? This is the serious side. Now, let's move you to the lighter side. Justin, we're going to move to the grocery store. We're in front of Sean's Cajun Meats and Grocery. First grocery store they had in Delcombe in, 7, 8 years. Delcombe didn't have a grocery store for a number of years after Champagnes went away because of a storm. Well, on Friday, the guys in Sean's tell me they weren't sure if they were going to be open on Sunday. Yesterday, it was a maybe, and then once the storm kind of shifted over, they said yeah. So they opened this morning from 7 o'clock in the morning, and they'll be open until about 2 this afternoon. I asked Bryce Bertrand, the floor manager, I said, what's been going well? He says, obviously, bread has been wiped out. No matter what they get, it's immediately snatched up. He said beer has gone very quickly, but he's not exactly surprised about that. He did say, though, it seems like an effect of the fact that the storm, that we're going to be on the fringe of the storm here in Delcombe, that more people are picking up a lot of meat, a lot of steaks, a lot of sausage, a lot of chicken, and plan on having some barbecues to kind of celebrate. They're anticipating to kind of celebrate what won't happen here. Of course, we'll keep everyone standing by, and you never know what will, but they are right now at least doing the sign of the cross and thanking the Lord for what looks like to be a fairly mild event for the folks in Delcombe. We've already been invited to a barbecue and to a meatball stew cookout, so we'll keep you posted on that one as well. So in Delcombe, folks, this grocery store open until about 2 o'clock. They're standing by, though, just in case. Guys, back to you.
A meatball stew cookout.
Kind of familiar, too. Do you remember a few years ago, I think it was for Hurricane Barry, we had a crew from out of town helping us out, going up to a guy to interview him. He said, do you need anything to eat?
Yeah, and
so hospitality certainly
and bread and
continues
beer,
no matter
the two
what.
hot items there at Sean's Cajun Meats.
To each his own. Okay, from Delcombe, everybody, let's head to Mary Parish in Jeanerette. That's where Katie Easter joins us with a live look at the conditions there. Katie.
Well, guys, luckily we're still actually dry out here, and I did speak with several parish and city officials, and they're saying around the parish they're seeing just the same thing. It's still dry around these parts, but of course you can kind of look up in the trees. We definitely have seen some stronger wind gusts just here in the last hour as I guess Ida is moving in and getting really close to making that landfall. Of course, people around town, you can see they're out driving. They're finishing up those last minute preps. I know there is a store up the road, just like Scott was saying, there is a store up the road open. We've talked to some people though, and they're saying they're getting very, very slim on their food options. So if you're here in Jeanerette and you do have something that you need to get, now is the time while it's still only a little bit windy, of course. Like I said, you can even just tell it's just out of nowhere, it's really calm, and then out of nowhere, like I have been taken back a little bit already by some of these wind gusts. Their city and parish officials right now are meeting. I have spoken with the sheriff, the Acadiana Parish Sheriff's Office, and she said, they are ready to go. All of their people are ready for these calls later tonight. They're really expecting things to get way worse around 5 o'clock this evening. So they're all on standby and they're ready, to help these people out. Live in Jeanerette, Katie Easter, KGC TV3.
Well, from Jeanerette down to Morgan City, our Victor George is standing by live with conditions there. Victor.
Stand by.
So we're here still in Morgan City, and I want to show you something, obviously something you've probably seen 1,000 times, boards and sandbags. Now, this business took the precautions ahead of the storm's arrival. We're here, like I said, in Morgan City, and we were here earlier earlier this week, so on Friday, and we saw that they had already done this. And like I said, people out here have been telling me that they have this down to a science. But that does not mean that they're gonna let their guard down. They're not gonna take any chances. Now, something else I want to show you, if we go up a little bit, you can see that banner, that Morgan City banner. The wind is definitely picking up here. You can see it kind of barely holding on. Across the street, there's another flag right by the Morgan City City Hall and Courthouse here. Again, the wind is picking up a little bit. It's drizzling. Where we were earlier by the river, you could definitely feel a little bit more of that wind, but right now we're on the other side of the seawall, and it's been pretty calm, but the wind is picking up just a little bit. I'm in Morgan City. Back to you guys.
All right, Victor, thanks. And you see those boards behind him. As he said, people do have this down to a science by now. They have their plywood ready to go that's labeled so they know which window it fits over perfectly.
They do, and if you can store it for so long before you have to get rid of it after it goes bad. And so obviously marking it, you just get out there, get it up, get it secured, and you're done.
At first, when I saw it the other day, I thought it was one of those like Ida go away kind of things, but then I was like, oh, no, it's actually.
No, yeah, they know. Even down to the door panels, door left and door right. It absolutely does.
So there were our crews. We checked in again with Scott and Delcombe, Katie and Sippermore Point, or Katie and Jeanneret, I should say, and Victor in Morgan City. The conditions out there here in Acadiana, really just a little bit breezy, maybe a little bit of rain right now. We are expecting some more conditions from Hurricane Ida as the afternoon goes on here. Again, Ida has made landfall over Port Fourchon at 11:55 today with winds of 150 miles per hour as a very strong Category 4 storm.
16 years to the day of Hurricane Katrina making landfall right there in southwest Louisiana as well.
And supply trucks supplied by FEMA, everybody, they have arrived over at England Air Park in Alexandria. Those trucks are filled with a number of supplies, including first aid and generators, all to deal with any potential injuries and expected power outages from Hurricane Ida. We've also had coach buses that were staged, some of them in Lafayette yesterday. They made their way to Alexandria as well, just to maybe assist with any potential evacuations that might be needed over the next few days after Ida passes to get people out. We, I think, had more than 130 coach buses statewide between Lafayette and New Orleans yesterday, and they had said that another 30 were coming today, so 160 plus.
And we know that the governor activated the Louisiana National Guard in its entirety as we are dealing with and responding, or will be responding in the aftermath of Ida. So National Guard, you will see their service units, and you may be seeing them out in communities in our area because we are kind of on that outer edge, somewhat of a safer zone than where they will be heading in the next day.
Yeah, it can be a little alarming to see that, but really it's just a good staging point for them right now because, again, Acadiana not seeing the brunt of Hurricane Ida, so it's a good staging point for them to get to those areas in need, but they're not going to be able to do that for really probably until tomorrow.
And as you're out and about in our safe zone in essence to some degree, and you see a National Guardsman or woman, be sure to give them just a quick thank you. For what
I beat
doing.
my horn as I went by
the
Cajun Field today. There. Check this out, everybody. Strong storm surge in Morgan City, Louisiana. I believe this is Morgan City.
I think that's just Morgan.
Morgan, okay, Morgan, Louisiana. There was also, as you see, the water just starting to come in there a little bit. This video coming from Twitter as the storm was approaching the coast. Much worse on coastal areas right now for sure.
Yeah, that's just the very beginning of what the Louisiana coastline is dealing with in the southwestern part of our state at this moment. I think we have some more images that are just coming in for us. This is a stalled car. This is Bayou LaPorte, I believe. You know, again, be careful where you're driving. Here's the evidence right there that you just never know when you're going to stall. We read some safety tips in case we run into any flash flooding in our area earlier, what to do if you are in a stalled vehicle. And
yeah, sometimes you can't avoid it, but if you do see water ahead, standing water especially, just don't risk it, turn around, don't drown. It sounds cliche, but you know what? It's some pretty good advice, especially when we're dealing with high water like that. Water levels rising in St. Tammany Parish as well. This photo from a marina. This was taken, I believe, around like 9 or 10 this morning. Again, in St. Tammany Parish, the conditions, though, just changing. Not even hour by hour, minute by minute. You see Slidell Fire on scene there as well, working to assist, make sure everybody is out as the waters started to come up. And now let's head out live. This is in Cocodrie, Louisiana. Or is this a photo or is this a live shot? I'm not really quite sure. It looks like a photo, but this was coming from Cocodrie, perhaps. I think there it is. There's the live images from Cocodrie of Hurricane Ida. Again, just these areas starting to deal with so much. The storm did make landfall a little under an hour ago in Port Fourchon. A Category 4 storm, one of the strongest storms that we've seen here in Louisiana. You have to feel for people who stayed behind. Again, we know in Grand Isle, at least 12 people stayed behind to weather the storm. They're going to be stuck for a little while.
Yeah, Daniel said it could be days plus before anybody's able to get down there to them, just from the catastrophic results of the storm making landfall. That again is in Cocodrie. I think we have some images from Lake Pontchartrain as well. You know, we see this, and you see the winds blowing and the water moving, but it no way encapsulates what the intensity of what's really happening in those communities at this point. But that's Lake Pontchartrain. We heard Mayor Latoya Cantrell in New Orleans at this point talking about water conservation. There was a system, the power went out, the issue at a pumping station in the city of New Orleans. So they're asking people to conserve water and use what you have, because that system is now offline. And here we are at almost 12:30, and the impacts of the storm really just getting on the coastline, the city just starting to see that, and already we're at a point where systems are starting to
and those
collapse.
images have just really changed dramatically over the past hour or so. We had some images from New Orleans and the French Quarter earlier. It just looked like an empty French Quarter. You could tell it had rained, but the wind wasn't so bad out there. Let's head back out to our Scott Brazda again. He's going to be checking in for us. I believe he's in Delcombe. He was in front of the grocery store there, which was seeing some customers a little earlier. Let's see what's going on now. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Jim, and you know, we had the customers at the grocery store, and then it went back to being serious, because right here on Highway 14, right over my shoulder, the sort of the white triangular roof transformer right in front of that has popped 3 times. You know, Marcel used the words, "You never know." This is a very fluid situation. We can be all light and talk about meatball stew cookouts, right? And then pretty soon we've got transformers popping. This had just popped during our first live shot, and then now it's done 2 more times. So this is why you have curfews, and this is why they ask people to stay off the roads, because you know, we've seen some of the wires start to dangle from that transformer. We've seen hats fly off, and much more serious things. So that water, that electricity hits water. We have standing water right here around the bridge on Highway 14, and suddenly this isn't just an undrivable situation. This is an extremely dangerous situation, which could amount to life and limb. So, folks, let's be careful out there, and don't get on the roads even right now, because these gusts are coming and going. The rain is coming and going, and it'll be back again. Be careful out there. In Delcombe, things are getting a little, I don't know about exciting, but they're starting to pick up. In Delcombe, Scott Brazda and Justin Green. Guys, back to you.
All right, Scott and Justin, thanks so much. And some breaking news we're just learning in our newsroom, everybody. This coming from Lafayette Consolidated Government. After consulting with the mayors, the chiefs of police and fire, Mayor President Josh Guillory has ordered a mandatory curfew for all of Lafayette Parish, beginning at 6 o'clock tonight through 7 o'clock tomorrow morning.
There are curfews in other parts of Acadiana. Some of them have been issued since yesterday. We have that information on our app. We know that there are curfews in Acadia, Iberia, St. Martin, and Vermilion parishes. There was also a curfew in the city of Jeanerette, and then we may be seeing that more as the hours go on. But parish-wide at this point, Acadia, Iberia, St. Martin, and Vermilion parishes. We have the specifics of times and all of that. You can find it on katc.com or our mobile app.
And here we are, 12:30 again. This curfew in Lafayette goes into effect at 6 o'clock tonight. According to LCG, only emergency employees and essential workers will be allowed on the roadways during those times. But they go on to say that travel on I-10, I-49, Highway 90, the Evangeline Thruway, for the purposes of evacuations, that's still going to be allowed, but the curfew could also be extended as the situation warrants.
We have some other video of water rising in Grand Isle. We heard Daniel talking earlier about the impacts that Grand Isle was feeling and going to continue to feel. And this is Charlotte Landry. She shared this video, and that it says trash bins and cable wires and chairs, and they were tied to the beams for support there. That video coming in from Grand Isle. We're starting to see some of these images from all across Southeast Louisiana as Ida has now made landfall in Port Bouchon. We know that some of the impacts in the crossing of that eye wall, this will change. It will change drastically in the time to come.
And again, just 12 people there in Grand Isle who decided to ride out the storm. Next tonight, we want to tell you about Ronald Dufresne. He's a guy who's planning to ride out the storm on his boat. He lives in Jean Lafitte. He spoke with CNN about his experience.
I've ridden my boat in every storm for the last 42 years. You know, I rode out 3 of them last year. You know, I mean, don't get me wrong, this is a buzzsaw we have coming. You know, it's back we rode out Katrina here at the dock. You know, during the summer last year was in Brownsville last year around this time the road went out. I mean, Mother Nature's a beast.
It sure is. I can't even imagine being on a
That
boat.
indeed she is. She a beast to say the very least, and I'm sure he's going to have quite the story to tell after Ida has passed and he's made it through. He said he's been riding out his boat for years in multiple storms, so hopefully
hopefully he knows what he's doing. I don't know if that would be recommended, but hopefully he sounds like he knows what he's doing for sure.
He definitely does.
Let's check in on power outages. For the past hour and a half or so, we've been telling you about this resource, poweroutage.us. Again, this isn't a complete picture, but it's the best picture we can get about power outages. Right now, statewide, the number of outages is up to over 122,000 across the state. That's up from about 87,000 when we started telling you about this about an hour ago. Expect those numbers to go up. We've seen those linemen staged here in Lafayette. They're ready to get to work, and here their work is already cut out for them.
Absolutely. It's starting already with the power outages. You know, we have some other videos coming in. This one, I believe, is from St. Bernard Parish. Do we have that video? There it is. That's the dam there, a rock dam. The video is from yesterday, and the top is yesterday, the bottom is today. I believe if I have my dates correct.
Yeah, that's right.
That's
it says the bottom is from 11 a.m. today, so even that could be.
Even that has changed.
Has changed significantly, you can imagine. But just look at that top.
Such a contradiction in just a matter of hours. And we know, again, it'll look entirely different, and then it'll go back to looking back like it does at that top video from yesterday. But that coming from St. Bernard Parish right there.
It's so eerie because yesterday, you know, I saw in New Orleans some people were talking about how, oh, it's sunny out right now, and just how much it can change. And one of the meteorologists in New Orleans I saw say it's a sign that the sun will come out again after the storm.
Absolutely.
So it just can really change drastically, just like that. Just a few hours can make such a difference. Here we are, everybody, 12:30 as our coverage of Hurricane Ida continues. Again, the storm making landfall at 11:55 officially over Port Fourchon.
And our meteorologists have made the change. They have changed shift. Daniel, we sent him home to get some rest because he'll be back at 2 a.m. Rob and Bradley are here. Chief Meteorologist Rob Perlow standing there at the weather wall. Welcome to coverage, Rob. How are things looking with Ida as we now have an official landfall?
Well, from Lafayette and Acadiana's perspective, it's actually looking pretty great. We're going to have tropical storm force winds across a good part of the area, mainly Lafayette on southeastward, and obviously, as we've been saying over the last couple of days, St. Mary, Lower St. Martin Parish, you're under the gun, and it's going to be a close call. But the way it is looking right now, I think Acadiana is really going to get spared the brunt of this system by far. And there's going to be some power outages, yes, and that sort of thing. But you can see where the storm is. We're looking at all the radars across the area, from Lake Charles to Shreveport to Fort Polk. Power Doppler 3, our most powerful Doppler radar in southern Louisiana and in Acadiana. That's the great news. Always good to get a brand new radar a month before a storm comes in. And then we have Slidell, and we're also dialed into Mobile, and you can see quite clearly where the center of the circulation of Ida is. A powerful Category 4 storm on the verge of 5. You don't want to see lightning near the eye wall. That means this is still feeding the beast right now. We still have some intensity going on right near the center of this storm. So this is just devastating for areas such as Golden Meadow, 130, 140 mile an hour winds. Just think back to Laura. Laura made landfall as roughly a Cat 4, 140 mile, 130 mile per hour winds. And we saw those gusts manifesting all the way north of Lake Charles. So you know areas such as Golden Meadow and just north of there, it's going to be even rougher. We'll kind of come on in, and you'll see me playing around with this all evening long, but areas near Galliano, Chauvin, Houma is going to be very close to being hit hard with this storm, and this will continue as we go farther to the north. So locally, not a whole lot going on here in Acadiana, thank goodness. We don't have a whole lot going on the radar. We'll get to that in just a bit, but thank goodness we're just probably going to see a few widely scattered showers in our area. Now, satellite imagery, if you're just joining us now, incredible, and this is just the 6-hour loop. This storm went from a Category 2 to a Category 4 pretty quickly last night as hurricane hunters got in there and found the pressure dropping at a rapid pace, and sure enough, And I mentioned this several times. Even when the storm was beginning to develop, I thought it had major hurricane potential. I thought it would have a 4 potential at least, and maybe a little bit more room than that. And that's certainly what we have seen with this storm. And again, a very intense storm just about crossing the coastline right now. And again, you don't want to see the purple coming in, and this is probably going to rotate around, and it's not going to be as uniform now that the storm is interacting with land. Essentially, you're starting to see those rain bands starting to interact with land, so that slows down the winds at lower levels. Upper levels are going still, and that's what sparks the tornadoes and those extreme gusts that you see with the storm. And again, Lafayette, partly sunny skies. I kind of made my last couple of posts on social media showing sunshine. The roadways are nice and quiet, and that's the way we like it. But we will see clouds increasing and showers increasing, certainly as you go farther south and east. 150-mile-per-hour winds. It's still moving to the northwest at 13. We think that's going to start to slow down. That's not the good news. Pressure, 930 millibars, making this one of the more potent storms making landfall in Louisiana in quite a long time. Here we have it somewhere just by, say, the Gonzales area for 7 o'clock this evening, and by tomorrow morning it's going to be in Mississippi and obviously weakening. But even in Gonzales, you're going to see Category 2 strength. So you're going to take the road down to from Baton Rouge, I-10, and the damage potential is going to get much worse. Here are the latest gusts, and where we have the blank screens, gusts are either not being reported or the stations are gone, and unfortunately we lose all the offshore gusts. And I have the HER model here, kind of modeling where those highest gusts are at this point. But 54 in New Orleans, Gonzales 33, Patterson coming in at 31. That's the closest we have to Morgan City. New Iberia 33, Abbeville 24, Lafayette 28. And I got to adjust these graphics as, again, I'm just putting things together as we come in, restarting shows and stuff like that. So what are we going to be using as we go through the night? Well, we're going to be using the hour-by-hour HER model. This is the extended HER model. We call the hour-by-hour HER model predictive radar because that just gets us down into the 16-hour time frame. High resolution model data that updates once an hour. So that's going to give us our wind information and our weather information. Again, this is the extended HER model, taking the storm and the bulk of the worst weather east of most of Acadiana. But this is what we'll have to be on the lookout for here locally in Acadiana. These tropical rain bands that come around, they could certainly produce gusty winds. So that's what we'll have to watch, and we'll talk more about the winds in just a bit. But we'll go with a full weathercast right here. So Marcel and Jim, you can take a little bit more of a break. I'll go for 5 more minutes.
Okay.
There you got again, those rain bands, those worst rain bands east of our area. Some rain in Acadiana, but not a whole lot. I am not concerned with flooding. I'm not overly concerned with winds. We're going to have 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds. We'll get to that in just a bit. But everything that you get with a hurricane, we're not going to get here in Acadiana. We're not going to get a big surge on the coast. We're going to have wind, but we're going to have more tropical storm conditions, and we'll further define that coming up in just a bit. By tomorrow morning, things are quieting down, and it's going to be a pretty nice day tomorrow. What we'll have to be on the lookout for is rain bands developing, and sometimes these go severe tomorrow night, maybe into early Tuesday morning, but by Tuesday, things will begin to settle down. And here's the graph model, which has been leading the way on the storm. Bradley, this is the 12Z run, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Bradley's with us in the weather lab as well. Again, you can see right here where the worst of it's going to be. New Orleans, you get over to Slidell, and then into Mississippi as well. And again, a very well-defined storm. Locally in Acadiana, you see how the lines are packed pretty close at Morgan City. You're going to have wind. You're going to certainly have wind with this system. And those lines stay super packed there, not so packed over here. And these lines of equal pressure is what dictates on how strong the winds are going to be. So you can see as you get to, say, Baton Rouge, down through Morgan City eastward, that's where you're going to have the damaging wind potential. And again, lower St. Martin Parish as well. I don't want to forget about the Stevensville area. And this is going through this evening. And then notice how the lines start spacing apart as we get beyond 10 o'clock tonight. You'll have a couple of what I call spokes that come around the storm that will allow for temporarily gusty winds for an hour or two, and then those winds will die down. We all know how it plays out in a hurricane. And then the storm crossing out of Louisiana into southwest Mississippi, the severe weather threat for the most part, diminishes as we head into the early morning hours of Monday morning. But again, the graph model indicating look out as we head sometime late tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, might see one of these tropical bands. And these sometimes will spawn tornadoes as well and will produce gusty, localized gusty, possibly damaging winds. So that's something that we'll keep on the back burner, but much better to deal with something like this than the core of a hurricane. So we'll watch that as we head into Tuesday. So here's a predictive radar here. We'll start going to about 4 o'clock. And again, most of the heavy rains, you're going to have solid rains in St. Mary Parish for sure. And it's going to rain and you're going to get several inches of rain. But the flooding rainfall, eastern, northern semicircle down through the southern flank of the storm. And again, where you're going to have the training rainfall, that's where you're going to have the flooding effect. So again, you can look right here. This is just plotted up what we expect in Lafayette as we go through these timelines on all my products. I give you Lafayette information, and then we'll get more specific with the rest of Acadiana as well. Gust to 44. So this is the model that's going to update continuously as we present this data through the overnight hours, and it's the best way to go. The HER model is a very good model. It's our best, highest resolution model on top of the graph model as well, which is a 3-kilometer model that'll show you that information as well. So you can see how things are shaping up anywhere from Baton Rouge to New Orleans on southward, full-blown hurricane conditions this evening and continuing past midnight more than likely. Notice, though, as we get past midnight into the wee morning hours, the threat of heavy rainfall begins to shift to the northeast. Areas that were raked by the storm down in Lafourche, Terrebonne Parish, Plaquemines Parish, things will be calming down, but the water is going to stay up here for quite a while. And speaking of water, we'll get to the surge in just a bit. There's not going to be much of an elevated surge close to home. So here we go with the hour-by-hour forecast on your winds. And again, this is the model. We're dealing with a Cat 5 hurricane. So any area in purple, you're going to see at least 75 to 100 mile an hour winds. So the model is going to be a little bit short on some of the wind gusts. So all the wind gusts you see here, especially from, we'll say, Sycamore Point, New Iberia, St. Martinville, Henderson, on eastward, you could probably add 30 or 40 miles an hour at least to these gusts. So these are not maximum gusts. These are just snapshot gusts at the top of the hour. So you're going to have these hurricane force winds with gusts to 100. Donaldsonville, Laplace, Kenner, New Orleans, all the way around the center of this storm as it continues to move to the north. Notice most of the gusts in Acadiana are in the 40 to maybe 50 mile per hour range. This does mean sporadic power outages, St. Martin, Iberia, and likely St. Mary and lower St. Martin Parish for sure, where we'll see probably widespread power outages because it's going to be a lengthy period where we're going to see winds gusting quite consistently in the 50 to 60 mile per hour range, but much rather have that than wind gusts in the 70 to 100 mile per hour range where that area of purple is going to be. And notice the eye of the storm going right over by the Donaldsonville area between White Castle and Gonzales. That looks to be a good call. Perhaps Baton Rouge as well. Might see some stars tonight as it moves on through. And notice the gusts, they get lower as you get farther back to the west. And again, I've posted this stuff online going back to yesterday, and the models have been fairly consistent. So we're confident that we're not going to see hurricane conditions in Acadiana, exception being St. Mary, mainly eastern St. Mary, lower St. Martin, and the parts of Iberia and St. Martin Parish that are mostly in the Atchafalaya Swamp. But Henderson, you're going to get a pretty good wallop with this. And as you go farther east over toward Whiskey Bay, the winds over toward Baton Rouge will certainly get much higher and higher with time. So here's the short-term model rainfall. This has just taken us through the next 16 hours, and you can see where the flooding is going to be. New Orleans, Laplace, Hammond, on through farther to the east, and boy, it's unbelievable. You're going to see just in a 16-hour period perhaps 10 inches of rain, and you get down here out in the Gulf of Mexico. Hopefully these bands don't work their way inland, but that cream color corresponds to 15 inches of rain. Notice the rest of Acadiana, not a whole heck of a lot of rain. Morgan City 1.75, and in tropical systems the models are notorious for underestimating rainfall because tropical rain is a lot of little raindrops in a more compact area. You all know if you've been out in a hurricane or a tropical storm that you go outside and you're instantly wet because it's like a real fine misty shower that gets you wet instantaneously, and only in a hurricane can you be wet cold and hot at the same time. It's one of those weird things, but nonetheless, you can see that the rainfall, the concerning rainfall would be the southeastern parishes, and here's the extended HRRR model that gets us out through the next 70 hours, and it picks up those tropical squalls. So this is what we can expect the entire storm, and notice, still not going for much more than a couple of inches in Morgan City. I'll bring in the graph model coming up in my next weathercast because that does a pretty good job. Also goes a little bit hotter, but you can see this rainfall as you get into eastern Louisiana. You get into the areas of pink, you're talking 10 inches. Areas of cream color, you're talking 15. So that's going to be some serious flooding, and that's serious flooding, anything more than 8 to 12 inches. And mind you, these aren't like off the chart numbers. This is a hurricane's going to be moving along at a good clip, but most of this rainfall is going to come in a 3 or 4 hour period for most of these folks, or at least 70% of it, and then you get another 30% a couple of hours later, and that's what leads to flooding. There's no way you can protect against flooding when you have rainfall rates like this in less than a 12-hour period, and most of these rains will come in a 6 to 8 hour period. So that's why we have those flooding issues. Again, no issues in Acadiana with respect to flooding. So updated this graphic, and as I mentioned yesterday, I was not expecting a 6 to 9 foot surge in Vermilion Bay. We're going to have north winds 3 to 5. That's the bulge of water that comes in with a hurricane, but you're going to have north winds beating down against it. The highest water levels are going to be from Cocodrie on over to Grand Isle. Now, Grand Isle probably going to be under 10 to 15 feet of water, if not more, and anything above that water level is going to be exposed to 130, 140 mile an hour winds. So it's I don't know what's going to be left of Grand Isle after this storm. And did I hear right, Jim? There were people staying behind?
Media reports show at least 12 people had stayed behind on Grand Isle.
Okay. Well, we'll pray for them. We will, because it's, and if they survive, they're going to have a story to tell. But this is why we tell you, you got to get out. You got to flee from the water no matter what. So 12 people staying behind. We'll see how that fleshes out. Farther to the east, you can see all this inundation all across eastern Louisiana, and we're talking 4 to 6, 5 to 8 feet coming in through Lake Pontchartrain. Hopefully the levee systems hold with this storm. For our friends to the east. 24-hour forecast, we're going to get rid of that. I didn't know that was in my show. That's it for right now. Where are we going to go from right here? That would be my question. Jim Hummel is giving me the wave over, and Marcel will be coming on in. So that's what we have at this point, guys. The bottom line, Acadiana in a very good spot. Eastern Louisiana in a very, very dangerous situation.
For sure. Okay, Rob, we'll be checking in with you throughout the afternoon, throughout the day. We appreciate it, but we want to tell everybody at home our coverage continues all across Acadiana, especially those coastal areas, to bring you the very latest on Hurricane Ida.
And Rob mentioned earlier that there's our team coverage map, everybody. Our crews are all over the place, all throughout Acadiana. Scott Brasden Delcom, we've been with him a few times this morning. Katie Easter was in Jeanerette last, and Victor Georges in St. Mary. The rest of the team is coming on as the hours go by. We're staggering them so that we have them around the clock.
Exactly, and we want to start with Iman Boyd. She's checking in with us. She joins us live from Spanish Lake in New Iberia. Iman.
Jim, Marcel, things are seemingly calm here at the Spanish Lake boat launch here in New Iberia. Now the wind speed right now is about 25 to 30 miles per hour, and we'll potentially see that speed up as the day progresses. But as far as rainfall, that will come later on in the day. But let's just give you a look of how things look right now. Like I said, 30 miles per hour winds. And just to give you some background on the lake itself, the lake has an elevation of about 10 feet. And back in 2016 during the flooding, they reached about 13 feet here at the lake, and during hurricanes Laura and Delta, water levels reached about 9 feet as well. Now the concern, of course, even though the storm is moving further east, there could be some potential storm surge as well, like we saw at the Port of Iberia last year with Laura as well as Delta. But in New Iberia overall, the tropical storm is expected to have some hurricane conditions, possible showers, heavy rainfall. That rainfall could reach about 2 to 3 inches depending on how severe it gets here in this area. But seemingly right now we're just dealing with high winds, 25 to 35 miles per hour. Rainfall will come later on, of course, and we'll continue to give you those updates as well. Live in New Iberia, Iman Boyd, KATC TV3.
It seems like we're seeing all across Acadiana right now. The skies look nice, the winds are picking up, and some spots some rain.
We absolutely are seeing that across Acadiana, including down in Morgan City, where we know it's going to be more heavily impacted than some other areas of Acadiana, and we started seeing that within the past couple hours. Our Victor Georges is standing by there.
Yeah, we're still in Morgan City right now. We are on the other side of the wall with the floodgates on it. Now, I want you to take a look behind me. Look at that bridge. There's really not a lot of action on there. Same thing when we were driving here from Lafayette. There was really not a lot of action on the roads. I know people are being told to stay home, to not, like if you haven't evacuated, just stay safe. And if you pan a little lower there, you can see the water. It's definitely starting to get a little bit choppy, but again, some people that I've spoke to earlier tell me that this is definitely not the worst they've seen. Also, a man I spoke to earlier tells me that he has seen the water be exactly where I'm standing here, and if you can see right here, these poles, these white caps right on top, he told me that the water was definitely over it. So imagine where I'm standing, just completely flooded. And again, as you can see right now, the wind is picking up, and it's something that you need to be mindful of. It's kind of if like somebody turned on a switch, like it's just on and off. Like at the beginning of this live hit, you saw me, I was walking around, I was fine, and then definitely you get kind of like that push from the wind. So that's definitely something to be mindful of if you're still preparing your home, if you're outdoors for any reason. But again, we'll keep you updated here from Morgan City. I'm Victor Georges, back to you.
And from our reporters out in the field, we also have a meteorologist out in the field
We
as well.
surely do. She's from Corpus Christi, our sister station there, Stephanie Lauber. She's in Morgan City as well, helping us cover and track Ida. Stephanie.
Yeah, we're out here in Morgan City where we're beginning to see some things pick up here. We've got some rain. We're having gusty winds at times, and we are right off Highway 90. Now, behind me, you can see we're getting a little bit of a gust now. The tree is taking it okay so far. We've had a few loose palm fronds come off and kind of litter the road with some leaves, and that's about it for debris. Some trash has been blowing around. Conditions have been still pretty mild here so far, but again, we're starting to see some action with things picking up here. I would say the gusts have probably been around 30 miles per hour or so. And on our way out here, all along Highway 90, we did kind of slow down around Patterson and noticed that we had a gas station that was boarded up. A lot of folks pretty much off the roadway. It's been fairly quiet, like I said, on the way out here. We did see a few folks on here, but the majority of them were headed west towards Lafayette and out of the way of Ida. So that's our latest report here. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Palm fronds coming down, but really those trees holding up behind you just to show you that, you know, the impacts here are just not as bad as we're seeing in the southeastern parts of the state.
Yeah, absolutely. Continuing our team coverage now, our Katie Easter is standing by. She's still in Jeanerette with another look of conditions there. Katie.
Well, guys, we are still here in Jeanerette, of course, where we came to the store that was open all morning, but they closed right at noon. And so, of course, they closed right at noon, and we talked to the people as they were leaving earlier. And of course, so they went ahead and closed down right at noon, and they don't know if they're going to be open tomorrow or not, and that's depending on whether or not they have power outages. You can see the trees now. The wind has really started to pick up here within the last hour. I've been talking about how calm it has been all morning. Thank God we're still dry out here. But of course, these winds really are starting to get strong. We're seeing really strong gusts at random points. Other times it is staying very calm. And of course, you still do see people out and about right now, you know, trying, I guess, to get where they need to be. Of course, if you are here in Jeanerette, you do have a curfew of 6 p.m. So, you know, if you're trying to go get your last minute things, get going home. You know, it's really starting to get down to that point where we do start needing to like hunkering down here, because you can really tell with these trees and just stuff blowing all over the place that these wind gusts really are starting to pick up on us. And of course, I do think that it's just going to keep getting stronger and stronger on us out here. Again, it hasn't been raining on us. That's been really nice that we're still dry out here. But yeah, so if you're out here in Jeanerette, it is time for you guys to, you know, wrap it up and get going. You know, this store is already closed and shut down for the day. Again, they were telling us earlier that they are pretty clean, wiped out in there of food. They do still have food. So if they're able to open tomorrow, they will be open. Of course, their normal hours. But again, it just really depends on if we're going to see the power outages here or not. So, of course, live in Jeanerette, Katie Easter, KTC TV3.
All right, Katie there in Iberia Parish in Jeanerette. We've also had those crews in Morgan City, and we have heard from Morgan City police. Officers are telling us they are already facing issues of down power lines and trees. They say if you're trying to pick up debris in your front yard, don't put it at the roads because the winds As we've been telling you, they could be picking up throughout the afternoon. That could bring that debris elsewhere and cause damage. As of right now, no power outages have been reported in Morgan City. And remember, there's a curfew that starts in the city at 6 o'clock.
That graphic there is of power outages, as we're seeing most of them happening in the southeastern part of the state, where we know the greatest impacts from Ida are happening at this moment. We know that those power outages will continue to rise, to increase as the storm moves farther inland.
And those numbers up to 150,000 customers without power right now. That's up from, I think it was 77 about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago when we were checking. So more power outages becoming an issue.
And we're doing our best to help you stay weather aware, and we've made it easy for you. There's that QR code right there for you to use. Open up your camera, stick it up there, download our app. Lots of information coming in on the app, updates, things that we're telling you here on air. They're coming in on the app as well, whether it's curfews or everything you need to know dealing with Ida as we continue to track Ida here in Acadiana. That's where you find it on the app and right here on air, and also our radio partners at 105.1 should we need them. And
that's where you can listen to our coverage. Should there be a power outage or power goes out, you can still listen on the radio. You know, it doesn't take too much when it comes to winds. We will still have that wind threat throughout the afternoon and evening as Ida continues to move into Louisiana. So, of course, a good option there to continue following our coverage.
Let's take a look at this perspective of Hurricane Ida. This is from NOAA, and this is a view of the storm. This was taken this morning by a research team during a flight on a Hurricane Hunter aircraft. So that's what we're looking at there. That's Ida from above as Hurricane Hunters are flying through the storm to collect data so that we can provide that information for you here at home and those focused on the intensity of this storm in other parts of the
Just seeing that eye is such an interesting view. You just can't even imagine being in that airplane right now. And that's what Rob is talking about when he thinks that sometimes you'll be able to look up and see the stars in some areas of the state. Once the storm passes over, if it maintains its formation there, you'll be able to look up and see, look at that blue sky.
It's incredibly beautiful, but you know that it's ferocious at the same time. But to see that eye wall, and as those Hurricane Hunters are out there gathering information and data for teams like our storm team here and others too. We're looking at a monitor. There's a monitor on this wall. Jim and I keep looking off. So we're watching just like you are at some of these images that are just coming into our newsroom.
And speaking of images coming in, I think we have some video that was from webcams that were set up in Grand Isle, if we can take a look at those. Now the timestamp shows the video was taken this morning at around 6 a.m. These conditions have changed drastically, but just from 6 a.m. when the storm was still, 4 hours away from making landfall or so, look at just how, tropical those conditions are. But the strength of the winds show the movement in the palm trees. There's also storm surge flooding the ground floor under those camps and homes. So again, these conditions have changed drastically, but just a sense of this morning.
And now this is past Christiana, Mississippi. We know we're talking about the southeastern part of Louisiana, but we know that this storm is affecting multiple parts of the Gulf Coast, including past Christiana. That's what we're looking at there. Those are conditions: rough surf, high winds, that camera shaking. We don't know how much longer that one will be online. And there are people out there taking pictures at the pass, taking pictures of the storm as it approaches. Not the safest thing to do, but
no, you want to avoid that for the next few days. Again, we have another emergency going on with the pandemic. We don't want to stress any more healthcare systems than we need to, so just the best advice is to avoid doing that. But those people just, that curiosity gets you. You want to send a picture to your friends and family.
Look at the surf there. I mean, and that's at this point. We know as the storm continues to move inland, it's going to get a little more. Oops,
there goes the hat.
She lost her hat.
There goes the hat. We had the mayor in Delcombe almost lose her umbrella
Her
earlier
umbrella,
today.
she did, but she roughed it out with us.
She sure did. She was with our Scott Brazda. And speaking of, let's check back in with Scott. He joins us again from Delcombe. I believe we have some boats behind him this time. Hey, Scott.
Hi guys, Scott Brazda back here in Delcombe. First, a couple things from the mayor. Mayor Pam Blakely wanted me to correct or update. She said they've been getting a number of calls, one about the curfew. I think our desk got one that said 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. She says it's 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. You might as well play it safe, 9 p.m. and again, stay off the roads. Also, there's been some paperwork circulating around Delcombe saying that there's a mandatory evacuation. She says, remind folks it's a voluntary evacuation. Be safe, whatever I guess you're at the point, whatever you feel comfortable with inside, whatever you want to put at risk and what would make you feel calmer, maybe to move west or to move north. So, That's the word from Mayor Pam Blakely. Now we're here at the Delcom Canal. Of course, it leads right into the Gulf of Mexico when I go that way. And what's interesting, since Justin Green and I have been out here since about 10, we've seen one boat move, and that was really coming in to tie up. You can see all the guys right behind me. They have been tied up, pulled in pretty tight. They're not going anywhere. We saw a gentleman a little while ago who repeated to me, he says, you know, it's not our first rodeo, but let's just say that anytime a hurricane comes around, you get used to it, but your heart beats and jumps just a little bit more. So in Delcom, Scott Brasnick, KATC TV3, the curfew 10 to 6.
All right, 10 to 6 for that curfew. We appreciate that update there, Scott, in Delcom. And here we are, everybody, 1 o'clock in our coverage of Hurricane Ida.
All right, Chief Meteorologist Rob Perillo going to give us a 1 o'clock update on Ida as she is now moved inland into the southeastern part of Louisiana.
Yeah, unfortunately, the storm has not begun to weaken yet. We are still maintaining 150-mile-per-hour winds. Perfect radar representation of a Category 4, nearly a Category 5, making landfall. And again, the donut around the eye wall, that donut of convection that produces that stadium effect that we saw in the video earlier, that is moving in and just about working its way into the Golden Meadow area. Prayers for them. They're seeing the super high winds now, winds gusting likely in the 130, perhaps 150 mile per hour range. Certainly seeing that on the Barrier Islands and still showing lightning here. This means it's carrying its momentum inland, and it'll be a little while longer before this storm begins to weaken. And you can see some of those intense rain bands working their way over toward Grand Isle, which is right here. So very heavy rainfall. That storm surge is greatest right here between Burris and over toward the Grand Isle area. And you see some of those heavier rain bands working their way through NOLA as well. And then even farther south and east we go. In Acadiana, pretty quiet right now, but we are starting to see some of those western outer rain bands edging into the extreme eastern portion of the KTC viewing area. Stevensville, Morgan City, these are the towns that we're most concerned with. Thibodaux seeing a tropical shower right now, and it only gets worse as you go farther south and east. But again, nice to have Power Doppler 3 here. And what we can do is I can always, as we move forward in our coverage tonight, check the velocity here, see if we see anything that shows up like there might be a tornado in it. This is our velocity data, and this is pretty amazing that we can see velocities all the way into the storm. And again, right here, you probably have a damaging wind, so we look for curls in the wind here. So that's going to be very important to us, and we're blessed to have the radar Power Doppler 3 here, the most powerful radar in Acadiana, watching this storm as it moves on through. And this won't be the only storm we have to watch. And again, you can see on the satellite imagery what representation. Again, seeing a lot of cold cloud tops wrapping around the west and the south side. So this is a very, very thick hurricane, a Category 4 hurricane. And here's the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Pressure has not changed. They're keeping it at 930. So that's what we're saying. Mass in motion tends to stay in motion, that momentum of at least the intensity there. And now, if you look at the line, we've been mostly northwesterly, and of late now we're getting radar fixes once an hour. So we're going to have a top of the hour updates on this from here on out, because the National Hurricane Center goes through the local Doppler radars through Slidell and Lake Charles and Mobile to locate the center of the storm. Still expected to gradually weaken, but I think it's going to be a slow process. I think we'll be lucky if it's down to Category 2 by 7 o'clock tonight, as that's going to be near, say, the Gonzales area, perhaps just maybe east of Gonzales, but right by Lake Maurepas, and at the center of the storm just going east of Baton Rouge as we head into the overnight hours. Here's some of the gusts. I can back up on it and show you again where it's blank. The radar, the observation sites are not showing gusts, but where they're populated, that's when we're getting gusts. And look at the gusts down at South Pass and Mississippi Canyon. These are working their way into Galliano right now, and it points to the south as we get into the Golden Meadow area. So that's why we're very nervous for our friends down here across southeast Louisiana. This is 8 o'clock this morning. Then we get you to about noon. We see those gusts approaching in the 60s at New Orleans Orleans Airport, again downtown, even higher gusts. You got the buildings downtown in NOLA, so you're going to have more extreme gusts. I did a study when I was a college student. If you have 60-mile-an-hour winds, but around high rises in buildings, your wind is magnified by 30%. Then you add the gust factor on top of that, so you're going to have flying glass and probably 100-mile-an-hour gusts in downtown in the CBD of NOLA. Maybe not as much in the French Quarter, but in the central business district of New Orleans, where you have all those big buildings, it's going to be a rough go at it there for sure. Here are the latest gusts right now: 60 in NOLA, Galliano coming in at 82, Patterson at 37, 46 at Salt Point down by the coast, 40 in New Iberia, 37 in Lafayette. So we're starting to see those wind gusts coming up. They were in the 20s, but this is going to be the story as we move forward. Those wind gusts increasing to 40, 50, maybe up to 60 miles an hour in Acadiana, but much higher as you go farther to the east. Again, here's the HER model here showing us how things are going to play out. And again, the heaviest rains, the heaviest weather with this storm system staying to the north and east. Graph model, again, our highest resolution model showing that eastern Louisiana on the threat zone, mainly from the Atchafalaya Swamp on eastward, but we'll be watching those rain bands as they get closer to, say, Morgan City and Acadiana as we go into the evening hours. And again, the predictive radar model, let's see if we got an update on this. Yeah, showing some tropical rain bands coming through. We're at 1 o'clock, about 3 or 4 this afternoon. We should see some rain bands moving through the area, but nothing serious. Again, the most serious threat will be across portions of Lower St. Martin and St. Mary parishes. And again, very interesting, this latest run is showing that eye-wall dynamics very close to Lower St. Martin Parish. So this is what we're going to be watching out for. So this is a fresh run, and once an hour, top of every hour, you're going to want to tune in to look at the latest predictive radar here. So we'll watch that again for our parishes in the extreme southeastern portions of Acadiana. As you go farther to the west, mostly a tropical storm wind event, not a tropical storm rain event. So that is the good news for us. And at any time, if I get stuck in my show, I can kind of zoom in here and do all sorts of stuff and get back to the radar as well. But again, that's what we're looking at as we go through the evening. And again, here are the latest wind gusts per the high resolution rapid refresh model, also known as predictive radar. And anywhere in the purple, you're going to see hurricane gusts, maybe gusts as high as 100. And again, you could add 30, 40 miles an hour to these gust values, and these are not ground truth. This is a forecast model. Remember, what happens in the forecast world and the real world are quite often two different things. You know that in South Louisiana weather. But what we look for is consistency, and we know consistently across Acadiana, we're going to see gusts in the 40, 50-mile-an-hour range. Then it's going to be pushing the 60s, 70s, and probably up to 100 for Lower St. Martin and eastern portions of St. Mary Parish. So we'll watch that, and you can clearly see where the center of the storm is going to be, and then what the winds are going to be hour by hour as we head into the overnight hours. And again, just a wind event here in Acadiana and a tropical storm wind event, but that means sporadic power outages for sure across the area. As for rainfall, the short-term HER model here, the predictive radar model, showing how the rains will be piling up. As you go farther into eastern Louisiana, that's going to be the main story. And again, we showed you the extended HER model here that goes out over the next 48 hours or so, gets us through Tuesday morning. Intense flooding likely, extreme eastern Louisiana. And you could probably draw a line just about east of Baton Rouge, east of Morgan City. That's where the heaviest rain threat will be. And I got in the graph model here. I want to show that to you. This takes us through Wednesday morning for the lingering tropical rain bands. And you can see some pretty heavy rains. You know, those tropical rain bands that may develop are going to produce 4 to 8 inches of rain. Right now, the model has it missing Acadiana, and these are totals. So Acadiana, not much rain, but we'll see some of those tropical rain bands as they wrap around. We'll have to be on the lookout for that. And you can see incredible rainfall amounts, more than a foot, maybe 1.5 feet in spots. And this is all going to come in a 6 to 12 hour period. So there is going to be flooding for sure. And we've talked about the storm surge as well. Greatest risk of the surge will be across southeastern Louisiana, mainly from Cocodrie on over through, again, these areas. All these areas in orange and red are going to be underwater, okay? The question is how much. Grand Isle is going to be under 15 feet of water probably, and that doesn't include the wave action on top of that. And then if you're above 15 feet, you're going to have 140, 150 mile per hour wind gusts. And as we understand it, there are 12 people that stayed behind in Grand Isle. Nothing is worth risking your life for, so remember that in the hurricanes as we move forward down along the coast of Acadiana as well. Hopefully the levee systems hold up, but there's going to be significant water going into Lake Pontchartrain, also Lake Maurepas, and then Lake Bourne as well. And again, we'll see how that goes, and we'll see the video on that as we go down the line. So recapping, the storm easing inland. Unfortunately, though, it is still a Category 4 storm, almost a Category 5, so we're splitting hairs here. But again, another high-end Category 4 storm making landfall about 1 year to the date since Hurricane Laura and Acadiana. I want to say we have been quite blessed in our area. And, we had Laura that pounded southwest Louisiana. Then just a few weeks later, we had Delta in the same area. We had winds and some wind damage in our area. Then we had Sally that missed us. Then we had Zeta that came in through here. So we have been very lucky here in Acadiana, and our luck continues at least this time. Of course, we don't want to say that there's no worries at all. There are going to be some worries, and especially for southeastern portions of Acadiana, but the main impacts and the devastating weather with this system is going to be pretty much from Houma on southwestward. Let's see, maybe we'll zoom in and get you, let's get to a town that is south and east. Well, we're pretty much in Marsh here, but we come in and you can see as you go to right about 0.04, that's where we're going to be looking at with respect to the greatest threats close to home. And again, we are seeing some tropical rain showers across the area. We're seeing that as we get up toward Allen Parish. Oops, I want to get into, oh, I'm going the wrong one. Rob, hey, yeah, hit that and then hit that. Now you can zoom in, and basically the computer follows my fingers. Is that crazy technology? But you can see those tropical showers coming through Allen Parish. Again, nothing serious here. We can always check the velocity through Power Doppler 3. And again, we can see a little action going on here. We can put this in motion and show you this is how we're going to be able to pick out tornadoes later on. We have the velocity again, red going away from the radar, green toward the radar. So we'll be watching that very closely as we head throughout this entire storm. But right now, Acadiana in great shape, guys, and that's the way it's going to stay most of the storm. Yeah, we're going to have the 40, 50, maybe 60 mile an hour wind gusts, but that's going to be about it. In fact, it's going to be pretty much a dry hurricane for us and not even a hurricane when it comes to winds, mostly a tropical storm.
I think that just means we're more than ready to help out because there are those areas of the state that are going to need a lot of help.
Aptly put, aptly put.
All right, thanks, Rob.
Well, officials in Jefferson Parish are holding a news conference now. I think we're going to join them live, updating the conditions there and emergency response teams there. That is Jefferson Parish.
We've been working very closely with all our local partners in the levee districts and the flood protection agencies, and so we have a good handle. All the floodgates have been closed and locked in hopes that we can minimize the amount of flooding that's going to occur. The threats that we've been talking about for 3 days are now a reality, and the risks are real. The wind, the rainfall, and the power outages. The majority of the power outages, we are being told, are being caused by trees that are falling. So again, the parish president mentioned that. Do not venture out and get anywhere near those trees and those power lines that are entangled in them. That's extremely dangerous. I just want to mention again that we have high water vehicles that are stationed in strategic locations, and the Louisiana Air National Guard and the West Bank Volunteer Fire Departments under Brian Adams will be coordinating their efforts for any search and rescue that occur afterwards. And I think it's important to mention that we have our essential duty employees are on standby and have been sheltered, and the moment that it's safe for them to get out and start their damage assessment runs, they will do so. And that is all I have to say. I do want to say real quickly, though, I said now is not the time to become complacent. stay with us for another 36 hours. Stay indoors. Don't venture out on the streets. And do not venture out after the storm passes. Give us time to get an assessment on what needs to be repaired and to get those roads open and those traffic lights up and running. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Next up, we will have our Director of Public Works, Mr. Mark Drews.
Thank you, Madam President. We'll start with drainage first. Right now, we're in very good shape. Fortunately, over the last 12 hours on the east and west bank, we've had basically 1 inch or less of rain. So all our canal levels are very low right now. We have full pumping capacity right now. And again, as a preemptive strategy, all our major pump stations we've already transferred to generator power so we can avoid the potential of loss of pumping capacity temporarily if we would have had an outage later. Similarly, we did the same thing with our 2 water plants because if we have that drop in pressure, it can have a detrimental effect on our hospitals. So our 2 plants are on generator power already, and they're performing fine. Our biggest issue, again, is also going to be the energy power outages. As we've said before, it is important that you stay off the streets because if your area doesn't have power, then those traffic signals do not work, okay? And we will not be able to attempt to restore any of our traffic signals probably until Monday. The same thing with our sewer system. Again, every time the power goes out, we have 500 small lift stations throughout the parish. So the areas where we have no power, those lift stations do not function. So we're asking right now that you please conserve the water that goes down your drain, which basically try not to do wash unless you need to or take long showers. Because even though you may have power in your area and your lift station is working, lift stations are interconnected. So you may be pumping to a lift station that is out. But other than that, Public Works is ready. We'll be ready to respond. As they said, we have people pre-positioned, so we will immediately go out, assess the damages, and start clearing our roads and streets so we can start the recovery process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Our next speaker is Chief Administrative Assistant Sarah Babcock.
Good afternoon. This morning we've been in close contact with all of our healthcare facilities. We already have multiple hospitals and nursing homes across the parish who are operating on generator power, but all of them are able to currently provide essential services.
Those are Jefferson Parish officials having a news conference now, briefing people in that area on conditions there. We've heard them say they switched over to generator power for their pumping and sewer systems. They're asking people to conserve water at this point, not to do any unnecessary things like washing or taking long showers, because where the system may be working in one area, it might not be in another. You're dealing with some power outages and those kinds of things. So we're seeing the effects. We heard them talk about preparations. Now they're talking about what's going to happen in recovery once Ida has moved through. We should also let you know that Governor Edwards will be holding a news conference. It's scheduled for about 2 o'clock, so we'll be taking that as well. We'll be hearing from the governor in just a little bit within this hour.
And here we are a little after 1:17. Everybody, KATC's news teams are spread all across Acadiana to bring you team coverage of Hurricane Ida. We have Scott Brazda in Delcombe, Katie Easter and Victor Georges in St. Mary Parish, and Iman Boyd in Iberia Parish. Those are our crews who are on shift right now, and we begin tonight with Victor Georges joining us live in Morgan City this afternoon. Victor.
Hey guys, so we're still here in Morgan City, and if you're joining our team coverage now, I do want to show you something. So I am 6'4", and if you zoom out here a little bit, you can just see how massive these floodgates are. These have been shut since Friday. Like I said, we were here earlier this week talking to folks as the storm was heading this way, and they tell us that they're not taking any chances, that they have this down to a science, but again, they're not taking any chances. Just look at how massive this thing is, and it is made of a very strong material. I hope my mic picks this up, but look, it's definitely made up of metal here. Now, conditions are changing a little bit out here near Morgan City. Things are getting a little hazy, and I'll show you that in just 1 second. And let me just say this, if this situation wasn't eerie before, it for sure is now. I mean, look at that water. You can definitely see some of those waves starting to form. If you zoom in all the way to the bottom of that bridge right there, you'll be able to see some of that foam as the waves start to form there. And again, look at that, like the air right there, the atmosphere is definitely a little bit hazy. And another thing that I want you guys to keep in mind is definitely things are changing very, very rapidly. And so that's very important. You need to keep that in mind for your safety, because 1 second we're able to walk very close to the river, and then in the next few seconds things start to pick back up. The way I described it a little bit earlier is actually kind of like if somebody just had an on and off switch for this, because 1 second, like I said, you're standing fine, and in a few seconds maybe the wind is pushing me up towards the camera there. So again, if you're outside for any reason, maybe wrapping up those preparations or anything really, but just keep that in mind. Make sure that things are changing very, very quickly. We'll have the latest updates here from Morgan City. Back to you guys.
We're going to wipe down that lens as well, just in the matter of that live shot, how quickly things and conditions can change out there in Morgan City, and what a difference just a few hours makes. It's been a few hours. We've been on the air since 10 o'clock, and just seeing Victor in Morgan City, how quickly it's changed.
Yeah, you know, when we came on the air, things were calm for the most part with all of our reporters who were out in the field. And like Jim said, you know, just in a matter of hours, there we are with conditions changing. We're going to join our Katie Easter now in Jeanerette, who is standing by with the mayor. Katie.
Well, guys, we're still dry over here, thankfully, but you can really see behind me this wind has been coming and going. You know, I have been telling you guys it's been calm, and then just out of nowhere we kind of get these gusts. So it has definitely been picking up. I actually have the mayor here with me now. You know, the town, you guys do have a curfew starting at 6 p.m. this evening. What do you think is most important for these residents and these people living around this area to know about the storm today?
Well, absolutely taking all safety precautions, and that being either have evacuated, going somewhere else, find somewhere to stay, as well as certainly not being on the streets. And what we've done, certainly, as you said, the curfew will begin at 6 p.m. tonight, all the way through 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. And our concerns as public officials, myself, the marshals, my staff, the police chief, all of the public officials, is that of public safety first, and we're doing what we have to do there. Everyone's been very, very cooperative. The businesses have closed early, and most of them. And we have a couple that are still open, but we've gone along with our plans, and unfortunately, this is not our first little rodeo. We've been down this road before. As a matter of fact, 2 years ago when I came into office, my second week, we had Hurricane Barry. And so that was quite a baptizing, and so we're okay. Everybody's on the same page, follow the script, and we've been meeting with parish officials. Certainly after the Governor Edwards issued the emergency declaration, so we're all on board. We're all on board.
Of course, I know they're saying like we're really expecting it to really pick up out here in Mary Parish later this evening. So how important really is it that people stay inside? I mean, I think really now is the time to start getting inside, but how important really is it that these people stay indoors?
Well, the winds, which you can't see, but you certainly feel, and projectiles, if there's any loose debris or even trees and branches, what we have done, our public works have taken an extra effort to go about and checking wherever there might be some loose stuff and taking care of that. But yeah, if you're inside, you have a high probability of not getting injured, and that's the important thing. Yeah.
Of course. Well, thank you so much for Mayor with joining us today. And again, of course, No, I already got you. I appreciate you so much for coming out with us. I mean, like you can see during that interview, that those gusts of winds, they are starting to come out here. And like I said, though, thankfully, we're still dry. We're not seeing those heavy rains. I do believe that we will soon, but live here in Jeanerette, Katie Easter, KTC TV3.
And as we approach the bottom of the hour, everybody, a reminder, Governor Edwards is expected to address the state at 2 o'clock. We'll bring that, of course, live on air as it happens. And with all the latest developments, again, you can stay weather aware and aware of all the news headlines and the headlines that are coming in with Hurricane Ida by downloading the KATC News and Weather app. And of course, be sure to tune on those notifications. We have this QR code at the bottom of your screen. That way, just take a picture of that. That'll bring you right to the App Store.
So let's head back over to Mississippi. Pascagoula police have a warning for people who are near the beach boulevard. They're asking everyone to avoid the area as water is starting to cover the road there. Officers there say this is not the time for joyriding, of course, as we keep hearing that as conditions worsen, it is not the time for people to be out. We heard that from Jeanerette, now all the way from Pascagoula as well.
The Marine Center at the Louisiana University's Marine Consortium is now recording winds of 80 miles per hour. They've set up a camera in Cocodrie this morning. The depth of the water there was just above 7 feet. Now, no staff members were inside of that facility. That camera was just set up and ready to go, but you can see the conditions there. I'm not sure, I can't quite read that time stamp up top. I'm not sure if that's current.
1222? Yeah,
Okay,
122,
so
1322.
Yes,
so
that's
it's
current right now. Those are the conditions that they're seeing at that facility in Cocodrie.
And if you're having trouble finding a hurricane shelter in your area, you're asked to reach out to call 211, or if someone here is staying with you or you know that is in Acadiana temporarily, 211 is the number they can reach out to, 898-211 as well to get shelter information. There are shelters all across parts of the state. We know the eastern part of the state, I mentioned some earlier, in parishes near Baton Rouge, also some shelter information near New Orleans. The most recent, I saw that they opened the Raising Cane Center right there in Baton Rouge along the river as a shelter should people in that area need to go. And we're helping you stay weather aware. And as Jim mentioned, you know, our app is the place to do it. There you go. There's the QR code. Hold your camera up there, access the QR code, and you can stay up to date with us as we get new information.
I'm just refreshing the Louisiana Power Outage web service there, poweroutage.us, if you want to follow along. It's reporting more than 198,000 customers without power. Again, this isn't a complete picture. Not all utilities are represented here, but it's the best picture we have in terms of what the state is dealing with. More than 198,000 customers without power, most of them down there in Southeast Louisiana. Plaquemines Parish in the alert there with the red, meaning about 100%, almost 100% of its customers without power at this time. If power outages do become an issue for us, we do still have the threat of wind. It doesn't take much to take down a power line. Town Square Media is simulcasting our coverage on 105.1. They are our radio partner during our storm. The coverage will continue throughout the day.
Yeah, we know that Ida's winds and water are battering battering is a very light word, I believe. Battering Grand Isle at this point. One of the hardest hit areas in the state is going to be Grand Isle. Many people here go there, they fish there, they camp there. Things are going to change. I think we have a picture or some video.
This is video coming in from Grand Isle. Yeah, Christy Angelette there sharing this video. This was a little bit earlier this morning before the brunt of the storm, and we know at least 12 people. I'm seeing reports of up to 24 people that have been that have chosen to ride out the storm in Grand Isle. As we've been talking all morning, it's going to really be an island once Ida is passed, but just those were the conditions that we were seeing this morning in Grand Isle. That video again coming from Christy Angelette in Grand Isle.
And let's talk about Canal Street, New Orleans. I think we have some video from there, flooding and raining along Canal Street in the city of New Orleans. We talked about the Central Business District. Rob talked about the winds and the shattering of glass and how the impacts, you hear the winds are this speed, but once you get some other things into play, they're often greater than what is expected. We must not have that video or that photo from New Orleans.
Yeah, I think it may have just gone down as we were talking about it. But just beforehand, there were just more trees starting to take the impacts of Ida as well as the storm gets closer and the impacts of Ida get closer to New Orleans.
Well, generators, we know that if we lose power here, lots of you will be using your generators, and there's so much information for you to remember while you're using them. Never use them inside of your home or garage. Your generator should be kept dry. You don't want it to get wet. You don't want to plug it in directly into a wall outlet. That could be dangerous for yourself, your neighbors, and electricians as power is restored. Also, make sure you let your generator cool before you refuel it. We know after Hurricane Laura, we saw a number of deaths resulting from improper use of generators. So we're trying to avoid that. We're going to keep reminding you about that one over and over and over again. just to help keep everyone safe as we're dealing with this storm.
And just before 1:30, here we are. Let's check in with Chief Meteorologist Rob Perillo. And Rob, Ida showing any signs of weakening yet?
No, not at this point. It is very disconcerting when you see a hurricane, and you can see from a radar standpoint, we're using Slidell and Power Doppler 3 to look at this storm right here. It's very disconcerting to see that you see the whole donut, the whole eye wall all the way around this. Now we're starting to see that break up just a little bit in the northwestern flank, but again, this is a very powerful storm. Golden Meadow getting hit the hardest right now with those tropical rain bands producing strong winds and just piling that water up through the Grand Isle area and points to the east as well. A very intense storm here, and again, we've been kind of checking out velocities here, and you can just, if you want to do some interrogation, I can do some interrogation here around the Golden Meadow area. Not picking up a whole lot. Now this is from our Doppler radar. I could switch this over to Slidell's radar, but we'll get to that in just a bit. But nonetheless, a very intense storm here that is showing, again, no signs of letting up. You have kind of two eye walls. If this was over water, you'd have one eye wall, and this would be the outer eye wall, and this inner eye wall would collapse, and the outer eye wall would move in. But now this is what we're going to have going forward. We're going to have damaging winds, gusts over 100 to up to 130, 140, 150 in this area. Then the next one, you're going to have gusts to 75 to 100, and then farther away, you're going to have gusts to 60 to 75, and that's how it goes in these storms. So one, obviously you don't want to be hit by the eye wall, but two, you don't want to be hit by this secondary wall that goes around the storm, and it is quite unique to see two very well-developed concentric areas of convection that are producing damaging winds and everything you get in a hurricane, and likely isolated tornadoes as well. One thing we will notice, this is, how long is this loop? Let's see, it goes just back to 1:30, but let's bring it back to the 2-hour loop here, and I just want to kind of zoom in and show you the lightning activity that we've seen with this. And I just messed that up. But again, you can see the lightning is beginning to diminish, and that is a good news. That means the storm is probably on the way to start weakening, and it should. But mind you, we always say hurricanes don't lose their intensity until they move inland. Well, look where we are. We're still in the coastal marsh, so which has water temperatures in the 85 to 90 degree range. So this is still essentially over water. What has changed? Friction of the land, that is going to make for more gustiness in these tropical bands, where the winds will die down to 50 to 60, and then all of a sudden they'll race up to 130 to 140. So locally here in Acadiana, as we switch it over to Power Doppler 3, not a whole lot going on. We do have some scattered showers, and we'll have to watch for these outliers as we go on, but just some shower activity that we're seeing across the area. And you can see how those showers have been moving generally from the northeast to the southwest. And again, you're going to have some gusty winds in some of these showers. Get over to the velocity mode here. And again, we can kind of see some of the gustiness here. We'll just kind of pick out a few spots and see if we can hit this. Let me just make sure I get my query button here picked. There we go. And it follows my finger very closely. Not showing much. 34-mile-an-hour winds. Not much behind the tropical shower, but ahead of the tropical shower. That's where you have your 31-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So you're seeing some 30, 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts with some of these cells. Now, we get into the southeastern portions of Acadiana, and again, these are the areas that we'll be watching on our Doppler radar. We do have some tropical showers moving in, but those worst tropical showers well to the east, into the Houma area, Chauvin, and again, as we go farther east. Now, this is just Power Doppler 3. This is not using the Slidell radar, and look how well we're picking this storm up. And you'll notice much higher resolution compared to, say, the National Weather Service Doppler radars. If I just throw on the sweeps here, it's going to show National Weather Service Doppler radars. If I go right here, this shows you our Doppler radar. One, it smooths things out and gives us much higher resolution as well. Of course, you get over to the Slidell radar, you're going to be picking up on the more intense rainfall because the radar's closer to us. But that's why KATC went ahead and invested in a radar, and we got to thank Scripps about that for investing in a radar that pretty much covers Acadiana and doesn't, Lake Charles. If we put the other radars on once again, the Lake Charles radar, which by the way went down after Hurricane Laura, so we were using Fort Polk last year for Hurricane Delta, and we didn't have one tornado warning issued in Hurricane Delta. And every hurricane produces about 100, maybe 200 tornadoes. About 20 or 30 of them get picked up by Weather Service radar, and tornado warnings go out for them. But most of those tornadoes last for just a minute or two, and that's why we had to invest $750,000, a little bit more than that, on getting a radar here in Acadiana so we can watch the storms in St. Mary Parish. The Doppler radar in Lake Charles would shoot St. Mary Parish 8,000 to 10,000 feet. Fort Polk, it was up to 12,000 feet. So now we're going to be shooting this at much lower levels. But fortunately, guys, Acadiana is going to miss the bullet on this hurricane, but it's going to be a much different story for our friends off to the east of us.
All right, Rob, we'll check in with you momentarily. We want to break over to the governor now. He's doing a news conference a little bit earlier, updating everybody on the state as Hurricane Ida makes landfall.
Since our last press conference yesterday afternoon. So we're still looking at a very strong Category 4 hurricane making landfall, likely in Terrebonne Parish, tomorrow afternoon or evening. Now, the forecasted landfall is for 7 p.m. What I want to make sure people understand is that's the point at which the leading edge of the eye wall will cross from the Gulf onto land. At that point in time, about half of the storm is already over land. So don't listen to that and think you have until 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. But before the storm.
All right, everybody, that's actually yesterday's news conference with Governor Edwards. We apologize for that. We are expecting to hear from Governor Edwards, though, at around 2 o'clock. I thought it was a bit early when we saw 1:35.
Yeah, normally they're pretty prompt on their timing, but it is on the governor's office live stream there. It must have inadvertently been put up.
Yeah, they just haven't started the news conference, but
yeah,
2 o'clock is when we are expecting Governor Edwards to again brief everybody on the statewide what we're seeing with the impacts from Hurricane Ida. Again, the storm made landfall over Port Fourchon at around 11:55 today as a strong Category 4 storm.
That's right. Ida striking on the 16th anniversary of the historically devastating Hurricane Katrina, 16 years to the day, and we all remember what Katrina did to the city of New Orleans. Here's some video of Canal Street. We talked about this just a little while ago, of Canal Street. There it is. The rains have moved in. There's some flooding along Canal Street. We know that area, some parts of Canal Street flood pretty often in a heavy rain, but clearly we're going to see that continuing to occur throughout the city. And this is video of Katrina back in 2005. Images that I think if you were living here, no matter where you were in this country, these images have kind of stuck with you over the years. Pretty tough to see.
And obviously just this date as well.
The date is one that looms.
Just so difficult for so many people, and then to have this adding insult to that injury, and Ida just, so many woke up to that headline today that this was approaching a Category 5 storm. It made landfall again as a Category 4, but just with New Orleans in its sight, it had to be so difficult.
We heard Governor Edwards tell CNN, they asked about, Governor Katrina equated to a levee system that failed and caused utter and complete devastation in that city. And the governor said, we have done a lot of work. The levee system failure during Katrina should not be seen now. The systems have been upgraded and updated, and we've already said this, that Katrina was the lesson, and now Ida is the test.
Yeah, and
they
were addressing that today in New Orleans. The head of infrastructure saying that they have full confidence in the levee system, that it is the strongest on the planet. They were saying that this will be the test, though. We thought we might have had some tests last year, and in a way they did with Hurricane Zeta at the end of last hurricane season. The impacts were felt there in New Orleans, and this is a stronger, much different storm this time around. So yeah, the lesson was Katrina. The test could be Hurricane Ida.
And the governor mentioned that, you know, his concern, clearly he's concerned about every area that's going to be impacted here in Louisiana, but with the levee system in place, he was confident that it would hold. He said it's areas like Terrebonne and Lafayette parishes that don't have that same type levee system that are cause for more concern for utter catastrophe.
And
there.
let's listen in. The governor did do an interview earlier today with CNN. Here's what he had to say.
It's 16 years to the day since Hurricane Katrina hit. Louisiana is still feeling the effects. A lot of people in your state know, and I don't know how many of our viewers do, it wasn't just Hurricane Katrina that so devastated New Orleans. It was the failure of the levee system there. Are your levees ready? Have they been rebuilt? Can they withstand a Category 5 storm?
Yeah, well, all of our modeling shows us right now that the hurricane and storm risk reduction system that protects the greater New Orleans area, Orleans and Jefferson parishes for the most part, but also some others, it will withstand the storm surge. And there's been tremendous investment in this system since Hurricane Katrina. This will be the most severe test, if you will, of that system. But we believe that system is going to hold. The integrity of that system will be able to withstand the storm surge. And it's really the storm surge that drives evacuations in hurricane situations more than anything else. Where we're less confident is further south, where you have other protection systems that are not built to that same standard. And the most important thing was getting those people out, whether it's Lafayette Parish, Terrebonne Parish, lower lying areas of Jefferson Parish on the West Bank, for example. That's where we are most concerned about the impact of storm surge. And I can tell you those areas depopulated extremely well. And we had people evacuate from this storm who haven't evacuated in the past. So we're hopeful that enough people got out that we will avoid the very worst that this storm could offer in terms of storm surge.
And that's so good to hear that people left those areas of concern, those areas that aren't protected by such an advanced levee system. The governor's saying there that people who had never evacuated before heeded the warnings and went ahead and left those areas.
And they did have that mandatory evacuation order in those areas, and we did see all that traffic on I-10 yesterday as people were headed west just to get out of harm's way, just in case. You can never take a chance, especially even yesterday when we knew this was going to be a Category 4, and as forecasted, it made landfall.
A very strong Category 4 at that. Well, we're going to come back to Acadiana, talk about what's happening here, our conditions here, our team coverage, our teams all over the place. Iman Boyd joining us now live from Mary Parish. Iman.
Jim, Marcel, things are seemingly calm here. We actually switched locations. We are coming from the Spanish Lake. We're now here at the Port of Iberia. The wind speed is about 25-30 miles per hour, and it'll progress as the time goes on. And within the next hour or so, we will see some rainfall coming in, but I just want to give you a look behind me. It's kind of eerie here if you really think about it, because this is something we don't normally see. The boats are docked here at the port, and you can actually see that the water levels are just a little bit lower than normal. We're actually told that the water levels are a little lower because of northerly winds pushing the water out. And just to give you an idea of what that actually looks like, that's about a foot lower than what it normally would be. And during Hurricane Laura and Delta, the water levels were at about 9 feet. And the concern still here, even though that the storm is moving a little further east, is the potential for storm surge here in the area. But overall, here in New Iberia, the tropical storm will be coming in within the next 30 minutes or so, like I mentioned. But on our way here, when we were switching locations, there weren't that many cars on the road, so that is a really good sign. Officials here say that everybody should stay inside, even though that we won't see the brunt of the storm like we previously thought we would. But we'll keep you updated as those conditions change within the next 30 minutes. Live in New Iberia, Iman Boyd, KATC, TV3.
I think the winds have certainly picked up there in Iman's location. There again, we have our teams all across Acadiana as we are tracking the impacts from Hurricane Ida. Let's check in now with Victor Georges. He reports live from Morgan City for us. Victor.
Hey guys, checking in here from Morgan City, where conditions, they're continuously changing very drastically, and right now it's kind of like minute to minute. Let me show you. The water here is just from the Atchafalaya River. It's getting choppier and choppier. I would say every few minutes. Like I showed you in the last time we were on air, we showed you a part of the bridge, and you could really start to see that foam kind of forming, and the wind is picking back up. again, like I keep saying over and over here, it kind of changes from one moment to the next. It's crucial if you're outdoors. I mean, one moment I was standing still, the next moment it was very tough to just be able to stand still. Now, another thing I want to let you know, earlier today I spoke to a man who says where I'm standing right now, which is on the other side of the seawall, has actually been completely underwater. Now, these little markers here, the white things on the top of these poles, this has fully been underwater. So imagine where I'm standing, fully submerged. Again, let's take a look at that bridge one more time. Not a lot of activity on it, really none at all, which is a good sign. It's telling me that people are staying put, which is exactly what we should be doing right now. Again, conditions changing drastically here in Morgan City, I'm sorry. And of course, we'll keep having the latest updates from here, from this parish. Back to you.
All right, Victor George is reporting live in Morgan City. As you know, the winds are picking up. We're seeing the water obviously eminent of that, or representative of that. And Blake, I think, is with Victor wiping off the camera because there is some rain out there.
We heard from Morgan City Police a little while ago, and they are saying that they're starting to see some the effects of the storm down trees and some down power lines in that area as well. So the impacts are reaching our viewing area, reaching St. Mary Parish indeed.
As we've been talking, though, Acadiana definitely spared the brunt of Hurricane Ida. There are some areas in Acadiana that will see those impacts more so along the coast, because if you look outside, I tried to peek out a little earlier here in Lafayette. We're not really seeing much of anything. It's a little maybe breezy here or there. The sky's kind of cloudy, but peeking through, the sun's peeking through. So it's really just such a vast difference no matter where you go. In Acadiana, because certainly parts south and along the coast, they're going to be seeing those impacts.
And our storm team has been talking about Daniel earlier, Rob, since he's been on shift, that what we're going to feel, tropical storm effects that we're going to feel, aren't going to happen right now. They're going to come in later hours of the day. So it's easy to get relaxed and think, oh, Ida's really not going to affect us. And no, the brunt of this storm is not. However, there will be some impacts across parts of Acadiana.
And it was such a massive storm as well, like east to west. Yesterday they were saying, you know, impacts 150 miles east, 150 miles west. You just had to be ready, and that's what's happening.
And as Daniel explained, this was something that I can now hold as a visual, that once the storm makes its way inland, the power of the storm starts to push outward, which is why so many hours are going to go by from landfall until when we start to feel our effects here in Acadiana, that the energy of the storm moves outwardly and starts to spread now that it's dealing with things like trees and so much that over the water it didn't have to deal with. It's just, you know, water. But now when you get to land, it's now interacting with so many other elements that the energy starts to shift outwardly.
The storm made landfall at 11:55 today over Port Fourchon. You're looking at that satellite imagery for us, and you know, when we were talking to Rob a little earlier, we were waiting to see if it's showing signs of weakening just yet. But you know, we're still kind of watching for that, and we'll be checking in with Rob throughout the afternoon. We are still waiting for Governor Edwards, expected to give a news conference in about 15 minutes or so, just to update everybody on state efforts when it comes to, it's still very early in recovery. We can't really call it recovery just yet because the storm is still moving.
Yeah, we're still in the midst of, but we heard from the Jefferson Parish officials. We also heard in the news conference with New Orleans Mayor Latoya Cantrell earlier that they were starting to talk about recovery and how their high water vehicles were on standby and crews were waiting and the National Guard was there, and because they know recovery is going to be a huge effort, especially in these days once the storms move out of the area, and long-term recovery as well. I think that's something we look at Lake Charles. We've talked about this week at the 1-year anniversary just Friday, that here we are and there's so much recovery and so much work still to be done an entire year later after Hurricane Laura.
And the mayor there in Lake Charles really just sounding the alarm really throughout the year that they're still waiting for that federal assistance. So yeah, recovery, can't quite call it that just yet and talk about it just yet. We are still feeling the brunt of Hurricane Ida here in Louisiana, but there is so much work to be done. The National Guard has been activated in New Orleans alone. I think I saw more than 160 guardsmen and women on standby, ready to get to work. And in those areas where they are seeing the brunt of the storm, they kind of have to hang tight for now. Those crews can't go out until it's safe to do so, and that's going to be a number of hours.
And I think we can rest assured that they will as soon as it's safe for them to do so. They're, you know, they know the work that's ahead of them. Many of them have been here and responded to these type of storms even just last year before. So they know the work that's ahead. They're ready to do so. They just can't do it until it's safe. If you are in our area or you know someone who is in an area of concern, you can dial 211 to get shelter information. We know that there are shelters in the area in eastern Louisiana that are opening for people once the storm has moved, should they need somewhere safe to go. So that information is at 898-211, or you can just dial 211 here in Acadiana.
And a sign of the impacts of Hurricane Ida, the power outages being reported across Louisiana. At this check, more than 233,000 power outages have been reported statewide. There's the map. This is poweroutage.us. It provides us the best picture of power outages across the state. Not every utility is represented, but it's certainly giving us an idea of what southeastern Louisiana is starting to go through. You see Terrebonne Parish, Lafourche Parish, Plaquemines Parish, really the hardest hit when it comes to those outages. But again, more than 233,000 outages, customers without power right now.
Back here at home, there are some curfews that will be in effect this evening as we make it into the evening hours. Acadia Parish, Iberia, Lafayette, St. Martin, St. Mary, Vermilion, there are curfews in effect. Some of them in municipalities, other of them parish-wide. We have that information for you on our app and KATC.com as well. So parish curfews, we're starting to see a few more curfews, including the city of Lafayette. Curfew came in for Lafayette Parish. The mayor president issued that not long ago. So as the day progresses and nightfall approaches and our conditions start to change a bit as we start seeing the tropical storm effects of the storm, there may be more curfews, so that's something for you to be aware of. But if you already are hunkered down, I saw someone saying on social media they were counting the times they heard that phrase used on air. You will already be safe and not need to worry about a curfew. Only essential personnel to be out on roads.
All right, here we are approaching 1:50. Governor Edwards again expected to address the state in about 10 minutes. But in the meantime, let's head over to Chief Meteorologist Rob Perillo, who's been doing some more analysis with Hurricane Ida. What are you looking at, Rob?
Well, Jim, I just heard 10 minutes. Does that mean I can go for a 10-minute weathercast? Okay. Because you know I always go over, right? So here's a story with respect to the storm. And if you're just joining our coverage, you've been running the roads and getting things set up. Again, Acadiana in a much better place than Southeast Louisiana. And this is the latest radar representation as we dial into 6 radars. We got Shreveport, Fort Polk. We got Lake Charles. Of course, we have Power Doppler 3, the newest radar of the bunch. We have Slidell. And we're also dialed in through Mobile here. And again, you can see this storm looks incredibly organized for a storm that's making landfall at this hour. And again, you can just see it easing in. But we say making landfall, but it's making wetlands fall at this point. It is not land. It's a lot of wetlands. There are some spots that are dry, such as Golden Meadow. You get on Highway 1 here down to our Grand Isle. Grand Isle, I just saw a video posted on Facebook before a camera went down, and it looked like there was about 8 feet of water in this structure, and then the water was splashing over the camera, and that was it. So a very intense storm here, and you can see the outer rain bands just beginning their work their way through the New Orleans area. You've had a round. You're in the clear right now, but the more solid rain's beginning to move in probably over the next hour or so. And I know we have a lot of folks in the NOLA area that have come to visit us here in Lafayette and in Acadiana, and folks in the southeastern parishes of Acadiana. So we're going to give you an update on what we're expecting here locally and what's going to be going on farther to the east. Now, locally in Acadiana, pretty quiet picture. We do have some tropical showers across Jeff Davis Parish. Let me kind of come back to this and put this in motion here. And again, we do have some tropical showers moving through Allen Parish and into Jeff Davis Parish. These are not serious showers. They'll produce 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and we'll show you the gusts in just a bit. But we're most concerned with action that's going to be down in lower St. Martin Parish and into eastern portions of St. Mary Parish. Morgan City, Stevensville are the 2 towns we're most concerned with. The concern drops off dramatically as we get up toward Franklin and Jeanerette, but nonetheless, there's going to be some gusty winds down here, but again, you can see the heavier tropical rain bands over toward the Houma area. This is where you're going to see the threat of hurricane gusts, and then you get farther south and east. And remind you, we're just shooting this with our radar. You're going to see the damaging winds Galliano through the Chauvin area, and of course down through Grand Isle. Again, here's Grand Isle. You can see those very heavy tropical rain bands working their way through the Grand Isle area. So again, more than likely you have a gustnado going here, probably in these hot spots. This is where you're seeing gusts to 150 or better. Again, remember, we're talking about a storm that has sustained winds at 150, and boy, does this look like an organized storm or what. Concentric eye wall here, as we showed you, an inner eye wall, a little bit of an outer eye wall on the radar representation. And as of 1:45 this afternoon, I don't think we have a new update on the official track here, but we're at 1 o'clock. It still had 150 mile per hour winds, but this is going to change. The pressure is going to begin to rise, and the winds are gradually going to, the sustained winds are gradually going to diminish, moving to the northwest at 13, but it looks like it's moving a little bit more north-northwest versus northwest based on the radar fixes. Now we're getting those hourly updates, so we'll have a new one for you coming up shortly at 2 o'clock, probably after the governor's press conference. Again, still expect to be a Cat 2 and well into a Cat 2, maybe still a Cat 3 as this crosses I-10 right around the Gonzales area, just east of there, and then continues to move northward with time. Here are the latest wind gusts. I was adding some observation locations so we can look at all the wind gusts, and if it's blank, either we're out of power or not reporting gusts. So in Acadiana, not reporting gusts at this 7 a.m. time frame, but if down here we had some wind gusts, West Delta 227A, over 100 mile an hour gusts, maybe to about 120, and some of these platforms are elevated, but this is certainly representative of a large category 4 storm for sure. Now the gusts, as we progress, unfortunately we lose all the offshore locations, the platform data or data such as Grand Isle that we were getting some gusts, no longer going to happen there. And again, you're only as good as the power that's getting to your weather equipment. And you can see Homa out, Amaretta Pass is out. So we do have Salt Point, New Iberia, gusts to 40 at the last hour, 37 in Lafayette, 32 in Abbeville, Opelousas 25, lower gusts back to the west. I think the gusts have to be over 20 for them to be reported. And again, we even are getting the freshwater canal locks here. So we'll be watching these locations, Patterson and Berwick. We're getting in the 30s, 37. Thibodeau at this hour 40, but look at Galliano, gusts to 92, 43 in Gretna, 59 in NOLA, 53 in Reserve, 41 in Gonzales, Baton Rouge coming in at 32, Zachary at 15. I got to kind of adjust some of these, but was trying to get some of the wind locations across southeast Louisiana. So the winds beginning to pick up. Here's the latest HER model, again, showing the storm as it moves inland. But let's get to the, I wanted to do the predictive radar, see if we got another run coming in here, because this updates once an hour. And again, it shows you the storm advancing northward through Lafourche and Terrebonne Parish, then heading just to the west of the NOLA area. And we continue to see that storm moving to the north as well. The printer was printing. I thought it was a wind gust. You know, we go by wind gusts, hearing them here at the station, because sometimes we get an updated report there. And I'll just go ahead and check that just while we're on air, and we can go through that predictive radar once again. Okay, here we go. It's a Hurricane Ida updated storm track. So let me just back up in my show here, and we'll get to that. And this is the 2 o'clock bulletin. That's why I have the printer right off the screen here. So if something's happening, it's printing out. So now we're down to 145 mile per hour winds, 934 millibars. So the pressure's beginning to go up, but still a dangerous storm. Anyway, you slice it, still Cat 4, moving to the northwest at 12. Last hour was 13, so slowing down a little bit. But that's typically going to happen as we start interacting with land. But you do want this storm to be moving along. You don't want it to slow down any more than that, because that's when the rainfall is going to be piling up. So forecast track is not going to change. That will change with the 4 p.m. bulletin, but now we're kind of getting away from track. We have the latest status, yes, but we'll track everything with the radar, and that's going to be the story as we move forward here. So again, this is what we have at this point. Hurricane Ida, still a Category 4 storm, 145 mile per hour winds. Let me back it up and we'll get to the radar again, because, pardon me, that's how we're going to track it And it's a little concerning if the voice is starting to go already, and we've only been on air for a couple of hours here. It's going to be a long night. Tie's coming off later on, and jacket, and who knows? It may get a little frisky later on this evening. But we can joke around because the threat here in Acadiana is not so bad, but it is such a serious situation for Southeast Louisiana. And again, you see that storm right where the Hurricane Center was putting. Remember, we were tracking the line, the direct part. And I like plotting up the line, but we got to remember a hurricane's not just a line, it's a wide swath of an area, but I like to see where the center point is going to go, and just over the last 24 hours, Hurricane Center was pretty much on the Terrebonne, Lafayette Parish line, and that's what we're seeing on the Doppler radar at this hour. Pretty much eastern portions of Terrebonne Parish and the western portion of Lafayette Parish. In fact, most of Lafayette Parish is going to see major hurricane conditions, and that's what's happening in the Golden Meadow area. Golden Meadow, the winds are about to die down, and you're about to see the sun come out. Hard to believe what that video we were showing you earlier from the hurricane hunters. You have the stadium effect, and Bradley, what we'll need to do is let's set up that mesoscale floater visible image. Let's see if we can see what that looks like coming up in the next weathercast. We'll set that up for you. And of course, not only here, I'm here, meteorologist Bradley Benoit's manning the weather lab, getting all the data in. And as we get closer, he'll be on velocity watch because we'll be watching the Doppler velocities with this as well. But this is the storm, a powerful storm. We have the inner eye wall, kind of almost an outer eye wall or an outer band that's going to have hurricane force conditions. But this donut right here, this is what you don't want to be hit with when it comes to a hurricane and when it comes to an intense hurricane such as we're seeing right here. So Golden Meadow, Galliano, right in the eye wall. This is not populated, but you can see that eye wall just east of the Duloc area, but nonetheless Homa involved with this as well. So very intense right around the Galliano area. We'll come in even closer here. The LaRose area on the threat scale as well. And locally here in Acadiana, we are in much better shape, thank goodness. As we take a look at Power Doppler 3, not a whole lot going on here locally. And let's get back to this and show you the big picture and come on in even closer. And this is what we can do too as we move forward. Let's do some tracking, see if we see any tornado vortex signatures, and we're not right now. Just showing heavy rainfall, but we'll probably see those showing up as well. And this is where we're pulling National Weather Service data when it shows us whether we have any rotation showing up. And you're not going to see a whole lot until the storm actually gets closer to the NWS Doppler radar when it comes to storm tracking. But already some very heavy rains have been piling up just east and southeast of the Golden Meadow area. 7 inches of rain just about edging in, but rain's not the problem here. It's storm surge and wind. Rain is just adding insult to injury with this storm. And again, not a whole lot of lightning showing up right now. As we take Power Doppler 3, we see some of the lightning strokes, but now the lightning is lessening, so that is the good news. And we go back to the sweeps here. Currently, the warnings that we have are just hurricane warnings. There is a tornado watch in effect as you go just east of Golden Meadow. It does include the NOLA area on northeastward. That's where the tornadoes are going to be with this storm. But locally, we're not going to be looking at a whole lot in the way of severe weather here in Acadiana. H stands for the home button. And now we're on Power Doppler 3 mode. I can hit that and just show you Power Doppler 3 here. And I think it goes back to that automatically. But fortunately, Acadiana in a much better place compared to our friends off to the south and east of us. So that's what we have going on right now. We'll monitor those wind gusts and we'll watch the radar. But Southeast Louisiana getting pounded. Probably worst case scenario for a good part of Southeast Louisiana. And the worst of this weather is going to be heading up all the way through NOLA and not much weakening, a very slow weakening process as we head through this afternoon and into the evening hours. Jim, Marcel.
All right, thanks, Robin. Again, we are here at 2:02 and we are waiting for Governor Edwards to give a briefing on the latest with Hurricane Ida. We're expecting to hear from the governor any minute now. There he is. He's just taking the podium. Let's listen in. Governor Edwards on Hurricane Ida.
Hope and pray that this press conference finds you well wherever you might be tuning in from. but I can also tell you that we are just getting started. So please listen carefully. Conditions are changing very rapidly, and obviously we have a very dangerous situation on our hands with Hurricane Ida, and we can expect devastating impacts to continue for most of the next 24 hours or so as the hurricane passes through the state. As most of you are probably aware by now, a couple of hours ago, Hurricane Ida made landfall officially at Port Fourchon as a Category 4 hurricane with sustained winds of 150 miles per hour. As predicted by the National Weather Service, this is one of the strongest storms to make landfall here in modern times. And as had been projected, Ida rapidly intensified at an unprecedented rate right up until landfall. And the fact of the matter is, an extremely strong Category 4 storm or a Category 5 storm doesn't really make much difference. I think there's, 5 or 6, 7 miles per hour difference between the winds that were measured on Hurricane Ida and a Category 5 storm. By now, if you're in Ida's path and you've not already begun to feel severe weather, we can just about absolutely assure you that you soon will. If you're sheltering in place, please make sure that you're in the most secure place possible in your home, some interior space, and then please make it your business to stay there until the danger passes. And because of the possibility that severe winds will damage your home, it is a good idea to have a mattress nearby that you can use to put over yourself and other family members to protect you from any falling debris. We urge you not to be tempted to go outside, to take a look and start sightseeing, and for goodness sake, don't drive around right now. It just isn't worth it. The same really goes by for the immediate aftermath of the storm after it's passed by, because there will be down power lines, there's going to be standing water, there's going to be debris, other dangers, and quite frankly, we can't tell you yet how soon it will be before first responders are going to be able to respond to calls for assistance. So please don't go out. And the extent to which individuals decide to get out and about will inhibit the flow of first responders and search and rescue assets, high water vehicles, and so forth. So please be patient. Once the storm has passed, you need to be prepared to shelter in place for the first 72 hours. We have every possible resource ready to go to help you. We'll get there sooner than 72 hours, if at all possible, in order to rescue people across the state of Louisiana. But this is the window of time that it may take in order to get first responders to you, depending upon conditions. You should know that the entirety of the Louisiana National Guard has been activated, and currently more than 4,900 guardsmen are out in support of current operations. Just on the search and rescue assets of the National Guard, they're staged across 14 parishes. They have 195 high water vehicles, 73 boats, and 34 helicopters ready to support and assist the citizens of Louisiana. There remain 169 wildlife and fishery agents with trucks and boats in the same number in order to do search and rescue. And the most robust search and rescue effort that we have consists of more than 900 individuals making up 21 teams that are represented by 16 different states. And the numbers that I just gave you include the Louisiana State Fire Marshal's Office and their boats. The Department of Transportation has assembled 164 coaches and 20 paratransit vehicles. 185 coaches will be available by tomorrow morning. The Department of Corrections, our prisons, have produced more than 34,000 sandbags for communities across South Louisiana. They've also completed the evacuation of 2,500 inmates from 7 local jails, those being Acadia, Orleans, Plaquemines, St. Mary, St. Bernard, Vermilion, and Terrebonne parishes. The CPRA continues to monitor gates across the coastal zone. As of a little earlier today, a total of 459 gates out of 692 are closed. That's up 246 since the briefing yesterday. All of our hurricane protection systems have been have been completely closed, and all structures are fully operational at this time. As late as this morning, additional protection measures were being undertaken by levee districts, such as the South La Pousse Levee District. They actually completed sheet pile and sandbagging operations to address low areas ahead of the storm. Based on the hurricane track and the wind, rain, and surge forecast for the remainder of the hurricane, the CPRA is anticipating some overtopping of the southeast portions of the LaRose to Golden Meadow levee system, non-federal back levees around Middle Grove and Alliance in Plaquemines Parish, and non-federal levees in Lower St. Bernard Parish as well. And obviously overtopping is concerning, but I want to make sure that everybody understands overtopping and levee failure are not the same thing. And a levee failure can be much more catastrophic, and so they are not the same thing. Obviously, we're going to continue to monitor this flood protection system. I can tell you right now, we do not anticipate any overtopping of the Mississippi River levees or overtopping of the levees in the hurricane risk reduction system around the greater New Orleans area. Clearly, you've seen the reports, and up until a short while ago, I was able to look at live video feeds. There are very significant storm surge impacts around Port Fourchon and Grand Isle, as well as in Plaquemines Parish near Point Lahache and Braithwaite. CPRA has pre-staged pumps throughout southeast Louisiana and will deploy flood fighting assets to coastal parishes in need of dewatering as soon as it is safe to do so. This is obviously a very fluid situation. It is rapidly changing. And that's why everyone needs to stay abreast by listening to news and following the guidance from your local officials. Really, nobody in Southeast Louisiana should be out on the roads. But if travel becomes absolutely necessary after the storm, please proceed with extreme caution. There will be hazards out there that you may experience before any law enforcement or DOTD personnel or anybody else may be able to get to first and warn you about it. This is especially true of debris, downed power lines, and standing water. Please check 511la.org for road closures, and please don't drive through standing water. That's how we lose an awful lot of people after storms. Many parishes are announcing curfews as we speak, so all Louisianans should follow the directives of their local leaders, which are obviously designed to keep us all safe. And the conditions vary by parish, and they have different considerations in mind. And so please honor these curfews and avoid needless risk to your own safety and that of your family. And please, again, keep streets clear for emergency responders. If you have evacuated, don't be tempted tomorrow to return before you know that it is okay for you to do so. Please contact your Office of Emergency Preparedness or monitor any announcements that they have as to whether it is the right time for you to return. The last count that I had shortly before coming over here is we have 1,542 individuals being sheltered across the state. That is in at least 23 different shelters. The vast majority of those are being operated by parishes. Obviously, we expect this number to increase throughout the day and potentially in the days to come as people discover that their homes are no longer habitable. For the latest shelter information, text LA Shelter to 898-211, or you can call 211. Heed the guidance of local officials. Local officials will have the most up-to-date shelter information for a specific area or parish. As we have mentioned several times before, if you lose electricity and you decide to use a generator, it is imperative that you follow the instructions from the manufacturer. Please make sure that generator is well away from your home in a well-ventilated area. It should not be inside, shouldn't be in a garage or a crawl space, under a window or a vent. And on occasion, you'll need to refuel the generator. Please make sure that you allow it to cool off for at least 20 minutes before doing so. In closing, and before I take some questions, there is no doubt that the coming days and weeks are going to be extremely difficult for our state. And many, many people are going to be tested in ways that we can only imagine today. But I can also tell you that as a state, we've never been more prepared. Again, all the models that we've seen from the Army Corps of Engineers and from our own CPRA show that the Hurricane Storm Damage Risk Reduction System will hold and perform as intended. Will it be tested? Yes. But it was built for this moment. I have a tremendous amount of confidence in the team that we've assembled at the state level, all the local officials and first responders and our federal partners. And by the way, I want to thank FEMA Regional Administrator Tony Robinson from coming out of Texas to embed with us here. And I can tell you that a short while ago I had a call with Administrator Criswell of FEMA in Washington, and she is very closely watching what's happening here, coordinating with us, and already has various things en route so that we can employ them just as soon as possible, things like generators and so forth. And so I have a tremendous amount of confidence in our team, all the state and local officials and our federal partners, but I want you to know I also have confidence in the people of Louisiana. They always continue to inspire me with their goodness and their decency and their generosity, and I know that they're going to do everything they can to protect themselves and their families and their neighbors, especially those who may have special needs. Maybe they're elderly, so forth. Please make sure that you check on them and stay safe. And I know it may not seem this way right now for many people out there across our state, but there is always light after darkness, and I can assure you we're going to get through this. And I do invite everyone to offer up a prayer for our state, for the people of our state, that we get through this just as soon as possible and in the best possible shape with the least loss of life. You know, property is replaceable. Lives are not. So that is obviously our first order of priority. So I'm going to stop there and take a few questions, and please feel free to direct your questions to any of the people that we have assembled here. And depending on what you ask me, I may ask them to come up and answer the question anyway. Yes? Yeah. It's weather dependent, and quite frankly, before the weather gets good enough for us to respond, it's going to also be dark. So what I can tell you is our expectation is that we will be ready at first light tomorrow morning to go out to those areas that we know already have received the most damaging impacts from the storm, principally wind and storm surge. You mentioned Grand Isle. I can tell you that the video that I've seen and the reports that I've received are just tremendous amounts of storm surge there and wind damage. The good news is, I hesitate to give you a figure, but something like 98% of Grand Isle evacuated. And the people who are there, I believe, stay back in structures that are specifically designed and built to withstand these types of forces. But I have no doubt we're going to see extreme devastation, Grand Isle and elsewhere, but we will likely be sometime after first light tomorrow morning before we can get up in the air and get vehicles down there. And of course, you got to travel LA1. I don't know if you saw the video, but LA1 was not in good shape in the Leeville area early earlier. So we will be working that just as quickly as we possibly can, and in all likelihood traveling to Grand Island elsewhere in that vicinity via helicopter.
Do you have any information as to the status of hospitals?
Yeah.
Whether any have been evacuated?
Yeah. Okay, so I can tell you no Tier 1 hospitals have been evacuated. Now, Tier 1 hospital is what we commonly think of as a hospital. By definition, we have some rehab hospitals, we have some behavioral health hospitals, and these are typically much smaller, and the patient's needs are not quite as acute. And we have evacuated 4 such hospitals. And since I'm on it, I'll tell you we've evacuated 22 nursing homes, 18 assisted living facilities, and 61 intermediate care facilities as well. No hospitals have been evacuated, Tier 1 hospitals, because quite simply put, there's nowhere to bring those individuals. They're in a hospital because they need that setting, and we don't have the capacity elsewhere. I mentioned yesterday that over the previous 11 days or so, we've been able to achieve a 20% reduction in our COVID inpatient census across the state of Louisiana. The good news is almost all of that happened in Southeast Louisiana. But there's still 2,450 COVID patients in our hospitals across the state, in addition to all the other patients that remain in our hospitals. And that is a much higher number than we ever experienced in the first 3 surges. And so it's still a very daunting situation. And quite frankly, we're concerned, as we have been for a long time, about staffing. But, you know, these storms have an impact on staffing, too, in terms of do they have to evacuate with their family for some reason? Does their home remain habitable so that they can live at home and go to work? And so we've got an awful lot of work to do, but we will have no higher priority than to make sure that our hospitals can remain in operation and functional. And that's going to be a challenge because we expect widespread power outage for some time. But we know that they have generators. We know that they have stocked up on fuel and water and food and on pharmaceuticals, things like oxygen and so forth. But quite frankly, we know that the longer the power stays out, the more challenging this is going to be. And the more devastation in an area, the harder it's going to be for them to have the staffing that they need. And, you know, one of the challenges that we're having is we actually had additional staff coming in from out of state yesterday pursuant to contracts that we have executed. And the staff wasn't able to get in and because they didn't have any place to stay. There wasn't a hotel room open anywhere. And so that was a real challenge. And so I guess I say those things just to point out that their challenges are going to manifest themselves in ways that we can't even imagine now. But we have a great team here and across the state locally, and we're going to do everything that we can to prepare for every contingency that we can come up with right now. But this is going to be a very, very challenging situation. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, about the what that went down? Oh, yeah. We have not received any word that any of the hospitals are having any challenges at the moment. And I can tell you, I had a conversation with many of the CEOs of the largest hospitals. They really felt like that they were more prepared than they probably have ever been for a hurricane. But that doesn't mean that they won't have significant challenges. But as I stand here before you, I have not heard that there's any situation with respect to those hospitals because of any pumps or power issues.
Can you clarify when the hospital workers that can get in, were they supposed to come because of the hurricane or because
No.
of COVID?
No, they were just COVID-19 surge staff that we had contracted with. To come down. And we're still going to get them, but what happened is the vendor actually had to turn around and send them home, and they're going to come down a little bit later. Again, that just adds to the challenges. Yes, sir.
Are there any areas that you evacuate as much as you want?
You know, it's a little too early to know that. Clearly, the areas that needed to evacuate the most were those closest to the coast, outside protection systems, and really those inside protection systems that are not built to the same standard, for example, as the hurricane and storm risk reduction system. We believe that the vast majority of those individuals chose to evacuate, starting on Friday after lunch, but principally yesterday. And if you just look at if you were able to see the interstates and the U.S. highway system and the number of people that were evacuating, it was well after midnight before that cleared. And so we do believe that the vast majority of people did decide to evacuate when they were told to do so, either because of a voluntary or a mandatory evacuation order. But I'm under no illusion that everybody did that. And I fully expect that starting tonight, maybe now, but starting tonight for sure and tomorrow morning, we will be getting calls from individuals who need to be rescued because they did not evacuate. And that's why we have robust search and rescue assets and personnel on hand. Yes, sir.
What role will the state play in post-storm evacuations from New Orleans and necessarily?
Yeah.
And secondly, what accommodations are
Yeah.
being made for COVID in terms of setting up shelters?
Okay. So one of the reasons, and the principal reason we have 185 coach buses available by tomorrow, the vast majority of them are on hand now, is so that we can move people as needed. And so when individuals, and this is not just true for New Orleans, but anywhere in the state of Louisiana, if they cannot stay at home and they don't have a place where they can go with a neighbor or a relative or a friend or whatever, then they're going to need transportation perhaps in order to get to a place where they can stay. It could be a shelter, as you just mentioned. And that's the role of these buses if they don't have the ability to transport themselves. And so we are already coordinating with all of our offices of emergency preparedness, and that includes Orleans Parish, in order to be able to do that. And we have a pretty sophisticated way of doing it, and you figure out which areas, either because of standing water or a lot of destruction because of the wind and so forth, need to be evacuated. And really you get a great feel for that when you start the search and rescue operations. And you move those people to what we call a lily pad. And you can do that from the high water vehicles or from the boats and so forth. From there, you move them by bus, and you're going to move them. We can't identify those places today. I mean, we've got them set up and organized, but where you go to will depend on where you're moving from. And we're going to have these buses available in order to do that. Now, with respect to COVID-19, it presents special challenges at our shelters. And I've mentioned this before. You don't want to conduct sheltering in large open rooms any more than is absolutely necessary because of the transmission of COVID. This is especially true now because 100% of the cases of COVID in Louisiana are attributable to the Delta variant, which is highly transmissible. And we know that. We've been dealing with this variant now for many, many weeks. And so we will do more at the shelters in terms of cleaning. Mask usage is obviously it's subject to the statewide mask mandate, and it will be strictly enforced. We're going to have more distance between family groups. Now, the challenge there is that greatly reduces the capacity in your shelters. And then we will move to non-congregant sheltering just as quickly as we are able to do so. And principally there, what we're talking about are hotels. Now, that's not quite as easy as it was, and it was never easy before, because hotels have many more people in them today. But right now, we have a lot of individuals who've gone to hotels first. And then hopefully they're going to have homes that they can go home to tomorrow. And if they don't, then we're going to start sheltering them. And those individuals who have to be moved out of their homes, we will start sheltering them as well. We will use congregant sheltering at first, but only to the degree necessary. And we will transition to non-congregant sheltering just as we were able to do so. Yes, sir.
Can you explain, for folks who
Yeah. Well, because you have dangerous conditions out there for first responders. You can't operate these vessels in these boats, for example, in hurricane conditions. You can't operate these high water vehicles in hurricane conditions. And it doesn't help anyone to dispatch first responders on a call if you're actually going to cause the first responder to be in a very bad situation in terms of either getting hurt or killed or just being stuck, where they then have to either ride it out there or you send somebody else. So this is why we tell people you've got to be prepared to stay for the first 72 hours on your own. I hope and pray, and we're going to work extremely hard to make sure nobody has to stay in their home for 72 hours after they need rescuing. But everyone should be prepared to do that, because we can't tell you when the conditions are going to be favorable enough for us to be able to get out, how many people are ahead of you on that list, and so forth. So please do everything you can to stay safe. Follow all the instructions that I've been talking about. You can look at the Weather Channel and local news, and everybody's putting out the same information. We just need people to do that. And we're going to work as hard as we can to rescue those individuals starting tomorrow. But nobody should be expecting that tonight a first responder is going to be able to answer a call for help. Yes, ma'am.
Can you say how much the congregate shelter, you said there's a reduction in the capacity, but can you give a reference to how much? And do you guys have a number in terms of contracts you have for hotels and where you might be?
Yeah. I don't believe we have a contract for hotels yet. Now, we have been talking to hotels. We know where the vacancies are, and we know which hotels are interested in entering into a contractual relationship with the state. And we've been doing that all over the state. As far as shelters, the total capacity of the 23 shelters that are open is 10,322. And as I mentioned, I think there are only about 1,400 people at shelters right now. So there's a good way to go on the existing capacity, but those capacity numbers reflect the diminished capacity because of the distancing requirements of COVID. And we have contingencies in place to very quickly open additional congregant shelters as necessary. So we're going to grow that capacity even more. But no matter what we do, we intend to, as quickly as possible, transition away from congregant sheltering and into non-congregant sheltering. Okay, so one more question. Okay, go ahead.
This storm made landfall is working its way across South Louisiana. What's your biggest concern or fear right now?
Yeah. Well, look, my biggest concern is probably the same as the vast majority of people of Louisiana. Just how destructive is this storm going to be? How many lives are going to be turned upside down because of damage to their homes and their places of business? But principally, it's how many lives are we going to lose, both as a direct result of the storm and an indirect result of people not being safety conscious as they use their generators or start to clean up, or if they get impatient and start to drive before they should. These are the things that typically result in more deaths than the storm, and it includes heat exhaustion, especially if you don't have an air conditioner to cool your home and you're out working and you're not accustomed to that kind of work in the heat, then you can succumb to heat exhaustion. I think we lost 9 individuals last year for that. So those are the biggest concerns. They're all about saving lives at this point. And then beyond that, we will start working to deal with property damage and destruction issues as well. And they're going to be considerable. And you know, you asked me the question, what are you worried about the most? And all of this, you know, my mind has a lot of things on it, and but not the least of which is the restoration of electricity. And we all want electricity this time of year because it's hot and it's humid. I am most concerned about it this time because of so many people in our hospitals. And I understand that generators are great, but over time, they tend to fail. And so getting the power restored quickly, but having prioritized restoration so that your most critical needs are restored first is going to be really, really important. And until we can make that happen, and by the way, there may be 30,000 linemen available in the state of Louisiana to restore power after this storm. I don't know that we've ever had that number before. But prioritizing their work is going to be critically important, and making sure that we can quickly respond with additional generators and maintenance and so forth and fuel between now and then, so that those hospitals and other critical assets that are under generator power, if their generator goes down, we're very able to quickly get that power back on. And we're talking about hospitals, but dialysis centers are incredibly important as well. And dialysis requires an awful lot of water, and so your water systems can't go down. And we've had recent experience with this, right? It was Laura and Delta last year, the winter storm as well, knocked water systems out, and you really have a very difficult time at that point just delivering basic service for people who have the most critical needs, like dialysis. And there's an intersection between people who need dialysis and people who are especially vulnerable to COVID too. And so, making sure we can continue to do all the monoclonal antibody infusions, because that is one of the best tools that we have in order to prevent people from needing a hospital bed after they contract COVID and become symptomatic. And so we have to have a very robust effort, and you can't allow it to be interrupted unduly and for too long after the storm. So we're going to have to stand that back up. There are more things than I have time to go over. And as it happens, we're going back to GoSep now, because we're going to sit around the table and we're going to spend hours trying to identify every contingency that we believe may be applicable on those most important missions that the state has, which is principally life-saving in the immediate response to the storm. Was there anything that anybody over there wanted to add before we close out? Well, again, thank you all for continuing to cover this. We have a long ways to go, both as this storm continues to move through our state, but also in the days and likely the weeks to come. So we're asking for people to be patient. We're asking for people to pay attention to the local folks and do what they're asked to do, and understand that we're going to be working just as hard as we can with all of our local and federal partners to bring relief, especially life-saving relief, just as soon as we're able to do that. I don't know when I'll be speaking to you all next. Christina, do we have? Okay. We will let you know. And tomorrow I'm hoping that we can get up in the air and go travel around, visit with people, and get our eyes on exactly what the damage is. And that's one of the reasons we're not going to schedule a press briefing tomorrow, but we may likely have one. But you'll be told what time and the location of that later. So thank you. Let's continue to pray for one another and be good neighbors.
Governor Edwards there, finishing up his news briefing, saying we are just getting started with Hurricane Ida, with both the storm and also the recovery process.
Governor saying that they hope to get in the air sometime tomorrow to get an overview of what the damage looks like along the southeastern Louisiana coast. He said first light tomorrow may be the first chance that first responders and those who are tasked with getting out in some of the recovery efforts may be able to get out. By the time the storm gets out of the area, it'll be dark, and to go out into unknown territory with unknown amounts of damage is just as dangerous. So he said it may be first light tomorrow before we get to see how hard hit Grand Isle and other areas are.
I think a big headline from the governor's news conference there, the levees are not expected to be overtopped. He says as far as the hurricane protection system goes, he says this is what it was built for. They are expected that system to serve its purpose.
The governor also talked about sheltering. There are 1,500 people in the state of Louisiana sheltered right now. He says they are of course expecting that number to increase. There's so many shelters that are open and ready to take on people as they need it. You can text LA Shelter to 898-211 for shelter information or call in 211. You can dial that number as well. And road closure information for those of you who are in our area and are here waiting for the storm to pass from areas to the southeast. You can find that information at 511la.org. That's where your road closure and most up-to-date information is going to come from DOTD.
Well, here we are, 2:38. Hurricane Ida made landfall at 11:55 this morning. Governor Edwards calling it one of the strongest systems in modern times. Let's check in now with Chief Meteorologist Rob Perillo with how Hurricane Ida is looking. Here we are, Rob, about 3 hours, almost 3 hours after landfall.
Right, and the National Hurricane Center, actually a second landfall has been occurring, technically speaking correct, because it was over the bay areas and over water, but nonetheless we can see this very well developed hurricane. Again, the worst effects of it pretty much just east of the Morgan City area, but we've been watching this, and again the worst weather with this system right around the center of the storm that's just going through the Galliano area. We've seen gusts in the 100+ mile-an-hour range. Galliano and home of the winds have been picking up over 70, and then you just go off to the north and west, and we do have some tropical showers and some gusty winds, Morgan City and the Stevensville area, but the worst weather by far is southeast Louisiana as we get into Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes, and then St. Bernard as you go farther to the east as we get into St. Bernard and Plaquemines Parish, Orleans Parish as well. So Bradley's been in the weather lab. He's been going through different things, and Bradley, I know we've been checking out some of the velocities on the Doppler radar here. What have we seen so far? And let's take a look at some of those velocities. I'll let you take control there. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's query some stuff here. Obviously, southeastern Louisiana taking a pounding here as Ida is coming onshore. And yes, officially, Hurricane Center said there has been a second landfall in and around the Galliano area here. But as we query some of the velocities here, you can see some very intense winds ongoing here. Let's get some of the numbers. We have 65 there, 123 miles per hour there coming in Terrebonne Parish, just south of the Houma area. I think that's in and around the Chauvin region. And then a little bit farther off into the north, you see Lafourche Parish, around 80 miles per hour or so in central Lafourche there. And again, these are not necessarily at the surface, a little bit further up aloft, but nonetheless, you can probably take 20 to 30% off of these numbers. But some very intense winds ongoing there across coastal Terrebonne and Lafourche Parish as this storm is making its way onshore. We can get back to the sweeps here, but there's the eye, and like Rob was talking about, you can see the primary eye wall here, just in around the eastern portion of that impacting the Galliano area here, but then you have this secondary eye wall, if you will, that's extending into the Houma area, so very intense rainfall ongoing there, damaging winds, the whole 9 yards when we're talking about a major hurricane, and then that still extends all the way around impacting the Grand Isle area. It's going to be very interesting to see what kind of images we're gonna see coming out of Grand Isle here over the next couple of days for sure. And again, the storm gradually making its way off to the northwest or so, kind of making more of a turn there instead of more the northwesterly direction. But like Rob is saying, you can probably jump back in here. But most of Acadiana, again, is going to be spared from the worst of the impacts here. We'll say probably St. Mary Parish on eastward, so that's the good news. But nonetheless, very serious situation, powerful hurricane making its way across southeastern Louisiana, and unfortunately, like we've been talking about, on the 16th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. If we have time a little bit later on, we can kind of go over kind of some of the differences that we're seeing between the two storms. I know it's going to be a very, very difficult day for many across southeastern Louisiana, and I already know for many of those folks down there, I'm from Lafourche Parish, and I know, of course, Katrina is weighing on a lot of their minds, even 16 years later. But like I said, we do have some time. We can kind of go over some of the differences and why we're thinking surge shouldn't be much of an issue in the New Orleans metro area. What kind of the differences between today and then 16 years ago? Rob?
Hey, can you do me a favor for your mom and dad? Can you zoom into Thibodaux?
Yeah, so I am.
Yeah,
from Thibodaux, Louisiana here. in the extreme northern portions of Lafayette Parish there, just to the north and west of Houma. So they're getting in on some pretty intense action there with tropical rain bands moving in. Worst of it just south of you guys there in Thibodaux. So hang in there. I know they're hunkered down and riding out the storm here in Thibodaux. So it's going to be a rough next few hours, and unfortunately next few months, several months really, recovery is going to be long. But that's the one thing about South Louisiana, some of the most resilient people on the earth. So storm's going to push through, and we're going to get through it for sure. Rob?
Yeah, and you know, again, just thinking about your mom and dad, I know there are a lot of folks there watching us on the app, on Roku. I have a buddy a hurricane buddy up in Boston that's been watching us. Thanks, Nick Morganelli. A lot of folks I see during the hurricane conferences and that sort of thing. So, and we know there's a lot of folks that are watching us and following us from these areas that may have not left town and may have stayed in town. So, one, we want to take care of Bradley's parents, of course, and we're looking out for Houma. Again, very intense winds right now. You see those tropical rain bands moving on through Chauvin, La Rose, Galliano, all going to see wind gusts in the 140, 150 mile an hour range, and it's hard to grasp those kind of winds when you're in a donut. This is essentially right here. We have an EF2, EF3 tornado that's not just moving through in 5 minutes. It's lasting for 30, 40 minutes, and then you get on the backside of the eye wall, another 30, 40 minutes. And I can remember post-Hurricane Laura surveys where there were homes that were completely destroyed by the eye wall and those persistent 120, 130 mile per hour winds in the eye wall. And that's what we're seeing. Chauvin, La Rose, Galliano, tremendous damage in these small communities, Houma to a lesser degree, and what we hope is that this kind of falls apart and the outer eye wall dominates from here on out and won't constrict, and we have a hurricane that continues to weaken. But again, got to remember, we're over marshy areas, so this hurricane is not going to weaken a whole lot, so it's going to slowly work its way northward toward Laplace. Where is this eye going to go? Well, again, you kind of just draw this right here, and it's going to be just west of New Orleans, maybe Metairie, certainly Laplace, and then probably Donaldsonville, and let's get even a little bit closer here, and I can do this, or Bradley can zoom in, and we'll kind of go through the areas that will likely see the eye wall. So you're going to be in from the Kenner area over to Raceland, Lockport here. Let's get in real close here. Again, you can see there's not many towns here. This is sparsely populated portions of Louisiana. Bayou Gauche, as we go farther to the north, we have Kenner probably in the eye wall, perhaps later on this evening, Laplace, and then perhaps as far west as over to Lutcher. Gonzales, maybe not, but it's going to be a rough go of it for our friends off to the east. Now, locally here in Acadiana, we're seeing those tropical rains are working their way across the Atchafalaya Basin. We've been watching some heavier tropical showers all the way over to the west here in Beauregard and Vernon Parish. Notice they are moving generally from the north-northeast to the south-southwest, and we see those showers down moving along the coast. But most of Acadiana, it's partly sunny out there. It's breezy. It's a nice afternoon. Maybe throwing something on the grill. Maybe there's other entertainment on TV, but keep it with us on your app on KTC.com. You can be watching multiple sources. We all do. We all multitask. Again, we have that app that you can scan down the lower part of your screen, and of course you could stay with us throughout the evening. Now, as we get into portions of lower St. Martin Parish and into St. Mary Parish, we're picking up on rain, but mostly tropical rains, nothing too terribly heavy, but we'll be watching this. This is where we're going to start to see those winds gusting at 40 to 50 miles an hour. That's one parish over into Terrebonne Parish, and then as we get farther to the south and east, again, we're shooting with Power Doppler 3 here. We're we're looking at the storm specifically with our radar, and we're really picking up on that really intense eye wall. And even if we bring in all the Weather Service radars, you can see it fills in a little bit because we are getting some help from the Slidell radars, but a very intense hurricane that is pushing on through. And again, take a look at, some of those velocities. Chauvin, just west of Chauvin, looks like you got some a little bit of a peak there, Bradley. 119. Wow. And this is, we're measuring this at elevation. We'll pull this from the Slidell radar because it's closer. We can get a more accurate reading that far away from us. But you can see we're shooting a couple of thousand feet up into the sky here, but that's how fast the clouds are moving. But you have some of those winds coming down. And where you see, uniform color, and then all of a sudden there's a disruption, this disruption is friction, and that could be working its way down to the ground. So very rough conditions there for our friends in around the Chauvin area, and more than likely up through Houma as well. So that's what we have going on from the Weather Lab. Just one more shot here I want to show you. This is what's called the mesoscale floater coming in from the GOES 16 imagery, and this is a high resolution shot. You can see that eye working its way northward. You can even look down and see the ground, or in this case you're seeing maybe some sunshine peeking through if you're looking up on this storm, and this is where you don't want to be on a particular storm. And incredible imagery, and this is thanks to the GOES 16 satellite that was launched a couple of years back. But we can really monitor the storms now like never before, including the lightning data and everything else. But that's the way the storm is looking, and it is one whopper of a nasty storm. Jim, Marcel.
It sure is. Okay, thanks, Rob. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit, but we want to remind you, everybody, KATC News teams are spread out across Acadiana to bring you the very latest on Hurricane Ida.
Scott Braza joining us from Vermilion Parish. Our Katy Eastern Victor Georges are in St. Mary, and Iman Boyd is in Iberia Parish tonight. And let's join Stephanie Lauber, who is from our sister station in Corpus Christi. She's on the road between Highway 20 and Highway 90. She's joining us live now with conditions there. Stephanie.
Thank you. So we are driving here along.
Thank you. So we are
driving
here along.
I'm going to turn the camera around 20 right now.
We're
going to turn the camera around so you can see
we're
pretty
beginning
active
to
here. So let's turn this camera around. We've been driving here,
Let's turn
and
this
camera around. We've been driving
a pretty good gust of wind here.
Getting a pretty good
This is kind of how the scene has been. This is kind of how the scene
over the past
has
hour.
been looking here
over the past hour
as
the
storm has been
moving forward.
Storm has
as
been
we go on
moving forward.
Thibodeau up the highway.
Thibodeau up the
as
highway.
Rob was just showing us, moving
pretty much
as Rob was just showing us, moving
Gray. We were
going to try to get to Gray and see Gray.
We were going to try to get to Gray and see if we could see some images from there a couple hours ago. But we didn't hanging out between about Donner. Hanging out between about Donner and Gibson situation here, and this is already the situation here, and this is already the branches that have come down. Got a couple of tree branches that have littering the roadway here, and every once in a while littering the roadway here, and every once in a while we'll get a good gust. Reading I was able to take with my weather instrument. Reading I was able to take with my weather instrument. 30 mile an hour for the gust. Around again, that was 30 mile an hour for the gust, but again, that was about a half hour ago. We're getting to the point here where the as the storm continues on its path here.
All right, Stephanie Lauber from our sister station in Corpus Christi filling us in on the road conditions there. I think we had some issues with her audio. We'll try to get that sorted and get back to her in just a little bit.
And we should also say that you might have heard Stephanie talking about some of the weather conditions. She is a meteorologist, so she is very familiar with what's going on with the forecast. So it's good to have her out there on the road, out and about looking at what's happening in our area.
Sure is. Let's head out now to Katy Easter. She joins us live from Iberia Parish, I believe. Hey, Katie.
Well, not much has changed out here in Jeanerette. Unfortunately, we still have not seen any rain, so we are still nice and dry. But you can really tell these winds have really started to pick up. You can see the dark clouds coming in over us, so we might be seeing some rain pretty quickly here. But again, the rain has, or not the rain, I'm sorry, the wind is really starting to pick up here. And now, of course, there are actually a lot of people out and about. And I just want to remind you guys that you are under a curfew starting at 6 p.m. until 6 a.m. And it's very important that you follow that. In fact, I spoke with the mayor, Carol Bourgeois, earlier, who says it is very important that everyone stays inside starting kind of now and get hunkered down, get to where you got to go.
Well, hopefully they've taken care of all their preps. I'd like for them to be reminded they need to be off the streets, stay at home, ride it out, let the storm do what it does.
Again, so that curfew here in Jenorette starts at 6 p.m. and goes all the way up until 6 a.m. And if you're in Iberia Parish, it will start at 10 p.m. tonight. But again, with this wind picking up like this, it is so important to really get inside and stay inside. You know, anytime these trees come down on these power lines, you don't know really, you know, if these lines are active or not, and you really don't want to be out here. You know, it's starting to come to that point of the day where we're probably going to start seeing that pretty soon in these parts. So just remember, stay inside and stay out of this. You know, we really are starting to see this wind, stuff starting to come into my eyes, etc. Just like we're really starting to see this wind pick up out here. Live in Jenorette, Katie Easter, KTC TV3.
Alrighty, thank you, Katie. Katie there in Iberia Parish. We want to update you on some information from Vermilion and Delcombe. There's no mandatory evacuation in place. The police department tells us the wrong email was sent out by City Hall. And also, we just want to make sure you're aware. Scott Brazda updated us on the details that he got from the mayor of the curfew there in Delcombe. And there's no mandatory evacuation for Delcombe for anyone who may have heard that information.
All right, let's head out to Scott Brazda. You know, something that we kind of look at as a sign of how things are going. We look to the sugarcane fields. Scott Brazda joins us from one right now. How's it looking, Scott?
Jim, I am outside a sugarcane field just outside of Delcombe, where I'm in front of a sugarcane field. And why is sugarcane so important? Well, Louisiana sugarcane accounts for 40% of the nation's sugarcane. That's why all of this matters. So, you know, last year, Louisiana sugarcane industry lost $8.8 million because of Laura and Delta. That's why we watch this. That's why you watch the wind blowing around. And, you know, I was told by Stuart Goche at LSU Ag Center a couple months ago that during Delta in particular, it wasn't as bad because while a lot of cane was blown down, it was softly blown down, it was laid down, and it wasn't twisted and broken, and that's the kind of sugar cane you can't use. It was simply blown down like this guy was. You can, you know, get up there and harvest it come September, October when you start to do this stuff. That's why this is so important. That's why they're watching this. Also, they worry about, of course, saltwater intrusion, storm surges, because depending how long that water stays in fields like this, it can make a big difference between what you've got and how much your losses are. One other thing in terms of ag industry, we're talking about forestry. Last year, Louisiana's timber industry lost $1.1 billion because of hurricanes, Laura and Delta. We're watching that. We're keeping an eye on these guys. The winds, by the way, guys, outside of Delcombe have really picked up in the last 15, 20 minutes. We'll continue to watch it, and we'll do what we have to do, and we'll trust in Rob. Outside of Delcombe, Scott Brazda, KTC, TV3.
Sugarcane, one of those things that's an Acadiana symbol of what happens during a storm. You see it time after time, and like Scott mentioned, whether it's laying down or whether it's twisted and broken, that'll tell you the impacts. One of those visuals that we use here in Acadiana.
And right now, standing up tall to
very
Hurricane
tall.
Ida and those impacts. Let's head out to St. Mary Parish now. Victor Georges continues our team coverage from Morgan City with the latest conditions. Victor.
So I'm still in Morgan City here, right by the Atchafalaya River, and there's a few visuals that are really kind of painting the picture of what we're dealing with here in this parish. Now, if you look at that water, you can kind of start seeing that foam starting to form on those waves. If we zoom in a little bit, really against any of those platforms by the bridges, you can really see those waves crashing onto that. And like I've been saying during this coverage here, it kind of is like if somebody is turning on and off a switch. 1 second I'm standing still, the next second, I mean, it's really kind of helping me, like it's just pushing me. So again, just take a look at that water. It's starting to look very hazy out there. Like I said earlier, if the situation here wasn't eerie earlier, it for sure is now. There's kind of like that haze all over the river here. Again, I've kept an eye out on that bridge. Right now there's a few cars on it, as you can see, but really aside from that, not much movement. City police did say that there is a curfew out here in Morgan City starting at 6 p.m. tonight, and that will extend all the way until 6 a.m. tomorrow. They're really encouraging people to stay home and stay safe. Now, I do want to show you kind of the other side of this story here, which is downtown Morgan City. Now, as you can see, a police officer just drove by, monitoring, making sure everybody's okay. And then you have those banners on some light posts that are kind of waving. You have some plants that are already starting to lose some foliage there. So definitely something to keep in mind is that if you're still outside for whatever reason, maybe continuing on getting prepared for what Hurricane Ida might cause, is keep in mind that you want to stay home, because like I've been saying, it's like on and off at this point. Again, that curfew in effect tonight at 6 p.m. and all the way until tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. we're in Morgan City. Victor Georges, back to you.
All right. Thank
Victor,
you,
thank
Victor.
you.
Victor, you know, they're in Morgan City, and it's one of the places we knew was going to see the heaviest impacts first, just because of its location to where Ida is making landfall.
And as we're not expected to see the brunt of this storm, which is good news, but St. Martin Parish President Chester Cedars is out with a reminder for people just not to let down their guard despite that eastern shift of the hurricane, that eastern track of the storm. Cedars posted a reminder that some roads will not be passable because of debris. Cleanup crews, though, will be going out to evaluate the damage tomorrow at daybreak. And another reminder, the Bayou Malone Bridge in Stevensville will be closed to boats until tomorrow at 5. The Vermilion Parish Sheriff's Office is preparing for any impacts that they may feel from the storm. They have units staged and ready to respond to issues on land or on water.
Well, utility crews from out of state are on standby as well, many of them in Lafayette, to get people back online following Hurricane Ida. Oklahoma-based utility company GRDA Power sent 20 people here to South Louisiana to help with restoration efforts. The crews include linemen, maintenance, vegetation management personnel, mechanics, and law enforcement as well. This company is lending a hand in Louisiana as part of a nationwide American Public Power Association mutual aid effort.
We want to help. You know, we want to do everything we can to help. The people that we come and help are always extremely grateful for us to show up. When we start into these areas, people are waving out the windows, they're honking their horns, they're flashing their lights. They're grateful.
And we're extremely grateful for all the help for all the crews that are here in our area. Speaking of being ready to respond, the National Guard, the governor activated the National Guard in its entirety. There are more than 4,900 guardsmen have been activated for hurricane response. There's almost 200 high water vehicles, 34 helicopters, 73 rescue boats, all staged across South Louisiana. They've also called in engineer teams in case of any infrastructure issues that we should see from this storm. And also of note, LSU will remain closed on Tuesday. There's no word yet on when the campus will reopen. Dorms will stay open. The dining hall will not be opening during the time of the storm. If you live on campus, you're asked not to return to school until it's back open. School closures, and it's one of the things that we'll continue to update throughout the evening as we get more information from our school districts. No school districts in Acadiana have updated us as of now. We know schools are closed Monday, and we don't know anything about Tuesday. So
see that little code over there in the corner of your screen. Take a picture of that QR code. That'll bring you the latest updates from our app. And speaking of updates, Chief Meteorologist Rob Perillo is standing by with some new information. Rob?
Righto, we do have the 3 o'clock bulletin. I have to look on the paper to see what time it is once again. 140 mile per hour winds. That hasn't changed a whole lot, but it's down from 145 last hour. Pressure still at 937 millibars. Moving to the northwest at 11, so a little bit slower. And per the National Hurricane Center, South Lafourche Leonard Miller Jr. Airport in Galliano reported a peak gust of 98. More recently, a research gauge near the airport reported a sustained wind of 82 and a gust to 110. Now, there's a weather flow station near Dulac just reported a sustained winds of 89 with a gust to 138. Another weather flow station in Jefferson Parish recently reported a gust to about 79. So serious storm here, making a second landfall, if you will, moving to the northwest at 11. That's a little bit slower than what we had previous. And again, the forecast track essentially remaining unchanged. 4 o'clock we'll get a new forecast track. But after this, we're throwing out the forecast track and we're just tracking it on Doppler radar. And that's what we're doing this afternoon. Very intense storm here that continues to work its way inland. It kind of made landfall in the outer barrier islands. Now it's working its way through the wetlands and between Galliano and the Homa area. In fact, we'll get close in here. And again, you can see that this is still mostly, the eye wall is mostly over uninhabited areas, coastal marsh area, but Dulac, Homa, Galliano really getting pounded, as is Grand Isle as well. We were taking a look at some reports here, and I kind of updated this report product here just to show you some of the reports in around the Galliano area. Let's see what we have here. We'll do that. Oh, I have to query it first, so do that right there. And now we'll go to it. And let's see what kind of reports we get. Bradley, just hit that question mark there for me. So there we go, and boom. That's at 125 mile per hour winds in the Golden Meadow area. Again, a report of the storm surge a little bit earlier. This is 1227. Relayed, barge broke loose down by the coast. What do we have here? Captain at Port Fourchon recorded a peak gust of 153, and that was relayed through social media. So we're getting those storm reports in south of Houma as we get down toward the locks here, the waterway rather, weather flow. That's that 138 mile an hour gust. So we bring back the radar here, and you can see that's exactly where that eye wall is. And again, we have a 140 mile per hour storm. So gusts, when we get reports of gusts 130, 140, 150, mind you, we're talking about a hurricane that has sustained winds at that level. We'll go back even a little bit further, and let me get rid of this right here. Gusts to 185. So you could have gusts conceivably in the 160, 170 range. And that's rarely realized, but that is the potential, what we have going on here with this storm. And as it moves northward, a slow process of it weakening, and that is going to be the issue. And again, Southeast Louisiana, we're most concerned with, again, where this donut, this eye wall is, and we have these outer bends very close to the eye wall where you're likely producing 100 mile an hour gusts in this area right here from Houma on southeastward and all the way over toward Buras as well. Locally, again, we come in and we look to see for our friends here in Morgan City and lower St. Martin Parish. There's not a whole lot going on in Acadiana. This is the way we like to see a hurricane here, but we don't like to see a hurricane for anybody. But coming on into those southeastern parishes, again, you can see some of those outer rain bands beginning to work their way into the region. But again, nothing too terribly serious, but rainfall coming in through the Stevensville area, and then it really picks up as we get over toward Houma and points back to the west as well. So big picture, let's open it on up just a little bit more here. Let's see, I want to do some tracking, see if we can pick up some things going on here, and certainly we're seeing that with the possibility of a tornado vortex signature. You know, and the thing is, you get the, okay, there's a mesocyclone, 32 mile an hour winds, different than the surrounding environment winds, but when you have 140 or 150 mile an hour storm, tornadoes kind of take the back seat on these systems. So that is not as much of a concern as what we have going on right now with respect to the storm as it continues to move to the north. Let's fast forward. We can show you what's going on here locally across Southeast Louisiana and Acadiana, but let's get to some of the forecast products outside of what can we expect as we move forward, since we haven't done that in a while. Here's that mesoscale high resolution visible satellite imagery, really showing you that eye, that storm working its way pretty much where the forecast track was yesterday by the National Hurricane Center, right on the Terrebonne Lafourche Parish line, and it's working its way right northward. So what we're most concerned with, eastern portions of Acadiana and lower St. Martin Parish. Now, eyeballing this is a 4-hour loop. It's moving mostly northwesterly. Is it taking that more northward turn? It looks like it is, because we wanted to do that for our friends in southeastern portions of Acadiana, because we don't want to see those eye wall dynamics getting involved with this storm. And again, that's the satellite imagery, and we showed you the track. So let's get into the current wind observations. This is what we saw earlier today, going through 8, 9 o'clock this morning. Those gusts well over 100. Now we're seeing those 100 mile an hour gusts work their way inland, but these are stations that are still online, and these are the most recent gusts that we have. Galliano at 94, Thibodaux at 54, Patterson at 39, Berwick at about 34, Salt Point at 44. New Iberia is blowing pretty good here, gusts to 43, Lafayette, the gusts is to 39, and then you see the gusts much lower, but this area in purple, this is where you're going to have those hurricane force gusts, and they're going to progress northward, and we'll get to that in just a bit. Here's the latest predictive radar model, and this is what we're tracking, hour-by-hour updates on this model, with the worst of the storm working its way northward through this afternoon and evening, just west of New Orleans, maybe from Kenner on westward through around the Gonzales area. That's where the highest winds will be as this crosses I-10. Notice the pressure gradients packed tightly as we get into St. Martin, Iberia, St. Mary, and Lower St. Martin Parish, Upper St. Martin Parish. That's where the winds will be gusting. Again, notice this is the plot for Lafayette up here, where the winds are going to be gusting up to 50. It looks like our max winds will be coming after the sun sets. And when a storm makes landfall, the wind field begins to spread out. So that's why it's going to be a windy night ahead. And that's, you know, you don't want your power outages at night, but that's most likely one we're going to see, at least sporadic power outages, but more widespread as you get into St. Mary and Iberia and perhaps Lower St. Martin Parish for sure. So here's the graph model. This is the earlier model run as well, showing pretty much the same story, same storm track with the heaviest rains east of this system. And again, here are the winds per our latest model guidance as we get through the afternoon hours. Again, going for the gusts, and again, this is a model. A hurricane is a different beast, but it all depends on where the model thinks the eye is, but we have to compare that where we think the storm is going to be. And right now, that's a north-northwestward turn, but certainly anything in purple here, you're going to see better than hurricane force winds, gusts to 100, much lower winds back to the west, but you can see much of Acadiana is going to see 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts, and they will increase to 60 or better as you get into the basin and into the southeastern portions of Acadiana, much lower gusts back to the west. And again, we're talking about Cat 4 storm. This is the HUR model. It's not a hurricane model, but you can expect those hurricane force gusts reaching all the way to I-10 and I-12 possibly, with those gusts in the 70, 80, 90 mile per hour range, and most of Acadiana in the 40 mile per hour range as well. Rainfall, this is the latest HUR model rainfall just through the next 16 hours, and you can see those heaviest rains back to the west. Yeah, we're going to catch an inch, a couple of inches of rain, Morgan City, maybe over toward Franklin, but most of us, rainfall, not a concern at this time. So that's what we have right now. The other graph model showing us pretty much the same story on with respect to rainfall. Got to watch those tropical rain bands perhaps going into tomorrow evening, tomorrow night for Acadiana. We're not going to be out of the effects of this storm until Monday evening. And again, you can see the graph model going for storm totals in excess of 15, perhaps pushing 20 inches in some spots. But again, wind is going to be the main story with this storm system. Rainfall for the further inland areas, but farther south you go, that storm surge is just going to be devastating for areas such as Grand Isle, and I'm afraid that it's going to be very shocking on what we're going to see on the aftermath of that storm once you can get down Highway 1 and get down there to see what has happened and what's going on right now, guys.
Alrighty, thank you, Rob. Well, we have an update from Acadian Ambulance. They say more than 400 patients in southeastern Louisiana have been evacuated. And now we've reached that point that we've been talking about. So many of their medics are moving to safe locations as winds are starting to pick up.
And they'll be going back out on the roads once the storm clears up. And we want to help you stay weather aware. We've made it pretty easy to do so. We've been telling you about this all day. Just scan that QR code if you haven't done it already. That'll take you to your app store to make sure you have the latest version of the KATC News app. And
if we happen to lose power, don't worry. Town Square Media, our partners over there, are simulcasting our coverage at 105.1. They're our radio partner during storm coverage. So if you lose power, that's where you go, 105.1, or you can continue to watch us on your devices.
And next up, some video to show you from St. Bernard Parish, of course, southeast Louisiana, feeling the brunt of Hurricane Ida. This is from the St. Bernard Parish Fire Department. You can see the water before and after, and the water rushing and rising rapidly over the course of about an hour, we're told. The start of those intense conditions happening at around 11 this morning. Of course, the storm making landfall at 11:55.
And we know there's strong storm surge in many parts of southeastern Louisiana. Take a look at this video here. This is showing the waters coming inland as Ida was making her approach. This video is from earlier this morning, or around noon or so. Water rising in, that's Grand Isle. This video was shared to us by Charlotte Landry, and that video, here it is again, another perspective. You'll see things in the water in just a minute. Trash cans, debris, tables, chairs. They're tied up to the support beams of different homes there in that area.
Now let's check power outages. This is through poweroutage.us. Looking at the latest map, more than 372,000 customers are without power across the state. This isn't every utility company, but it gives us the best picture possible when it comes to power outages. And of course, Southeast Louisiana hit hardest. Plaquemines Parish, Terrebonne Parish, Lafourche Parish, all without power. It's also stretching in to the Orleans Parish area, Jefferson Parish as well.
Well, NOAA, they have a view of this storm from Hurricane Ida as hurricane hunters were out this morning. That's a research team on board that plane, and that blue sky you see there is the eye of the storm. Literally, when you look up, you see some blue, and that's the calm point, but also one of the most dangerous parts of a hurricane. That team out there gathering information this morning, they've updated information since then, but actually giving us a little look at what the eye wall looks like from their view as they're out gathering data.
As you said earlier, so beautiful, but at the same time, it's like, wow, that is a monster right there.
It is. You look at it and it's awe, you so much awe in it, but it's ferocious on what's around that eye wall.
The governor says about 98% of people down on Grand Isle have evacuated, but we do have a video coming from Grand Isle. It's some webcam video that was set up there in Grand Isle, just showing the conditions. I don't know if we have it. There we go. But again, 98% of the population there did evacuate. The governor says those who did stay behind, I know we've been putting that number out there, maybe 12 to 24 people. He says they've stayed behind in I guess houses or just buildings that are built to withstand winds like this and storms like this, but at the same time, they're going to be stuck there for a while. Getting in and out is not going to be possible.
Yeah, the governor did say that they should give 72 hours in many areas. If you're there, believe that you're going to be there for 72 hours. They're hopeful that emergency vehicles can get to you before that, but that is the time frame set up by design that you should prepare for 72 hours. And those folks in Grand Isle, he did mention that this is just kind of what they do. They're in those structures that are built for this. However, you just never know. Every storm is different. And some of the things you see you've never seen before.
In terms of the state response, within the hour, we have heard from Governor Edwards, just updating everybody about Hurricane Ida and the response, of course, just getting started. He says this is one of the strongest storms that we've witnessed in modern times. Across the state, 4,900 members of the National Guard are activated. That's actually the entirety of the National Guard, activated in different parts of the state. They are ready to get to work. As you mentioned, that shelter-in-place recommendation probably going to be about 72 hours, though, before anybody's able to get to you once they assess the situation.
Tough situation to be in. The governor also talked a bit about COVID during his address, and he was saying that there were no Tier 1 hospitals, what we know as standing hospitals. He said some smaller hospitals like rehab hospitals were evacuated, as well as some nursing homes in southeastern Louisiana, but no hospitals were evacuated. And he put perspective on it by saying that there was nowhere else for these patients to go.
Yeah.
Because our hospital system is so full and overworked and overloaded at this point. He mentioned that there are still over 2,000, actually 2,450 COVID patients hospitalized across the state of Louisiana, reminding residents here that yes, we're dealing with a natural disaster, but we are still in the midst of the pandemic, this fourth surge with the Delta variant, with numbers that we have not seen before as we've been dealing with this. So COVID's still out there, and the governor reminding us of that as he addressed the state a little earlier.
And certainly something to keep in mind in the days ahead once the recovery process gets started is to just use common sense. You know, as we saw sadly in the aftermath of Hurricanes Laura and Delta, a lot of the deaths and serious injuries happened in the aftermath. People, you know, maybe with generators, we've been stressing generator safety over the past few days, but also just sort of the work that it takes to get your house back in order. If trees are down, limbs are down, just you got to use common sense and play it safe, because hospitals, bed space, it's
not available.
Slim pickings right now.
Not available.
Not to say healthcare workers aren't ready for it. I did see a doctor on Twitter saying something about, you know, this isn't our first rodeo. We're used to this sort of thing, but you know, they are stressed.
One thing that the governor did say that I thought is so true about being here in South Louisiana, he talked about the devastation and the recovery that's going to happen, and he said, quote, "I have confidence in the people of Louisiana to protect themselves, their families, and their neighbors as well." And that is the essence of who we are and what we do. And no, we're not being overly impacted by this storm, but one shift, as we talked about with Daniel this morning, one shift, it could have been us. It could have been us a year ago with Laura. So we know that we have to be there to aid other parts of the state as they are going to start the long recovery process.
It's hitting close to home for so many with interests in Southeast Louisiana. That includes our Bradley Benoit. Bradley, you know, I was kind of moved earlier. You were talking, zooming in on Thibodaux. That's where Mom and Dad are. Have you heard from them at all? How are they doing?
Yeah, they're doing all right for now. Of course, the winds and rains are starting to pick up down there for sure, and they're going to have another rough few hours as the storm continues to push through. But like you were talking about, I heard a little bit of what Daniel said this morning. But yeah, the smallest difference of 20 to 30 miles, it makes a huge difference when you're talking about hurricanes, especially intense hurricanes like Category 4, strong Category 4, borderline Category 5 storms. We saw it with Laura last year, of course. Ida here today. What tends to happen is as the storm gets stronger, the worst of the impacts actually kind of compacts and concentrates near that center of circulation, and that's kind of where the worst of the impacts are. And so that's why we've been saying shifts of 20, 30, 40 miles makes all the difference in the world when you're talking about major impacts, and why we've been spared here from this storm. And here's the enhanced satellite imagery as it came on shore this morning, just west of the Grand Isle area, officially making landfall in Port Fourchon with maximum sustained winds at around 150 miles per hour. Now, I mentioned it earlier, of course, today also the 16th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, and it is going to be a very tough day for many people across southeastern Louisiana, and even 16 years later, Hurricane Katrina is still weighing on their minds. But there are some differences between the storms, and I know a lot of people in the New Orleans metro area were going to be concerned with the storm surge and whether or not the new levee protection system was actually going to protect them, and we heard the governor talking about that earlier this afternoon. But there are some things working in their favor. If you remember Katrina, it actually came in this general direction. I have the pointer up here, just to the east of the city of New Orleans, and when you follow the counterclockwise rotation around a hurricane, that actually sent northerly winds, persistent northerly winds into Lake Pontchartrain and towards New Orleans, and that's why storm surge there in the city was a major concern, whereas this storm with Ida actually moving to the west of the city of New Orleans, so they'll get more of a southerly component in the wind, persistent southerly component in that wind, and that's actually going to drive the water more so to the north in the North Shore. So flooding in and around the Mandeville area and portions of the North Shore, that could be an issue for sure here over the next several hours. But there it is, the hurricane, boy, even though it's been inland over the last few hours, has not shown too many signs of weakening. In fact, here's the latest 3 o'clock advisory. Winds still at 140 miles per hour. Those gusts sitting at 185 miles per hour. And trying to see if I can get to the radar here. I wasn't sure if it was at the top of the show. I might have to go back just a little bit, but I wanted to point out kind of where we were seeing some of the most intense rain bands with this storm. So here we go. I'll kind of maneuver this around just a little bit. It may not actually let me because I'm in play mode, but I'll get out of here for a second. Just kind of wanted to show you what was going on as far as the worst impacts in southeastern Louisiana. But here we go. This primary donut that you're seeing, interestingly enough, probably in and around the Chauvin area, they're probably seeing the sun come out right now. I've actually been through one eye wall in my lifetime, Hurricane Gustav, which actually is pretty similar track to Ida. It wasn't nearly as strong. It was a Category 2 and 3, but very wild experience. It gets really, really rough. It gets really scary out there. Then it calms down. The sun comes out. People are kind of outside like, what is going on? Is the storm over? And then you get the backside of the storm and more intense weather. So very eerie experience, I guess you can say for sure, going through the eye of a hurricane. But trying to get the pointer up here. But in and around this donut area, this primary eye wall in and around the Galliano area into southern Terrebonne, central Lafayette Parish, that's where you're likely seeing wind gusts, if we are seeing them in excess of 130, 40, 150 miles per hour. This is where you're going to see it right here, and then this rain band moving through Homa, and then extending up into northern Lafayette Parish, my hometown there in Thibodaux, a small community of Chack Bay. Probably getting in on winds in excess of 100 miles per hour. That is definitely possible. And then further to the south and east, of course, Grand Isle. It's going to be very heartbreaking to see the images coming out of Grand Isle here over the next couple of days, as they have just gotten hammered as the eye moved just to the west of there earlier this morning, and they're still getting some very intense rain, damaging winds as we speak. And then further to the north, New Orleans starting to get in on some squally weather. Already had some damage reports coming out of NOLA today as well. And then for us here in Acadiana, some tropical squalls moving through portions of St. Mary Parish in and around Morgan City there. And then as you get into lower St. Martin Parish and around, say, Stevensville, and then back to the west, boy, we are going to get spared from another very powerful hurricane. Definitely counting our blessings here in Acadiana after we saw Laura, Delta last year, and now, as well as some other storms from last year as well that kind of skirted the area. But this one going to push just off to our east. So not too bad out there. Breezy, windy conditions. That'll continue through the rest of the afternoon and overnight period. Some tropical squalls could be possible tomorrow into Tuesday as well, but nothing overly bad. Again, it's going to mostly be St. Mary Parish on eastward that is going to take the brunt of this storm. Guys.
Bradley, while we're talking to you, you mentioned that this storm has not weakened very much since it made landfall. Is that because where we're seeing the storm right now, it's mostly marshland? Is that why the storm is still holding on to its strength? Because it has not, it's in the marsh, just so to speak.
Yeah, so the radar shows us that there's land there, but in reality it's more like marshy land, and it's still very humid and very moist environment, so the hurricane can still feed off of that actually. So it's still going to take a little time before we start to see this thing rapidly decrease in strength and kind of fall apart, and it could still be very close to major hurricane intensity as it nears the I-10 corridor. So Baton Rouge quiet for now, but they're going to be getting in on some significant impacts here as the afternoon wears on. NOLA, they're getting significant impacts as we speak as well. Winds probably definitely in excess of 50 to 70 miles per hour for sure, and again already seeing some impacts and damages coming out of the French Quarter, and we're going to continue to see that all across southeastern Louisiana, not only this afternoon, but going through this evening as well. And I'm not sure, it was moving at a pretty good clip. I'm not sure if it has slowed down just a little bit. Yeah, it's at 11. Yeah, Rob, if you'd like to jump in as well on this, but yeah. I think
11 miles an hour.
Yep. Yeah, so it slowed down a little bit. Yep.
Is that expected?
Slower.
Is that how it was
That's slower.
forecast?
It was going 15 to 16 yesterday. Yeah. Now we've been down to 13, 12, and 11 on the last advisory, on that 3 o'clock advisory. So that's not good. You want to see the storm
come in and out.
Gradually, not gradually coming in, but moving along at a good clip. So that just prolongs the damage that you're going to see along this eye wall as it continues to move to the north. And that is going to be a very serious situation. And again, you go Morgan City, Baton Rouge, to the east. That's where this storm is really going to have very high impacts, and will continue to have high impacts over the next several hours. Probably we're at 3 this afternoon. It'll probably be close to midnight before things will be calming down across that part of the world, guys. And
yeah, I just want to jump in real quick on that, just for New Orleans, to speak on their part. Because a lot of people that live in New Orleans, they always get worried with flooding and whatnot and the storm surge. And with this storm moving not necessarily at a slow clip, but slower, the rain's going to start to pile up and come down. And you may start to see the water rising in Metro New Orleans just because they have a problem with drainage issues and whatnot. But that's not likely going to be because of the storm surge. It's actually just because of the heavy rainfall that's going to be coming down in a very short period of time. So I know that can kind of look concerning, but that is likely not going to be coming from actual storm surge, but rather the heavy rain that's going to be piling up here.
And the city, in essence, is a bowl anyway.
Right.
So to see that amount of water in that amount of time. I mean, we talked about it early. Some parts of New Orleans flood on a regular thunderstorm
just
that's
a
in the
rainy
area.
day kind of thing. But good news, at least there, what they are projecting with that hurricane protection system. They are saying that system is going to hold up. I know we were talking that this is really a test for it, one of the first big tests, but they think it's going to hold up. They say that system was built for this moment.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Bradley. Thank you, Rob, on standby as well. We'll check in with you guys coming up in just a little bit. We want to show you some more video showing the impacts from Hurricane Ida. Look at this. I believe this is live right now. The waves whipping up along I-10. I believe that's over Lake Pontchartrain. No drivers in sight or in the Lake Pontchartrain area, which is what a difference we've seen. No, this is over Bonnie Carey, isn't it?
I believe it is the Bonnie Carey.
Yeah, that's I-10 headed, like, I think if you're going toward.
Vehicle, not sure who they are, where they're going. But
what kind of car was that?
Not big enough.
Hopefully that was a first responder, because if they didn't get the message to get out, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
But just showing you the conditions. We've all been over I-10 in that area. Not something
you want to do right about now. And, you know, we've been talking about the comparison of Ida to Katrina, and it is indeed the 16th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina to the day that the city of New Orleans was utterly destroyed and devastated, and the levees failed, right? So that is something that we have to remember. The storm did its thing, the levee system failed, and the governor, and we heard, maybe not the governor, but we heard officials talking about this is the strongest, now the strongest levee system in the entire world, built after Katrina. Katrina the test, Katrina the reason, now Ida the test of that system.
And just think how much money, how much work has gone into making scenes like this not happen again.
At this point, Katrina is still the most costliest natural disaster. We'll see what happens post-Ida. With that, but to see those images out of New Orleans 16 years ago, I've seen people posting online who lived in the city at the time, and whether they're still there or have moved, and they remember it like it's yesterday. I was a reporter here at the time, and I went to New Orleans day after the storm, and I remember it like it was yesterday, and now here we have Ida on the exact day as Katrina.
This day is
eerie.
Just really,
it's really eerie.
Not a good day for so many people, and it just brings up those really difficult memories. And I saw some folks that I know posting about yesterday, like how 16 years ago yesterday, what they were doing and how they didn't really realize the magnitude of what they were in for over the next 24 hours, and then of course in the days and weeks after, but just how quickly it changes.
You think, you know, we've ridden out storms for generations, you know, and this is what we do, this is how we function, and then Katrina was kind of the first eye-opener for so many people that maybe we need to reconsider some things. And we've been seeing these storms, you know, more frequent storms, they're stronger to some degree. And luckily, we heard the governor talk about so many people leaving Southeast Louisiana and getting out of the way. We saw that in the amounts of traffic that we saw yesterday, people heeding the warnings, going west, going north, wherever they could get. And I think lesson learned. So unfortunately, sometimes it's a very hard lesson, but lesson learned in many cases.
That's for sure. Well, let's take a look at flooding and raining conditions on Canal Street in New Orleans. This static camera there, and we saw it earlier, and it's just a bit darker than it was earlier, but the rain's still coming down pretty heavy. Can't really see if that's like on the street level, some of the water in the street, but I think it's just from the rain on that windshield or that window. This photographer just being able to be inside probably a vehicle or something there on Canal Street, but the winds certainly whipping those palm trees that we all know on Canal Street there in New Orleans. Now, Ronald Dufresne, we heard from him a little bit earlier today about his preparations. He's
a brave man.
Very brave man. I think the bravest person we've heard from today, riding out this storm on his boat. He lives in Jean Lafitte, Louisiana. He spoke with CNN about his plans.
I've ridden my boat in every storm for the last 42 years, you know. I rode out 3 of them last year, you know. I mean, don't get me wrong, this is a buzzsaw we have coming, you know. It's we rode out Katrina here at the dock, you know, during the summer last year was in Brownsville last year around this time we rode one out. I mean, Mother Nature's a beast.
And there we heard Ronald Dufresne there riding it out on his boat. Hopefully he's doing okay tonight there.
And whoever interviewed him, we hope that crew goes back to him post-storm to get his perspective.
See how he's going. I know so many people kind of have their traditions and how they, you know, ride out the storm, and some people just that's what they want to do. That's their prerogative. But gosh, you got to think the advice for the masses is to get out of the way if you can, for sure.
Well, our teams are still across Acadiana doing what we do. Taking care of our coverage here. Iman Boyd is joining us from Mary Parish with the change in conditions there. Iman.
If you've been following our coverage here in New Iberia, we started at the Spanish Lake and then we moved over to the Port of Iberia. Now we're at the city park and we're right in front of Bayou Teche. And as you can see, the water levels here are at about 2 feet and it's a little bit lower than what it was yesterday. Yesterday it was at about 2.5. The wind speeds as well, they are still at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. They do still have potential to progress as the night goes on and for potential storm surge, but it's not going to be as severe as we originally projected for that to happen. And although these conditions are still seemingly calm right now, it's still very important that people stay inside and make sure that they are doing everything they need to take precaution during this time because the developments could change within the hour. Live in New Iberia, Iman Boyd, KATC, TV3.
It's like a calm day in the park there over in New Iberia. It's not too bad. Really, it just depends on where you are. As of course, if we're along the coast in St. Mary and Iberia parishes, we've certainly seen conditions that are a little more favorable or what you might think of for tropical activity.
Yeah, we know that we're going as the day continues. Our meteorologists have been reiterating that as the day continues, conditions are going to change here in Acadiana. Nothing drastic like we're seeing in the southeastern part of the state, but we will see some changes in tropical storm force winds and rains in some areas. But it's to see it now and to know what it's going to be in a little while. It's kind of stark, the difference there.
It sure is. Let's keep checking in with our teams across Acadiana. We've been checking in with Scott Brazda. He's been in Delcombe today. Let's see where he is. I believe still over by the sugarcane field. Scott.
All right, we're definitely seeing a matter of cause and effect here in the town of Delcombe as the winds have picked up. The traffic has died down, and as far as we can tell, Justin Green, erstwhile videographer, and myself, everybody's closed. The only thing we could find was the Domino's Pizza just on the Erath side of Highway 14. So, as Bryce Bertrand told me, the floor manager here at Sean's Cajun Meats, he said everything that went really quickly, the bread went quickly, the beer went quickly, chips went quickly, and meat. In essence, a lot of folks out there ready to barbecue and celebrate the fact that they were at least on the western side of this storm. Bryce said they'd close about 2 o'clock. He didn't lie. Delcombe, slow down. I just checked in with Brady Segura, the acting police chief. He says nothing going on right now. They're watching things, but right now, knock on wood, things are going well. In Delcombe, Scott Brazda, KATC, TV3.
And let's head out to Katie Easter now. She continues our team coverage. She's made her way to St. Mary Parish, over to Baldwin. Katie.
All right, well, we came out here to Baldwin now where you can see the rain and the wind is kind of the same. Well, actually, we weren't seeing as much rain out there in Jeanerette, but it did start to sprinkle when we drove over here. But you can really start to see the rains coming down here. The wind is really picking up over here. And we actually found this one gas station that has gas. So if you are for some reason in the area and you're trying to leave and you need gas for your generators real quick, this gas station does have some left, but they are very low at this time. So you'll want to grab it real quick, but you're also going to want to get home and you're going to want to stay home too. So I mean, like I said, but this gas station is getting low on gas, and of course he was telling us inside that he's not actually sure when they're going to get more gas. So if you are trying to get out of this area, you know, this is the place to go. I'm right here off of Highway 182, and again, so we really are starting to feel that rain. We're really starting to see this wind out here from Ida. You know, I know it made landfall hours ago, but we really are starting to see it out here. Live in Baldwin, Katie Easter, KTC, TV3.
Well, it's one of the things we've been hearing about, thank you, Katie, there from Baldwin, is sheltering, and the governor mentioned that in his news conference today, and some people are taking advantage of those shelters. This is in Gonzales, where some people are choosing to ride out the storm at this point, as we're seeing a number of shelters open across the state. Statewide, the governor mentioned over 1,500 people already sheltering, and that number is expected to rise as the storm passes and people are rescued, and for those who will be coming back to the areas that they call home, if they choose to in the next couple days or so, if their homes are unable to be lived in, they will be going to these shelters across the state.
In terms of power outages, we're specifically hearing from CLECO next. They are reporting about 9,700 of their customers without power. The big areas that are being impacted right now, St. Tammany, St. Mary, and Washington parishes, and all efforts to restore power, they've been stopped right now because of the storm. They won't continue until after Ida passes.
To stay weather aware and to keep up with the latest information, the QR code that's been at the bottom of your screen, we're making big for for you there. Pull out that phone, open that camera, and go ahead and scan that to get the KATC app. Once you've done so, you can download the app to get the latest information. I've been tracking the app as well. I'm getting notifications as they're being pushed out, even here at the desk, and I'm standing in the midst of the newsroom, but picking up my phone and reading the app sometimes is quicker than talking to someone who's back there working to get the information out to you.
And you have notifications on. I do not.
I do.
I'll turn that on soon enough, I think. All right, Chief Meteorologist Rob Perillo standing by. Here we are, Rob, 3:30. You know, one of the things we were most concerned about in the last update we heard from you was just that it's not moving as fast as we were hoping it would. What's Ida doing now?
Yeah, Ida's moving pretty slowly. Let me get back to the main forecast graphic. I'm going to make a shameless plug also. You know, we're talking about our KATC News app, but don't forget the KATC Weather app, sending regular updates, hourly updates on the radar, hourly updates on the storm. When we have a new storm track, new storm status update, we get an update. Now the storm moving at northwest, to answer your question, Jim, at 11. Pressure has been slowly rising, but this is still an incredibly potent hurricane, considering it's been interacting with land over the last 4 hours or so, if not a little bit longer, and still carrying maximum sustained winds at 140. Those are likely in the gust range that we're seeing, and we've seen reports of that coming in over the last hour or so. In fact, let me just see if I got any more additional reports that have come in via the National Weather Service. But here we go. This is the way it looks on the radar this afternoon as we take a look at all the tropical radars. And yeah, I'm getting a new Tropical Depression 10 advisory, by the way, out in the Atlantic Basin, but we won't worry about that system. But it is expected to become a tropical storm, more than likely Julian, but that's going to be an Atlantic system, so we'll just discard that. We've got to take it one storm at a time, folks. And this may not be the only threat we see in Louisiana this year, but unfortunately, this is not only a threat, this is going to deliver on its threat as well. And again, a very intense eye wall that's moving slowly ashore, but again, we're in the coastal marsh, so there's a lot of water here, and that water is near 90 degrees as well, just southwest of the Galliano area, just southeast of Houma. Again, you can see that water level, the blue right in here, that's mostly open water. So we have not really seen that inner eye wall collapse a whole lot. We are not seeing it as strong as it was, but nonetheless, there is a donut. Again, this is where you're seeing your 100 to 140 mile per hour winds, your gusts maybe up to 165 or 170, and it's rough as we even zoom in even closer here and kind of move this around. You can see the water right here, Galliano, Grand Isle. Oh goodness, what's that going to be there when we're all said and done? And as we move off to the west, again, most of the heavy rains, we just heard from Katie Morgan over in Baldwin. There's a few tropical showers here, but not a whole lot going on. Morgan City, Stevensville, you're starting to see a little bit more shower activity and gusty winds. Main core of this, if we drew a line, is going to be up through Houma, Thibodaux, Donaldsonville, certainly as we go up through Laplace, certainly as we go up through Jean Lafitte and near the NOLA area as well. And this donut, this is what you don't want to be hit with. Again, these outer rain bands are serious enough. These are going to do damage. These are hurricane force winds of 70 to about 80, maybe 90 miles an hour. But then you get into this inner core. This is where you're seeing those 100 to 140 mile per hour sustained winds with gusts more than likely even a little bit higher in spots. But we're in a very sparsely populated area, so we're not going to get the latest. Oh, and actually, by the way, that tropical depression has just become Tropical Storm Julian, but we'll worry about that another time. That's about 815 miles southeast of Cape Raceland, Newfoundland, just to give you an idea. They're talking about Newfoundland. Well, we won't have to worry about that one. As we get back into Acadiana, not a whole lot going on here locally. A little tropical rain band right on the Texas-Louisiana border. Lafayette, quiet. We've had partly sunny skies, breezy conditions. We'll get to the wind gusts in just a bit. But those tropical showers starting to populate across portions of Iberia Parish into St. Mary Parish. Now, a more serious tropical showers are working its way right into the Stevensville area by Pierre Part as well. But again, nothing compared to what we're seeing right now between Thibodaux, Raceland, Houma, some very serious weather going on here. And again, I looked at it a little bit earlier. Let's see if we have some storm reports in around this area. Southwest of Chauvin here. Let me go ahead, hit my query button, and then we can go ahead and touch that, and that's going to give us a report of the Dulac area around 2:30, that weather flow measuring 189 sustained gusts to 138. So we bring the sweeps back in, and you can see that is in the outer eye wall. So that is incredible. That's pretty high wind gusts there, considering we're outside of the main eye wall of the storm. So there's going to be terrible, catastrophic damage. Galliano, LaRose, maybe Houma, we'll see. Chauvin for sure. And Chauvin, the winds are lightening up, but guess what's coming through? This is going to be moving on northward. We'll put this in motion here. And again, you can see how this western part of the eye wall is going to be interacting with Chauvin for a while. And you can see Galliano, LaRose, and it's looking even like a slower motion. Looks like we're only doing a half-hour run here, but it looks like maybe a wobble more toward the north, if anything at all. We want wobbles to the north here in Acadiana. We don't want wobbles to the west, because then it would impact the areas such as Morgan City and Stevensville a lot harder. So again, this is as close to a hurricane as you want to be, and watching it off to the south and east, and it's certainly on the western fringe of it. And this high-resolution satellite imagery is not only remarkable because it's super high resolution as we look at what's called the GOES 16 floater imagery, but notice how well defined this eye has been as it continues to move generally to the north. And even on the satellite imagery, it does look like maybe a little bit of a northward jog in the last 20 minutes or so, 30 minutes or so on that. So again, you place this and you push it to the north. New Orleans may miss the core, but you're going to have some of those outer rain bands. I think this is going to be the worst weather New Orleans has seen going well before Katrina. This is going to be a lot worse wind-wise than it was in Katrina. Again, we're not, as Bradley told you earlier, we're not looking at the surge issues, and the levees will get tested to a degree, but wind-wise, there's going to be a lot of damage in around the New Orleans metro area, especially in the central business district where you have those high-rise buildings. We saw what the Capital One Bank looked like in Lake Charles after the storm. I would fully expect a lot of the high-rise buildings in NOLA to kind of look like that as well, so keep that in mind. There's going to be a lot of damage over there, and after the storm passes on Monday, don't be going into New Orleans to check out the damage. Don't be going down here to check out the damage. It's going to be very, very dangerous. There's going to be water covering the roadways, and if you do have camps and you want to check on them, give it a few days because the water is too high. You can't drive through that high water. You don't know what roads have been washed out. It's going to be a very dangerous scenario. Speaking from experience, when I've gone to check damage after the storms, you got to give it a couple of days and let Public Works clear things as best they can, and we don't even know what's going to be damaged. I know you guys showed Lake Pontchartrain earlier. That's a light chop compared to what Lake Pontchartrain is going to look like later on this evening as the core of this storm gets closer to Lake Pontchartrain. So this is going to be one whopper of a storm, and certainly a historical storm. And notice, being a weather nerd here, notice you can see inside the eye here, these mesovortices. That is really, you only see these on high-end hurricanes, but these mesovortices are like tornadoes within a large tornado. So from a fluid dynamic point of view, from the way we model the atmosphere, it's a rarity to see this, and even more rare to see this over land. So this is the latest what we have on the infrared satellite imagery. You can still see some very cold cloud tops here indicating a very intense hurricane. Now that central dense overcast, that high cloudiness, that's what we're seeing in Lafayette, Acadiana. You get back to the west, it's partly sunny skies, and then you do have a few showers as we showed you on the radar earlier, but still Category 4 as of 3 o'clock. We'll get another update shortly. We'll get the 4 o'clock bulletin. We'll give you that when it comes in. I think it's going to be still close to Category 3 when it crosses I-10 west of NOLA, maybe by the Gonzales area. And here are the latest wind gusts. Again, earlier we showed you those gusts in the 100+ mile-an-hour range. Now, locally, we've seen gusts generally in the 30, 40 mile per hour range. In New Iberia, we're 43 last hour, 39 in Lafayette, 36 Opelousas, 44 Salt Point. We lost Amaretta Pass, Patterson at 39, Berwick at 38. We've lost Thibodaux, Houma. Galliano still reporting 91 last report. NOLA, it's gusting out at Louis Armstrong Airport at 78. So again, add 20 or 30% to that, and that's the kind of gust that you're getting in downtown New Orleans right now. So you're talking about close to 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible in and around as we see those tropical rain bands move on through. Here's predictive radar. Let's take a look at this. This is a new model run, again showing mostly lighter rains spanning into Acadiana. The worst of this moving, and it looks like the model is moving this almost northeastward into this evening. So that's encouraging for Acadiana, not for NOLA. Again, the worst of it is probably going to be moving through the New Orleans area, probably between 7 and about 10 p.m. tonight based on what we're seeing right here. And then the storm slowly working its way northward as we get this out of the New Orleans metro area, and the storm gradually works its way out of Louisiana as we head several hours after midnight. And for much of Acadiana, it's just going to be a nice breeze across the area. And again, a graph model showing much the same. We're going to get a new run of that by 6 o'clock, so we'll drop that for right now. Wind gust features as we take a look at our model data here coming from the high-resolution rapid refresh model. 40s, we're close to that right now. We're getting close to 4 o'clock. So these are kind of higher end of what we're seeing in Acadiana. I think it's the model's underdoing the gusts that we're going to see down over here. And again, not a hurricane model. This is just a what we call a high resolution model that's good for severe weather. But nonetheless, your gusts could easily be double in some of these areas that we're showing you. And again, this is just a snapshot, a computer model. What happens in the real world versus the model, two different things, but it gives us a guide. Lots of 40s across Acadiana, some 50s as you go farther south and east, and 60s, but the worst of it is going to be points off to the east as well. And rainfall, again, the heaviest rainfall, this is just over the next 16 hours, mainly along and east of where that system is. And again, our eye wall is right here, so we probably shift this heavier rainfall a little bit farther to the west, but notice not much rain across Acadiana, if any at all, in spots, and then you get farther to the east and you're looking at flooding, and that flooding will continue well into the evening and overnight hours. So even the longer range graph model showing much the same as well. So storm surges, no issues down along the coast. The water certainly coming up across southeast Louisiana, and again, worst spots will be from Cocodrie on eastward, Leeville, Grand Isle underwater, Port Sulphur underwater. All these areas you see underwater. Water over Highway 23, water over Highway 1 more than likely, and that's going to stay that way for quite a while. And then we showed you Lake Pontchartrain, how it is going to be up here. It's going to be rough conditions. You saw the choppiness on the Pontchartrain Expressway. Now, I would think we're going to come up close to 5 to 8 feet at some point in here. 5 feet, not too bad. 8 feet, that water's lapping up across the causeway. So rough conditions for our friends to the off to the east of us. So that's what we have right now. No 4 o'clock update, but that should be coming in shortly. Still a powerful Category 4 storm, 140-mile-per-hour winds. And for all intents and purposes, this is inland, but it's still over open marsh. So I think we're going to see some adjustments in that forecast. We're going to get a new forecast track. We'll see how quickly the National Hurricane Center weakens the system as it continues to progress slowly to the north-northwest, now at 11 miles an hour. Let's hope it stays at 11 and it doesn't go down to 10 or 9 in the next update, guys.
Yeah, it needs to speed up a little bit out.
Yes,
Get out of Louisiana.
it surely does.
Right now.
Right.
So let's offer you just a little bit of perspective just for a minute of what's happening here. Rob and Bradley are in the weather lab taking care of things. Jim and I here at the anchor desk. Behind us, there are people working. It's kind of dark back there. We know you can't see them, but our digital team and our content team and producers are back there. So we're starting to hear about some of the images, some videos that are coming in from southeastern Louisiana, and the folks back here are working to get that into our system so we can get it on the air and get it to you. We also have lots of people who are still working from home.
I was going to say, I was like seeing some faces on our Teams app that I don't see back here. So they're hard at work as well. So yeah, any sort of tips, any sort of video that you're seeing out there, send it in to us, get in touch with us through our apps, and we're going to kind of get it from there to here on the air for you guys.
That's right. We're helping you, of course, stay weather aware, and we've made it easy for you. We've talked about the news app, but Rob mentioned the weather app as well. That's the up-to-date information coming in, again, from these teams back here working to get the most up-to-date information to you. Take a picture of the QR code. We've left it up for you to make it very, very easy so you can access our digital platforms as well.
And don't forget about over on your smart TVs, you can download the KATC app for your Android TV, Apple TV, Fire TV, Roku, pardon me, you name it. Just search KATC in your app store. You can watch breaking news or the latest newscasts anytime. And Town Square Media is simulcasting our coverage on 105.1. They are our radio partner during storm coverage throughout the storm, so that's a good option just in case there are any sort of power outages, whether it be this storm or another storm. Just keep in mind that is an option for you.
Yeah, there's so much. Here's some other information. Generator safety just popped up. I believe we have, do we have President Biden on Ida? Is that what's next? Are we cross-talking with Bradley?
I do have a 4 o'clock update. And the 4 o'clock update,
We'll
here
take
it is.
that, Rob.
We'll take that, Rob. Here we are, 3:51, the 4 o'clock update a little bit earlier. What's it say, Rob?
Okay, I'm going to turn around and look at it with you. Okay, down to 130 mile per hour winds. That is good. Unfortunately, it is a little bit slower. Northwest at 10. That pressure at 938. So again, we are seeing a storm that is slowly, very painfully weakening. We're still at a Category 4, but we go down another 5 miles an hour. We'll be down into Category 3. And I'm getting the textual information from the National Hurricane Center right now, and just want to see if we have some specific reports that they may have included in their report. Let's see. No, this is more general. It's not giving me anything with respect to any kind of extra wind gusts or observational data. That's kind of what I'm looking for at this point. But their headline is Ida moving northwestward over southeastern Louisiana. Catastrophic storm surge, extreme winds, and flash flooding continue across southeast Louisiana. Changes with this advisory. The hurricane warning along the coast of Louisiana from Morgan City to Intracoastal City has been changed to a tropical storm warning. That's understandable. Tropical storm warning from Cameron to Intracoastal City, Louisiana has been discontinued. So as we've been saying, it's looking better and better for us. Hurricane warning in effect Morgan City to the mouth of the Pearl River, including Lake Pontchartrain, Lake Maurepas, and the New Orleans metro area. That hasn't changed. So the big changes are the threat level for Acadiana continues to decrease, and the threat level off to the east continues. Here we go. Dulac just reported a sustained wind of 93. We showed you that with a gust to 135. Florida Coastal Monitoring Program Observing Station at South Lafourche Airport recently reported a sustained wind of 91 with a gust to 122 and a sustained wind of 51 miles an hour, gust to 82, just reported at Lakefront Airport in NOLA. So still seeing super high wind gusts, and again, storm is weakening, but one thing I am noticing, and you never want to see lightning associated with tropical activity, but we're still picking up on cloud-to-ground lightning, and this just means it's going to be super rough in the Galliano area. It already is. This squall right here is going to be quite devastating, more than likely. Let me know if we need to go to another source, but I'm going to get into the velocity mode here and kind of take a look at that. And Bradley, you want to just go ahead and query that? Well, I can query the velocity, but sometimes it's easier doing it on the desk. But let's see if we got a velocity here. 119. Let's see. Let's do this again. Make sure we have this question marked. And Bradley may have touched it. And let's just see. Here we go. 121, 110. So yeah, this is what we're measuring in the clouds, and you can get even higher than that in that tropical rain band. And you see that tropical rain band moving right through the Galliano area. So again, these velocities, and again, here's your key. We're looking through the Slidell Doppler. Blue means the air is moving toward the radar. Red means it's moving away. So that's why we have south winds here and northwest winds here. But again, you can see these winds are just incredible across much of the region. Let's move it on over, and we can kind of do some queries here as well in around the Houma area. Let's see what kind of winds we're showing. These winds all aloft, but some of them could be working their way down to the ground. And this right here, 114, you're seeing 110s, 120s, 128, 125. Those are some pretty bad velocities with that storm. And here locally, we don't even have to worry about velocity data. I mean, we do have a lot going on, but just mainly eastern portions of Acadiana, the big action across southeast Louisiana where this donut is looking awfully rough here. Let's put it in motion since we're using Power Doppler 3. You'll see a nice smooth motion there. And again, that's looking through the sweeps with the National Weather Service, but going back to our radar, smoother looking, and then we just put that in motion there. And again, you can see how intense this storm is and how we're picking up on that part of the storm that's going through the Golden Meadow area as well. Very intense hurricane. And you know, I've been doing this since 1985, okay? What is that, 36 years I've been tracking storms on the Gulf Coast. I moved to Acadiana in 1988, and in all my career, last year, this year, you know, Rita and Katrina, they were high-end events, but last year and this year, we're seeing these incredibly powerful, catastrophic storms doing damage as they're moving inland, and storms that are not weakening as they start interacting with land, storms that are maintaining their intensity for several hours after landfall. And we saw that with Laura last year. We saw that with Michael the year before. You saw that with Harvey a couple of years earlier. And this seems to be the new paradigm that we're not just seeing hurricanes, but we're seeing major hurricanes making major impacts. And over the longer term, you're looking at more and more damage potential as we continue to have folks in harm's way. In Louisiana, much of us are in harm's way just because we live in land, and we're not living large in condos down by the coastline. We're just trying to live and work, and we're seeing these type of storms really setting us back. And these are the type of storms that set you back months and years. Just talk to the folks in Lake Charles a year later. Guys?
Yeah, that's a good point, Rob. I mean, just a year ago now. Yesterday it was, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday
Friday.
Friday was getting the days confused here.
I know, we don't know what day of the week it is at this moment.
It's actually Sunday, yeah. But okay, Rob, thank you. That's the 4 o'clock update on Hurricane Ida. We'll check in with Rob and Bradley as they continue to do analysis, but the bottom line is Ida is just not really getting out the way we were hoping. It's just sort of there.
Yeah, Ida's lingering.
Lingering a little too long.
A little too long. We hope for some movement. But
Louisiana's known for its hospitality, but not when it comes to
hurricanes.
No,
we don't want. We're not welcoming them. We want you in and out. If you have to come, leave just as quickly.
Well, this storm is, of course, getting national attention, everybody. President Joe Biden is up to speed on the plans here in Louisiana for Hurricane Ida, both before, during, and after the storm. He met with leaders with FEMA before releasing this statement.
I've been around for a lot of hurricanes, and I don't think we've ever had as much preparation, long-term preparation with the levee system and preparation here. Thanks to the administrators' leadership and the hard work of the FEMA team, all of whom are gathered behind me, many of whom are gathered behind me. We've already pre-positioned resources that we know are going to be needed, and equipment and response teams in the region. This includes 2.5 million meals, 3 million liters of water. We've got generators in place, and we're in close touch with the power providers to get and restore power as soon as possible, because a lot of it's going to go out, and we should be prepared that it can take a long time, no matter how much we've pre-positioned, which we have, that it's going to take a long time for a lot of it to get back up. It could take a matter of weeks for some places. We've got 13 urban search and rescue teams. For those of you who aren't familiar with that, these teams make up about 70 people and experts, each of these teams, and they can do real serious recovery work. More than 100 ambulances and emergency medical teams have been activated, and we're working with the Red Cross and local partners to open dozens and dozens of shelters with cots and blankets and meals to support those we need to evacuate. That'll happen mostly in the northern part of the state and maybe in parts of Mississippi. And I've already signed an emergency declaration for both Louisiana as well as Mississippi. And I want to make sure that we're ready to surge all the response capability that we have to deal with whatever comes next. And a lot's going to be coming. I've been in touch with the governors of Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. And my team at the White House has been in touch with other state, local, and federal officials in the region. And they know there'll be the full resources and support of the federal government. So I want to emphasize again, this is going to be a devastating hurricane, a life-threatening storm. So please, all you folks in the Mississippi and in Louisiana, Mississippi, and God knows, maybe even further east, take precautions. Listen, take it seriously, really very seriously. And you know, the whole of government effort is ready to get to work. I can't think of any time where the federal, state, and local folks have worked together more closely and in advance of an obvious, significant natural disaster. And folks, we're going to be here. We're going to be here to help the Gulf region get back on its feet as quickly as possible, as long as it takes. As long as it takes. So thank you, and may God protect those in the path of the storm, and God willing, we'll get through this sooner than later. But don't kid yourself. This is going to take a lot of resources, a little bit of luck, and as my grandfather would say, the grace of God and the goodwill of the neighbors. And by the way, look out for your neighbors. If you're in the region, look out for your neighbors. So thank you very much, and thank you.
President Biden there following his update with FEMA a little bit earlier today. He says that there are federal resources working with state resources at the local level as well, including 13 search and rescue teams, those made up of dozens of people just ready to get to work once it's safe to do so.
The president also addressing that he has already signed the emergency declaration for Louisiana and Mississippi, and he mentioned the supplies and FEMA's response. And let's give you some specifics. They're already here. Those supplies arrived in Alexandria, some of them yesterday, supply trucks supplied by FEMA. They're filled with a variety of things, from first aid kits to generators to deal with the injured, unexpected power outages from Hurricane Ida. So those trucks already on the ground. The president talked about them being within the region, and there is video right there of those trucks arriving. They are in Alexandria at this point, soon to be making their way to the hardest hit areas of our state.
Also soon to be making their ways to those hardest hit areas, utility crews, utility trucks, those bucket trucks and linemen. Many of them from out of state are in Acadiana, some of them in Lafayette, as this video is from, just ready to get people back online, restore power after Hurricane Ida. Now the Oklahoma-based utility company, it's called GRDA. They sent about 20 people to South Louisiana to help with restoration efforts. The crews include power linemen, maintenance workers, and vegetation management personnel, mechanics, and also law enforcement. That company is lending a hand in Louisiana as part of a nationwide American Public Power Association mutual aid effort.
We want to help. You know, we want to do everything we can to help. The people that we come and help are always extremely grateful just to show up. When we start into these areas, people are waving out the windows, they're honking their horns, they're flashing their lights. They're grateful.
And here's a sense of just how important their work is. Let's take a look at the power outage map. Right now, the total is 443,000 outages being reported across Louisiana. Now, before the storm made landfall, that number was about 77,000 or so. And as you see that area in red, that's where the majority of those outages are, really all across southeast Louisiana, Terrebonne, Plaquemines, Lafourche, even Orleans, St. Charles, Jefferson parishes, the majority of those areas completely without power.
And when we started just at about 10 o'clock, and probably in the first hour or so while we were on air, we saw just red and down there in Lafourche Parish. That was the only place. Yeah. And we've been watching it change and grow and become more colorful, and now red being the dominant color there in southeastern part of Louisiana, another reality of what's really going on in that part of the state at this moment. And we mentioned the federal government bringing in generators, and we know generators are vital in hurricane recovery. Even though we aren't feeling the effects here in Acadiana just yet, we know those are to come later this evening. If you happen to lose power and you need to use a generator, we heard the governor talk about how important it is to remain safe when using your generator. We saw deaths after Hurricane Laura last year. Never use your generator in your home or garage. Carbon monoxide poisoning is a real thing, odorless. You don't see it. It can kill you. Generators should be kept dry and placed under a canopy or overhang 20 feet away from your house. And before you refuel your generator, let it cool down a bit. That can be dangerous if you try and refuel it while it's hot. And then lastly, never plug a portable generator directly into a wall outlet. Once your power is restored, if it's plugged into the wall, it could be dangerous for you, your neighbors who live right there next to you, and then electricians as well who are working on the lines to get your power restored. Well, take a listen to that. If you listen closely, you can hear that wind howling. That's Grand Isle. This video was sent to us by Josh Welsh, who's on a boat. He was on a boat at the time in Grand Isle. We talked about some people who stayed there. He says the weather was so bad they could not even see their dock. The water completely covered a boat trailer and caused their boat to rock and take a beating, he says. He says they clocked winds at 160 miles an hour. We knew that what was happening in Grand Isle was going to be intense. And there's a new video that's just coming in. We talked about our videos are starting to come in, and that's a new one from the Grand Isle area.
And we're also thinking about our neighbors in Mississippi who are starting to feel the impacts from Hurricane Ida. In a calmer video than others we've seen, the waves are crashing on the beach. This video coming from Biloxi, but what you would come to expect when you know that there is a monster storm like that, Category 4 Ida, out there in the Gulf of Mexico. That's the kind of video you're expected to see.
Colonial Pipeline has temporarily shut down 2 lines of its network because of Ida. The major fuel line connects Houston to the East Coast. Now get this, carrying about 3 billion barrels of fuel every day. So there's an interruption in fuel right there. Officials say they'll resume all operations once it is safe to do so.
A little after 4 o'clock now, everybody. Our Hurricane Ida coverage continues. We want to remind you our teams are spread out throughout Acadiana in the areas that are expected to feel impacts from the storm. Of course, Southeast Louisiana is feeling the brunt of it, but there are some spots here in Acadiana that are still going to see the impacts.
Yeah, we wanted to make sure our teams are all about making sure things were, as we see conditions change and tropical storm force conditions come into our area, we wanted to make sure, of course, that we were on the ground taking care of Acadiana. And first, we'll go to our Victor Georges, who is standing by live in Morgan City for us. Victor.
Well, we're still here in Morgan City where we're seeing conditions definitely intensify very, very quickly. And it's not really about just what we're seeing, but about what we're hearing. The wind there definitely starting to speak to us. It's very, very gloomy out here, and you can definitely hear that howling now. I do want to show you some of the other things that we've seen out here. If you can see that visual up there at the top of that flagpole there, a very powerful image of those flags just really trying to hold on there. The bottom one earlier today at least was perfectly fine. As you can see, it's definitely starting to rip. Now on this side up here, we also have those banners that we talked about earlier. Those are also kind of trying their best to hold on. And then if we can keep walking this way as we enter the street, again, I haven't seen a lot of activity out here. Again, there is a stay-at-home order that's, not a stay-at-home order, I'm sorry, a curfew that is starting at 6 o'clock tonight, and there really has not been any much activity, which is definitely the safe thing to do. Another thing I do want to show you, this business did board up, which is, again, one of the smartest things to do here. Boarded up, their sandbags are also set, and if we keep moving this way, we're gonna already start seeing some of the debris here. Nothing major right here, at least for now, but definitely a few branches. Just to put into perspective, we are very close here. That is the Morgan City City Hall. And we've seen a few folks coming in and out of there as the storm was approaching us here. Again, some of the debris that you can see there at the end of the street, on the other side of the street, I mean, just some branches, nothing major just yet, at least from where we're standing. We are planning on moving to another area of Morgan City. And then on this side, we have another visual. We have that trash can on the ground there. And then a little further down there, we have that tree. Again, the wind here is very loud. It's starting to be a little, I don't know if you can hear it right now. Again, like I said, it kind of turns on and off on you like that. So you saw me, I was standing okay a few seconds ago, and then that gust just kind of swept us through. So if you're inside, stay inside. If you're not inside, get inside. In Morgan City, I'm Victor Georges.
All right, the wind whipping up there in Morgan City. What a difference.
Yeah, once the effects start to hit you, you heard Victor, he's just saying what a difference a few seconds make, and we saw it there in that live shot. Strong winds from Hurricane Ida are damaging buildings, and this is in Houma. This is a look at the Houma area. We see that awning is done with. It has served its purpose. Ida said, nope, you are no longer needed, so they'll be replacing that awning there that is some new video coming into our newsroom.
I saw some more video from Homa on social media where there's someone driving around, perhaps a storm chaser, and looking out the window, and there's an awning that just comes right in front of him into the power lines. It's just really unreal just how powerful.
And that's
those
one of the
winds
things
can be.
that when you hear don't drive around, because you just don't know if there are weak trees in the area, and sometimes all it takes is a strong gust and the trees coming down. And it's not just about sightseeing, getting off of the roads for dangerous road conditions. But even the governor mentioned in his news conference, for people who are still in their homes at this point dealing with the brunt of the storm, make sure you have mattresses readily available to cover
Just some
yourselves
protection.
from some falling debris, because that is an after effect of the storm that has to be considered as well.
Let's head farther east now, past Christiana, Mississippi. Take a look at the white caps, the rough surf, and the high winds. This, of course, all from Hurricane Ida. We saw the camera shaking there, but some folks have been out and about taking some pictures. I think this was the shot we saw a little bit earlier of some weather tourists, if you will. They had a hat on at one point. That hat was just no match for those winds coming on shore from Hurricane Ida.
And we're going to talk about this video that you're going to see in just a moment is from Cutoff, Louisiana. And this is a hospital there, I believe. And that roof is gone.
There it is.
It was gone. That is the roof of Lady of the Sea. That's a hospital in the Cutoff area down in southeastern Louisiana. And that tells the story itself for the winds that are affecting that area of our state.
Just what a gust right there. Now over in Mississippi, video taken in Gulfport shows high wind, waves, and heavy rain. Now this video was taken this morning by David Myrick. The pier that you see is just about 5 miles south of the Gulfport Biloxi International Airport, all along the Gulf Coast. Hurricane Ida having its impact.
We've told you that we've had some crews come to us from our sister station in Corpus Christi. We know that CNN crews are all over the area here along the Louisiana-Mississippi coast. ABC teams are there as well. They're here in Louisiana as Ida is making its way through the state.
And let's check in now with ABC's Elizabeth Schulze reporting from New Orleans.
Hurricane Ida making landfall in Louisiana as a dangerous Category 4 storm, bringing torrential rain, storm surge, and winds of up to 150 miles an hour.
This is one of the strongest storms to make landfall here in modern times.
The powerful hurricane tearing through the Louisiana Gulf Coast, leaving debris, torn up homes, and power outages in its wake.
We are here in the heart of New Orleans just as this storm has made landfall. You can feel how strong these winds are. This is the Mississippi. This storm is testing the city's flood protection system.
The city's levees and flood protection system has been bolstered since Hurricane Katrina 16 years ago to this day. Officials here are still warning about heavy rain causing flash floods.
This is a very dangerous and a very real situation.
South of New Orleans, this home in Grand Isle, Louisiana, flooded. In Gulfport, Mississippi, floodwater rushing on shore.
Praying I can go back to a normal home.
President Biden visiting FEMA headquarters for a briefing on the storm.
We're praying for the best and planning prepared for the worst. As soon as the storm passes, we're going to put the country's full might behind the rescue and recovery.
Now, Ida has not yet cleared New Orleans, with conditions here expected to get worse and tornado warnings now in effect. The storm is expected to move northwest toward Baton Rouge, where officials are warning that hospitals are at capacity with COVID patients. Elizabeth Schulze, ABC News, New Orleans.
Well, Pascagoula, Mississippi police have a warning for people near Beach Boulevard. They're asking everyone to avoid the area. Water is starting to come inland there. The officers say this is not the time for anyone to be joyriding, kind of like those people we saw who were in that Jeep trying to take pictures. We're beyond that point. Just stay safe.
Yeah, Rob also was driving home that message as well, and that's coming from someone who's a weather geek like he is, where you want to get out and survey what you're seeing, you know, on the surveillance, on the radar and the satellite imagery, and then to see what the impacts are in real time. You got to wait a few days before going
Yeah,
out.
and that's the thing. During the storm is one thing, but even in the recovery stages, Rob, said he learned that trying to get out there and see it is just, you're not going to get much if you can't get anywhere because of debris and roadways and water covering roadways, it's just best to just.
And you'll get a flat tire. I didn't
guess
mean to
he
call
knows
you a
from
geek,
experience.
by the way, Rob.
No, I've never had a flat tire, but I've come very close.
Okay, so there it
very
is.
close.
He's learned his lesson. Well, Rob, here we are, 4:15. It's been about 15 minutes or so. I know you and Bradley are over there doing some analysis.
Yeah.
What are you seeing? Is there any chance that this storm is finally starting to move out?
Yeah, it's going to be a slow and painful process. And, you know, we haven't even hit the super populated areas, but I've been seeing some of the video that's been coming out of Homa, incredibly bad. Galliano, I have not seen any video. I've been sharing what I can on Twitter. Twitter seems to be a much better social media platform to get your weather information or your breaking news information, and that's why I've been seeing so far in the Twitterverse while you guys were talking there. But I've also been monitoring the storm, and again, we are just tracking this inner eye wall that has just been so intense, where we're seeing these super high winds showing up. And as we showed you a little bit earlier, just on some of the velocities here, it's just incredible what we're seeing. And again, toward the Doppler radar, it's blue. That's the winds coming up toward the Slidell radar. We're shooting this from Slidell right now, and then away from the radar here. And just taking a look at just your winds in around the Homa area, 114. That's the speed of the clouds. It could be higher than that in spots, but around Galliano, I'm really afraid this is an area that's gotten pounded very, very hard here. And we get into these areas of purple. We're seeing 115, and then you get right by, say, the end here, you're seeing still some high gusts, but maybe not quite as high. And that's how tropical bands work. They're so much higher in other spots. Dulac, kind of far away from the Doppler radar, but as we get closer in, you see how those winds are really picking up for sure. So let's move it on over into Acadiana. Not a whole lot going on, and pardon me, as we told you, all the tropical the hurricane warnings have been dropped in favor of tropical storm warnings, but that's how we've been playing it all along. The flood watch has been dropped for Acadiana. I would say it might still be in effect. I'll have to check on that for St. Mary and lower St. Martin Parish, but much of Acadiana back westward, that flash flood watch has been dropped. We're seeing just a few sporadic showers, but the big action, and this is what we're going to be on the lookout for, is, as we showed you, Victor, he was getting some pretty good wind. That's associated with this outer band that could produce up to hurricane force winds. So let's just move it out here, and let's just kind of zoom out a little bit and take a look at the bigger picture here, and what we want to see, and what we have been seeing, at least over the last couple of hours, this moving on more of a northerly than a northwesterly course, and that's what you want to see with this outer band. But at the same time, as the hurricane's making landfall, these rain bands are going to start spreading outward away from the storm, as in commensurate with the wind field as well. So that's why the winds are picking up. Morgan City, Stevensville. Now you're going to have the worst winds probably in the next hour or two, and it's going to stay elevated for several hours more until this storm gets to this part of the storm is up here, and that's going to be at least till about at 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. So winds coming up as the sun sets. They're going to stay up. You're going to have some sporadic power outages all around the Morgan City area for sure. And let me kind of zoom in here and get closer in so we can really take a look at the areas that we're most concerned with right here. Morgan City, Stevensville, we get even a little bit closer, and Patterson, Amelia, the winds are higher than they are right now in Morgan City for sure, because look, you're in that tropical rain band. It's edging in, so the winds are coming up. Now it's feeling like a hurricane here. Tropical storm, a medium range tropical storm in Morgan City, but there's not much room to play with. And as these bands slowly spread westward, I would say anywhere from about the Franklin area on eastward could see hurricane force gusts, but mainly eastern portions of Morgan City, of St. Mary Parish, from about Patterson, Centerville, on eastward through the Morgan City area, Bayou Vista area as well, and of course Stevensville. So that's what we're watching. Again, at high resolution visible satellite imagery, really showing us a hurricane that is so well developed, and now it's over for all intents and purposes land. But as we were nerding out earlier, you could actually see little vortices inside of here spinning around inside of the eye, and look at that. That's just to the north and west of the Galliano area. This is very, very bad situation. If you're caught in this right here, the winds are whipping around. Essentially, you have a tornado within a larger tornado. The eye diameter in the 15-mile range, and then you have inside of that, you have a 15-mile tornado, then you have a 5-mile wide tornado, and then maybe even the smaller gustnados off of that. So you're seeing that kind of damaging and destruction that goes with the winds. And I saw the Weather Channel use a really good graphic. Category 2 does 10 times the damage of Category 1. A Category 3 does 50 times the damage of a Category 1. Category 4 does 250 times the damage, and that is just talking about wind intensity. It's a square of the wind as it increases every 10 miles an hour. You square the wind power and the damage potential, and that's what we're seeing. And this is going to be working its way up to just west of NOLA as we head into the evening hours. Again, infrared satellite imagery also looking quite impressive with a storm that is inland. Notice, though, right towards the end here, the eye's starting to get a little bit more raggedy, and that is to be expected. That is the beginning of the trend of this storm weakening, but still, it's a powerful Category 4. Gusts up to 150 or 160 still possible in and around the eye wall there, and it won't weaken down to a 1 or below a 1 until it's out of Louisiana. But again, Hurricane Center has this down to a Cat 1 at about 1 a.m., and we'll see if it might take a little bit longer than that. Here's the latest wind gusts as we go through the morning. We saw some of those higher gusts, and let's bring us up right to 4 o'clock this afternoon. Galliano at 96, NOLA at 64 out at Armstrong Airport. Pilottown still coming in at 60, but again, the core, Grand Isle, well, we already know they're in big trouble. New Orleans, and this is going to be heading up to Slidell, Covington, Hammond, Reserve coming in with gusts close to hurricane force already. Gramercy at 56, 41 Berwick and near Morgan City, Patterson at 38, 47 down along the coast, and 30s mostly for most of the areas in Acadiana from Iberia Parish on northwestward. The winds here will be picking up probably after sunset for sure, probably around 8 to about midnight. I would expect the highest winds for most of Acadiana, maybe up until 1 or 2 a.m. And the winds are going to stay breezy overnight, but the highest winds I expect coming up as we head into the early evening hours and up and through about midnight or so. But again, a storm that we are very lucky that is staying mostly east of us. Here's the latest predictive radar here showing some tropical rain bands, but again, this is what we'd be on the lookout for, and I think it's capturing some of those that rain that we see on the radar right now. And again, as we go throughout the night, it's less model-driven and more what's the radar showing us. And we do more of what we call nowcasting, and that's just tracking the storms and tracking the velocity of those storms. And fortunately, I don't think we're going to have to worry about velocity of storms here in most of Acadiana, eastern St. Mary, lower St. Martin, maybe eastern St. Martin Parish. I would say east of Henderson, though. You're talking more over toward, say, Whiskey Bay on eastward. That's where the worst part of this storm is going to be. And will continue to progress. And again, as the night wears on, this should get more lopsided. And you can see most of the eastern semicircle seeing the big weather. On the western flank, yeah, some rain spits and some drizzly rain and some wet rain that just kind of wets you. It's like a mist machine. And then with the wind gusts as well. But again, we see the lines of equal pressure beginning to spread out as the night wears on. So that means the winds will be dying down. We'll have to be on the lookout for any tropical rain bands that develop. The model's going offshore, but we could see that inland. But this looks like a good distance away from the center of the storm. But we might see more of that going into tomorrow as we look at the graph model, and we'll get you into tomorrow. And again, both these models are doing an excellent job of modeling the storm. But what we have to be on the lookout for are these tropical showers if they should develop inland as we get into the latter part of Monday. And we could certainly see that. We'll still be under the influence of the upper level low that's associated with this, and we could see as drier air begins to work its way in and it gets more comfortable. Look at these temperatures, lower 70s. We could see some strong storms that separates temperatures and dew points in the lower 70s versus dew points in the mid to upper 70s that you normally see in a hurricane. So offshore weather still going to be rough for our friends that work and live offshore. It's going to be rough out there for a while longer. Wind gust forecast, again, you can see those highest winds still quite intense. Anywhere in purple, we're going to see these are probably going to be close to sustained winds, and then you're going to see gusts in the 100-mile-an-hour range. Anywhere you're in the purple here as the night wears on. The rest of Acadiana, 40s and some 50s, but obviously higher as we go farther south and east. But as the night wears on, notice how Morgan City, the winds begin to die down right after midnight, and that's what we see also in Acadiana. We start seeing 30s instead of 40s. So for locally for us, the winds will be the strongest and just tropical storm force and barely tropical storm force. Remember, tropical storm force winds 39 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour. So we're barely going to see a low-end tropical storm here in Acadiana versus a high-end major Category 3-4 storm farther southeast and east of us. Guys.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Let's head southeast now over to the New Orleans area. We're getting some new video in showing the conditions there. Rob, you said earlier those conditions we saw, that was just the beginning, and yeah, here we are just about a half hour later, how much it's picked up over there.
And that's real time. That's actually 4:25.
4:25 or so, yeah. So it's just about live. This is probably a DOTD traffic cam. What does that say up top? I-10? This is I-10.
It does. Yeah. It says I-10 at mile marker 258.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Not sure where that is, but we know that area very well right there along I-10 with that all close to real-time image. Probably just a slight delay there.
That camera's shaking a lot more than it was earlier. So yeah, Hurricane Ida, those conditions are really starting to have an impact on the greater New Orleans area. More so than what we saw earlier. We've been seeing sort of the trees along Canal Street sort of going in the wind, but yeah, that's certainly a sign that Ida's impacts are making their way to New Orleans.
Back here in Acadiana, let's get an update from our crews who are all across the area. We'll join our Iman Boyd first. She is live in Mary Parish. Iman.
That's right, guys. We're in front of the Lewis Street Bridge here in New Iberia. The conditions here have changed slightly. The wind is starting to pick up a little bit more. Sorry, it's about 25 to 30 miles per hour winds here in the area. And here we're still in front of Bayou Teche, and you could actually see here the water levels here are at a gauge height at about 2 feet. Yesterday it was about at 2.5, so it's slightly lower than what it was yesterday. And also, since we have the bridge, we also have seen a few people passing throughout the time that we've been out here, but not as much traffic as we were seeing when we first started coming in. But the conditions are starting to pick up, as Rob mentioned. That will continue to happen throughout our time here in New Iberia, and we'll continue to keep you posted on air and online. In New Iberia, Iman Boyd, KTC TV3.
And also of note, Iman is there. Sports director Seth Lewis is her photographer. He's the man behind the camera. So our crews from all different departments are out and about taking care of storm coverage for us today.
They sure are doing some good work out there. Let's check in with Katie Easter. She joins us live. She's been all around Mary Parish today. Let's see if we can check in with her now, see where she is. Hey, Katie.
That is some strong wind that is coming in right now. As we speak, you can really see it here in the trees. I mean, that's how it's been here in the last few hours. You know, that calmness has really went away. If you think you're hearing lawnmowers right now, you are. This is actually one of the owners here of this grocery store that we're at earlier. Yes, they are mowing their lawn right now. This poor, I shouldn't call him that, but he is one of the owners, and you know, they closed down at noon today, and he said that they are not used. Y'all are laughing too much in my ear right now. They are not used to just sitting around and doing nothing at this hour normally. And he said, you know, their grass really needed cut, and he doesn't want it to become a jungle by next week. Unfortunately, he says his people, his lawn mowing people have been out sick, so they haven't been able to come in this week before the storm. So yeah, he said he has just been sitting in the house hunkering down, knowing that his grass is not yet cut. And so he said they wanted to come and get it done before, you know, the worst started to come. But you know, I think that worst is definitely quickly coming. You know, we're really thinking that it's going to hit here around. Ooh, see, you can really see that trees. I don't know what you're looking at right now, but those trees, you can really feel it. You can see these leaves blowing. I mean, it's definitely picking up out here. We're thinking that the worst is definitely going to be here in the next hour or two, and it's definitely, you know, you can see it. The rains have been coming and going. You know, here in the last hour, it really starts raining for a second, and then it goes back away and it gets dry again. So we're actually getting wet now. We're not unfortunately, we're not staying as dry as we were earlier. But yeah, we're definitely starting to see that rain. We're really seeing these winds pick up. So things are definitely going to be getting crazy. And just another reminder, you know, if you are here in Jeanerette, you will be under a curfew at 6 p.m. And I was over there with the city marshal earlier, and they will be enforcing it. If they see you out driving around in Jeanerette, which, you know, we've been seeing a lot of that now, you know, wrap it up, get home, because if the city marshal, if the police see you out, they will pull you over and they will probably give you a ticket for being out past curfew. You know, that curfew is there for your safety. Once these winds really start going, those power lines go down, the debris starts going everywhere. You do not want to be out here in this. You can really hear it all around me right now. You can really see it and feel it. It's starting to really pick up out here. Live in Jeanerette, Katie Easter, KTC TV3.
You know, one of the things I tell my sons all the time is about making efficient use of your time.
There we go.
And
perfect
their
example.
lawn
in
people
Jeanerette.
couldn't get there, and they're off. The store's closed. They own the store next door, so they're making efficient use of their time before conditions change there in
Getting
Jeanerette.
some work done too. And when she said, you know, you might hear what sounds like a lawnmower, I thought, oh, generators. or
That's what I
something
thought
with
immediately
that.
as well.
But nope, getting the lawn cut over there in Jeanerette. Hey,
taking care of business.
Plan your work your plan. Get it done. Well, evacuating everybody is, of course, so hard while you're trying to focus on a plan to get out safely. People often still worry about what they're leaving behind. Now, one person evacuating in Mississippi says they didn't want to take any chances with that Category 4 storm. They're just hoping for the best outcome tonight.
But a normal home like I left. That's what I'm praying for. But I'm not sure at this point.
Well, there's some video that we're going to show you right now just into our newsroom of the Chalmette Ferry. The Chalmette Ferry video, there it is. It broke loose some time ago. And this video was taken by a guy named John Rail, and he tells us it was floating away towards New Orleans. The parish president there telling media outlet there's nothing they can do at this point. The ferry broke free near the Domino Sugar Factory there. So the Chalmette Ferry gone at this point, floating away in the direction of the city of New Orleans, and the parish president saying they're just going to let it go for the time being because they're not sending anybody out there to go get it.
No, not in these conditions right now.
Absolutely
so yeah,
not.
Just wherever the water takes it, I guess that's where it's going. Well, meanwhile, Vermilion Parish, the sheriff's office there is preparing for any impacts that might come from Hurricane Ida. Here's a look at some of their preparations. They have these units and special vehicles staged to respond to any potential issues. It doesn't seem like we're going to have those issues in Vermilion Parish, but on standby to help in places as needed, of course.
That's right. The folks in Vermilion are going to send their resources to help out their neighbors if necessary. And the National Guard, speaking of, ready to respond. We know more than 4,900 guardsmen and women have been activated for the hurricane response, and there are almost 200 high water vehicles, 34 helicopters. The governor mentioned going in helicopters tomorrow to get an overhead view of what's happening and what has happened. 73 rescue boats staged across South Louisiana. They've also called an engineering team in case of any infrastructure issues, any damage caused to the infrastructure. Those engineering teams will study those right away and try and get to a point of repair.
Closures and cancellations. We are getting more of them coming into our newsroom. LSU will remain closed on Tuesday. There's no word yet on when that campus will reopen. The dorms, though, will stay open. The dining hall will not be open during the storm. If you live off campus, you are asked not to return until the school is back open.
And an update this evening from Acadiana Ambulance. There are more than 400 patients in Southeast Louisiana that have been evacuated. Their medics are moving to safe locations at this point from that southeastern area of the state so they can remain safe. According to officials there, they'll be back and ready to hit the road once the storm is clear.
Yeah, and the governor mentioned that as well, that certain nursing homes and specialized facilities did need to be evacuated just because of the urgency in having power for its patients. So presumably Acadian is helping out with some of those evacuations. In terms of hospitals, the governor said that none of the Tier 1 hospitals were evacuated, and really he said there's just nowhere to go.
Yeah, he offered that perspective in not only storm coverage, but in the fight with COVID as well, that we couldn't evacuate anyone because we had nowhere to send them. So none of the hospitals, Tier 1 hospitals, were evacuated.
Next up, let's take a look at some time-lapse video coming from St. Bernard Parish. This is from the fire department showing water rushing in toward that area of the department. You can see that water just rapidly rising over the course of about an hour. These photos, sort of a before and an after of those conditions. Those conditions happening as Ida, of course, got closer up there to St. Bernard Parish. And this was around 11 o'clock this morning. You can imagine these images would be much different tonight here at 4:30 in the afternoon.
There's a difference right there. And probably different since these videos were compared. Also, we want to show you, and there's some water creeping in there. This is video of Gonzales. This is a shelter there, people who are now sheltering. There are shelters open all across the southeastern part of the state. We also want to let you know that if you're in our area and you're planning to go home, and if for some reason you're unsure, of course, wait some time until you find out from your parish OEP if it indeed is safe for you to come. But to find out about shelter information, you can text LA Shelter to 898-211, 898-211. That's how you text. Or you can call for shelter information. Just dial 211. You can ask about shelter information in your area if you're visiting us from elsewhere, or if you know someone who lives in the southeastern part of the state who doesn't have access to any phones or anything right now. You can look up that information for them so that when they do come back online and are able to get that information, your friends and loved ones have that for you as well.
And those in the hard-hit areas are being asked just to shelter in place for the next 72 hours. Of course, Southeast Louisiana, where the brunt of the storm is having its impacts, though they're going to be a few days now before first responders can really get out there and get to work. That was the message, especially in New Orleans. The mayor, Latoya Cantrell, saying to everybody, look, just be patient where you are, ride out the storm, but don't expect first responders to be available really until it's safe to do so.
I was just looking on Instagram, and State Representative Ted James out of Baton Rouge is a friend of mine, and he was saying, updating the public on shelter information and reminding people, make sure you bring extra clothes, toys for your children if you can get them, medications for everyone in your family, and the last thing he listed was make sure you pack your patience, because it's going to take so much time and going to take lots of patience on many different levels for us to get through this storm and start the recovery process, which we know could be a long one for many parts of Louisiana.
Some long days and weeks ahead for sure for so many here across the state. Now back here in Acadiana, as we've been telling you, our crews are everywhere bringing you the up-to-date local information you need to know with Hurricane Ida. Let's check in now with Scott Brazda back in Delcombe. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Jim, how are you guys? I hope all is well at the studio and that you're not having to fight the elements too much over there. We are here in Delcombe, and I'm happy to report, every once in a while your faith in human nature seems to reward itself or seems to pay it back. There really isn't much going on. I just, talked to the assistant police chief, and he tells me that we've had no incidents. Folks seem to behave themselves as the winds have picked up, and we certainly have noticed some pretty strong gusts over here over the last half hour, 45 minutes. Very few people on the road. I talked to the dock master, T-Boy Raynard, and he goes, everything seems to be, all the hatches are battened down, all the boats that are in the 28 slips have been tied down really well. And essentially the general theme, and Mayor Blakely will join us as well, and you'll hear from her tonight at 10 o'clock. The general essence, the general sense in the town of Delcombe is that they have done this so many times before. They've been through this so many times, they kind of know the drill. And folks seem to be doing what they're supposed to do. We will knock on wood and we will stomp on concrete and hope that continues through the night. But right now in Delcombe, except for a breeze, relatively uneventful. I've covered enough of these where there have been tons of eventful things. I don't mind doing one of these once in a while. So in Delcombe, things seem to be going well. We'll certainly, though, keep you posted. You'll hear more from us later. In Delcombe, Scott Brazda and Justin Green. Back to you guys.
Worry, Scott, we are here high and dry in the studio, out of the elements.
Knock on wood.
I know, at
Stomp
this point.
on concrete, if that's what that is down there, and that it stays that way. Because I can remember actually last year, I think it was for Laura, I was where you were standing, and I had a little bit of a
we had a little
behind
roof leak behind us
that
last
was
year.
The worst of it for us, and we're thankful for that.
Absolutely.
Well, it might be hard to tell exactly what you're looking at in this next clip, but this is the Grand Isle Marina. The venue shared the video of the flooding. They believe water got at least 4 feet high. Now this video was taken at around 2 o'clock this afternoon. Not quite sure what that is right there, if that's a boat or
it looks like a refrigerated unit maybe.
Okay, yeah, that's
but
right.
I'm guessing. I'm not sure the way the latch on the door looks and the door. It's maybe some kind of storage unit. of some sort. But still, look at that.
Look at that high
water level.
Water.
And that wind. I mean, it's covered at this point. It might not be covered anymore. This was a few hours ago. But you can see, when you can see the wind like that, that lets you know the strength and power of that wind that's coming in. And despite the strength of the storm, some people living in the New Orleans area made the decision to stay. One man who didn't want to evacuate says he was impressed with the emergency messaging about this hurricane. He says it improved since Hurricane Katrina 16 years ago.
Everyone has high anxiety. We decided to stay. I think that partly it's because we just wanted to make sure that other family members that are staying are safe. So it's kind of helping each other. Some of our neighbors, I would say half the neighborhood is staying and the other half is evacuated. So it's more just to kind of be here to help.
He talked about two things that we have to think about. One, some people stay to after the storm is over so they can help their neighbors immediately. And two, the anxiety of all of this. You know, there's so much weight that goes into the mental preparation and dealing with these storms. And it's so real for lots of people. Some people are worker bees and want to get to work to push through the anxiety, but you just got to stay put until it's okay to do so.
And just the uncertainty in the days beforehand, you always have those cones of uncertainty, and just being within that is...
Well, look at us.
We've seen, what a
just
difference
2 days made.
Yeah.
We talked about that, you know, Daniel kind of mentioned it this morning as well, and he was like, you know, 2 days ago, I was thinking a lot differently, and he's like, I was watching, but I did not tell some of my family members what I thought might happen here because I wanted to make certain before I put that weight on them and gave them information that we just weren't sure of. And that's a part of it, you know, that is all a part of it.
And just a few miles difference in these tracks bring more impacts no matter which way they go. So yeah, it's just certainly that anxiety. And then the date as well, again, we keep saying it's August 29th, it's 16 years since Hurricane Katrina really devastated the New Orleans area. And so many people woke up this morning. That was the first thing that I looked at on Twitter this morning was it's almost a Cat 5. And I thought, you know, you see the map, you see New Orleans right on the map. Like for people who went through so much 16 years ago to see that this morning, that must have been so difficult to wake
I
up
remember I was a very young, fresh reporter at the time, and I covered Katrina for several days, spent lots of time in New Orleans. Young. And I remember thinking, I've covered the biggest story of my career very early in my career. But now we see this kind of thing, and it's like, oh no, I didn't know then that we would be dealing with storms that were bigger and stronger and more impactful, because you thought Katrina was as bad as it could get. And the storm itself wasn't as powerful as, let's say, Ida. It was the aftermath of Katrina that really just took that city out. And, you know, New Orleans is coming back, and it's still, you can still feel the effects of the storm, just like in Lake Charles. You know, that city is forever changed, that area forever changed. And here we are a year later, and there's still people saying, I'm just waiting so I can rebuild. I don't want to leave.
I saw someone who evacuated even farther west online saying, you know, it was so eerie to drive through Lake Charles, evacuating a huge storm this time around, but driving through Lake Charles and seeing blue tarps still on roofs. And then that high rise in Lake Charles, with the windows being out. A year later, a year to the day of that storm, and seeing that and leaving your home,
that's
not knowing
a very
what
interesting
the next
perspective.
few days.
That had to be eerie for someone who's thinking, I'm looking at this a year later, what am I coming back home to when I am able to go back home?
And only time will tell. So many people have left their homes, luckily got out of harm's way, but are going to be coming back in the next few days and weeks, and just who knows what home will look like.
Yeah, home will be different.
And that's a tough thing, and that's a tough thing for so many to have to deal with yet again here in Louisiana. But help, there is some help that is coming. Of course, neighbors helping neighbors. That happens all along the Gulf Coast. A 45-member team from the Miami-Dade Fire Rescue is headed to Mississippi to help in the response of Hurricane Ida. They're going to be focusing on rescues, but they're also expected to make it to the state tonight just to kind of get in place and really see where they need to be dispatched once, of course, the weather gets out of the way and it is safe to do so for them to get to work.
Let's head over to Biloxi now for a live look at conditions there. This is Biloxi, Mississippi. That's obviously a sky cam view over Biloxi, and you can see the white caps on the waves there and the ominous sky that is over that city right now as Ida is in the area. Not even, you know, earlier we were talking about as the storm approaches, but as the storm is here. That live look from Biloxi.
And that's the messy side of the hurricane, as they say. But yeah, that camera doing a little bit of a wobble as the winds are picking up there in Biloxi as Hurricane Ida, of course, continues to hopefully move out of the area. I know that's been the big issue right now. Is it weakening? Is it getting out? I know it was kind of slow going within the past hour or so. That's what Rob and Bradley have been watching, trying to figure out exactly what's going on and where it's headed and what direction and what impacts it'll bring, because we don't want a system as big as this to just sit there.
No, and like you said, come in and go away. You know, our welcoming spirit is different when we're dealing
not with hurricanes.
When we're dealing with hurricanes, we do not want you to stay around. And Ida slowed down. You know, Rob said she was moving. Ida, she was moving at about 16 miles per hour and then slowed down to like 11 and that can make a huge difference when you're looking at the amount of rainfall that comes along with that storm and the winds and that kind of thing. So in the areas that are being hard hit when the storms move slower, that's the harder hit you're going to take.
It sure is. I think we're going to check in with Rob in just a little bit, but first up, we have a shot of some of the waves, I believe, there in Biloxi again. Listen to that. That's what you would expect with a tropical system as big as Ida just off the coast there in the Gulf of Mexico, but this is pretty tame as Ida goes, because of course we're seeing so much worse video. Let's bring in Rob now, and Rob, I know that's what we were wondering as you heard us just talking. Is this storm finally weakening? Is it moving out any faster? Any more answers tonight?
Yeah, it's been a slow process, and as we indicated earlier, it's actually moving a little bit slower and slower now, moving to the northwest at 10. We started out at the beginning of the day, it was in the 15 to 16 mile an hour range. Now it's gone down 1 mile per hour just about every update, and this is the 4 o'clock position. We'll be getting the 5 o'clock position in about 10 minutes or so. Still with 130 mile per hour winds. Pressure still below 940 millibars on that 4 o'clock reading. And again, will be a major hurricane for several hours more than likely a Cat 2 as it crosses I-10, Cat 3 I-10, Cat 2 I-12, and then down to a Cat 1 as it's getting ready to exit the state, and that'll be after midnight tonight. On the radars we go, and it's all been an eastern Louisiana event from the Atchafalaya Swamp eastward, but just shared actually on my Twitter feed, I did see a tree down in the Morgan City area. We're seeing enough wind down there that we're going to have power outages and trees going down. So again, be careful and look at the trees north of your home, north of where you're staying, because we're going to have mostly a north wind, and that north wind will be blowing the tree down to the south. So any trees on the north side of your house that look suspect, you want to get on the south side of your house or away from where that tree might come down in a specific room. So keep that in mind. Now, we've been watching the center of this storm, and it is still so well defined for a hurricane that's been inland for the better part of 6 hours now, or technically hitting land and making a second landfall, but it's been over open marsh. So this is still kicking along at a good pace. You see still some cloud-to-ground lightning. I'm afraid Galliano is going to be a different place. Homa, the weather's been horrible just in the outer eye wall or the secondary band, but it's been rough in around these two donuts here. We're starting to see a little bit more in the way of a collapse of that inner eye wall, but still well defined, especially in the eastern quadrant. New Orleans, the winds are whipping, and you're 3 rain bands away from the core of the storm. Not only is New Orleans going to see this heavy rainfall and wind now, it's going to pick up when this band gets close to the Crescent City as well, and areas that are west of that along I-10 as we go down. So here we go down. We kind of zoomed in. Chauvin. Man, it's been rough. Still seeing maximum hurricane conditions here, 120, 140 mile an hour gusts more than likely. Same goes for Galliano. You are still involved with that eye wall. Slowly going to get better there for our friends there. Thibodeau, it looks like you're going to miss out on the eye wall, but this rain band is going to be rough. It's about to move in. Desalamens. Is that how I'm pronouncing it right? Desalamens? I always pronounce this one wrong, so not in the viewing area, so I haven't mastered it yet. But Desalamens going to see that eye wall coming in. Very rough conditions here, and as we go farther to the north, this eye wall is probably going to be hitting Laplace, Vacherie here. What's that? Vacherie, okay. See, it's good to have somebody in-house from Southeast Louisiana, so we can pronounce those names. We have difficulty here in Acadiana, but then you get outside of Acadiana, I'm just like everybody else, kind of mispronouncing stuff. But look how this eye is so circular still. That is a horrible sign to see because this is still doing damage, and essentially this is a 15, 20, 30 mile wide tornado right now, EF2, EF3 tornado that is moving ever so slowly. So there is going to be widespread devastation on all the towns that you see here, and as we finally see eventually what kind of damage has been done, but it may be days before we get anything more because it's going to be so hard to get to. Now in Acadiana, we get to Power Doppler 3, the most powerful Doppler radar in Acadiana, and fortunately we don't have a whole lot to report. We do have some showers across the area, a couple of thunder showers possibly. You see they're generally moving from the north to the south. We're seeing a little bit more in the way of moderate rains, kind of an outer rain band in Mary Parish and into St. Mary Parish. Let me just kind of move this over first. We'll just take a look at the showers in around the Jeanneret area. We have shower activity just about moving into New Iberia as well. So we're getting some action starting to move into our populated areas, some gusty winds as well. And then we move farther to the south and east. And as I drag this slowly, you can see the shower activity by Sherrington, Franklin. Then you get down towards Centerville, relatively quiet. But then we get into the Morgan City, Stevensville area. This is where we're starting to see the wind really picking up, and notice the tropical shower now covering the town of Morgan City and also Berwick. So rain's beginning to pick up. Victor down here is beginning to see some wind for sure. So as we look at the visible satellite imagery, and we're only going to have this for about an hour or so more before the sun sets, but it's going to make for dramatic shadowing, and we can kind of see that on the eye wall and the surrounding environment. And coming in super close, we saw it earlier. We can still see some of these vorticities, little vortices working inside of the storm. You don't rarely see that inland, and that's what we've been watching during the course of the day today. And now the sun will be setting, so we're going to start to see the shadowing. You can see the stadium effect. Again, the inside of the eye of a hurricane is like sitting in a coliseum, very steep, and they call it the stadium effect because you look up, and we saw that on the Hurricane Hunter video we've been showing you earlier. You're talking about a stadium, though, that goes up to 55,000 feet, so 11 miles from the top of these clouds down to the ground. So an incredible, from at least a meteorological perspective, from a weather nerd point of view, but from a practical point of view, you do not want to be in Chauvin, Houma, Thibodaux, Des Allemands, Lafitte, Desalmans? No, Desalmans. Desalmans. We're going to get that straight. LaRose, Galliano, it's a learning curve for sure. Here's the infrared satellite imagery, and again, a very impressive storm system, even on the infrared imagery. Again, the purple, colder cloud tops at minus 70 degrees. That's where actually the rain is ice crystals, and it is part of the efficient part of the process associated with the storm. And we didn't see a whole lot of that magenta until last night when we got what we call stratospheric cooling. You get the cooling. The storm was going through that rapid intensification cycle, and that's when we saw the storm explode from a Cat 2 to a Cat 4, nearly a Cat 5 in a matter of only about 4 to 5 hours. And again, Lafayette in the central dense overcast, but that's all we have is overcast skies. The latest forecast track more north than northwest, which is good for us. A little bit better for Baton Rouge, better for Morgan City, Stevensville, but these are the areas that are going to see the strong wind gusts. And here are the gusts from earlier today where we saw those 100-mile-an-hour gusts. And again, we got reports of gusts in around the Galliano area down through Grand Isle, well in excess of 100 miles an hour. Oops, and I want to just to update you on the latest observations to see what we have going right now, because these update as we get the new data in. You see Galliano still reporting 96-mile-an-hour winds, 64 at the Louis Armstrong Airport, Gretna not reporting, Grand Isle, all of these out of power or down for sure. Slidell at 38, Reserve coming in at 56, Gonzales 37, Baton Rouge 37, and in Acadiana, Berwick 45, Patterson at 38. So we got our 40s going here. 37 New Iberia, 36 in Lafayette. So winds are going to begin to pick up. You got to just kind of envision this red area moving northward with time. So the winds that we're going to be seeing, and the winds look like they're going to be picking up. Patterson, Morgan City, Berwick, Baldwin as well as we go. And certainly Amelia, we're seeing that right now as this whole mess moves to the north. And this is a plot, the contour that you see, the colors. This is a plot of how the computer is seeing all the observational data, and where are the 100-mile-an-hour winds here, right by the Galliano area. It's picking up the southern flank, at southern part of the wall that we showed you on the radar data. So we've been showing you predictive radar, and again, look at the pressure gradient. These lines of equal pressure, the closer they are together, the stronger the winds are going to be. And notice they spread out and they get further and further apart. And most certainly, as you get into Acadia, Jeff Davis Parish, just a little bit of a breeze, but a little bit more of a breeze. And watch how that pressure gradient tightens up a little bit for eastern portions of Acadiana over the next several hours through about 8 o'clock. And this is what we'll watch. That pressure gradient still pretty tight. And you can see all the bad weather off to the east. But then that pressure gradient begins to, it's still tight here at 10 or 11, but then it starts to ease off as we get past midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. But we're still going to have gusty winds, 30, 40 miles an hour in Lafayette, well into the wee morning hours of our Monday morning, still gusting 33 tomorrow morning at 8:30 in the morning. Want to bring in the super high resolution graph model. This is kind of the equivalent to the predictive radar model. We don't show this too often on the air. It's been a little bit more experimental than our other models, but it really gives you an idea on the wind situation, the rain situation, and I think it's grasping those outer rain bands. This is going to pick up better on the rain band action rolling through Acadiana, but we're talking mostly light to moderate rains, tropical rains. This is what we'll be on the lookout for. You see that in Morgan City around 7, 8 o'clock tonight. These are the squalls that could produce damaging winds, perhaps isolated tornadoes. But again, hurricane conditions are certainly a possibility as we get into lower St. Martin and eastern St. Mary Parish. So can't stress that enough. And again, as we mentioned before, as the hurricane moves inland, the wind field spreads out. These tropical squalls begin to spread out. But notice this is all going to be weighted on the eastern side of the storm as drier air continues to filter in. And we're going to see an improvement, a gradual improvement as we head past midnight tonight locally here. A different story for our friends over in NOLA and eastern Louisiana, where those rains will continue to pile up and flooding rains will be likely. New Orleans metro area, we know that for a fact. You just get several inches of rain and there's problems. And then we'll still see some tropical showers through the overnight hours, portions of Acadiana, but again, the worst weather staying well to the east of us overall. So we covered the wind. Let's just kind of tie this one up. We'll do more rainfall analysis, and coming up, we're going to show you the 10-day forecast, but let's look at the silver lining here. Not too bad. Tropical storm conditions, most of Acadiana, except for eastern portions of St. Mary. And this is the forecast for tomorrow. Breezy westerly wind, should be a nice day. Temperatures mid-70s tonight, upper 80s to near 90 tomorrow. Not a bad day if you have the day off and you can kind of clean up the yard and whatever leaves that are blowing around. But I do not expect damaging winds here. Certainly sporadic power outages with this storm. It depends on your location and how good your utility system is, but if you normally go out without power when the winds gust up to 40 or 45, you're certainly going to see that with this storm for sure. One last look again at the Doppler radars, and again, we're starting to see a little bit more shower activity work its way into Acadiana, but the lion's share of this system is over eastern, southeastern Louisiana, and then on eastward, and these heavy rains are going to be pounding Mississippi all the way through Alabama, where flooding rains will be likely in the next 24 hours. And again, the worst part of this storm, just east of Morgan City. You don't want to be any closer. In Morgan City, we're going to have some damage and power outages, I think for sure. Already trees going down, so that means power lines possibly going down, and power outages eastern portions of St. Mary Parish, but the main action as we get into Terrebonne, Lafourche parishes, this is where the eye wall is, and this is going to be heading up as we go farther to the north into Jefferson Parish and Orleans Parish with time, and the parishes along along I-10 and south and east of the Baton Rouge area. Baton Rouge is going to get a pretty good blow with this system. It's still hours away, but you can see the rain's already piling up west of Lake Maurepas in the Hammond area. The rains are beginning to pick up. Baton Rouge has seen on and off shower activity, but nothing too terribly bad so far. But again, this donut, this eye wall here is extremely, extremely dangerous, and it's going to be working its way slowly to the north with time. And again, just take a look at the velocities here, and we'll kind of query some of this action right here. Let's get over to Des Allemands, and we have 85s. We get down to Galliano. We've seen the big wind gusts here, and you're in the 120 range. And you're certainly probably realizing that because you're in that eye wall. Let's go check out Chauvin. The wind's letting up here. We go to the south. We go to the north, so it's easing up there, probably in the eye. Then we get farther north and west, and as we go farther north and west, look how those winds pick up, right? As you get involved with those outer rain bands all the way up through Thibodaux. So that's what we're seeing with the velocity data. So important to us. And as I move this, and if I could do a whole area, we can do a number of different things, but let's bring the sweeps back in here. And I don't think we've been able to track anything on the hurricane track, well, the storm tracker, because it's just too much of a mess here for the National Weather Service to put out any tornado warnings. We do have some flood warnings out. Let's do that. And you can see the flow where the flood warnings are across the areas that are getting so intense. But flood warnings, like, who cares when you have 140-mile-an-hour winds? You got water coming up, but you're trying to keep your home from being destroyed. And we have those flood warnings all through the New Orleans area, Butte, Laplace, over to the Lutcher area, and then flood warnings as we get farther north and west already. So that's the story right now. Get back here. Let's go to our home location. And again, not a whole lot going on here in Acadiana, and that is certainly good news. Storm tracking, let's bring that in, and let's move it on over if we can. See if we are picking up on any tornado vortex signatures as we move things over and we dial into the Slidell radar. And it's got to take time to populate because we're making the computer do a lot of things, and it's pulling in a ton of data. But right now, we don't even see anything that's showing us any kind of tornadic activity. But the reports that we have been getting, that's the rainfall, excuse me, but you can see the rainfall already better than 7 inches by the Golden Meadow area. And then we'll go to the reports, and we're starting to see some reports in around Lake Pontchartrain as well. We'll make sure we get this question mark queried here. And what do we have here? Tropical storm conditions, 65-mile-per-hour winds just west of NOLA. What do we have here? 251, 50-mile-per-hour winds. So we'll get rid of that. Let's check this storm surge report, and that was from earlier today, coming in with high water 7.2 feet. So again, some rough conditions. We haven't had any more reports down here because there's nobody that can report, but just because internet's down, utilities are down. So unless you have a satellite phone and you can report something, it's going to be rough to get any information out of here for quite a while. So that's what we have on this end, guys. We've kind of gone through all the weather information we can for right now. Next weather hit, we'll bring in that 10-day forecast, which, by the way, has some, do we have some 60s in it, Bradley? We may.
Okay,
that's
so
the tease. That's the tease.
There's a bright side.
We may have some 60s in the forecast.
All right, some light at the end of this tunnel. Okay, thanks, Rob. We'll check back in with you coming up in just a bit. Rob mentioned, down where the areas that are so hard hit, it's so hard to get any video, new video, and new information out of it because
there's nothing there.
There's no internet. The cameras are gone down. The wind gauges there aren't reporting, so that's a challenge. But in some of the other areas like New Orleans, there are some cameras that are positioned. I think we have a shot we might be able to take of New Orleans right now. But just looking at the feeds that I'm looking at, it's starting to be much more active. Here we go. This is in the Quarter, I believe, right there. Yep. One of the streets in the French Quarter.
Someone moving.
Someone's out walking, and they seem to be doing okay walking. I know sometimes people say like, oh, look at those reporters out there holding on to something, and then someone just walks right behind them.
Walking
no
very
issue.
casually, not very swiftly at all.
No, but they're having no problem whatsoever walking across the streets here in the French Quarter in New Orleans. Let's head back over to Rob real quick. I think, Rob, you have a new update on the position.
Yes, we do. We have the 5 o'clock bulletin in, and here we go. Still 130 mile per hour storm. The least is still moving to the north-northwest at 10, so still a Category 4 storm. Okay, 6 hours after landfall, Category 4 storm. Incredible. Pressure has not changed per the National Hurricane Center. Let's see, we have an observing station at South Lafourche Airport recently reported sustained wind at 93, gust to 122. Weather flow equipment, which I keep at the house as well, reported a sustained wind at 91, gust to 116 in Dulac. And a weather flow in Jefferson Parish reported a sustained 48, gust to 82. New Orleans Lakefront Airport, latest sustained wind 58, gust to 93. So still a Category 4 storm 6 hours after landfall. So gosh, this is not going to be below a major hurricane until maybe I-12. I think the National Hurricane Center might be too aggressive on weakening this storm system, and we saw it on the radar. This thing is still so well developed on the radar this afternoon and continues to be. We haven't lost any of where that eye could be. I mean, we've seen so many storms roll through Acadiana where the eye is half an eye or the remnants of the eye. But this is still an eye of a hurricane and still showing up quite clearly on the radar. So it's going to be a while longer. Still a Category 4 even at this hour.
What could be the reason behind that, Rob? I know it's sort of early days here, early hours, 5-6 hours here.
Right.
But what are some of the factors that would let this thing just keep its strength?
Well, there's two things that we have going for it. It's over a marshy area, out in a very marshy area. A lot of water here. That water is near 90 degrees, so it's almost, and hurricanes subsist on what's called latent heat of evaporation, as they feed off of, and the magic number is 80 degrees. If you're above 80 degrees, we've seen storms in 77, 78 degree waters, but above 80 degrees, so you're still over wetlands. There's still plenty of water, and the other factor is friction, and friction from land, from hills. How many hills do we know that are in this area?
Not one. Not one.
Your elevation here is 5 feet or below, and it is uniformly flat. The only elevation spots are bridges that we have that go over the bayous and the canals, right? So it's a low friction environment, it's a warm environment, and sometimes we call it the brown ocean effect. That term has been used. It happened with Tropical Storm Allison back in 2001. We saw that when it made inland, and we see that occasionally over Florida. We see that sometimes over the flat portions of the Yucatan, where you can maintain or actually intensify a storm even over land and marshy areas. And this one, this coastal marsh and our wetlands are not helping the situation. They're just feeding the beast as it continues to move slowly to the north.
Clearly the elements needed to keep this system as strong as it is this many hours after it made landfall. Thank you, Rob. We'll be checking back in with you in just a bit. But first, we want to head out to our Iman Boyd, who's live now in Mary Parish, we believe with the parish president. Iman.
Yeah, that's right, guys. We are still in New Iberia. We're getting a better idea of the conditions out here. Now, for the most part, since we've done our coverage, it's been moderate. We haven't seen any huge wind gusts. We haven't seen rainfall until now. It's kind of trickling down a bit, but we're getting a better idea. I have the parish president here with me, Mr. Larry Richard. And Mr. Richard, we're here at the Port of Iberia. And can you explain the water levels here? From what I understand, they're a little lower than what they normally are. Can you give us an idea of why?
Absolutely. The water levels are a lot lower than what they normally are. Right behind you at the bulkhead, you can see the bottom of the bulkhead. That's extremely low for us. This is very good for us, of course, if we have any kind of rain that's going to come. That's mean we have a lot of capacity right now to hold some water. I'm looking at the culvert right behind us. We probably have 4 feet or more distance at the culvert. So we're looking very, very good right now as far as water in the channel. However, we don't have a clue what this thing is going to do. From what I'm understanding, it's stalled out a little bit. We're prepared for the worst. One thing I don't want the people in Iberia Parish to do is think that it's over, because it's not. We don't have a clue, what's going to happen yet. So it's a lot of preparation that goes into this, and we've done all of that. So right now it's just a matter of sit and wait to see exactly what's going to happen here in Iberia Parish. But as far as it goes right now, we're looking pretty good.
Yes, sir. And of course, we're not out of the danger zone yet, because things could change in a matter of minutes. But what is some information you want to get out to the parish as a whole while we wait to see what Hurricane Ida does?
Well, the number one thing I want people to understand is that we have a curfew this evening. Tonight, going to start at 10 p.m. tonight until 6 a.m. in the morning. And that's going to be repeated if necessary tomorrow and whatever days follow. This effort that we put together in trying to prepare for hurricanes is something that we do year round. I hear something moving around behind my vehicle back there. I hope it don't damage it. But the hurricane preparedness that we have in Iberia Parish is something that we take very, very serious. We have the Sheriff Department involved in it, Homeland Security, our hospital, Department of Health and Hospital, the National Guards, the mayors, the Chief of Police, the Fire Department. There's a whole host of people that get together and work on this. And every year when something happens, whether it's a hurricane or whatever type of emergency we have, we identify gaps where we can improve, and we do it every time. No matter how good you may think you are, the more you practice, the better you get. And I think in Iberia Parish, we are prepared, the best we could possibly be prepared. Right now, we're working with COVID. COVID is a big deal, and the way we have to get things done, we have to prepare in case we're dealing with people that may have COVID. We have to have shelters after this event. We have to make sure that where we're at, if someone would come that have COVID, that we can actually take care of them. It's a lot involved. It's a lot different now than it was when I first started this in 2016.
Yes, sir. Is there any additional information that you'd like to get out to the parish?
Well, since I have a free commercial, I would like to tell the people of Iberia Parish to go to our website. And on our website, we have on the home page, there's an area that they're going to see. It's called Iberia Pins. They can actually go onto that. It's going to take them probably 2 minutes to fill out. Go onto that site. It's going to take probably 2 minutes to fill out. And they can receive messages that Iberia Parish government put out, whether they want to receive it by text or they want to receive it by email or by phone. And this is something that would help them throughout the year, not just something for the hurricanes. And go on to, while you're on the website, go look at Homeland Security 911. It'll tell you everything that you need to do in preparing for a hurricane, all the way from getting your medications together to your animals and what to do. So this is very important. It's something we work a lot on. So we're not out of it. It just haven't hit us yet. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Larry. We appreciate it. The conditions are starting to change a little bit. We're starting to see that rainfall come down, some gusts of wind starting to increase. But there will be a curfew here tonight in Iberia Parish, like the parish president said, starting at 10 p.m. up until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. So be aware if you are in the Iberia Parish area. Live in New Iberia, Iman Boyd, KTC, TV3.
And the wind's picking up too. You heard the parish president say, got to go check on the car. It sounded like
had to
something
make sure that it was okay there. Lots of information coming out of Iberia Parish, not saying much right now, but as the parish president said, they don't want people to think that it's not possible. And we heard him talk about the storm stalling, essentially. And we've heard the weather team say the same, that this storm is moving very, very slowly. And as it moves there, you could start to see some conditions there in Iberia Parish.
Let's check the conditions now over in Southeast Louisiana. Here is a look at New Orleans, Canal Street. Just off Canal Street, and as you see there's some squalls kind of moving through the trees. Look at those trees in the top left corner of the screen, just kind of dancing in the wind there in the Crescent City. There have been some reports of damage as well in New Orleans. Just kind of looking at New Orleans Twitter. Here you go, right there. There's a tree down on a car. That appears to be right there in the French Quarter too. But I'm seeing also some reports from New Orleans Twitter, just sort of Central City, just very widespread, as you can imagine, with a storm as big as Ida, just having widespread damage.
Jim and I have been here on the air with you with this wall-to-wall coverage since 10 o'clock this morning. For those of you who have been here with us, thank you for staying with us. For those of you who are just joining us at some points in this evening, now that we've made it to evening, we started by saying good morning, Acadiana. That's not something we're used to at all. But
Not at all.
as we're transitioning to the evening hours of the day, we appreciate you depending on us for your coverage as we continue to track Ida. One of the things we've done to make sure you can remain weather aware from wherever you are, there's that QR code. Go ahead and scan it. Get the app, the news app, and the weather app as well. We have two. Both of those will help you and keep you up to date on what's going on with the latest as we continue to track Hurricane Ida.
And although the risk is low, power outages still a possibility. If that is the case, you can still listen to our coverage over on the radio. Our media partners over at 105.1 FM, Classic Rock 105.1 FM, are simulcasting our coverage as they do with any big storm. So keep that in mind. And again, we are still in the midst of hurricane season, not out of the woods yet this year by any means. So keep that in mind. Should there be any other coverage that warrants it, it's a good option to have in case the power goes out. As we get more information on this storm, we are posting those developments online. Marcel kind of gave you a little tour of the newsroom. We have a few people working behind the scenes in this newsroom, and then with COVID protocols, of course, elsewhere in the building and at home. Making sure our website, our apps are all up to date. So download those apps and check KETC.com for
It's been interesting
up-to-date.
both this year and last year for us from a news perspective and an information gathering perspective, because when you cover storms, you're used to everybody being in-house and everybody being hands on deck, and so many voices talking to each other in the room and getting information. But it's different. It was different in last year for Laura as in Delta, and then different again this year as well, that our teams are all over. We're doing what we do. We're just doing it differently. So much about what we do here. And just like everyone else, so much has changed about the work that we do day in and day out. If we can go ahead and check this power outages, I know you've been keeping up to date on that.
So as you said, we started the day at around 10 o'clock. There were already 77,000 power outages. That number up now to 530,000 power outages across Southeast Louisiana. Those areas that you see in red on the southeastern part of the state: Terrebonne Parish, Lafourche Parish, St. James Parish, St. Charles, just all those parishes over there, Jefferson, Orleans. The majority of customers in those areas are without power, and that's what those utility crews that we have staging across the state, that's where they're going to be descending. That's where they'll be descending once the conditions lessen up a little bit.
Earlier in the day, there was a report out of New Orleans about 30,000 power outages at that point, and that was right as we were coming on earlier at 10 o'clock. And Entergy told that news station that it could be 3 weeks or so before some area, and that's just Entergy specifically, but it could be 3 weeks or more before some areas see power again. And that's why having crews from all over this country is so vital. The more people you have working, the sooner it can happen. We have a hard time in some spaces and places of being without power for 3 hours. Imagine it being 3 weeks that you don't have power and you're trying to rebuild and redo and get things done, and it's one thing on top of the other. So many stages of recovery.
And in Morgan City, Victor showed us earlier today those windows that were boarded up and labeled which window they go on. You know, it's sad to say, but it is almost like a system and a process that's in place for so many people, and that goes for residents, but that also goes for first responders. They know what they have to get done, and they're going to implement those systems that they've learned through tropical system after tropical system.
Absolutely. And here in tropical system and tropical season and just day in and day out, we're thankful for the weather team, of course, who is over there doing what they do and doing what they do best. Not only are we thankful in-house, and many of you across Acadiana, but that includes Blakely there, who is watching. Rob has been watching this afternoon. Blakely is in Abbeville. She was born just a few weeks ago, making Ida her very first hurricane. Thank you, Blakely, for paying attention to us. First hurricane there for Blakely, who was just born just a few weeks ago.
And now we'll take you to more of the video that we are getting into the newsroom. If you listen, or if you were listening there, you could hear that wind howling in Grand Isle. That video was sent in by Josh Welsh, who was on a boat at the time. He says the weather was so bad they couldn't even see the dock. The water completely covered a boat trailer, caused their own boat to rock and take a beating. He says they clocked winds there in Grand Isle of up to 160 miles per hour.
Boy, oh boy, that visual there, 160 miles per hour. We say it, but it's hard to imagine what that would be like.
I can't even imagine, because I think of like some of the big gusts and the big storms that we've had here, 40, 50 mile per hour, adding another 100 on top of that. It's something that most of us will never experience, luckily and hopefully.
Yeah.
But just unreal to see those videos and images, and coming in from the southeast part of the state, as Rob mentioned, you know, a lot of that area is just cut off right now. As we showed you the power outages, there's really no other way to be our eyes and ears right now. It's just not safe to do so. So a lot of these videos that you're seeing too, they're starting to come into the newsroom, but they're not like current right now.
Right.
It's from earlier, and really, you know, we thank those people who are our eyes and ears, hopefully doing so safely. But just a challenge to really get a good assessment on what's going on out there.
We're falling into night hours, so it's going to be even more challenging. So tomorrow, and in the days to come, and into tomorrow afternoon and Tuesday, a lot of the images we'll be seeing, we're not seeing them right now, but we're going to be seeing them as tomorrow approaches and into the days thereafter on what this really, really looks like.
And it's interesting, in the past few years, most of the storms that we've had have been night events. And with this one, you know, making landfall, or, you know, that first landfall at 11:55 this morning, you know, I thought, oh wow, we're going to start to see damage assessments and everything.
Well, Ida decided otherwise, Jim. She decided she just wanted to stick around and hang out in Southeastern Louisiana.
It's not good. It's just hovering over there and moving, and the weather team is kind of keeping track of the latest track and speeds and all that. But yeah, it's just, I thought we were going to start to see some images, but here we are, 5:20 at night, and you know, sunset, and you know, the storm's still out there.
We won't know.
We won't know until tomorrow, and gosh, what a difference a day is going to make when that storm gets out of there.
Absolutely.
Sure will. So again, everybody, some safety tips as well. We can't stress this one enough when it comes to generators. I know it sounds like we're beating a dead horse a little bit, but you know what, we can't stress it enough. You got to be safe with those generators. Never use it inside your home. If you are using them, keep them about 20 feet away, and they should be kept dry, placed under a canopy if you can, or an overhang. Again, at least 20 feet away from your home with the exhaust facing away. Carbon monoxide is a killer. We've seen it, sadly, too many times last year. And a final piece of advice there, turn off that generator. Let it cool down completely before refueling it. That's a big fire risk. Never plug them into the wall outlets as well. That is an extreme danger.
All right, we're going to head out to our Katie Easter, who is still in Mary Parish in the city of Jeanerette. Katie.
Yeah, well, here out in Jeanerette, things have actually kind of calmed down again, but you can see it's coming right back. This rain, you know, it keeps coming and going on us. You know, one minute it was really starting to get really like misty and nasty here for a second. And actually one of the marshals inside, he said, that's not hurricane weather. You know, so we're really not seeing a lot of rain out here. We are seeing quite a few wind gusts though, you know. It does get calm again. Right now we're in that calm, and just now you can start to see this rain is starting to pick right back up. I mean, it's really just coming and going out here. You can see from the trees that you see the trees blowing. It's getting real hard again. It's just, yep, here we go. We're getting another gust that's happening. And that's just really what we've been seeing all morning, basically, you know. We did earlier see the guy down the road mowing his grass, and you know, like I was saying, he owns that store out there, and they had to close at 12 today, and he was saying, you know, I'm just bored. I'm not used to being off this early, so he was just out there. But you know, it is really time for everyone to get inside and stay inside, because I mean, you feel this right now. You see this. Oh, don't show them our competition now. No, you can see this gust coming through and feel it. So this is the time to definitely get inside, because you don't want to be out here with this debris flying at you. And also the curfew is about to begin out here, so if you or someone you know is out there driving, tell them it's time to get home and it's time to start buckling down. You know, it's time to come in for the night. Live in Jeanerette, Katie Easter, KTC TV3.
All righty, thank you, Katie. We have some video to show you from Golden Meadow. If we could go ahead, we can go ahead and bring that up for you. That's from Golden Meadow. Reports of toppled power lines and roofs being ripped off there. So far, there have been no word of any injuries from this storm. Now that we have not heard as any injury reports at this point, which could be a very good thing, because that may mean there aren't any at this point. But that video there you're looking at from Golden Meadow.
And as Rob said earlier, Hurricane Ida holding its status as a Category 4. Let's get a recap of the day so far from reporter Daryl Forges.
Ida making landfall Sunday near Port Fortune, Louisiana. An extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane with winds of 150 miles per hour.
This is one of the strongest storms to make landfall here in modern times.
Hundreds of thousands of customers now without power in Louisiana. Outages expected to increase as the storm moves inland. Hospitals planning for those outages. to care for the COVID-19 patients and any new patients that may need treatment during the storm.
This hospital is ready to sustain quite a bit of damage, ready to sustain quite a bit of power outages. What we don't have is space, and what we don't have are healthcare workers because of COVID.
Evidence of Ida's path across Louisiana in New Orleans French Quarter, Houma, Grand Isle, and in Golden Meadow, where extreme winds ripped roofs off buildings and took down power lines.
The storm is a life-threatening storm.
President Biden at FEMA headquarters, urging residents in Ida's track to take the storm seriously.
And to the people of the Gulf Coast, I want you to know that we're praying for the best and planning prepared for the worst.
In Baton Rouge, Louisiana, I'm Daryl Forges.
All right, and from Baton Rouge, let's go closer to home to St. Mary Parish.
Our Victor George is standing by live in Morgan City. Victor.
Well, I mean, this is something I personally have never seen before. I've been using my height all coverage just to kind of put things into perspective for you guys. I am 6'4", and if I get to really like the worst part of it, like the very peak of this toppled over tree, I mean, it's more powerful than I am in terms of height. I mean, this is something we pulled up here, and to be honest with you, it is absolutely heartbreaking. I have personally never seen anything like it. Now, just keep in mind how massive this tree was. It goes all the way, and I'm walking away from the camera here, but it goes all the way out here. This tree must at least be 50 to 60 feet tall. And I mean, it just, we'll send some video that you guys will be able to check out in a little bit. But aside from this devastating visual here, another condition that we're dealing with is now we're dealing with solid rain and wind. We're really getting both right now. As you can see, I have to hold on to my hat. And I mean, we were by the river earlier. We left that area to kind of expand our coverage a little bit more. We came across this visual and we had to share it with you guys, as we'll continue to do here from Morgan City. We're live in Morgan City. I'm Victor Georges.
Unreal to see that. I know Victor has used his height as just to tell us, put things in perspective a little bit, 6'4", and just incredible to see how much that tore up.
Yeah, Rob's saying that's a water oak. Right, Rob?
Oak?
Yeah, more than likely, you know, those water oaks, they grow fast. And I couldn't tell by the leaves or the tree trunk, but a lot of times when you see so much turf go up with the tree, water oaks have those very shallow roots, and that's why they grow so fast. They feed off of 62 inches of rain per year very easily, and they grow fast and they go down fast, and it is the most common tree that goes down here in Acadiana. Pear trees about the same. They have the big leaves, so it depends on the leaf size, it depends on a number of things, and your rooting system. Live oaks, though, we know how those rooting systems go, and they're just hardwood, and they're just so buried in the ground. It's amazing, those trees, and the one, say, at St. John's Cathedral has been around for 400 or 500 years. How many hurricanes have some of the live oaks here seen over the course of centuries, and that's always amazing to us. Now, latest on Ida, still a Category 4 storm. Is still hard to believe. We can't even get the pressure above 940 millibars, and Bradley was asking me, how long you think it's going to be before we're going to start to see significant weakening? And that may not occur until this system gets closer to the I-10, I-12 area and gets over more land than over water. And the center of the storm is still over water here on the radar. Again, we can see all the worst weather, mostly east of Acadiana. We come in a little bit closer again at Eye-Wall now, moving away from the Galliano area, but still very strong winds just northwest there. Houma getting pounded, still in the Eye-Wall, and still have some convergence here with another squall that's coming through. So still rough weather for our friends at Houma, and it's going to stay that way. I got reports that there are folks watching us through the app or through KATC.com or Facebook Live, however you're getting in your information. We're thinking about you, Houma. It's going to continue to be quite rough here for several hours more. Damaging winds likely until we get this system farther to the north, and it's going to be a long evening before we get this up to I-10 and I-12. And again, you can see it's getting close to Des Allemands here and Vacherie and eventually Laplace, and here's I-10. So it's going to be a while before it gets to I-10. again, but right now those really bad outer rain bands are just about reaching the Laplace area. You can see NOLA's just been involved with rain and driving winds all the way through New Orleans east, through Metairie, Kenner as well. And then you go farther north and west we go. You can see Donaldsonville on the edge of those strong winds as well. Thibodaux, Bradley's hometown, and where his parents are, we're watching for there as well. They're going through some rough weather. And you said, Bradley, there was some damage where in Thibodaux?
Yeah, apparently one of the restaurants had their roof blown off completely. Yeah.
Roof blown off at a restaurant in the Thibodaux area, and there's plenty more damage being done here as well. So we'll watch it for our friends there. Locally in Acadiana, as we dial into Power Doppler 3, and this is why we got a Doppler radar, and we got it just in time for hurricane season. We wanted to be able to cover the storms down along the coast, not just rely on Weather Service data. We did a full upgrade, full brand new radar, state-of-the-art system, 350,000 watts of power, and we could check out velocities as well. But the main action, we're starting to see some of those tropical showers moving into Iberia Parish, and then also into St. Mary Parish and lower St. Martin Parish. So the weather's getting a little bit more active here and a little bit more boisterous through Stevensville, Morgan City, and we'll get in even closer. And again, the worst of it between Amelia and Morgan City right now, but this tropical rain band going through Stevensville, very intense as we speak. And that satellite imagery, as the sun begins to set on the visible satellite imagery, we can see this storm and the shadowing looks really cool there. You can see even thunderstorm blow-ups out in the Gulf of Mexico. We're starting to see the shadowing on that. So we'll watch this imagery a little while longer, but we'll have to put this one to bed as the sun goes down. But it gives us a really good beat. Look at that eye. Look, it is still very well developed. The sun is setting, so we're not seeing the details down into the eye, but stadium effect still going on. Still a very well organized storm. And that's why the Hurricane Center has been reticent on weakening this a whole lot more based on the observational trends, based on the satellite imagery, based on the radar representation. And again, you can see that eye going right over Chauvin. Eye wall dynamics going through Houma and still ongoing. And then Galliano, eye wall, LaRose, eye wall, and then now it's DeSalmon's about to get it, and then points to the north as we get up to Laplace, South Vacherie, Donaldsonville maybe just west, Gonzales just west of where the eye wall dynamics are going to be, but from this area of I-10 to about this area of I-10, very intense weather, the western flank of Lake Pontchartrain over into Lake Maurepas, and then on to Hammond and Walker. And Baton Rouge should be just east of the eye. I think we're moving almost, we're just moving slightly west of due north right now, so it looks like Hammond's probably going to get this, Walker's probably going to get this, and that's the worst winds. New Orleans may miss the core of the storm, but certainly on the very wet side of things as we continue to look at this and we go over to the infrared channel, which will be on as we lose the daylight, and that's going to be coming up in an hour or so. Still a Category 4, as we mentioned, and I was telling Bradley, I do not see this going below getting to a Category 1 just north of Baton Rouge. I think it's still going to be a 2 when it gets to I-10, I-12 for sure, at least. We got to see it go down to Category 3 before we can start talking about a 2 or a 1. So wind gusts here, we saw those 100-mile-an-hour plus wind gusts. We've had 100-mile-an-hour plus gusts to 120 to 130, up to 138 is some of the higher gusts, 150 perhaps at a marina. Sometimes, though, it depends on the anemometer. If it's one of those spinning anemometers, not a sonic one, sometimes you'll get momentum, so it reports higher than the actual wind speed, but certainly there could be 140, 150-mile-an-hour gusts. This is where we sit right now. Most of the gusts, eastern portions of St. Mary Parish in the 40-mile-per-hour range, 40s as we get into New Iberia. Lafayette, I just stepped outside, posted a little video and want to see what the trees look like. We're always in the studio here. I never get to see a hurricane or experience a hurricane. That's going to be retirement, and I will have a beverage when I watch the storms down the line from my backyard. Can't wait to do that. Still years away, though. still years away. But, you know, I count every hurricane as, okay, that's one more closer to retirement. But nonetheless, still some very rough weather. But tropical storm conditions in Acadiana. Exception being, we'll continue to watch those rain bands into eastern St. Mary Parish and lower St. Martin Parish, upper St. Martin Parish, eastern Iberia Parish, mostly in the swamp. Yeah, you're going to see some rough weather there. Henderson's going to be rough. Butte La Rose is going to be a little rough as well. But then as you go farther to the east, this is where the 98% of the worst weather is going to be as we get on the other side of the Atchafalaya Swamp, as we get into east of Baton Rouge and the NOLA area. And again, we'll be watching how the winds go for us. But again, as we showed you, we don't think much more than 40 to 50 mile an hour winds for most of us here in Acadiana. What we'll be watching for in the next hour or two ahead, these tropical rain bands. Okay, it's in, this one is in lower St. Martin Parish. So Stevensville, but maybe not Morgan City. Amelia, but maybe not Morgan City, Berwick, we'll see. But these are the areas that we're going to have to watch for these rain bands that come around on the western flank and the southwestern flank of the storm, and then it continues to move off to the north. We're going to see tropical rain showers here and there. It was sprinkling a little bit while I was outside, but nothing too terribly bad, and 98% of Acadiana should be in very good shape. There are going to be sporadic power outages. I'll take a look at our power outage map situation, although that was not working as well, giving us the data that we would like to see, and that's mainly because you're only as good as the data that goes into the system. You may remember I showed those power outage threat maps, especially for Laura, Delta, Zeta last year. With a storm that's going over an area that does not have a widespread power grid, it's not going to be able to model power outages. And you guys were showing, Jim and Marcel were showing those power outage maps, and we know power's out, and it's going to be out for a while. And just like with Laura, I think it might even be worse for your Terrebonne, Lafourche Parish, Plaquemines Parish, because it's even harder to get utility crews down. You know, there's only one road down to Grand Isle, and one, you're going to have to wait for the water to go down and clear out. And again, you got this storm surge piling the water in here, so we got water in the marsh area. That's all going to have to drain back out into the Gulf of Mexico, so that's going to take days to happen. We've seen that many a times with the storm surges in our part of the world, and it's going to take a long time for that water to drain on out. Latest look at predictive radar and the forecast wind gusts here. Again, most of us in Acadiana in the 40-mile-per-hour range. As you go farther to the west, you're in the good. As you go farther to the east, that's where it's trouble. And again, look for the colors, shades here in the 50 to 60-mile-an-hour range. That's where you're going to have the power outages, and then it's only going to get markedly worse. I'm actually surprised that the forecast model not picking up on the hurricane force winds that we have here. It's not doing a good job of that. I think the gusts that we're showing you here add at least 30 to them. But I think all this entire area, we're going to see gusts 90 to 100 through 10 o'clock midnight tonight for sure. I think gusts to 100 is certainly a possibility. Laplace, Kenner, NOLA as well. And we're going to see 40s going. And again, as the storm continues to slowly weaken, that's when the wind field will begin to spread out. And we haven't really seen that wind field spreading out, and here we are at a time where I thought the winds would be picking up more substantially in Acadiana. Not so yet. And notice the models keep us in the range, and the models doing a great job for Acadiana. Not so good of a job where we do have the hurricane going right now. Rainfall-wise here, the latest rainfall estimates on the short-term predictive radar model, 8 inches or better, and some spots. This is just in 16 hours, pushing more than 10 inches of rain. That is a boatload of rain. So we're not only going to have wind damage, but we're going to have serious flooding. Hammond, Mandeville, over to Slidell, into Mississippi as well. Not so much rain here locally, and this is the extended version of the HER model getting us through Tuesday morning. And we'll see some tropical rain bands over the next couple of days, but not a major concern. Latest graph model coming in, going for 20 inches or better in areas that are underwater already, so it doesn't matter. But past Christian, Biloxi, you're going to have some wind, but flooding is going to be certainly much more of a priority as we get over toward Mobile, Biloxi, past Christian, Gulfport, where maybe not as much wind, but certainly more rain. And then we get back through Acadiana, and we don't see a whole heck of a lot of rain here. And in some spots, I mentioned this yesterday, I could envision some spots in Acadiana not even getting a drop of rain, and that will certainly be a possibility. It's amazing what difference 50 to 100 miles make in these hurricanes, and we're on the better side, not the dirty side of the storm this time around. Of course, storm surge and issues. So, as promised, we're getting you to the 10-day forecast, and rain chances going down, and look at what we have coming up for the latter part of the week. Maybe I'll get a day off here toward the end of the week, maybe you guys too, but looking at highs near 90, comfortable humidity, and how about upper 60s to lower 70s? That is a September looking forecast. Rain chances down and down for a while. Of course, though, the peak of hurricane season is a little bit beyond this 10-day forecast. So we're going to be in the peak of the season for quite a while. But at least that 10-day forecast, something to look forward to, in the silver lining after a lot of us had a lot of anxiety in here in Acadiana with this storm. But unfortunately, not only anxiety, but heartbreak for our friends to the east that are going to be dealing with the ramifications of this storm for weeks, if not months to come.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think we all know and love people. You have people at your house who are here from areas to our east, and it's dealing with what the heartbreak that they're dealing with that's affecting
us. Just seeing this and just not knowing, and just you have to make plans at some point to go check back and check it out.
And hopefully that positive weather forecast that Rob just gave us will seep over to the eastern parts of the state as recovery can begin. I think you heard Rob Carrillo there vying for a day off.
I heard so too,
He's
ready
already,
for one.
Dropping those hints that he'll get a day off in midweek on that morning where it might be 68 degrees is the low. That's the one you want, Rob?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, we can. Bradley, we'll see you midweek next week.
Hey, Bradley's going to get the days off first, then I'll get the days off
Okay,
after.
Very good.
There you
very
go,
good.
Rob.
Share the love. All right, well, let's check in on the conditions. We'll continue to do so throughout the night right here on KETC with the aftermath, and as Hurricane Ida continues to just, bring the brunt of this storm all across southeast Louisiana. Some impacts again here in Acadiana. Let's head out live to Stephanie Lauber. She joins us live in St. Mary Parish. Stephanie.
Hey there, thanks Jim. So I heard Rob saying he needs some days off. You guys can come visit down in Corpus Christi. We're going to have much better weather than that, but who knows, maybe I've jinxed it. So I wanted to show you something that may not seem like a big idea. We are standing at the Waffle House here in Morgan City. It is closed. You may say, Stephanie, what are you talking about? The Waffle House never closes. Well, today the Waffle House is closed, so I guess Ida's made an impression on some folks today. We're starting to see the weather pick up here. As I move across the parking lot, we got Highway 90 behind us in the background. We've seen some things begin to pick up here. The wind gusts, they begin to pick up. I've got a weather instrument here measuring that. So far, our gusts have gone up to about 35 miles per hour, just shy of 40. The sustained winds aren't so bad. That's around 15 miles per hour. You can see some of this breeziness here. I want to walk this way and show you we're beginning to see some signs of Ida here in Morgan City. There's a trailer here behind me by that Domino's that had some roofing on it. That has since blown off, and I've actually, we got one of those gusts right now. I've given up on trying to keep my hood on, guys. It's not worth it. So the roofing, you can see it there flopping in the wind off of that trailer. That we've been watching flop around in the wind. Don't know how much longer it's going to hang on. We've also seen some of these signs here in the parking lot at this gas station. One toppled over there, really trying their best to hang on. The stop sign at the end of that Rouse's Market over there, that one's been wobbling in the wind too. So definitely getting the side effects of Ida here, if we can call it that. We are outside of where the most dangerous stuff is. I also want to show you some video we took earlier. My photographer Ben and I, we took a trip further east. We were going to see how close we could get to Gray, Louisiana. We decided that was not safe to do, so instead we made it to about Gibson, Donner. We were there on Highway 90 and that more quiet highway, Louisiana 20. So we were going back and forth there. We made it to a convenience store, Wilson's Country Corner. They were closed and boarded up, as you may be seeing there. And believe it or not, their gas pump was functional. We were able to top off there. That was good news. But already seeing debris on the ground there. We were traveling along those roads maybe about an hour and a half ago. So at this point, the winds were really picking up. We decided to take the safe call, come back to Morgan City, and that's where we saw plenty of trees down over there. Here in Morgan City, on the way from our hotel to here at the Waffle House, we've seen a number of trees that have been branches taken off of them here and there. So it's not something that is necessarily what the folks in Houma are going to see, or maybe even Thibodaux, but we're definitely feeling the effects of Ida out here. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on the conditions for you all and try to hang on to this hat here. For now, Stephanie Lauber live in Morgan City. KATC TV3. Back to you all.
Stephanie is visiting us and helping us cover this storm. She's a meteorologist from our sister station in Corpus Christi, along with her photographer. We have another photographer who has joined the KATC ranks. She looks good in that KATC gear out there.
Holding on to that hat,
Ida.
And hats off to her for a job well done there in Morgan City and providing that perspective, you know, as a meteorologist out there with her instrument to measure the wind and all that. So.
And she talked about they were trying to go closer, you know, farther east, and recognizing what we have talked about so often is that when conditions get to be too rough, you go the opposite way, and they did. They turned around. They were trying to go farther east, where there are more impacts that are happening to our east, but they made the decision to stay safe and head back to Morgan City.
Yeah, probably for the best as well. Now let's head out live, everybody. This video coming to us from CNN. CNN kind of on the move. They are headed east toward Mobile, so they're driving through Alabama at this time, just to kind of give you a sense of just how widespread the impacts from Hurricane Ida are out there. Again, a massive storm that this is on the dirty side, the east side of the storm, so they're seeing a bit more than we are, of course, on the west side. But the interstate, as you see there, pretty smooth sailing for that crew out there, that CNN crew on the move across I-10.
And now a look at Highway 90 in Donner, which shows a pretty clear path, slick roadway there. Thank you to those of you in our news crews from different areas who are sending us videos and pictures. Also, if you are in Acadiana or listening to us from different parts of the state and you see things and you can safely take pictures and videos, feel free to go ahead and email those to us. Again, safely is the optimum word there. We want to, of course, ensure the safety of everyone as you are capturing these images, if you indeed are in this area. And there's a picture. There we go. We saw this one earlier. This is from earlier today. That car stalled in those floodwaters there. Man trying to push that car in the midst of the storm. And, you know, you never know where the road starts and ends when you're dealing with flooding like that, which is why people say don't drive when you see high water.
Turn around, don't drown.
Yeah,
it sounds
it's cliche,
but guess what? It's good advice.
It really
certainly is. And in the days ahead, you know, some parts of the state are going to be seeing those high waters, especially down toward the coast. So, you know, you just see it. You don't know what's in it. You just got to turn around.
President Biden addressed Hurricane Ida earlier this evening, talking about the supplies from FEMA and the support from FEMA. The president mentioned that he had already signed an emergency declaration. That's being done, and we see the evidence of the federal response that's already happening in our region. The president talked about the regional response, that they were sending things that were needed in the region. And here's some video from Alexandria. We showed you this earlier. This is 18-wheelers. They're full of supplies. They're now at England Air Park in Alexandria. They arrived yesterday, as a matter of fact. Just coming in and on standby, being ready. They're filled with a variety of supplies, everything needed for first aid. There are generators on those trucks to deal with the power loss, as people, hopefully there will be no severe injuries in areas that are without power. There are expected power outages for the storm, but those trucks coming from FEMA, you see those large generators on that red truck in the back there, and other things inside of those trucks that are going to help in the aid and recovery here in southeastern Louisiana post-Hurricane Ida.
And there's going to be a lot of work that's going to need to be done, and part of that work is getting the power back on for the hundreds of thousands who are without power across the state. Here's a look at some of the utility trucks we found lined up here in Lafayette this morning. These trucks are from out of state, an Oklahoma-based company called GRDA Power. They sent 20 crews to South Louisiana to help with restoration efforts. We know these aren't the only crews that are here from out of state. Yesterday we heard from that lineman in Tallahassee, just kind of giving his huddle to his coworkers to just do good work, plan your work work your plan, get the job done. They were coming to Lafayette as well, so we know that because we are out of harm's way, this is a good opportunity for them to stage here, see where the damage is from a safe vantage point, and then get out there probably tomorrow, just once it's safe to do so.
We're just close enough where when it is safe to go, they will have a shorter driving distance to get where they can driving and that kind of thing. I mentioned President Biden just a little bit ago in his address. I think we have some audio from the president in that federal response to Hurricane Ida.
I'm no expert, but I've been around for a lot of hurricanes, and I don't think we've ever had as much preparation, long-term preparation with the levee system and preparation here. Thanks to the administrators' leadership and the hard work of the FEMA team, all of whom are gathered behind me, many of whom are gathered behind me, we've already pre-positioned resources that we know are going to be needed, and equipment and response teams in the region. This includes 2.5 million meals, 3 million liters of water. We've got generators in place, and we're in close touch with the power providers to get and restore power as soon as possible, because a lot of it's going to go out, and we should be prepared that it can take a long time, no matter how much we've pre-positioned, which we have, that it's going to take a long time for a lot of it to get back up. It could take a matter of weeks for some places. We've got 13 urban search and rescue teams. For those of you who aren't familiar with that, these teams make up about 70 people and experts, each of these teams, and they can do real serious recovery work. More than 100 ambulances and emergency medical teams have been activated, and we're working with the Red Cross and local partners to open dozens and dozens of shelters with cots and blankets and meals to support those we need to evacuate. That'll happen mostly northern part of the state and maybe in parts of Mississippi. And I've already signed an emergency declaration for both Louisiana as well as Mississippi. And I want to make sure that we're ready to surge all the response capability that we have to deal with whatever comes next. And a lot's going to be coming. I've been in touch with the governors of Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. And my team at the White House has been in touch with other state, local, and federal officials in the region. And they know there'll be the full resources and support of the federal government. So I want to emphasize again, this is going to be a devastating hurricane, a life-threatening storm. So please, all you folks in the Mississippi and in Louisiana, Mississippi, and God knows maybe even further east, take precautions. Listen, take it seriously, really very seriously. And the whole of government effort is ready to get to work. I can't think of any time where the federal, state, and local folks have worked together more closely and in advance of an obvious significant natural disaster. And folks, we're going to be here. We're going to be here to help the Gulf region get back on its feet as quickly as possible, as long as it takes. As long as it takes. So thank you, and may God protect those in the path of the storm, and God willing, we'll get through this sooner than later. But don't kid yourself. This is going to take a lot of resources, a little bit of luck, and as my grandfather would say, the grace of God and the goodwill of the neighbors. By the way, look out for your neighbors. If you're in the region, look out for your neighbors. So thank you very much, and thank you.
So we talked about hospitals not being evacuated, and we're seeing a report from NOLA.com of a partial loss of generator power from a hospital in Thibodeau Regional Hospital, to be specific, in Lafayette Parish, where ICU patients, doctors, and nurses were scrambling to move them to different parts of the hospital, and with that loss of generator power, they had to do so manually to push air in and out of their lungs as they moved those patients to other parts of that hospital. So that happening in Thibodeau, just a partial loss of generator power at this point. We'll continue to look for updates from that area.
Still just a sign of how fragile the healthcare system is right now. It's stressed to the max with this fourth surge of COVID, and now with the storm, whether the storm brings any new patients and injuries, but the storm is certainly playing a role in affecting the hospital's infrastructure there with that partial loss of generator power. So we'll keep up to speed on that story. We'll continue to follow that and bring you new developments as soon as we get them. Meanwhile, we just heard from President Biden, and Governor Edwards is asking for that presidential major disaster declaration. As we did report, President Biden did approve emergency declarations for Louisiana and Mississippi before landfall.
That's right, and now the governor is asking for the major disaster declaration at this point. We haven't even seen what's going to happen, but he already asking for that. The governor says, as Ida is one of the strongest storms to hit Louisiana, we know that's going to be necessary. It will help with the response times for emergency crews here in the state and ultimately recovery. The sooner you ask, the sooner we hope that is granted, the sooner we will see boots on the ground as recovery starts to happen here in the state. The very, very long road to recovery.
In terms of other infrastructure impacts, Colonial Pipeline has temporarily shut down 2 lines in its network because of the hurricane. The major fuel line connects Houston to the East Coast, carrying about 3 billion barrels of fuel every day. Officials say they will resume all of their operations once it's safe to do so, once Ida clears the area. And as we have been reporting, if you've been following.
Show you from Golden Meadow, if we could go ahead. We can go ahead and bring that up for you. That's from Golden Meadow. Reports of toppled power lines and roofs being ripped off there. So far, there have been no word of any injuries from this storm. Now that we have not heard as any injury reports at this point, which could be a very good thing, because that may mean there aren't any at this point. But that video there you're looking at from Golden Meadow.
And as Rob said earlier, Hurricane Ida holding its status as a Category 4. Let's get a recap of the day so far from reporter Daryl Forges.
Ida making landfall Sunday near Port Fortune, Louisiana. An extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane with winds of 150 miles per hour.
This is one of the strongest storms to make landfall here in modern times.
Hundreds of thousands of customers now without power in Louisiana. Outages expected to increase as the storm moves inland. Hospitals planning for those outages to care for the COVID-19 patients and any new patients that may need treatment during the storm.
This hospital is ready to sustain quite a bit of damage, ready to sustain quite a bit of power outages. What we don't have is space, and what we don't have are healthcare workers because of COVID.
Evidence of Ida's path across Louisiana in New Orleans French Quarter, Houma, Grand Isle, and in Golden Meadow, where extreme winds ripped roofs off buildings and took down power lines.
The storm is a life-threatening storm.
President Biden at FEMA headquarters, urging residents in Ida's track to take the storm seriously.
And to the people of the Gulf Coast, I want you to know that we're praying for the best and planning prepared for the worst.
In Baton Rouge, Louisiana, I'm Daryl Forges.
All right, and from Baton Rouge, let's go closer to home to St. Mary Parish.
Our Victor George is standing by live in Morgan City. Victor.
Well, I mean, this is something I personally have never seen before. I've been using my height all coverage just to kind of put things into perspective for you guys. I am 6'4", and if I get to really like the worst part of it, like the very peak of this toppled over tree, I mean, it's more powerful than I am in terms of height. I mean, this is something we pulled up here, and to be honest with you, it is absolutely heartbreaking. I have personally never seen anything like it. Now, just keep in mind how massive this tree was. It goes all the way, and I'm walking away from the camera here, but it goes all the way out here. This tree must at least be 50 to 60 feet tall. And I mean, it just, we'll send some video that you guys will be able to check out in a little bit. But aside from this devastating visual here, another condition that we're dealing with is now we're dealing with solid rain and wind. We're really getting both right now. As you can see, I have to hold on to my hat. And I mean, we were by the river earlier. We left that area to kind of expand our coverage a little bit more. We came across this visual and we had to share it with you guys, as we'll continue to do here from Morgan City. We're live in Morgan City. I'm Victor Georges.
Unreal to see that. I know Victor has used his height as just to tell us, put things in perspective a little bit. 6'4", and just incredible to see how much that tore up.
Yeah, Rob's saying that's a water oak. Right, Rob?
Oak? Yeah, more than likely, you know, those water oaks, they grow fast. And I couldn't tell by the leaves or the tree trunk, but a lot of times when you see so much turf go up with the tree. Water oaks have those very shallow roots, and that's why they grow so fast. They feed off of 62 inches of rain per year very easily, and they grow fast and they go down fast, and it is the most common tree that goes down here in Acadiana. Pear trees, about the same. They have the big leaves, so it depends on the leaf size, it depends on a number of things, and your rooting system. Live oaks, though, we know how those rooting systems go, and they're just hardwood, and they're just so buried in the ground. It's amazing. Those trees, and the one, say, at St. John's Cathedral, has been around for 400 or 500 years. How many hurricanes have some of the live oaks here seen over the course of centuries, and that's always amazing to us. Now, latest on Ida, still a Category 4 storm, is still hard to believe. We can't even get the pressure above 940 millibars, and Bradley was asking me, how long do you think it's going to be before we're going to start to see significant weakening? And that may not occur until this system gets closer to the I-10, I-12 area and gets over more land than over water. And the center of the storm is still over water here on the radar. Again, we can see all the worst weather, mostly east of Acadiana. We come in a little bit closer again at Iwall now, moving away from the Galliano area, but still very strong winds just northwest there. Homa getting pounded, still in the Iwall, and still have some convergence here with another squall that's coming through. So still rough weather for our friends at Homa, and it's going to stay that way. I got reports that there are folks watching us through the app or through KATC.com or Facebook Live, however you're getting in your information. We're thinking about you, Homa. It's going to continue to be quite rough here for several hours more. Damaging winds likely until we get this system farther to the north, and it's going to be a long evening before we get this up to I-10 and I-12. And again, you can see it's getting close to Des Allemands here and Vacherie and eventually Laplace, and here's I-10. So it's going to be a while before it gets to I-10. But right now, those really bad outer rain bands are just about reaching the Laplace area. You can see NOLA's just been involved with rain and driving winds all the way through New Orleans east, through Metairie, Kenner as well. And then you go farther north and west we go. You can see Donaldsonville on the edge of those strong winds as well. Thibodaux, Bradley's hometown, and where his parents are, we're watching for there as well. They're going through some rough weather. And you said, Bradley, there was some damage where in Thibodaux?
Yeah, apparently one of the restaurants had their roof blown off completely. Yeah.
Roof blown off at a restaurant in the Thibodaux area, and there's plenty more damage being done here as well. So we'll watch it for our friends there. Locally in Acadiana, as we dial into Power Doppler 3, and this is why we got a Doppler radar. We got it just in time for hurricane season. We wanted to be able to cover the storms down along the coast, not just rely on Weather Service data. We did a full upgrade, full brand new radar, state-of-the-art system, 350,000 watts of power, and we could check out velocities as well. But the main action, we're starting to see some of those tropical showers moving into Iberia Parish, and then also into St. Mary Parish and lower St. Martin Parish. So the weather's getting a little bit more active here and a little bit more boisterous through Stevensville, Morgan City, and we'll get in even closer. And again, the worst of it between Amelia and Morgan City right now, but this tropical rain band going through Stevensville, very intense as we speak. And that satellite imagery, as the sun begins to set on the visible satellite imagery, we can see this storm and the shadowing looks really cool there. You can see even thunderstorm blow-ups out in the Gulf of Mexico. We're starting to see the shadowing on that. So we'll watch this imagery a little while longer, but we'll have to put this one to bed as the sun goes down. But it gives us a really good beat. Look at that eye. Look, it is still very well developed. The sun is setting, so we're not seeing the details down into the eye, but stadium effect still going on. Still a very well organized storm. And that's why the Hurricane Center has been reticent on weakening this a whole lot more based on the observational trends, based on the satellite imagery, based on the radar representation. And again, you can see that eye going right over Chauvin. Eyewall dynamics going through Homa and still ongoing. And then Galliano, Eyewall, La Rose, eye wall, and then now it's DeSalmon's about to get it, and then points to the north as we get up to Laplace, South Vacherie, Donaldsonville maybe just west, Gonzales just west of where the eye wall dynamics are going to be, but from this area of I-10 to about this area of I-10, very intense weather, the western flank of Lake Pontchartrain over into Lake Maurepas, and then on to Hammond and Walker. And Baton Rouge should be just east of the, I think we're moving almost, we're just moving slightly west of due north right now, so it looks like Hammond's probably going to get this, Walker's probably going to get this, and that's the worst winds. New Orleans may miss the core of the storm, but certainly on the very wet side of things as we continue to look at this and we go over to the infrared channel, which will be on as we lose the daylight, and that's going to be coming up in an hour or so. Still a Category 4, as we mentioned, and I was telling Bradley, I do not see this going below getting to Category 1 just north of Baton Rouge. I think it's still going to be a 2 when it gets to I-10, I-12 for sure, at least. We got to see it go down to Category 3 before we can start talking about a 2 or a 1. So wind gusts here, we saw those 100-mile-an-hour plus wind gusts. We've had 100-mile-an-hour plus gusts to 120 to 130, up to 138 is some of the higher gusts, 150 perhaps at a marina. Sometimes, though, it depends on the anemometer. If it's one of those spinning anemometers, not a sonic one, sometimes you'll get momentum, so it reports higher than the actual wind speed, but certainly there could be 140, 150-mile-an-hour gusts. This is where we sit right now. Most of the gusts, eastern portions of St. Mary Parish in the 40-mile-per-hour range, 40s as we get into New Iberia. Lafayette, I just stepped outside, posted a little video. I want to see what the trees look like. We're always in the studio here. I never get to see a hurricane or experience a hurricane. That's going to be retirement, and I will have a beverage when I watch the storms down the line from my backyard. Can't wait to do that. Still years away, though. Still years away, but you know, I count every hurricane as, okay, that's one more closer to retirement, but nonetheless, still some very rough weather, but tropical storm conditions in Acadiana. Exception being, we'll continue to watch those rain bands into eastern St. Mary Parish and lower St. Martin Parish, upper St. Martin Parish, eastern Iberia Parish, mostly in the swamp. Yeah, you're going to see some rough weather there. Henderson's going to be rough. Butte La Rose is going to be a little rough as well. But then as you go farther to the east, this is where the 98% of the worst weather is going to be as we get on the other side of the Atchafalaya Swamp, as we get into east of Baton Rouge and the NOLA area. And again, we'll be watching how the winds go for us. But again, as we showed you, we don't think much more than 40 to 50-mile-an-hour winds for most of us here in Acadiana. What we'll be watching for in the next hour or two ahead, these tropical rain bands. Okay, it's in, this one is in lower St. Martin Parish. So Stevensville, but maybe not Morgan City. Amelia, but maybe not Morgan City, Berwick, we'll see. But these are the areas that we're going to have to watch for these rain bands that come around on the western flank and the southwestern flank of the storm, and then it continues to move off to the north. We're going to see tropical rain showers here and there. It was sprinkling a little bit while I was outside, but nothing too terribly bad, and 98% of Acadiana should be in very good shape. There are going to be sporadic power outages. I'll take a look at our power outage map situation, although that was not working as well, giving us the data that we would like to see, and that's mainly because you're only as good as the data that goes into the system. You may remember I showed those power outage threat maps, especially for Laura, Delta, Zeta last year. With a storm that's going over an area that does not have a widespread power grid, it's not going to be able to model power outages, and you guys were showing, Jim and Marcel were showing those power outage maps, and we know power's out, and it's going to be out for a while. And just like with Laura, I think it might even be worse for your Terrebonne, Lafourche Parish, Plaquemines Parish, because it's even harder to get utility crews down. You know, there's only one road down to Grand Isle, and one, you're going to have to wait for the water to go down and clear out. And again, you got this storm surge piling the water in here, so we got water in the marsh area. That's all going to have to drain back out into the Gulf of Mexico, so that's going to take days to happen. We've seen that many a times with the storm surges in our part of the world, and it's going to take a long time for that water to drain on out. Latest look at predictive radar and the forecast wind gusts here. Again, most of us in Acadiana in the 40-mile-per-hour range. As you go farther to the west, you're in the good. As you go farther to the east, that's where it's trouble. And again, look for the colors, shades here in the 50 to 60-mile-an-hour range. That's where you're going to have the power outages, and then it's only going to get markedly worse. I'm actually surprised that the forecast model not picking up on the hurricane force winds that we have here. It's not doing a good job of that. I think the gusts that we're showing you here add at least 30 to them. But I think all this entire area, we're going to see gusts 90 to 100 through 10 o'clock midnight tonight for sure. I think gusts to 100 is certainly a possibility. Laplace, Kenner, NOLA as well. And we're going to see 40s going. And again, as the storm continues to slowly weaken, that's when the wind field will begin to spread out. And we haven't really seen that wind field spreading out, and here we are at a time where I thought the winds would be picking up more substantially in Acadiana. Not so yet. And notice the models keep us in the range, and the models doing a great job for Acadiana. Not so good of a job where we do have the hurricane going right now. Rainfall wise here, the latest rainfall estimates on the short-term predictive radar model, 8 inches or better, and some spots. This is just in 16 hours, pushing more than 10 inches of rain. That is a boatload of rain. So we're not only going to have wind damage, but we're going to have serious flooding. Hammond, Mandeville, over to Slidell, into Mississippi as well. Not so much rain here locally, and this is the extended version of the HER model getting us through Tuesday morning. And we'll see some tropical rain bands over the next couple of days, but not a major concern. Latest graph model coming in, going for 20 inches or better in areas that are underwater already, so it doesn't matter. But past Christian, Biloxi, you're going to have some wind, but flooding is going to be certainly much more of a priority as we get over toward Mobile, Biloxi, past Christian, Gulfport, where maybe not as much wind, but certainly more rain. And then we get back through Acadiana, and we don't see a whole heck of a lot of rain here. And in some spots, I mentioned this yesterday, I could envision some spots in Acadiana not even getting a drop of rain, and that will certainly be a possibility. It's amazing what difference 50 to 100 miles make in these hurricanes, and we're on the better side, not the dirty side of the storm this time around. Of course, storm surge and issues. So, as promised, we're getting you to the 10-day forecast, and rain chances going down, and look at what we have coming up for the latter part of the week. Maybe I'll get a day off here toward the end of the week, maybe you guys too, but looking at highs near 90, comfortable humidity, and how about upper 60s to lower 70s? That is a September looking forecast. Rain chances down and down for a while. Of course, though, the peak of hurricane season is a little bit beyond this 10-day forecast. So we're going to be in the peak of the season for quite a while. But at least that 10-day forecast, something to look forward to, in the silver lining after a lot of us had a lot of anxiety in here in Acadiana with this storm. But unfortunately, not only anxiety, but heartbreak for our friends to the east that are going to be dealing with the ramifications of this storm for weeks, if not months to come.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think we all know and love people. You have people at your house who are here from areas to our east, and it's dealing with what the heartbreak that they're dealing with that's affecting
us. Just seeing this and just not knowing, and just you have to make plans at some point to go check back and check it out.
And hopefully that positive weather forecast that Rob just gave us will seep over to the eastern parts of the state as recovery can begin. I think you heard Rob Perillo there vying for a day off.
I heard so too.
Yeah.
He's ready
already,
for one.
Dropping those hints that he'll get a day off in midweek on that morning where it might be 68 degrees is the low. That's the one you want, Rob?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, we can. Bradley, we'll see you midweek next week.
Hey, Bradley's going to get the days off first, then I'll get the days off.
Okay.
After.
Very good.
There you go, Rob.
Share the love. All right. Well, let's check in on the conditions. We'll continue to do so throughout the night right here on KETC with the aftermath, and as Hurricane Ida continues to just bring the brunt of this storm all across southeast Louisiana. Some impacts again here in Acadiana. Let's head out live to Stephanie Lauber. She joins us live in St. Mary Parish. Stephanie.
Hey there, thanks Jim. So I heard Rob saying he needs some days off. You guys can come visit down in Corpus Christi. We're gonna have much better weather than that, but who knows, maybe I've jinxed it. So I wanted to show you something that may not seem like a big idea. We are standing at the Waffle House here in Morgan City. it is closed. You may say, Stephanie, what are you talking about? The Waffle House never closes. Well, today the Waffle House is closed, so I guess Ida's made an impression on some folks today. We're starting to see the weather pick up here. As I move across the parking lot, we got Highway 90 behind us in the background. We've seen some things begin to pick up here. The wind gusts, they begin to pick up. I've got a weather instrument here measuring that. So far, our gusts have gone up to about 35 miles per hour, just shy of 40. The sustained winds aren't so bad. That's around 15 miles per hour. You can see some of this breeziness here. I want to walk this way and show you we're beginning to see some signs of Ida here in Morgan City. There's a trailer here behind me by that Domino's that had some roofing on it. That has since blown off, and I've actually, oh, we got one of those gusts right now. I've given up on trying to keep my hood on, guys. It's not worth it. So the roofing, you can see it there flopping in the wind off of that trailer. That we've been watching flop around in the wind. Don't know how much longer it's going to hang on. We've also seen some of these signs here in the parking lot at this gas station. One toppled over there, really trying their best to hang on. The stop sign at the end of that Rouse's Market over there, that one's been wobbling in the wind too. So definitely getting the side effects of Ida here, if we can call it that. We are outside of where the most dangerous stuff is. I also want to show you some video we took earlier. My photographer Ben and I, we took a trip further east. We were going to see how close we could get to Gray, Louisiana. We decided that was not safe to do, so instead we made it to about Gibson, Donner. We were there on Highway 90 and that more quiet highway, Louisiana 20. So we were going back and forth there. We made it to a convenience store, Wilson's Country Corner. They were closed and boarded up, as you may be seeing there. And believe it or not, their gas pump was functional. We were able to top off there. That was good news, but already seeing debris on the ground there. We were traveling along those roads maybe about an hour and a half ago. So at this point, the winds were really picking up. We decided to take the safe call, come back to Morgan City, and that's where we saw plenty of trees down over there. Here in Morgan City, on the way from our hotel to here at the Waffle House, we've seen a number of trees that have been branches taken off of them here and there. So it's not something that is necessarily what the folks in Houma are going to see, or maybe even Thibodaux, but we're definitely feeling the effects of Ida out here. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on the conditions for you all and try to hang on to this hat here. For now, Stephanie Lauber live in Morgan City. KATC TV3. Back to you all.
Stephanie is visiting us and helping us cover this storm. She's a meteorologist from our sister station in Corpus Christi, along with her photographer. We have another photographer who has joined the KATC ranks. She looks good in that KATC gear out there.
Holding on to that hat,
Ida.
And hats off to her for a job well done there in Morgan City and providing that perspective, you know, as a meteorologist out there with her instrument to measure the wind and all that. So.
And she talked about they were trying to go closer, you know, farther east, and recognizing what we have talked about so often is that when conditions get to be too rough, you go the opposite way, and they did. They turned around. They were trying to go farther east where there are more impacts that are happening to our east, but they made the decision to stay safe and head back to Morgan City.
Yeah, probably for the best as well. Now let's head out live, everybody. This video coming to us from CNN. CNN kind of on the move. They are headed east toward Mobile, so they're driving through Alabama at this time, just to kind of give you a sense of just how widespread the impacts from Hurricane Ida are out there. Again, a massive storm that this is on the dirty side, the east side of the storm, so they're seeing a bit more than we are, of course, on the west side. But the interstate, as you see there, pretty smooth sailing for that crew out there, that CNN crew on the move across I-10. And
now a look at Highway 90 in Donner, which shows a pretty clear path, slick roadway there. Thank you to those of you in our news crews from different areas who are sending us videos and pictures. Also, if you are in Acadiana or listening to us from different parts of the state and you see things and you can safely take pictures and videos, feel free to go ahead and email those to us. Again, safely is the optimum word there. We want to, of course, ensure the safety of everyone as you are capturing these images, if you indeed are in this area. And there's a picture. There we go. We saw this one earlier. This is from earlier today. That car stalled in those floodwaters there. A man trying to push that car in the midst of the storm. And, you know, you never know where the road starts and ends when you're dealing with flooding like that, which is why people say don't drive when you see high water.
Turn around, don't drown.
Yeah,
it sounds
cliche,
but guess what? It's good advice.
It really
certainly is. And in the days ahead, you know, some parts of the state are going to be seeing those high waters, especially down toward the coast. So, you know, you just see it, you don't know what's in it, you just got to turn around.
President Biden addressed Hurricane Ida earlier this evening, talking about the supplies from FEMA and the support from FEMA. The president mentioned that he had already signed an emergency declaration. That's being done, and we see the evidence of the federal response that's already happening in our region. The president talked about the regional response, that they were sending things that were needed in the region. And here's some video from Alexandria. We showed you this earlier. This is 18-wheelers. They're full of supplies. They're now at England Air Park in Alexandria. They arrived yesterday, as a matter of fact. Just coming in and on standby, being ready. They're filled with a variety of supplies, everything needed for first aid. There are generators on those trucks to deal with the power loss, as people hopefully there will be no severe injuries in areas that are without power. There are expected power outages for the storm, but those trucks coming from FEMA, you see those large generators on that red truck in the back there, and other things inside of those trucks that are going to help in the aid and recovery here in southeastern Louisiana post-Hurricane Ida.
And there's going to be a lot of work that's going to need to be done, and part of that work is getting the power back on for the hundreds of thousands who are without power across the state. Here's a look at some of the utility trucks we found lined up here in Lafayette this morning. These trucks are from out of state, an Oklahoma-based company called GRDA Power. They sent 20 crews to South Louisiana to help with restoration efforts. We know these aren't the only crews that are here from out of state. Yesterday we heard from that lineman in Tallahassee, just kind of giving his huddle to his co-workers to just do good work, plan your work your plan, get the job done. They were coming to Lafayette as well, so we know that because we are out of harm's way, this is
we know the levee system and that kind of thing, but also the messaging systems. There's a gentleman who decided he would stay in New Orleans. This is images, obviously, from Katrina in 2005, and people living in the city have made the decision to stay to ride out Ida. And one man says he didn't want to evacuate, but he says he was impressed with the emergency messaging about this hurricane. He says it has improved tremendously since Hurricane Katrina. Those images there, a stark reminder of what Katrina was 16 years ago today.
Everyone has high anxiety. We decided to stay. I think that partly it's because we just wanted to make sure that other family members that are staying are safe, so it's kind of helping each other. Some of our neighbors, I would say half the neighborhood is staying and the other half is evacuated. So it's more just to kind of be here to help.
And help is on the way from across the country, whether it be utility crews or fire departments, as you just mentioned. Another department that's headed here is the Miami-Dade Fire Rescue. They're actually headed to Mississippi first in response to Ida, but just making their way west from Florida. They'll be focusing on rescues and expected to be in Mississippi tonight. These images taken in Florida as those crews were gearing up to get ready to come here to help out in the aftermath of Hurricane Ida.
So grateful for all the crews that are coming. Here's a live look from New Orleans. That's an image we saw earlier, this same image earlier from within the French Quarter. We saw a man walking by, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he'd have a little more difficulty.
Yes, he
now.
strolled past.
Those trees are moving a lot more than they were earlier when we saw this image, but just how cloudy, how gray, how wet and windy it is there in the Crescent City. Hopefully everybody is where they need to be right now as the big impacts from Ida are starting to really materialize there in New Orleans tonight.
And Rob mentioned that, you know, this city, of course, devastated by Katrina, but he's mentioned that the impacts from the wind of Hurricane Ida is going to be impacts that this city has not seen in a very, very, very long time. So the city of New Orleans bracing for something it hasn't seen.
And looking behind us and seeing like all the national coverage on the TVs as well, part of me thinks like, you know, looking at that street in New Orleans, I'm trying to figure out exactly where it is because everybody has so many fun memories in New Orleans and we've all been through those streets. And I think that's part of the reason why it gets so much national coverage sometimes is because anybody who's ever visited New Orleans and Louisiana for that matter, you always come back.
New Orleans is one of those cities that surrounds herself around you once you visit it and you fall in love with the place. And you talked about the trees on Canal Street seeming to be dancing. And we know that, you know, the music in New Orleans and the culture in that city make your soul dance. And that's one of the things that I agree with you. I think some of the national coverage is because New Orleans is a place that you fall in love with once you've spent some time there.
It's a city unlike any other here in the United States, and it's going to need some help, and its residents are going to need some help over the next days, weeks, and months ahead. as we continue to just really first assess what happened with Hurricane Ida and then really get started in the recovery process. Let's move on now. I think we have some more video to show you coming from New Orleans. This is a different vantage point, a little bit away from the French Quarter proper. This is on Canal Street. You see there those big palms, again just dancing to a beat, hurricane beat in New Orleans along Canal Street. The rain, you can hear that rain coming from what appears to be a vehicle parked along Canal Street, and luckily we're seeing empty streets from this vantage point. No cars, no people. That
Thank
wind,
goodness.
that rain seems to be moving very fast tonight in New Orleans.
We've talked about this time and time again, and we kind of are sounding like a broken record at this point when it comes to this issue, but we know that after Hurricane Laura last year, we saw a number of deaths here in the state of Louisiana from generators. Now, we here in Acadiana will probably be spared, but there may be some power outages in different parts of Acadiana, down in St. Mary Parish, specifically lower parts of St. Martin and Iberia. We don't know yet, but as you are using those generators, if you have to use them, these reminders that this is life or death when it comes to generator safety. Never use it inside of your home or garage. Carbon monoxide poisoning is deadly. It's odorless, it's colorless. It can kill you. Generators should be kept dry, placed under a canopy at least 20 feet away from your home. When you need to refuel them, turn them off and let them cool for some time before you add that fuel to your generator, and never plug a portable generator directly into a wall outlet. It's extremely dangerous for both you, your neighbors, and the electricians who are coming in from your area and areas across the country to restore power should a loss of power happen.
All right, let's check in now with some of our crews out there covering Hurricane Ida as it makes its way across southeast Louisiana. Its impacts are being felt in parts of Acadiana. Katie Easter joins us now from St. Mary Parish. Katie.
Yeah, so we went ahead and came on out here to Franklin, and on the drive over here, we were really feeling that gust of winds. You know, we were really seeing that rain coming down. You can tell that the rain is really coming down here. We haven't really seen any trees down, fortunately, or any power lines down yet in any of this region, really. But we are actually seeing some leaves down, a few little branches here and there, but nothing too major. Now you can tell everyone out here in Franklin is all boarded up, and you know, everyone out here is really expecting the worst, but we're really not feeling it. But that's so fortunate for us out here, you know, to just barely have these gust of winds. I mean, I have been feeling a strong winds, and of course, you know, like I said on the way over here, we could feel it hitting the car. You know, this rain just keeps coming and going. Really, at one moment it's kind of sprinkling, and then the next it might kind of start pouring a little bit. It's just it's really a mix of things that we are feeling out here still. Live in Franklin, Katie Easter, KTC TV3.
All right, and that's in St. Mary Parish there with Katie Easter in Franklin. One of the other areas that we haven't really been to so far today until just now is Lower St. Martin Parish.
That's right. We keeping our teams moving as long as it's safe. Victor Georges has been in Morgan City for us most of the day today. He has now moved to Stevensville. He's joining us live from that area. Victor.
So right now we're by the Atchafalaya Basin here, and as you can tell behind me, we're seeing some of the waves starting.
All right, we're having some issues with Victor's audio. Hopefully they can get that sorted real quick. But, you know, Victor was in Morgan City, I think, when we last checked in with him at around 5 o'clock. And that was the most daunting images that we've seen so far, was a big tree that was just toppled over behind him, really ripped up the sod with it as well. I did see some reports from that location on Twitter as well that tree did land on a house, but the woman was sleeping inside in a different part of the house. Startled, but reportedly okay there in Morgan City. But we will try to check back in with Victor there in Lower St. Martin Parish. Again, he's in Stevensville.
And just to pass this information along to you, phone lines are down in St. Mary Parish at the Emergency Communications Department there. They're working to roll their lines over to other phones. They say if you need, only call 911 if you're having an emergency. Again, phone lines down, Emergency Communications Department in St. Mary Parish. Call 911 if you are in that area and you do indeed have an emergency.
And the impacts of Ida being felt especially in southeast Louisiana. Tonight, Daryl Forges, reporter with CNN, has a recap of Ida's impact so far.
Ida making landfall Sunday near Port Fortune, Louisiana. An extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane with winds of 150 miles per hour.
This is one of the strongest storms to make landfall here in modern times.
Hundreds of thousands of customers now without power in Louisiana. Outages expected to increase as the storm moves inland. Hospitals planning for those outages to care for the COVID-19 patients and any new patients that may need treatment during the storm.
This hospital is ready to sustain quite a bit of damage, ready to sustain quite a bit of power outages. What we don't have is space, and what we don't have are healthcare workers because of COVID.
Evidence of Ida's path across Louisiana in New Orleans French Quarter, Houma, Grand Isle, and in Golden Meadow, where extreme winds ripped roofs off buildings and took down power lines.
The storm is a life-threatening storm.
President Biden at FEMA headquarters, urging residents in Ida's track to take the storm seriously.
And to the people of the Gulf Coast, I want you to know that we're praying for the best and planning prepared for the worst.
In Baton Rouge, Louisiana, I'm Daryl Forges.
All right, let's head back out to Lower St. Martin Parish. Victor Georges joins us live in Stevensville tonight with a look at the conditions tonight. Victor.
So we are by the Atchafalaya Basin here, and as you can see right behind me, you can tell that some of the foam from the waves is starting to form. Now, again, we are feeling the kind of
after it makes landfall that you see it downgrade fairly quickly normally, but not with Ida. I mean, she came over marshland, which Rob has explained that there's friction. And what was the other thing, Rob? The fact that it's warm waters still in the marshes?
Waters are still over wetlands that are near 90 degrees this time of year.
Right, so Ida did not slow down in intensity and still has not, just now getting to category three stage there. So a storm that is remaining strong for much longer than many would hope.
Yeah, many did, in fact. And let's head out now to New Orleans again. New Orleans, Southeast Louisiana, really feeling the impacts of Hurricane Ida tonight. ABC's Elizabeth Scholze is checking in from the Crescent City tonight. Elizabeth.
I hear you. Yeah. Talking to me? Are we live? Yeah? Okay, good to see you guys. Sorry, good to see you both. Look, the conditions here in New Orleans are bad, and they have been getting worse. This was a Category 4 storm for more than 5 hours. It was just downgraded to Category 3, but that does not mean that the wind is dying down. You can see the wind gusts picking up. Behind me, that is the Mississippi River. We have seen that water level rising just over the past couple of hours. A major concern here is flash flooding. A major concern is the storm surge. Of course, we've seen the storm surge be the problem 16 years ago to this date when Hurricane Katrina touched down. That is on the minds of everyone here in New Orleans. City says the levees have been built up, the storm system protections are in place, but this is a different kind of storm. These winds that we are getting are very strong. This is a direct hit, and it has been strong for a while now. So that is something that officials are warning about, of course, telling everyone to remain sheltered in place. We do know that more than 400,000 people right now across the state are without power. Those numbers only going to go up as this storm continues to make its way northwest. From here, it is expected to go up to Baton Rouge, Louisiana. From there, the main concern from officials is that some of the hospitals are already at capacity with COVID patients, guys.
Elizabeth, thank you so much. I want to ask you, there wasn't a mandatory evacuation order issued for the Crescent City, and in some of the video that we've been seeing coming into the newsroom, we are still seeing a few people out and about. What are you seeing from where you are there in New Orleans?
I don't have IFB.
All right, we lost Elizabeth Schulze there, but we appreciate her checking in for us from New Orleans there. The conditions she's saying sustained, that this wind is really picking up, and it's just strong, 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 and that's sort of the storm presenting itself because it's just sitting and hovering over there, not moving very quickly at all.
Not moving very quickly at all. Not moving very quickly at all. And Elizabeth is part of a number of national news crews who are, of course, here in South Louisiana, Southeastern Louisiana. And as you could tell, this is live storm coverage and things change. We didn't hear Victor for a minute. Elizabeth couldn't hear us as we planned. We're just kind of getting through it as we go along, but appreciative of all the information that these crews are providing for us so that we can in turn provide it for you guys.
And we're going to check in with our weather team coming up next, and know they've been watching the TV over there as well and seeing that live report from New Orleans. And Rob, those winds look pretty strong. That rain looks pretty strong. They're saying that it's just sustained at this point right now, and it has been for a little while.
And it's going to continue to do that for hours more. Here we are at 6. This is going to go on for another 6 to 8 more hours for our friends over in NOLA. Again, 6, 7 hours ago we were here, but the storm has slowed down, but 6 to 7 hours we'll still be here, and New Orleans will be in this part of the storm. So it's going to be probably after midnight before things improve in the New Orleans metro area. And I've been kind of sharing some stuff on Twitter. There has been some major flooding on the western flank of Lake Pontchartrain over in the Rose area. We'll show you that in just a bit. But again, the lion's share of this storm well east of Acadiana continues to be, again, those rain bands continue to pound the NOLA area, and the rain is going to be piling up in this location. In fact, just a quick look at the rain totals here. Already we're showing areas of red. That's 6 inches to purple. That's 8 inches, and this updates on an hourly basis. So we're already seeing blue. That's 10 inches of rain. And notoriously, Doppler underestimates tropical rainfall, so there are some major flooding issues from just about the reserve area through New Orleans and on southward, but then you have storm surge as well. So let's get back into the radar, and we'll kind of show you where that, again, still a very well-developed eye. Well, for goodness sake, couldn't we see some breaks in this eye wall? And we're not seeing that, so this is still maintaining the 125-mile-per-hour winds, Category 3 winds, and wind gusts from the Raceland area right across Highway 90 right now. You probably have a nice calm area right here, and then you get just outside of that and you're seeing very, very intense weather. Let me just come back to this, kind of show you where this eye wall's heading. It's heading for the Laplace area, and already we've seen high water impacting homes and streets in the 4 to 5 foot range based on the video I'm just seeing on Twitter and sharing on Twitter, so check out my Twitter feed there. But very serious situation as the water's coming across Lake Pontchartrain, northeast wind. It's piling up and it's overtopping the levees here and impacting the Laplace area, so keep that in mind. I might have said La Rose area, but I meant Laplace, so very rough conditions here. And again, You can see that eye wall now moving through the Laplace area, Butte as well, near the Kenner area as well. You get between Kenner and NOLA, there is a little bit of a break over toward Metairie, but then you get into the downtown New Orleans area. There are tropical rain bands, New Orleans east as well. And then back to the west, we'll see the western flank of this eye wall heading toward the Lutcher area more than likely. Should go east of Gonzales, but Gonzales already seeing some very intense tropical rain bands, the same in Thibodaux down through Houma. Houma, you're finally getting out of the worst of it. Still strong winds, but you're going to have to deal with another rain band or two, but the worst of it is coming to an end, thankfully. The same in Chauvin, Dulac as well. Hopefully not too many people stayed down in these parts of the world, but more than likely there were folks that did, and this is where the storm has been most intense and continues to be. Back to the west we go, and as we go into Acadiana, we are seeing shower activity and some rain shower activity moving into the eastern parishes of Acadia. Around St. Martin Parish, we're seeing some showers moving in and into portions of St. Landry Parish. Those showers moving in from the northeast to the southwest, so you can see those showers moving in. Melville seeing some showers, Palmetto seeing some shower activity along Highway 190, mostly east of Opelousas, but these showers are moving in and going to impact, let's get back to that, going to be impacting, and we're starting to see that in around the Breaux Bridge area as well. Those showers still continuing in around the Breaux Bridge area. Let's get in closer now, and we can show you that just reaching around Breaux Bridge, just still east of that, probably by the Henderson area. We're seeing some showers, and Chaffalot, Butte La Rose, seeing that as well. And then farther south and east we go, and we'll put it in motion first, but you see those tropical rain bands working their way into the eastern portions of Acadiana. From near the Franklin area, we're starting to see those showers coming in. Some of the showers impacting Jeanerette, New Iberia as well. So we're starting to see a little bit more shower activity. And then you see, when you see yellow here, that's when it's organized, and that's when you're having some locally heavy rainfall. So these western rain bands or squalls we'll have to continue to watch as we go through Franklin, then down to Morgan City. And the Stevensville area seeing a little bit of a break, but then toward Labadeville, a lot more action going on. Again, earlier, let's just kind of bring it back to that eye wall and just open it up a little bit here. And we'll take a look at some of the velocity data here as we go to, say, Laplace. Let's see what we have here. Oh, I have to do this first. Make sure I do that. Get that out of the way, then hit Laplace. Hit Laplace, 100 mile-an-hour winds, and you can see all the way along here, we're in the 100-mile-an-hour wind range. Now, this is what we're measuring radar-wise aloft, but that is working its way down to the ground where you're seeing those intense rain bands. And on the south side, as we get on the other side of the eye, we're seeing those high winds, even pushing even higher than that into the 112-mile-per-hour range. In around Houma, let's interrogate around here. Not a whole lot of wind, so getting a little bit of a break here, thank goodness, as the center of the storm is moving away from you. Thibodaux, we're still seeing these gusts in the 50, 60 mile per hour range, but they will increase as we follow my finger and I hit the button, and you can see how those winds continue to increase across the region. So let's get back to the sweeps here, and we'll show you that storm again and put things in motion. Very intense here, and incredible eye wall. Now it's not looking quite as circular, so now we're starting to interact with a little bit more land. We're seeing a little bit more friction, so we're seeing a very slow but too painfully slow of a weakening trend that is ongoing right now from the Raceland area now in the eye wall over to the Bayou Gauche area, and then where you pick up 310 if you're going. I always go this way to NOLA, taking Highway 90. Open areas here, but still nonetheless very rough conditions, and there's 310 as you catch up and get through the Kenner area. And again, Thibodaux is still seeing some very heavy rainfall as well. And Acadiana couldn't be much better, thank goodness. Just tropical storm conditions for most of the area, with the exception of the southeastern portions of the viewing area. As we get into St. Mary Parish, this tropical rain band looking pretty healthy. And, you know, things when these move in, they move in quickly and then they move out quickly. So you have a period of calm or not much wind, a little breezy, then all of a sudden those winds pick up and the rains pick up. But fortunately, I don't see anything that would indicate to me that we could have any kind of tornadic activity. We'll take a look at our velocity data here, and not picking up on a whole lot of anything from the KATC standpoint from Power Doppler 3 here. Taking a look at the velocities, 30-40 mile per hour range, and our velocities here will be better than what we're seeing from the National Weather Service because we're closer to it. But again, some stronger gusts possible as you go farther south and east. Let's do that here. 25, we're not seeing the big gusts. It's all over farther to the east, and that is the good news with respect to this storm. As the sun continues to set on the eye, we say goodnight to Ida's eye. And it disappears as we lose that sunshine. But this was a remarkable storm as you look at that eye. And again, it disappears as the sun goes down. But just an incredible shot of that storm. And we've seen some incredible ones. And what we're seeing on the infrared imagery, oh, this looks good. I like the way this looks a lot better. See how that eye is beginning to fill in. So this means the storm is beginning to weaken more significantly. Still a Category 3 storm, 125 mile per hour winds, but we're going to get a new update coming up in about an hour. You know, it's 7 o'clock. We're going to get a full update on conditions, but the storm is weakening. Still a very impactful storm, and will gradually weaken a little bit more faster as we move on. Now that we see that eye filling in, finally. As for observed winds, let's get you to the observed winds. I kind of want to show the winds earlier, so that's why I have a couple of the stopping points here. But yeah, Galliano's got to look at all the stations that have disappeared because of loss of power. So we got Slidell at 43, Covington at 30, reserve. New Orleans is gone now, so we'll see if we can get some other reports in around the New Orleans area. I'll check that after I get off this weathercast. Gonzales pushing 60, Berwick 38, Patterson, we lost that one. Maybe lost power there. 40 mile an hour winds in New Iberia, 35. I can't understand, though, why in this day and age we don't have battery backup and satellite on our weather instrumentation that is utilized by the government and the National Weather Service. So when you need it the most, you get the blank screens, and that's always kind of chapped my hide. Because, you know, it really, I mean, this is the time when you need the data, and, you know, the platforms, I understand. You got 100 mile an hour winds, and you want something that's robust that can handle 70, 80 mile an hour winds, but you're only as good as the power. Everything should have a battery backup that could last for 12 hours or 24 hours to get you through a storm, and that is not the case. But that's just me being editorializing here. I should stay away from that and just stay in my weather lane, but that is something that has always bothered me with time. We've been on generator power since earlier this afternoon. You know, we're prepared. Why can't everybody else do the same as well? But you know, we go on generator power just because if there's some power hits, and you know what happened, everything in this building is full of electronics. If it goes down, it takes a while to get back up. So we were testing that several times this week just to make sure we were good. Turn the power on, turn it off, see if the computer screens go down, and we're in very good shape, thank goodness. And thanks to the, you know, you see Jim, Marcel, and I, and all the reporters in the field, but there is a host of people behind us, from engineers, content managers, to news directors and management, all the way up to Cincinnati and our corporate level, that give us all this support to make sure that we're delivering this information to you. So here's the predictive radar. Okay, back to the weather. I'm sorry. But, you know, I'm giving Jim and Marcel a break. They're eating some munchies and taking some beverages, so that's good. But again, the worst part of this storm is missing Acadiana, and that is the most thankful part of it. Latest predictive radar not showing too many rain bands, but we do have rain bands that we're showing on the radar. And again, we segue away from these models to what's actually happening. The graph model looking more representative of the showers that we're seeing right now. And again, we're seeing mostly light to moderate showers. We'll have to watch some of these stronger rain bands for St. Mary Parish and for Lower St. Martin Parish. Lower St. Martin, Stevensville is probably going to see the worst conditions of anywhere in the KTC viewing area. And the KTC viewing area pretty much stops at the Atchafalaya Basin and Morgan City. But we know we have viewers in Thibodaux, in Houma, and Dulac that are watching us all the way over to NOLA, and some folks that are evacuated from NOLA and then watching local TV here, or they may be watching our friends over in New Orleans doing the same broadcasting. It is that time of year where you can't get enough information. You're hopping around from all the channels and seeing what's happening. But again, the worst weather with this system staying to the east. New Orleans still in the mix for a very heavy rainfall and flooding. And I do fully expect a lot of high water in or around the New Orleans metro area. After all is said and done, there could be easily 10 to 15 inches of rain with these tropical rain bands, and even more so as you go to the east. But it doesn't take the ones that are showing these big thunderstorm tops here to gain a lot of rainfall. Even in these more shallow looking rain bands, you can still pile on the precipitation and even some shower activity through the wee morning hours of tomorrow morning. Although again, the greatest risk of those damaging winds staying well east of us. This is the latest predictive radar model, high resolution HER model, and most of Acadiana seeing gusts in the 40-mile-an-hour range, 50s as we get into St. Mary Parish, probably higher though. Morgan City, maybe Patterson, and as we get into the Stevensville area, more than likely we'll see gusts close to 70 to 75, but the worst of it, thank goodness, the core of that storm just bypassing the easternmost portions of Acadiana, but nonetheless, rough weather will continue. Hurricane gusts likely well past midnight. Anywhere you're seeing that purple show up, that's when we're pushing those hurricane force winds, or at least better than 65. And winds staying in Acadiana, gusting to 30 overnight tonight, but then closer to the 20s tomorrow, so it should be a breezy day tomorrow. As for the latest rain estimates, I think obviously the model is underdoing it for NOLA. I think we're going to see somewhere in the yellow here over toward New Orleans, but we'll see how that plays out for sure. And again, the same on the HER model. Really not picking up a whole lot of rainfall, but I think we're going to see 5-10 inches of rain in New Orleans, and then eastward you're going to get into that 10 to 15 inch rainfall range. And the graph model really showing, I think, the precipitation better here. Notice how it's hitting NOLA and Laplace with 6 inches of rain, Port Sulphur with 1.5 feet, Empire even more, and those foot or more rainfalls will go all the way into coastal Mississippi and Alabama as well. And as we all know, with Henri and all the other storms we've seen earlier this year and in the past, they will be problematic as they move to the north. In fact, the rainfall from this system is going to affect areas like Waverly up toward Tennessee that had the terrible flash flooding and fatalities that we saw going earlier this week and going back through last weekend. Forecast for us tomorrow looking pretty good. Temperatures topping out back to near 90, getting back to near normal with scattered storms through midweek, and then drier air moving in, and we could see lows upper 60s, lower 70s toward the end of the weekend into the weekend. So some nice weather ahead. Bottom line though, Ida still a very powerful storm. 7 o'clock bulletin about to come in a little bit, and we'll update you on that if it's a significant change. But sometimes we get additional wind gust information other than what we've been showing you right now. But what heck of a storm this is, and unfortunately still a major hurricane, but the hours of being a major hurricane are in hours now. Probably in about the next 3 or 4 hours we'll see this dropping down below Category 3 strength, but still everybody knows a Category 1 is still a very dangerous storm. Everybody says, well, it's only a minimal Category 1. It's still pretty darn dangerous, and you're going to have more trees going down, power outages. And again, stay off the streets and away from power lines. You got to treat every down power line like it's live, and that's the first round of fatalities. Then you got to watch out. You guys have talked about the generators and generator safety. There's a slew of things that can kill you after a storm, and I kind of saw that coming in today. And saw that a little bit yesterday just on the streets of Lafayette. People swinging 3 lanes over to make a turn, people not paying attention. They're looking at their phone. It's an anxietous time, and that's only going to be worse for our friends that are cleaning up after a storm. Even when I go do a storm survey days later, your power lines are out, the lights are out, people are sailing through intersections, they're not treating them as 4-way stops, so there's just a whole slew of things that could be quite dangerous for you even after the storm. And folks that are watching this right now still got power. Think about all the things that are going to be dangerous after the storm because there are a lot of threats post-storm. And then you look back at some of the historical storms like Hurricane Audrey. There were a number of fatalities of people that were bitten by cottonmouth snakes after the storm and couldn't get medical attention when they were doing debris cleanup after Hurricane Audrey. And Bob LeBlanc, Brigadier General Bob LeBlanc, who used to be the emergency preparedness director, he has passed on, that was in Vermilion Parish. Every time he would tell you those stories, there would be tears coming to his eyes on how devastating it was post-Hurricane Audrey, and he was here for Hilda, and he was here for when the water tower went down in Hilda in 1964, and it came right down on the fire station where people were stationed and evacuated to during the storm. So that was down in Erath. So there is more heartbreak than just what's going on right now. There could be more down the line as well, but I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but just please, everybody be careful during the storm, obviously right now, but after the storm as well.
It's the reality that Louisiana is dealing with, Rob, but luckily, finally, the storm is showing some slow signs of weakening.
It is. Finally. It is. Still not the 7 o'clock here yet. That should come in shortly.
All right, we'll check back in with you when we have the latest there. But let's check in with our crews who are spread out across Acadiana. Scott Brasta has been one who we've been hearing from throughout the day.
We've been hearing from Scott all day long out down in Delcombe and in other parts of Vermilion Parish. We'll join him now live. Scott.
Hey guys, back here at the Delcombe Canal, and we've been here since about 10 o'clock or so. Wind, the gusts are gone. Now it's a pretty steady wind. We're also getting certainly some drizzle. That has picked up as well. Relatively nice, relatively calm day, though. We've had folks, they've tied things down very well. The biggest chore we've had all day has probably been, well, seeing the flocks of birds that, we've got the northerly wind. We've had a bunch of birds trying to go against that wind. That's been the biggest challenge of the day. I wish we had something more exciting to tell you, but I think for the folks in Delcombe, not having something exciting in terms of a hurricane isn't a bad way to go at all. Again, their curfew tonight from 10 to 6. There's a voluntary evacuation, though I would say with the sun going down, you probably shouldn't be doing anything but battening down the hatches. And guys, be safe out there. To all our crews out there and all you folks watching, please be safe. Here in Delcombe, though, they know that they have dodged a bullet, and they're feeling pretty good about that, and why shouldn't they? In Delcombe, Scott Brasta, KATC, TV3.
If all we have to talk about at this point is birds that are trying to go in one direction and not being able to, that is a sign that we are in a safe zone here in Acadiana, because we could be talking about so many different things right now.
Sometimes no news is
good news.
And we'll take that. Our thanks to Scott Brasta out there. Let's head out now live to Katie Easter. She's made her way to Franklin tonight. Katie.
Well, guys, you can see the winds are literally just now picking up as you toss out here to me. And that's just how it's been. We've really been seeing a lot of gusts here and there. It gets really calm. We're not seeing the rain right now like we were earlier today. But, or within the last few hours, actually. Earlier today, it really stayed dry out here for hours. And the wind was really starting to pick up. And now we're really starting to see that rain come and go. And it's really not even a rain. It's just like a mist. And it's just this wind keeps blowing it around on us here. And it's not a hard rain at all. It's actually pretty light. Fortunately, out here in Franklin, right here across the bayou, I know this neighborhood has flooded in the past, or at least the bayou I do see go up into the backyards here right across. But fortunately today we're not seeing that at this hour. We haven't seen any power lines down when we're still out in Jeanerette. We haven't seen any out here. We're not really seeing trees. We are seeing a lot of these leafy and branches all over the ground. That's starting to really litter up people's yards. So, I'm pretty sure, it's kind of saying, I'm surprised that people aren't already kind of coming and picking up these leaves like this, because I know that's one thing that's the first thing that people start to do is really start to pick this stuff up. And of course, we're right here by the courthouse, the parish courthouse here out in St. Mary Parish. And so here, you've got your sheriff's water vehicle ready to go. And, if they do have to make those rescues, because I know in the past they have had to make rescues over here across this bayou in this neighborhood. But again, it's so much more calm out here today with us. The winds, they do gust a little bit, but it's really not as bad, that I've seen out here in the past. So it's just, like I said, a little bit of strong winds and some rain here and there. That's really what we're all getting out right here, live in Franklin. Katie Easter, KGC TV3.
All righty, thank you, Katie. Well, meteorologist Stephanie Lauber is joining us now from Morgan City with more information on conditions there. Stephanie.
Hey there, Marcel. So you guys have gotten the gist by now. We've been seeing a lot of this littered across the streets here in Morgan City. I'm going to let this guy go. This is what the sheriffs have been doing. They've been clearing some of the branches out of the road that we've seen so far. So I'm going to step out of the way and give you the view of what it looks like right now, right here on Brashear Avenue and 182. That's the bridge going at the Atchafalaya River over there. So what we've been seeing so far, immediately you notice it's pretty breezy. You may see that those clouds are racing back there. When we take the winds here with my weather instrument, we're only getting sustained winds of maybe 10 miles per hour. We'll get a good gust to about 25 now. But if I were to be standing on one of these rooftops and using that weather instrument, we'd probably be getting wind readings around, say, 50 miles per hour, maybe even more. You can see the clouds racing there. Something else you might notice, the flag there, definitely not having a hard time showing its beautiful colors. Old Glory there is definitely enjoying the wind here. And if you look at that power line, or the street light I should say, that's got that power line dangling from it, that double street light has had a hard time. It's been wiggling around here as these gusts come through. That's one of the reasons why everyone is trying to encourage folks to stay home, because we have seen at least one light pole down here in Morgan Avenue, but there's been an abundance of traffic starting to come back out. Again, the sheriffs are patrolling, trying to make sure that the roads are clear, but also discourage people from venturing out to sightsee and joyride around here because of the dangers that are happening. Even though it's not very exciting out here, we'll say, there are dangers, as Rob mentioned, with down power lines and some that you may not even see. So we ourselves, when we came up here to the avenue here, we moved our car back a little bit so we wouldn't be under any of these power lines here. We're taking our safety first. Something else I want to mention is, you see the traffic light there? It's out. So the power in this area of town has been out for some time. From what we've heard back at our hotel, it's been out here for at least 2 hours. So crews will be working to put that back on once it's safe to do so. Because of the windy conditions, that's likely not going to be happening for quite some time, possibly even into later on tomorrow. So that's the situation as far as this side of town here, again, in Morgan City. But as we continue to go through on the rest of this afternoon, we'll continue to see the wind picking up a little bit here. Some good news, I heard Rob give the update with Ida that we're finally beginning to see this beast let up a little bit as it moves inland, that friction of the land really working to break up the circulation a little bit. That's good news, and it's especially good news for folks who are here with us in Morgan City, who are perhaps avoiding a worst case scenario that our neighbors further to the east, say in Houma or Thibodaux or Laplace and New Orleans, yet to come, we'll be dealing with as we head into the next several hours. So that's what's going on here right now. We're going to continue to monitor the conditions around town here in Morgan City. For now, reporting live in the field, Stephanie Lauber, KATC TV3 News. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Stephanie. And we're seeing lots of movement in Stephanie's live shot, something we haven't seen much from our crews who have been down there. And just to update you, there is a curfew in certain parts of St. Mary Parish, specifically Morgan City, since that's where Stephanie is, and we're seeing all of that. The curfew is in effect from dusk tonight until dawn tomorrow. Police officers and sheriff's deputies will be out and about amongst the parish. So there is a curfew in St. Mary Parish, specifically the city of Morgan City, dusk till dawn tonight. So if you are out and about or thinking about leaving to get out in that area, now's the time for you to stay at home.
And here we are, 7 o'clock. As Stephanie mentioned, the beast is finally starting to let up, hopefully a little bit more. Let's see if we have an update from Rob over in the weather lab. Rob?
Yeah, well, at least that's the least we could ask of the beast right, of this thing beginning to weaken. It is a little bit.
Hey, Rob,
Hey, Rob.
I think your mic is off.
If you check
or
your
maybe
mic for us,
muted.
Rob.
Hold on.
He was too
1
busy
second.
checking that 7
Oh,
o'clock
yeah,
update.
I switched out the batteries in my
And he
Oh, well, hey,
mentioned
gotta
that
have fresh
he allowed
batteries.
us, a break to get some food, and hopefully you were doing the same while we gave you a break for just a bit. You good to go now?
We're good.
There you are.
Now we're good. Sorry about that.
It's all good. So,
And
Rob,
my best line about that's the least we could ask about the beast went out the door. So
We heard you.
Timing's everything on comedy, right? Well, as we take a look, as we have the 7 o'clock bulletin here, down 5 miles an hour, 120 mile per hour winds, still a Cat 3. We got to get below 115 before we're in 111 actually before we get below Cat 3. So we're still at Cat 3 territory, moving to the northwest at about 10, but we've seen some wobbles. Look at the forecast track here, and we've seen it mostly moving more north than anything else. Pressure still quite low at 944 millibars, so this is a very slow moving storm. Let me see some of the gusts that the National Hurricane Center is reporting here. 83, 62 with a gust to 83 at Armstrong Airport, and 62 with a gust to 85 at Fernier Landing, Louisiana. Estimated pressure 944. There was a Florida Coastal Monitoring Program observing station located just northeast of Raceland, and they just recently reported a pressure of 945. So this is still a very potent storm. The forecast track, well, we're going to be getting rid of that. It will continue to move to the north, but as we said, we'll be tracking this on radar, and still a very well-developed eye, a very heavy rainfall now. The worst of this rain is just going to be just west of NOLA and just east of, we'll say, the Gonzales area, and we come in close, and now Homa finally getting out of the worst of it. Still tropical rain bands, but it's right around the core of this storm. And what we're also noticing, notice we don't see as much red circling around the eye wall. And we still have an eye wall here. That's the amazing part, that even at this hour, we're still talking an eye wall. And here's Raceland. That's where we had that 945 millibar pressure. So that's very close to 944. So this is still 944. Working its way over water now and more marshy area. And as we told you a little bit earlier, major inundation, major flooding coming in from Lake Pontchartrain in the Laplace area. Butte now seeing some very, very intense rainfall. Just near Donaldsonville, some heavy tropical showers. Thibodaux still ongoing at this hour with heavy tropical showers. And as we go farther to the east, we see those big tropical rain bands continuing to feed into the New Orleans area. So it's on and off driving rain. Maybe a little bit of a break coming NOLA way, and maybe, just maybe, oh, it would be so nice, because you're super populated areas right here. You know, you get outside of NOLA, it's pretty sparsely populated. If we could get this dry slot into the New Orleans area, that would really save the bacon while the core of this storm continues to move generally to the north. And again, pretty impressive eye still showing up. Laplace, the weather is getting worse and worse here. The high wind gusts over 100 likely right now and coming on. Meanwhile, in Acadiana, most of us seeing a few tropical showers, the bigger rain bands, eastern portions of Acadiana as we get into upper St. Martin, southeastern portions of St. Landry Parish, and certainly as we get into St. Mary Parish and lower St. Martin Parish. Again, out here we're mostly in the swamp, so that's okay, but we do have some pretty healthy showers coming through the Franklin area, some gusty winds, where Stephanie just gave us the report. Didn't see much rain going on. She was in this little dry slot, but here comes more precip. But it was also quite encouraging to see that conditions are not too terribly bad in around the Morgan City, Stevensville area, with the core of this storm just slightly to the east. Let's just kind of look at this. Again, look how close we are to the core of the storm. Here you have Morgan City. Here you have your worst weathers. You get through Labadeville, Thibodaux, Gray, Raceland, and farther to the east. This is where the worst weather is on the western fringe, and then it's a lot worse as you go farther on the eastern side. And again, Morgan City seeing some of that rainfall, but again, mostly light rain, but we will see some more moderate rain shower activity. This is going to have gusty winds with it, but nothing that is severe weather oriented, and that is the good news. As again, we'll take that image out and just look at the infrared imagery. And what trend do we have here? Now we have a trend of a weakening storm. Thank goodness. You know, yeah, you want to clap finally, but unfortunately, this is still problematic. You can see on the infrared enhanced imagery, the areas of purple here are -70 to -80 degrees Fahrenheit. Very cold air aloft. That means a very efficient rainmaker, and hopefully that just misses NOLA to the west. But this is now making pretty good progress. We're just about getting close to I-10 in the next few hours. And again, we have a little parallax error because I'm using a 3D effect on this. So the eye is actually down here. It's not up here, but that's the way it looks on the satellite imagery. And just cloudy skies across Lafayette, a little bit of a breeze out there, Ville Platte down through Lafayette, and you get away from this outer, we can't even call it a rain band, just an outer outflow channel. Then you get into partly sunny skies. You're going to see a nice sunset over toward Lake Charles. Again, Category 3 storm moving to the northwest, but it looks like more north-northwest based on where we've been plotting the center of this storm and where the National Hurricane Center is putting it. But we'll assume a north-northwestward track. But the bottom line, this is sparing Acadiana of all the high winds and certainly the worst weather with this storm, and obviously the rainfall and everything else. Well, and a lot of us got prepared. You know, the gas stations were full. We all were prepared, and that's good, because what you have to prepare for every one of these storms, like you're going to get hit, but the statistics tell you you're not going to get a direct hit but once every 3 times. But you want to be prepared for that 33% of the time you're going to get smashed. So fortunately, not this time around for Acadiana, and we're so thankful for that. But Eastern Louisiana, here are the current gusts that we have going. Lafayette 35, New Iberia 36. Thought they'd be coming up by now. We'll see if we're going to get some 40s, because we're just about on the same parallel as the western part of the storm. But as the storm continues to move inland, even though it's going to weaken, the wind field is going to spread out. So we're going to see some of the gusts that we see over by Gonzales and Baton Rouge in the 40-mile-per-hour range. Those will be spreading westward. And again, all these dark spots are dark now because the electricity's out or comms are down from those wind gusts. So that's what I have here in the weather lab at this point. So far for Acadiana, it's smooth sailing. It's always much better to see a backside of a hurricane than the front side, the dirty side of the storm, and that's what we're seeing. And what a difference 60 to 100 miles makes. All the difference in the world between a life-altering storm, a life-changing storm to your home, to your property. Hopefully we have few fatalities, but as you guys mentioned earlier, 12 people decided to stay behind in Grand Isle. We hope those folks have survived, because there's a good chance there will be some people that did not survive.
Sure. You know, Rob, you mentioned being prepared for 1 and 3, just being prepared, but last hurricane season over in near Lake Charles and in the western part of the state with Laura and Delta showed us that you get hit once and you very well could be hit again within the same hurricane season. So unfortunate when it does happen, but it does happen from time to time, so being prepared is essential.
Absolutely, and think about the luck we've had in Acadiana.
We have.
I mean, we had wind with Delta, we had wind with Laura. In fact, we had more wind with Delta than Laura, and Laura was the bigger storm. We had Zeta, we had some tropical systems last year. The year before we had Sally, barely a Cat 1. It was a Cat 1 in St. Mary Parish. But overall, considering the Harvey, considering Michaels, we've had some huge whopper of storms just in the last 4 years in the northern Gulf of Mexico. And much of our area has truly been spared, and we got to count our blessings.
We surely do. It's almost unbelievable to think that we have been
and with that being said, being the meteorologist and the statistician, sooner or later, the
coming.
stats will catch up with us.
That's
We're on
We'll be ready
borrowed
no
time,
matter
but
what.
let's enjoy that borrowed time, right?
We sure will. Okay, thanks, Rob. We'll be checking in with you, of course, throughout the night. Here we are a little after 7 o'clock, everybody. Top of the hour, we kind of do a little bit of a reset. We've been at this since about 10 o'clock this morning. Marcel and I here on the desk, and Rob in the weather lab. Daniel was on earlier, and Bradley Benoit is also over here helping Rob out. We want to tell you about our coverage. You see that QR code in the corner of your screen. If you don't have the app, if you haven't done so by now, you can just take a picture of that. That'll bring you to your app store so you can download the news app and just get the latest information on Ida, but it's also just a good opportunity to have the app.
Be prepared.
And be prepared, because like Rob said, you never know when it's going to be our turn.
And remaining weather aware is just as important as well. The weather app is there for you. Turn on the notifications so you can stay up to date on all things you need related to weather here in our area from Storm Team 3. Download that app as well. And 105.1, that's our radio partner in situations like this. Town Square Media 105.1 Classic Rock is where you can hear us over the radio. They're simulcasting our coverage during storms. We have done this year after year to give you options, yet another option for staying up to date on our coverage.
Especially
as we get
for the
through
power
storms.
issues. You
Right.
know, and we saw in Stephanie's report there in St. Mary Parish, some of the traffic lights were out. One could assume that there's some power outages in the area. So that's a good opportunity where you're able to still kind of get some much needed information at these times.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Plaquemines Parish officials are warning people in that parish to evacuate. They want people living in Braithwaite in the area between the parish line to find higher ground. They say the level there, the levee there is overtopping at this point.
And we're the parish that sticks out in the Gulf of Mexico. If you look at the boot of Louisiana, we're that last parish that sticks out. And on the east bank of our parish, there has been some overtopping of the levee by our Scarsdale pumping station. And that has been a little concerning.
Listen to that wind. An aggressive wind came through Port Fourchon during Ida's landfall. The thrashing waves, of course, as well, were caught on camera by that camera that was secured to the dock. Let's point out, no one's holding that camera right there. That's a secured camera, but those winds and waves, really something as Ida made landfall there too. Yeah.
And we've seen some incredible images of the impact of Ida throughout the state. One video being shared by thousands on Facebook shows that roof being ripped off that building in Houma. The roof clears the building next door and then slams into a telephone pole, causing a tangling of wires. Look at that. That is perspective on Ida's winds. That coming to us, it's being shared on Facebook.
That's the video I was talking about earlier. We've seen a few videos sort of like that with those sort of tin or aluminum roofs being ripped off, and I saw that on social media and couldn't help but think of the person driving that car, thinking, well, where do you go? And they just kind of followed it and looking the other way and just kind of takes out those power poles there. It's pretty powerful storm, Ida, as it made its way through Houma there. Now the wind is picking up in Shriver, Louisiana. We were shown this video here where the trees are waving in the wind in the background there. But not too bad look. I think it's at a grocery store. We saw a little bit of like the carts kind of holding on near the convenience store or grocery store there. But yeah, those trees are dancing in Shriver here at a gas station. Hopefully that overhang will hold on as well. Let's check out the latest power outage numbers. We've been following this for you throughout the day. When we logged on earlier at around 10 o'clock or so today, there were 77,000. Let me hit my refresh. 723,000, more than 723,000 customers without power across the state. Those areas of deep red, those are essentially complete outages. We are seeing them kind of seep westward a little bit more. I'm looking at the numbers for St. Martin. There are a few hundred outages being reported. Iberville Parish, more than 2,900 outages reported. And then St. Martin Parish, I said 652. St. Mary Parish, about 4,300 outages being reported. So when Stephanie, one of our crews, was out there in Morgan City and she had pointed out that the traffic lights weren't working, that's just further evidence there that there are some power outages being reported across Acadiana as well.
We know Acadiana is being spared for the most part, but we knew that we would see some of this happening in certain areas, and there's evidence there. We also want to let you know that AT&T will be waiving any overage charges in some zip codes across Louisiana and Mississippi. The window of coverage lasts from today until Saturday. There are a number of zip codes included, 388 of them that will be covered. AT&T not charging you for any overages for talk, text, or data. That's now until Saturday, doing their part, as the company said, to make sure that people can communicate in this time of need.
And again, as most of Acadiana being spared the impact of Ida, the lights have gone out in some parts of the state. And we want to remind you, everybody, if you're using a generator, as we saw last year, a lot of the deaths and injuries are happening after the storm. The governor has been very adamant about warning people about this, and we can't stress generator safety enough. Of course, don't use them inside any buildings. That includes in garages. Those carbon monoxide fumes can still make their way inside. It's best to keep those generators about 20 feet away from your homes. Keep the exhaust going away from your home as well. Never try to power your house by plugging the generator into the wall outlet. It's dangerous for you, your neighbors, and then any work crews that come up to do some work in the aftermath of the storm. And when you want to refuel, or when you need to refuel your generator, it's very important to turn it off and let it cool down completely. I think it was in Mary Parish or St. Martin Parish last year after one of the storms, we did see a fire, and I think it was a deadly fire that happened because of a generator issue.
Yeah,
like
generator
that.
safety is so vital, and a lot of what we talked about is getting through the storm is one thing, but we often see situations where tragedies happen post-storm, often with generator, and other times of cleanup and recovery as well. So we have to remember getting through the storm is only a part of it. Recovery is the next part.
And we have a look at some more video that's coming in, everybody, from our newsroom. Some of this is daylight, but all the video being gathered really across the state, and in some parts we're just really blocked out right now because of power outage issues. But here's a look in Jefferson Parish as Ida was coming on shore, and the wind just really doing a number on those trees there. This video was taken at around 6 this morning, so actually the storm was still significantly offshore a little bit, and the strength of the wind definitely evident in those palm trees. There's also storm surge flooding the ground floor under camps and homes there. Again, this video coming in from Jefferson Parish.
And there are some people in the southwestern part of the state who chose to ride out the storm. We talked about some of them in Grand Isle. There's a gentleman in Lafayette, Louisiana. He spoke to a CNN correspondent about why he chose to stay.
I've ridden my boat in every storm for the last 42 years. You know, I rode out 3 of them last year. You know, I mean, don't get me wrong. This is a buzzsaw we have coming. You know, it's back. We rode out Katrina here at the dock. You know, during the summer last year was in Brownsville last year around this time. We rode one out. I mean, Mother Nature's a beast.
And
She is a beast.
she sure is, and she's proving that today. Now, earlier on, we were checking in with Rob, giving us a little bit of a history lesson about some of the storms going on here. But Rob, we have a clarification, kind of an important clarification too.
Yeah, you know, I didn't mean to put Bob LeBlanc below the earth. He is still alive. I thought he had passed on. Actually, we did a story on him 2 years ago when he was getting an award. Bob is alive and well, and he's going to be 100 years old.
How beautiful
November.
is that?
Wow.
So, Bob, sorry about that, but hopefully you're watching, and mea culpa on that. Coming up, though, by the way, Bradley, you know, that's the sign. Rob needs to take a little bit of a break.
We're going to take a little breather, a reset.
I'm going to go back and hide in the weather lab a
Maybe
little bit.
give Bob a call.
Yeah, I'm going to work on a couple of behind-the-scenes graphics, what's exporting to the web. So just taking a break from on-air, doing a little digital work and social media work, but I'll be back on shortly. And Bradley's going to come in and take care of the next weathercast. But Bob, thank you for still being with us, and thank you for everything you have done for this area, going back to the 1940s, all the way to present day, and thank you for still being with us as well.
All right, thanks, Rob. We'll check back in with you a bit later on, and
After
Bradley,
you get a break.
After your break, and then Bradley in the meantime. But right now, I believe we want to check back in with our Victor Georges. He's not there just yet, but he's working to set up his shot. Victor was earlier today in St. Mary Parish. He made his way over to Lower St. Martin Parish in Stevensville, and was
keeping
just
them
there
busy.
along the water.
They're
getting wet. They're getting wind blown in some spots, and then in other spots, they're just enjoying a nice day.
Yeah,
I think
a little
Scott's
light
day
breeze.
in Delcombe wasn't so bad after all.
That's right. Well, strong winds from Hurricane Ida damaged a building awning in Houma. Let's go ahead and take a look at some video there. We saw this a little earlier, and as we talked about those tin and metal structures that often don't hold up, this is another example. This video coming from Houma was shot a few hours ago. in that area. That's one of the visuals that we're seeing of Ida's impact from the Houma area earlier this afternoon.
As for evacuating, never an easy task and something that a lot of people have a hard time with, but sometimes it's the best decision just with all the uncertainty. But it's important to have that plan to get to safety, and people often worry about what they're leaving behind. Well, one person evacuating in Mississippi says they didn't want to take any chances with that Category 4 storm, that cone, so they are just hoping for the best outcome as they're watching the storm from elsewhere.
Praying I can go back to a normal home like I left. That's what I'm praying for. But I'm not sure at this point.
Yeah, going back to a normal home is what she said that she's hoping for, and not sure at this point. And that's perspective there for people who are leaving in that cone, and those who knew they would be directly impacted by this storm, just hoping to go back to some sense of normalcy when they are able to return.
Absolutely. Okay, so we have a little bit of a shift change over in the weather lab. Rob's working on some stuff behind the scenes. Meteorologist Bradley Benoit joining us now in the weather lab. He's been here all day, but helping out behind the scenes as well. So we've swapped it up a little bit there in the weather lab. I'm getting tongue-tied.
Don't choke. I got you.
All right, Rob just had a break. I think Jim needs a little break.
I think I need a water break. Yeah, time for tea for me. We'll check back in.
Yeah.
Bradley.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Well, yeah, thankfully the storm has started to weaken at least a little bit, but still a major hurricane as it's sitting just west of the New Orleans area per the 7 o'clock advisory. Winds at 120 miles per hour, still gusts at 160 miles per hour. Not sure if we're actually seeing that high of gust anywhere, but nonetheless, still a very dangerous situation here. Also the 16th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, so obviously today in general with Ida is going to be very difficult for many people across southeastern Louisiana, but still Katrina weighing on a lot of their minds going back to 16 years ago. Big difference between at least the two storms, or at least subtle differences. If you remember, Katrina coming in just east of the New Orleans area, and that really sent in a persistent northerly flow into Lake Pontchartrain and into the city of New Orleans. Of course, it didn't have the levee protection system back then as well. And when the levees broke, of course, catastrophic flooding in and around the New Orleans area. But today, the storm coming in just west of the area, so southerly winds kind of pushing more of the water towards the North Shore. So still there could be some flooding issues across the Mandeville area this evening. We'll have to watch that, but still very dangerous storm sitting across southeastern Louisiana, Category 3 strength. We'll continue to move across the Florida parishes of Louisiana through the rest of this evening and overnight period, and of course we'll continue to weaken before eventually making its way off into Mississippi and then eventually the the Tennessee River Valley. But if we dial it into the local radars here, we don't actually have Mobile, but still have Power Doppler 3 coming in and Lake Charles radar as well, Fort Polk, and then over towards Slidell. And again, very powerful storm. What's left of the eye sitting just south of the Laplace area, very intense heavy rain bands there and just west of New Orleans. And then again, some of those tropical showers kind of making it in to the Morgan City area as well, wrapping around the system here this evening. And as we dial it in, again, very intense rain bands there just around Reserve. That's Laplace as well. This is where you're seeing the max wind gusts right now, so really getting pounded there. Thankfully catching a break here in Houma, my hometown of Thibodaux there in northern Lafayette Parish, still kind of dealing with some leftover tropical rain bands, but eventually center of circulation will continue to make its way off to the north here over the next several hours. But nonetheless, you can see tropical rain bands making its way in through Raceland and more to the south here in Houma as well. But eventually the storm will continue to lift out of here to the north and east. Vastry here also getting in on some heavy activity. But meanwhile, here in Acadiana, things have been looking pretty good through the afternoon and evening hours. We're quiet in Lafayette. Still, again, any tropical squalls moving through Acadiana, extreme eastern Iberia Parish, that's going to extend into St. Mary Parish as well. And again, Morgan City, St. Mary Parish is dealing with any sort of tropical activity in Acadiana this evening, and that should continue at least through about 11 or midnight. But then after that, activity for all of us will start to settle down, and still going to be breezy out there this evening. and through the course of the overnight period. That'll continue into tomorrow as well, as the storm's still going to kind of be lingering in the area. But then as it pushes out, of course, those winds start to settle down. But nonetheless, again, here in Morgan City, probably some of the worst conditions they've seen through the course of the afternoon, kind of on the western edge of this storm here over towards Stevensville in lower St. Martin Parish there. And again, we'll continue to keep an eye on it for them over the next, say, several hours. But actually, if you kind of really dial in close, you see Morgan City catching at least a little bit of a break in between some of these rain bands here. But nonetheless, winds, or at least wind gusts in excess of 40 miles per hour can certainly be possible. But boy, storm coming on shore late this morning, right around noon, near the Port Fourchon area, southern Lafayette Parish, with maximum sustained winds of 150 miles per hour. So a very powerful Category 4 storm, well-defined center of circulation. You can see that eye wall coming on shore again late this morning, early this afternoon, and took its time actually weakening, moving through central Lafayette Parish. Again, a lot of marshy areas here in coastal Terrebonne and Lafayette, so the storm could kind of still go off of that energy and moist environment down there along the coastal regions. But then finally, now that it's actually moving into more inland areas, it's going to be continuing to deal with land interaction. And so we are expecting the storm to continue to weaken. See the eyes kind of filling in here and losing its characteristics. So all signs that the storm is weakening. Certainly that is the best news of all. And of course, it will continue to do so over the next, say, several hours or so. There's the latest 7 p.m. advisory. As far as observed wind gusts here, as we take it through the course of the day, again, highest wind gusts today just offshore of Lafayette and we'll say Plaquemine parishes there, with wind gusts in excess of 120, 30, and even 140 miles per hour a little bit earlier on today. And then now, as we continue through the course of the afternoon and evening hours, you see we started to lose some of these readings here across southeastern Louisiana as the gauges there have gone out. But still kind of breezy, at least for southeastern Acadiana. Winds gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour in and around the New Iberia area, approaching 40 degrees near Berwick. Abbeville coming in at around 35 miles per hour as well. So here's the predictive radar, the high resolution rapid refresh model. We get an update every hour or so, and again showing the possibility of at least some tropical squalls moving into portions of the area. We'll say Lafayette on eastward, much better conditions. Actually a pretty nice sunset out there across southwestern Louisiana and near the Lake Charles area, and then still very intense tropical rain bands are going to be moving in across Lake Pontchartrain over towards New Orleans, even coastal Mississippi as well. So they're going to have a long evening and night ahead for sure. And then the storm will continue to lift northward through the rest of this evening and overnight period. Gradually, again, we'll say about 11 or 12 o'clock, most of the activity for all of Acadiana, that includes Iberia, Lower St. Martin, and Iberia Parish, should start to wind down, but still very heavy tropical squalls will continue across the Florida parishes of Louisiana. Then we'll continue to lift into Mississippi as we head into the wee hours of tomorrow morning, and then the improving conditions across all of the area as we head into tomorrow. Still going to be a breezy day. Winds tonight could gust anywhere in excess of 20 to 40 miles per hour, but nothing that's going to be overly too bad. And then as we head through our Monday, pretty much similar story. Could see wind gusts in the 20 to 25 miles per hour range with a few tropical showers out there as well. But again, short-term graph model showing much of the same. Any tropical squalls moving through extreme eastern Iberia Parish into St. Mary Parish here through the rest of this evening. And as we hit around 11 o'clock this evening and midnight, all of that should start to settle down, but it's going to be a rough go of it across NOLA and much of southeastern Louisiana and over towards coastal Mississippi through the rest of tonight, so we'll be keeping an eye on it for them for sure. And again, then as we head into our Monday, still could have some lingering tropical rain showers moving in through the course of portions of the afternoon, and then things will start to settle down from there. As we take a look at our wind gust forecast, again, we'll continue to stay gusty here at least through this evening. Rainfall total wise, again, heaviest of the rain will continue to set up, more so NOLA on eastward here through the next several hours, and rain really hasn't been a concern for much of Acadiana here over the last 12 hours or so. Our next 10 days, again, we'll still see some scattered showers in the forecast. We'll say at least through midweek. Temperatures upper 80s to lower 90s, but then by the end of the week, heading into the following weekend, rain chances will start to go down in the 10 to 20% range. Temperatures still top it out, upper 80s to near 90 degrees, but overnight lows could be slightly cooler, we'll say, there on Friday and Saturday mornings, with the readings perhaps getting down into the upper 60s to near 70 degrees, at least for portions of Acadiana. So 7 o'clock advisory, winds at 120 miles per hour. Center of circulation sitting right around the Laplace area, just west of New Orleans. Of course, we'll have an update coming up at 8 o'clock, but for now, that's what we have going on in the weather lab, guys.
Thank you, Bradley. You know, we don't use the word catastrophe very often in what we do, and it's not a word we like to use, but Entergy New Orleans says all customers in Orleans Parish have lost power. They say there is catastrophic damage to their transmission system. More than 175,000 people are on that system. Catastrophic damage is what they're calling it to a transmission system. We talk about going days without power, and in this case, with that type of damage, it could be a while before those people are back online.
Yeah, hard to think that the only power in New Orleans right now is coming from generators. That's how bad it is right there. We'll keep you posted as soon as we hear anything more from Entergy in the hours and days ahead. Meanwhile, let's head closer to home. Victor Georges is continuing our live coverage. Earlier today, he was in St. Mary Parish. He's made his way to Lower St. Martin Parish. Where is he tonight? It looks like he is
back in Morgan City.
Back in Morgan City. Victor.
So it seems like every time that I'm about to go on air, the things get a little bit more wild here. I wanted to take you back to where I started my coverage earlier today. I'm right here by the Atchafalaya River here. And again, there's a few things I've been keeping my eye out for this coverage. Of course, the conditions of the river, I've explained them to you earlier. Right now, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit more calm, but we were definitely seeing those waves crashing against platforms of the bridge. And speaking of that bridge there, we've kept our eye on it, kind of to get a feel of how much people are moving in and out of this area. And I am very happy to say that the movement has been very, very limited, especially after police said that there was going to be a curfew, and everybody's been kind of encouraging people to stay put and stay home. That is I guess the right thing to do. And another sign that people are staying put is just how eerie and quiet and kind of gloomy the downtown of Morgan City area is. We haven't seen a lot of folks out here, maybe a few cars. Earlier when I was showing you guys the debris, there was definitely, I wouldn't say anybody wasn't in harm's way, because everybody, I guess, is doing a phenomenal job at staying home and staying safe. And like I've been telling you guys throughout really the entirety of our coverage today, what I've learned the most, this being my first hurricane, is how quickly things can change. So, and I've said it over and over and over, but I mean, 1 second I could be standing fine, and then the next second there's like a sweeping wind gust, and it can really kind of throw you off. And so, like I've been saying, if you're inside, stay inside. If you're outside for whatever reason, you should probably do something about that. Get inside, cover up, and take care of each other. In Morgan City, Victor Georges. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Victor. Well, thousands of people across the Gulf Coast region and in the Mid-South have tried to evacuate. Reporter Dakari Turner has a story of one family who decided to leave home.
Tucked into the very back of this gray SUV is enough food, clothing, and supplies to last a couple of days. Long enough for this family to ride out Hurricane Ida from the safety of their Memphis hotel, driving some 5 hours this morning from Hammond, Louisiana. And along for the ride is 10-year-old Harmony. Are you scared right now?
A little bit and nervous because I don't really like hurricanes.
There are 6 people inside this vehicle and hundreds of thousands more packed into others fleeing the Gulf Coast as Ida threatens to make landfall as one of the worst storms to hit that region in 150 years.
They said for everyone that was living in the mobile home to leave.
Choosing to heed those warnings is a different choice than Imelda Burton made in 2005. That year, she rode out Hurricane Katrina.
It's rough. It's rough, especially when the hurricane comes during the night.
A reality some, they know, will face now.
Not everybody left with you.
No, sir.
Are your friends still there?
Yes, sir.
As their engine revved and the family pulled away, we asked their thoughts on the days ahead. Though those days are filled with uncertainty, the answer, each of them said, is to look to their faith.
I was scared. I didn't know what was going to happen. I just prayed and just thought everything was going to be all right.
And with that begins another leg of this journey.
And that's perspective. You know, she hear that little voice saying, I prayed and I know everything is going to be all right. That's indeed what we hope for.
Thinking about her friends back home, too, who stayed behind. All right, let's move on now and take another look at the Mississippi coastline. The coastal flooding covered roads in the area, with one car trying to make its way through that water. You see it there in the middle of the road, and that is why we always say, turn around, don't drown. And you know what? You never know how deep those waters are going to be, where that current might be able to take you, and what's in that water even as well, plus the damage to your car. Just so many reasons we can tell you why it's just simply not worth it.
In Plaquemines Parish, an emergency alert was sent out earlier this evening by government officials, telling residents to evacuate and seek higher ground immediately. Officials say this comes after reports of a levee being overtopped there. Video shows the water rushing over that roadway. That again in Plaquemines Parish. And
back over to Mississippi again, past Christiana, Mississippi. Take a look at the conditions that folks were dealing with over there. Those white caps coming ashore. The storm was still a ways out, judging by the light of the day there. And I think we have seen this video a little earlier today where we saw some sightseeing, and here they come in the corner of your screen there, just trying to get out and see what they could. I suppose it was early hours, so that's okay, but that's what you don't want to be doing right now. Tonight for sure, as the sun sets, and then tomorrow, as it could still be too dangerous to get out and just do that. You know, doing things for the gram, just not the best idea.
Not the best idea
when
at all.
There's a serious situation. And staying in Mississippi, video in Gulfport shows a similar scene: high winds, waves, and heavy rain. Now, this video was taken this morning, coming from David Myrick. The pier that you see is about 5 miles south of the Gulfport Biloxi International Airport. This just gives us a sense, I think, of just how big this storm was. Yesterday they were saying, yeah, okay, you see that center of the storm, the eye of the storm, which gets so much attention, but this thing was huge. And yesterday they were saying 150 miles west, 150 miles east. Here, this is why we're seeing those impacts over in Mississippi and even farther now tonight.
Well, we know President Biden mentioned earlier that he signed an emergency declaration for Louisiana and Mississippi specifically, but Governor Edwards is asking for a presidential major disaster declaration. There's a difference there between an emergency declaration and a major disaster declaration. The governor says Ida is one of the strongest storms that we've seen to ever hit Louisiana. He believes the disaster declaration will help the response times for emergency crews. And speaking of those emergency crews, all across Acadiana, again, we have been spared the worst of Hurricane Ida, but they were ready just in case, including here in Vermilion Parish. We see some of the sheriff's office high water rescue vehicles on standby, some boats in the background as well. This is all in downtown Abbeville. There's the Vermilion Parish courthouse in the distance. And these crews, they were ready to go. Vermilion Parish not seeing too many significant impacts from Ida, but those crews are ready, and I bet they will be ready to help out as well in the days ahead, because that's what Acadiana does. That's what we do. All phone lines are being redirected at the St. Mary Parish Emergency Communications Department. They rolled their lines over to other phones when the system went down. 911 will be the number to call if you have any emergencies. That again from the St. Mary Parish Communications Department there. Members of New York's police and fire departments are heading to Baton Rouge. They are part of FEMA's urban search and rescue. They're bringing boats, trucks, medical equipment along with them. Several of the men and women coming down to Baton Rouge also helped during Hurricane Katrina, so they have some experience here in South Louisiana. The police chief says they're experienced and they're well trained, and they are expected to be in Baton Rouge as of tomorrow. A big thank you to the NYPD and FD who will be coming down to Louisiana to spend some time with us and help us recover.
What do you think the chances are we can get a KETC onesie printed up?
We'll have to see about that.
I think we're going to have to try to do that. Take a look. We're really thankful to have an added member of the weather team keeping us up to speed as we follow Hurricane Ida. Many of you have said the same. You're watching from home, and that includes Blakely, who's watching Rob Perillo right there. These pictures from Abbeville today. Blakely was born just a few weeks ago, making Ida her very first hurricane.
And we also want to show you some video of the Chalmette Ferry. We told you earlier that it broke loose, and officials there had no choice as conditions were worsening in that area near Chalmette just to let that ferry go. They said that ferry was drifting towards the city of New Orleans from Chalmette, and officials are like, sorry, there's nothing we can do at this point. The ferry's just going to have to end up wherever it does. There was no way to get that ferry back, or no way to send anyone out there to pull that ferry back where it belonged.
Luckily tonight, Ida is showing some trends of weakening. It's been very slow throughout the day, but take a look what hurricane hunters saw when they went in to the eye of the storm. Again, just like a coliseum of clouds right there. Rob said it was 55,000 feet high, that coliseum of clouds in the eye. It's just sort of so eerie to see, and to think that it's finally, just now, finally within the past couple hours, becoming more disorganized in terms of that eye, but still just a massive storm. And what a view in that airplane. Would you ever go in?
No. Absolutely not. No, thank you. I'd rather, thank goodness for the people who do it and collect the data and help us. But I'd rather see it from their point of view. Never interested in it. Would you go?
No.
No?
I wonder if the weather team would.
Probably.
I think a few of them might do that. Would you ever go up with a hurricane hunter?
Absolutely.
Rob's like, can I?
Absolutely.
When?
I can never go because
we're usually busy, but
we can hear you.
We can hear you through Bradley.
You can?
Yeah.
Bradley's mic is on.
I would love to go, but every time I would go, it would be before a hurricane.
Yeah.
So we have to cover the hurricanes here. So when I retire,
okay, that's going to be the first trip. Okay, let's take a look at more conditions, everybody. This video that we keep coming in from our newsroom today. This is from Golden Meadow. The clips in this video is showing some submerged vehicles out there by those trees, and of course the trees no match for those winds from Hurricane Ida. And then also a storage facility, what appears to be a storage facility, and what's left of some of those units just decimated, and some of these roofs we've seen just no match for the winds of a Category 4 storm. Ida proving that she was boss at that moment in those areas, and continual damage videos coming in, still daylight out there as nightfall is approaching in many areas, and it's been dark in so many places. Loss of power. This is this video we've shown you earlier in Cutoff of a hospital there, a local hospital in Cutoff. Lady of the Sea is the name of that building. And so much damage. We're still seeing that's kind of the daytime video, but nightfall, we heard the governor mention that tomorrow we're not going to know what we're going to wake up to in so many of these areas as perspective. They're going to try and go overhead and try to get to the areas that they can, but it's just unknown at this point what it will look like in some areas that are severely impacted by Ida. Yeah, the before and after images that we're going to be seeing over the next few days are just really, I think, going to be startling just based on the video we're seeing already. So here we are, everybody, about 7:42. Let's check in with meteorologist Bradley Benoit, tracking the latest with Hurricane Ida. Is it weakening anymore, moving out anymore, Bradley? Hey guys, well, we won't get another update until 8 o'clock this evening, so in the next 20 minutes or so, but it does continue to show signs of weakening, so that's the good news. But unfortunately, the damage and the catastrophic damage has already been taken place across a good part of southeastern Louisiana, and I think they're going to be waking up to a different world tomorrow for sure. But nonetheless, 7 o'clock advisory, winds were at 120 miles per hour. It's moving to the northwest at 10, so not overly fast, which is not the best news. One, for surge, obviously, but also for the heavy rainfall that's currently ongoing across a good portion of southeastern Louisiana there. But it is going to continue to weaken here over the next several hours. Should be down to at least a 2, hopefully a Category 1 as it nears the I-10 corridor a little bit later on tonight, and then it'll be down to a tropical depression as it makes its way into Mississippi, and then eventually just a remnant low off to Tennessee over the next couple of days. But as we dial it into the local Doppler radars here, again, most of Acadiana actually relatively quiet, with the only exception of some tropical squalls moving into portions of extreme eastern Mary Parish and then lower St. Martin and St. Mary parishes as well. But here is the heavy-duty tropical rain bands here when we're talking catastrophic wind damage, torrential downpours, everything that you would expect for a for a major hurricane. I hear starting to close in just a little bit, but nonetheless, it's still showing up on the radar. It's nearing the Laplace Reserve area as we speak. And again, this is going to be the most intense part of the storm here, moving in just west of the New Orleans area, kind of on the western fringes of Lake Pontchartrain. Unfortunately, we've seen some major flooding in and around the Laplace area here as they kind of been dealing with extreme easterly winds over the last couple of hours. So monitoring the situation there. NOLA, good news, should miss out on the worst part of the storm, that being the eye wall, but nonetheless some very intense tropical rain bands moving through New Orleans as we speak. Homa finally getting out of the southern extent of the eye wall, and boy,
My sister actually was hunkered down there this afternoon, and it has been rough over the last several hours, but thankfully they're okay. Parents here in Thibodaux, they're doing all right as well, but nonetheless still dealing with some significant impacts from this storm, but that should be gradually moving out here over the next, say, hour or so, and still lingering tropical showers all the way down the coast into southern Lafayette Parish and extending still over towards Grand Isle here this evening, where landfall was just west of the Grand Isle area near Port Fourchon at around noon today, with maximum sustained winds of around 150 miles per hour. So a very powerful Category 4 hurricane slamming into the southeastern Louisiana coastline. But again, you can see that intense rain band that's currently moving through the Laplace and Vacherie area as we speak, and zooming in, still coming down in Raceland and along that Highway 90 corridor there in Lafayette Parish as we speak, extending over to the I-310 and I-10 corridor there as well. And as we zoom it out closer to Acadiana, again, much quieter conditions here in Lafayette, and really the better part of Acadiana and the further west you get should have had a pretty decent sunset out there in Lake Charles, although they are dealing with at least some isolated shower activity here this evening. But again, the only sort of tropical squalls that we've been seeing through the course of the afternoon has been concentrated to Eastern Iberia Parish and then into St. Mary Parish as well. Again, decent little squall here moving through the Franklin area along Highway 90, and then that extends over to Morgan City, Stevensville as well. You kind of see the yellow showing up, so some moderate squall moving through there as we speak as well. And that should continue at least over the next couple hours or so, but by the time we hit 11 o'clock this evening or midnight, most of the tropical shower activity across southeastern Acadiana should start to come to an end. But good news, if there is any good news at least this evening, is that the eye is starting to close in, so that is a sign that the storm is indeed weakening, but again, not before it left its damage across southeastern Louisiana earlier this afternoon and evening, but again, should start to continue to weaken here over the next several hours as it continues to interact with land. Again, this 7 o'clock advisory, winds still at 120 miles per hour. Do expect those winds to go down. Should get another advisory over the next 15 minutes or so. Observed wind gusts throughout the day. Obviously, highest was just off the coastline, anywhere from 140 to 150 plus miles per hour, especially near that eye wall, and then gradually the winds started to increase across Terrebonne, Lafayette parishes through the course of the afternoon, but then we started to lose some of the recording sites as the winds simply just got too strong for areas out there. But still a breezy day across Acadiana, nothing that was overly problematic outside of, again, St. Mary Parish, perhaps in and around the Morgan City area. We saw our Victor Georges was out there this afternoon, but still here this evening, wind gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour possible in and around New Iberia, over towards Berwick, gusting to around 35 miles per hour here in Lafayette, 26 in Abbeville, and 20 miles per hour or so in Jennings. But those winds gradually or dramatically decrease the further west you get for sure. So here's the latest predictive radar high resolution rapid refresh model. Has a decent handle on the situation, but again, any sort of tropical shower activity here across Acadia, more so concentrated Lafayette on eastward, especially Iberia, Lower St. Martin, and St. Mary parishes, and that should continue again over the next few hours. We'll say through about 10, 11 o'clock this evening, and then by midnight things should start to quiet down. Heaviest of the activity, again, when we're talking about the main tropical showers, the torrential downpours, catastrophic winds, that's going to be more so concentrated over towards, say, Lake Pontchartrain, New Orleans, and the Florida parishes of Louisiana as the evening wears on. And then as the storm, of course, continues to lift out of here, and conditions will start to improve. And then still going to be a breezy night ahead. We'll see wind gusts perhaps in excess of 20 miles per hour at times, but really no real issues. And as we head into your Monday, again, we could see at least some scattered showers trying to develop on the backside of this storm through the course of the afternoon. Rain chances at around 40%, but winds could still gust anywhere from around 20 to 30 miles per hour throughout the day tomorrow as well. But again, no real issue, just kind of a breezy day for sure. Graph model showing much of the same. Again, any sort of squally tropical showers here across Acadiana, mostly southeastern Acadiana, through the rest of the evening time frame. All the heavy-duty action, again, a little bit further off to our east, and that'll continue through the course of the evening. As for winds, again, this is the, I believe it's the latest high-resolution rapid refresh model, but showing wind gusts could be in the 20 to 40 miles per hour range through this evening. Highest gusts over 60 miles per hour, perhaps getting close to 100 miles per hour in spots farther off into southeastern Louisiana, as has been the case throughout the better part of the day. And again, that will continue through the rest of this evening. And as far as rainfall totals, didn't see a whole lot of rainfall here across Acadiana, and that's kind of the way it's going to go as we take it through Wednesday. Most of us picking up an inch or less. And then again, all the heavy rain axis is going to stay off to our east, southeastern Louisiana, and then as you get into coastal Mississippi and Alabama. So here's our 24-hour forecast. I think we took it out. We'll just get to the 10-day here. But again, rain chances not overly high, at least through midweek, but we'll keep the chance to see at least a few scattered showers and storms over the next 2 to 3 days. Rain chances at around 40 to 50%, upper 80s to near 90 degrees for those afternoon highs, but then upper level ridging should start to build in by the end of the week, heading into the following weekend. So rain chances go down at around 10 to 20%. Afternoon highs still in the upper 80s to lower 90s. But if we're lucky, our overnight lows could actually flirt with the upper 60s to near 70 degrees, at least for portions of Acadiana, as we'll say going into Friday and Saturday morning. So we'll see how this plays out. But guys, at least at this point, of course, we know Acadiana once again spared from the worst of another major hurricane. But it's going to be a different world we wake up to there in southeastern Louisiana. So we'll see how the pictures come in over the next couple of days. But we'll be there to help. That's what we do.
Absolutely.
In South Louisiana, we're resilient. And we'll, of course, do this after this storm as well.
Really quick, Bradley, we want to ask you, have you gotten an update from your family? Bradley's from Thibodaux. His family is still there.
Yep, so a family, Thibodaux, Houma area. They rode out the storm today. It was pretty intense for very extended period of time, several hours. The wind was bad. Scary situation, but they are doing okay, and that's the best news of all.
We're glad to hear that. Thank you, Bradley.
Yes, thanks, Bradley.
Back here at home, phone lines are down at the Opelousas Police Department. They're working to get that system back online. In the meantime, if you have an emergency in Opelousas, you are asked to call 911. Again, phone lines down at Opelousas Police. Call 911 if you have an emergency.
And we know the National Guard is ready to respond. The Guard in its entirety has been activated. That's more than 4,900 guardsmen and women who have been activated for Hurricane Ida response. They have almost 200 high water vehicles, 34 helicopters, and 73 rescue boats that are staged all across Louisiana. We've seen some of those boats and manpower and infrastructure here in Acadiana as well. They've also called in engineering teams in case of any infrastructure issues that the storm could bring.
They're on standby and waiting for the storm to calm down so they could get to do what they do, and thank them for what they do. There's so many teams from not only here in Louisiana, the National Guard, emergency responders, but also a 45-member team from Miami-Dade Fire Rescue. They're heading to Mississippi in response of Hurricane Ida. They'll be focusing on rescues that need to happen there. They're expected to make it to Mississippi in a safe space and standby, just like all the other crews we're seeing from other parts of the country sometime later this evening. So Miami coming to help with rescues in Mississippi, and utility crews from out of state are on standby. I was traveling from northern Louisiana back south yesterday and saw those trucks lined up along I-49 heading south. It was me and them, everybody else going north. Just a few of us heading south. So they're on standby as well, waiting for the call. That's an Oklahoma-based utility company that you're seeing there. GRDA, they're the power company. They're sending 20 people to southeastern Louisiana, power line maintenance, vegetation management, mechanics, and law enforcement as well. This is all a part of the nationwide American Public Power Association mutual aid effort. They come to help us. We go to help them when they need as well.
Help. We want to do everything we can to help. The people that we come and help are always extremely grateful for us to show up. When we start into these areas, people are waving out the windows, they're honking their horns, they're flashing their lights. They're grateful.
Something we'll be hearing more about in the days ahead from other wireless companies, but AT&T for the time being, we both got that text today saying that overage charges in some zip codes around Louisiana and Mississippi will be waived. The window of coverage lasts from today through Saturday, so if you're going over your data, don't worry about it. It's going to be waived, at least with AT&T right now. We'll let you know as soon as we hear about more carriers who will be doing similar things. And Ida, of course, striking on the 16th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, a storm and a name that just, evokes such powerful memories and emotions for so many people in Southeast Louisiana.
That's right. Katrina changed changed life for the state of Louisiana as a whole, I believe, even though some parts of the state were not directly impacted. We're looking at this video from 2005. I'm sure you all remember it just like we do, and seeing the aftermath of that storm. And we remember the storm came in and went out, and then the levee system failed. And that's when we started to see some of this, people just stranded for days at a time. We know what happened inside that Superdome, as people were bused there and sent there and boated there as a safe space. And then the roof started to give at the Superdome. Just an utter and complete mess that changed the landscape of South Louisiana and storms. We have talked a lot about that levee system that failed and failed tremendously in the aftermath of Katrina. And Katrina is the reason that we're now able to say, officials have said, New Orleans is now surrounded by the greatest levee system on this planet at this point. And there is no indication at this point, even with Ida, that system will fail. Katrina, the reason. Ida, now the test of that levee system that's in place.
Yeah, and the governor earlier in his news conference, which you saw earlier today right here on KATC, said that hurricane protection system will hold. They were very confident that system is going to hold. They say it was built for this moment.
And so good for so many people who are still dealing with the aftermath, not the aftermath, but the memories that seem like yesterday. To hear someone say so confidently that the system is going to be okay, you're not going to have to deal with what you dealt with 16 years ago. And it sounds like a long time, in theory, 16 years. However, 16 years really not that long ago, especially if you lived through that storm and in its aftermath. So now to hear someone confidently say the city will be okay, these levees will hold, I'm sure is such a big relief.
One less thing to worry about, and the angst this time of year is just palpable, especially in New Orleans, especially this time of year. I mean, 16 years to the day, August 29th, here we are again. It's just something that's a bit of an ease, It's still a very anxious time for so many, but it certainly does help.
Living here, you hold your breath a bit. Hurricane season is, starts in June. However, we know come August, September, and now even creeping into October, you live kind of on edge, essentially, because at any moment something's going to develop. When we see those systems and our team telling us something's developing off the African coast, everybody I think is like, oh no. Right. You see it out in the Atlantic, and you see it's moving toward the Gulf of Mexico, and we all just kind of take that deep breath and think, is this our turn? And luckily here in Acadiana, we have been spared yet again from the brunt of a major storm.
The brunt of the storm, for sure. Last year, I think, was a bit of a wake-up call for me, because you think of like Labor Day weekend as sort of the peak, but no, it does continue on into the fall. And last year with Hurricane Delta, it was the first week of October or so. And I remember thinking, we just dealt with Laura, and after Laura, thinking like, okay, little sigh of relief, like that's the season. But no, and it kept going after Delta. There was Zeta,
and we've been hearing, like, even from our team, talking about how these storms are larger and stronger, and the season is lasting longer. Evidence that we're going to continue to see things like this. And again, in 16 years, we look at the strides we have made in preparing and better responding to storms. But yet and still, when a system like Ida enters the Gulf of Mexico, there's so much preparation that goes into play, and we're thankful for that. But we see that this storm is dominant, and it's doing what it wants to do at that point. We just have to be prepared to recover.
And it's almost like a different kind of storm, especially over the past few years. Rob and Daniel were rattling off the names, which I won't do, but just in the past few years, the storms, that rapid intensification cycle in the Gulf, and just how quickly, look at Ida, and the forecast track knew that it was going to intensify. And it certainly did, fueled by those warm waters in the Gulf of Mexico. And, people will debate and fight over the reasons for that, and we won't get into that right now. But you have to look at the science at some point and say, like, look what's happening. And the past few years, we've had time and time again of these things.
And that was one of the
happening.
things that stuck out to me. You know, we stand here 3 times a day and listen to their forecast and hear them as we're in our meetings and we're planning for our days as these storms are approaching. And to hear Rob say, you know, it's 90-degree waters, not just on the surface, but in deeper waters in the Gulf of Mexico. That's extremely hot for water and is exactly what storms need to get going and become stronger. And we see it, the evidence speaks for itself here with Ida.
And what we saw with Ida today too, even just making landfall in a very marshy area, a wet area, not much.
Still not letting go of our strength.
Friction from buildings and big trees, and it just was still warmed by those waters in marsh areas. So it's almost like we're dealing with a different kind of beast. But here we are, everybody, 7:59, nearly the top of the hour, almost 8 o'clock. We get these updates at the top of the hour from our weather team. And if you're just joining us, we have Chief Meteorologist Rob Perillo here, getting an assist tonight from Meteorologist Bradley Benoit, who they have swapped out. Bradley's back to behind the scenes and helping produce some stuff, and Rob's here with our 8 o'clock update, which we expect shortly, Rob.
Yeah, that just came in, and Ida continues to weaken a little bit. 115 mile-per-hour winds on the 8 o'clock bulletin. Pressure now coming up a little bit more so at 947 millibars, moving to the northwest at 9. So it's slow, but it's getting close to reaching I-10, just passing west of Nolan. We'll get to the radar in just a bit. So that is the good news with respect to the storm gradually weakening. Let me tell you some of the gusts that I got here. Pontchartrain Causeway recently reported a sustained wind of 66, gust to 89. Observation at Gulfport Marina in Mississippi recently reported a sustained of 61. Another observation at Shell Beach reported sustained wind of 61 with a gust to 75. And we'll get to the wind gusts as well. I actually got some more data buoys in, so we can talk more about the wind gusts with respect to this storm as well. So here we go with the radar information. Again, you can see the storm slowly moving northward, but it's just about getting on parallel with NOLA right now. We're seeing those rain bands work their way through the extreme eastern portions of Acadiana, but we're missing out on the core of the storm. That is the good news. Bad news is we still have the core of this storm working its way up toward reserve now. We'll come on in and take a look at Laplace getting hammered, as we were talking about earlier. Very bad news there. Raceland, Thibodaux, these areas really taking a hammering. And right now we see the eye still there, but beginning to collapse a little bit. We don't see a lot of heavy-duty red around the center of the storm, but you see this squall right here? It's a bad squall between Butte and the Laplace area. Again, moving northward for the most part. Let's get in even closer. But it looks like things are moving along because I've been kind of setting these zoom-in points, and the storm is moving along. So the worst of it is reaching I-10 right now. The eye is going to go right over I-10 just as you hit by Lake, just before you hit Lake Pontchartrain, and then pretty dark part of the road here, very woodsy area before you come out and hit Lake Pontchartrain here, but horrible weather in the Laplace area. We're getting nothing but bad news out of there as well. Now locally here in Acadiana, doing very well, thank you. A few tropical showers. Again, we're seeing those rain showers in eastern portions of Acadiana. From the Morgan City area through Stevensville. But again, these showers are not showing much in the way of organization as we work our way to the north. Now we're in the Atchafalaya Swamp. Again, you can see where folks live. This is the edge of the Atchafalaya Swamp, and a few other spotty showers coming through New Iberia, St. Martinville. But again, these showers are allowing for slightly gustier winds. Again, this is when your winds are going to gust up. And notice what we have seen. Boy, how quickly they have developed. So these showers probably going to move through Lafayette in just a little bit. Broussard as well. It's moving through Breaux Bridge, through the Parks area, down through St. Martinville, and then that shower activity down through New Iberia and Jeanerette. And then the heavier showers as we get into portions of St. Mary Parish. Let's just move this over. By Patterson, Rico, by Verdonville here, and Franklin as well. So big story though. Again, just let's get over to, let me just pull this on up and get over to, I just hit the button way too fast here. We'll go to the sweeps and pull in the National Weather Service radar data. And again, let's just check out the velocities coming out of Slidell here and do some interrogations. But you can see these are where the high winds are as we get into just by the reserve area, and then we'll work our finger northward here. And as I press the button, you can see how those winds, these are the wind gusts possible in these locations. Again, the red shows going away from the Doppler. This is the Slidell, so this is going away. This is coming from the north and east, and then the blue colors, that's coming toward the Doppler radar, and that's how we assess some of these winds and what direction they're going in. And again, you can see still 100-mile-per-hour winds showing on the Doppler velocities here, so still 100-mile-an-hour gusts still possible across a good part of the area that's seeing these storms that are moving on through, especially where the rain bands are, and we're seeing those rain bands across the region. Let's see now that we're getting a little bit closer to the Slidell radar. We're picking up where it thinks there's hail, but it's not hail, but we do have some rotation showing up right by the Slidell radar. And surprisingly, we haven't had too many tornado warnings come out so far with this system, but it is still early in the night. And oops, let me just go back again and do that once again, because it looked like we were hitting, get to the sweeps here and move this on over. And again, we'll get a little bit closer on over and check out that storm tracking right here. And it looked like briefly there was a tornado vortex signature, but that went away. That went back to a mesoscale cyclonic signature. So again, there are going to be tornado warnings with time as the system continues to move inland. And again, Acadiana doing very well, exception the extreme southeastern portion of the viewing area, but it's been not too terribly bad. And here we go on the enhanced satellite imagery here, and notice what we're seeing. We're seeing that eye filling in, so that is the good news with this storm. It continues to fill in, the eye's filling in. The storm is beginning to weaken more significantly, but still 100 to 120 mile an hour gusts. You got to plan on gusts to 115 with this system. Those gusts to 160 are likely done with unless we have a tornado, but gusts to 100 to 120 still possible as the storm continues to move to the north and eventually weakening. Here are the observed wind gusts. I got a few more data buoys in here, and you can see some of those gusts well over 100. And I got in the data buoy for Grand Isle, so we're not getting a reading from the actual airport over there, but or the observing station, but I'm getting it from the buoy. Again, the dark spots where we're losing data, but Eugene Island just offshore showing 60, but we get inland in Acadiana, 36 in Lafayette, 37 New Iberia, lesser amounts to the west. Then as we get farther south and east. Now notice some of those high gusts are just not that far away from eastern portions of St. Mary Parish. Berwick and Patterson in the 30s, certainly good, but Galliano back at 96, Bayou Gauche at 64, Fernier Landing at 71, Gonzales, you can see Reserve at 68, NOLA at 64, New Canal at 51, Shell Beach coming in at 68, and you can see 72 still at Southwest Pass. So still some active weather. Oh, sorry, that was a little bit earlier. Here are the current readings, and look at this. This is what I was looking at earlier. Calm winds right by the center of the storm. So these are the current readings, and you can see more have gone dark across the area, but Eugene Island at 55. I'm sorry, New Iberia at 44. Lafayette at 40. 64 in Gonzales, getting close to hurricane force here. Slidell at 63, close to hurricane force there, and you can see the rains were bad. Shell Beach at 72, Pilot Town at 48, 47 at Grand Isle at the buoy there. Southwest Pass reporting 66 and 45 down in Mississippi Canyon. And again, we can see as the storm continues to work its way northward, the latest predictive radar pretty much spot on. It looks like the worst of the weather that we're going to see in Acadiana will be over the next few hours. The winds are going to pick up maybe a little bit more. So again, we mentioned as these storms weaken, their wind field spreads out. So that's going to be what we'll see as we go through the evening hours. But again, Acadiana not seeing anything worse than tropical storm conditions, obviously hurricane conditions for our friends off to the east. And that high-res graph model, that's going to show us a few more showers in the area. I think it's doing a better job of modeling the radar. This is that IBM model that is brand spanking new. It's done a great job on forecasting hurricane landfalls, but this 3-kilometer model we've had to evaluate a little bit longer, and we haven't shown it too much on air, but it really gives you an idea on what's happening with this storm and has a very good grasp on it. Again, we could still see some tropical rain bands filtering around out of the southwest flank of this storm through the wee morning hours of tonight, but nothing that we're expecting to be serious, and that is the good news. A couple of tropical rain showers and some gusty winds through tomorrow morning, and we're going to maintain some rain chances, but those gusts will be gradually coming down, 40s and 50s in the near term, and then as we get past midnight tonight, those 40s begin to settle down into the lower 40s and 30s, and then we're going to be in much better shape as everybody gets to go to sleep here locally in Acadiana. Rainfall-wise, again, the worst rains, this is the latest graph model run from here on out, still predicting another 5 inches of rain for NOLA from here on out. That's not rain totals. These are rain totals from here on out. So those numbers will certainly, storm total numbers will certainly be higher. And as Bradley mentioned, and as we're going for the silver lining, the weather looking better and better as we enter the new work week and the new school week. Although a lot of folks off tomorrow, it's not going to be too bad weather-wise, so make the most of that day. And then as we move through the week, it looks like it's going to be getting a little bit drier and more pleasant. Highs still around 90, but those overnight lows, dreaming of them already, upper 60s to near 70 degrees.
Oh, nice.
That 10-day forecast is consistent for Southeast Louisiana, as they will need nice weather to get started with the work that needs to happen. They're beautiful for us, but hopefully they will get the same as well so they can get to work.
Absolutely. Okay, everybody, if you're just joining us, 10 after 8 tonight, all day we've been bringing you coverage from across Acadiana as we follow the impacts of Hurricane Ida, of course, in Southeast Louisiana and here in Acadiana as well.
I've gotten a couple text messages from people who've said they've been with us all day. We've been on the air here since 10 o'clock this morning, so if you've stuck it out with us for this long, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Lots of people thanking us for what we do, but we appreciate your loyalty to us as well. We do what we do because we love this community, and it's so good to hear from you all telling us that what we do matters, and you're part of this team, just like the rest of us who are here at KATC.
And out in the community today, Scott Brazda, he's spent the day in and around the Delcombe area. He checks in for us once again tonight there. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Jim, it was relatively uneventful until, well, you just missed it. Our camera just about blew down. Luckily, Justin and I were both able to save it here. Curfew from 10 to 6 here in Delcombe. And why do we have a curfew? I mean, talking to Assistant Chief Segura, because of what might happen at night, all these things that we can't see, whether there's a storm surge, whether we start to get rain. The wind is certainly picking up, as my little story will certainly serve as an example. So we got to be careful out there. We got to stay off the roads, guys. You got to be smart, because you do that, that means tomorrow the sun comes up and you get to try this all over again. You get out there and you shouldn't be, who knows what might happen. So the curfew from 10 to 6, voluntary evacuation, but you've pretty much reached that point where you're staying put. In Delcombe, it's been a good day. It's been an uneventful day. I got a text, Marcy talking about text. I got a text from one of the residents saying, sorry it wasn't so eventful, but no need to apologize. We're glad for all of you guys right here that it wasn't eventful. In Delcombe, Scott Brazda, KATC TV3.
Uneventful in Delcombe is a good day for sure. I think the mayor there was the most eventful thing we had happen. Her umbrella almost left her.
But credit to Mayor Pam Blakely, who came out to talk to Scott earlier today, and it was raining then. But he mentioned that she was color coordinated and her umbrella matched. And she did provide some good information for our viewers there down in Delcombe.
She sure did. Well, this, of course, making national headlines, this storm. And President Biden, he was briefed earlier today with FEMA on Hurricane Ida, just as it was making landfall. Here's what he had to say after that briefing with FEMA.
I've been around for a lot of hurricanes, and I don't think we've ever had as much preparation, long-term preparation with the levee system and preparation here. Thanks to the administrators' leadership and the hard work of the FEMA team, all of whom were gathered behind me, many of whom were gathered behind me. We've already pre-positioned resources that we know are going to be needed, and equipment and response teams in the region. This includes 2.5 million meals, 3 million liters of water. We've got generators in place, and we're in close touch with the power providers to get and restore power as soon as possible, because a lot of it's going to go out, and we should be prepared that it can take a long time, no matter how much we've pre-positioned, which we have, that it's going to take a long time for a lot of it to get back up. It could take a matter of weeks for some places. We've got 13 urban search and rescue teams. For those of you who aren't familiar with that, these teams make up about 70 people and experts, each of these teams, and they can do real serious recovery work. More than 100 ambulances and emergency medical teams have been activated, and we're working with the Red Cross and local partners to open dozens and dozens of shelters with cots and blankets and meals to support those we need to evacuate. That'll happen mostly in the northern part of the state and maybe in parts of Mississippi. And I've already signed an emergency declaration for both Louisiana as well as Mississippi. And I want to make sure that we're ready to surge all the response capability that we have to deal with whatever comes next. And a lot's going to be coming. I've been in touch with the governors of Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. And my team at the White House has been in touch with other state, local, and federal officials in the region. And they know there'll be the full resources and support of the federal government. So I want to emphasize again, this is going to be a devastating hurricane, a life-threatening storm. So please, all you folks in the Mississippi and in Louisiana, Mississippi, and God knows, maybe even further east, take precautions. Listen, take it seriously, really very seriously. And the whole of government effort is ready to get to work. I can't think of any time where the federal, state, and local folks have worked together more closely and in advance of an obvious, significant natural disaster. And folks, we're going to be here. We're going to be here to help the Gulf region get back on its feet as quickly as possible, as long as it takes. As long as it takes. So thank you, and may God protect those in the path of the storm, and God willing, we'll get through this sooner than later. But don't kid yourself. This is going to take a lot of resources, a little bit of luck, and as my grandfather would say, the grace of God and the goodwill of the neighbors. And by the way, look out for your neighbors. If you're in the region, look out for your neighbors. So thank you very much, and thank you.
Looking out for your neighbors is something we do naturally here in South Louisiana. Earlier today, Armand Boyd spoke with Iberia Parish President Larry Richard. Let's take a look from Iman about that conversation with the parish president.
That's right, guys. We're getting a better sense of the conditions here in New Iberia. I have the parish president here with me, Mr. Larry Richard. And Mr. Richard, we were here earlier here at the Port of Iberia, and we noticed that the levels were a little bit lower. Can you give us an idea of how low the water levels here are?
The levels are extremely low. I mean, right here at the Port of Iberia on Port Road, you can actually see the bottom, almost the bottom of the bulkhead. See a whole bunch of mud behind us. You never see that. In fact, I was actually showing you guys before we started this, on the opposite side of the bridge, an alligator lying on its back. That's something that we don't, I never seen it quite this low, in recent time, put it to you that way. So the wind is blowing from the north, which means it's pushing everything out, which is a good thing for us. If it continued like that and we have rain coming, it's going to be a benefit. The problem is when you have rain coming and the wind is blowing from the south is when we start to have the problems. But right now, our channel is very low. If you take a look at it, you're going to see what I'm talking about. Right behind you, there's a culvert underneath this bridge, and we probably have 4 feet underneath the culvert. And that's very, very rare here at the Port of Iberia. So we're very low right now.
Yes, sir, and I'm sure there's a sense of relief as well because a couple of days ago, it was a much different condition, and now it's kind of shifted in another direction. Is there a sense of relief now that you don't have to worry about any storm surge potential?
Absolutely not. I don't have relief until it's over. We prepared for the worst in Iberia Parish. This is something that we take very, very serious. Of course, at this particular time, the waters are not as high as I thought they would be. But no, we don't. It's not a relief for me. I'm leaving from here and I'm going to go to Jeanerette, where the conditions are a little bit different right now, to the northeast of us. You can see the band is getting ready to come into us. The rain band is coming in. I'm trying to put my hat down so it don't blow it away. I'm not used to this like you. But no, this is not a relief. But we're prepared. We're totally prepared. This is something we work on year-round in Iberia Parish with the whole team that we have. And we have a large team. We deal with our Homeland Security Director, our Sheriff Department, all of the different mayors, the city police departments of every different municipality, the hospitals. It's a very collaborative effort that we deal with in Iberia to make us prepared for this. And we're prepared as we can possibly be, regardless if it stays as the conditions are now, which is very favorable to us, or if they change, but hopefully we can continue to have these types of conditions. Of course, we prefer this.
Yes, sir. And is there any additional information you'd like to get out to the parish about, while we get through this storm?
Well, of course, we have curfews in Iberia Parish. Parish-wide tonight is going to start at 10 o'clock from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the morning. We're going to repeat that tomorrow if necessary, until we see it's not necessary. We really don't know what the total conditions are going to be in Iberia Parish until the hurricane moves all the way out. From what I'm understanding right now, it's slowed down a lot. So we have to wait and see what's going to happen, because we really don't know what's going to happen. But what I don't want to do is make the people in Iberia Parish think that this thing is over, because it's not. So we're prepared for, if we need, post-sheltering in Iberia Parish. We have a lot of medical conditions going on in Iberia Parish right now, like we have throughout the whole region and the state with this COVID. So we're prepared for all of that the best we can possibly prepare. But no, we're not close to being done yet.
Yes, sir. And I know you mentioned the shelters. Are there any potential shelters within New Iberia or the surrounding area? Where would they be? We
only have post shelter. We have nothing during the hurricane, because of course we're in the middle of one. But once we would finish, it depends on what area of the parish would get damaged, because we have a few different locations that we could use for a shelter after the storm.
Yes, sir.
So I won't even give you a name of one right now, because I don't want someone starting to head somewhere where it may not be. It depends on what happens, where it happens at, what plan we use. We have several different plans. Again, this is a very strategic. This is very strategic in what we do. We have the National Guard involved. If we have any types of surge, we have to make sure that we have high water vehicles and things of that nature. So we can't tell you any of that right now. The only thing we can tell you is that we considered all of that and we have that in plan.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Richard. We'll continue our coverage here in New Iberia as the conditions change overnight, like Rob has mentioned several times in his forecast, and we'll continue our coverage here in New Iberia. In New Iberia, Iman Boyd, KATC, TV3.
Also today, our Victor Georges has spent most of the day in Morgan City. We're getting a recap of his coverage there. Victor.
We're in Morgan City, where we're continuing to see the very drastic change in conditions, and these conditions are changing really from one moment to the next. A very interesting visual right behind me and above me. As you can see, right beneath that American flag, there's another flag, and as you can see there, it already starting to tear. When I saw that flag this morning, it was absolutely fine, and because of these wind gusts, it's already starting to tear and rip up. Now, another visual here at the ground level, at the end of this street, on the other side of the street, we already starting to see some debris on the roadway, so definitely not a good idea to be on the road right now. And then a little bit to our left, as you can see right there, there's a trash can. That trash can has been kind of sliding through that whole street. So again, it's crucial to avoid the roadways right now. Like, another thing I do want to mention is how quickly these conditions can become dangerous. So one moment we're standing fine, the next moment we get another one of those sweeping wind gusts, and it can kind of throw us off. So definitely, if you're inside, stay inside. If you're not inside, please get there. In Morgan City, Victor Georges.
All right, Victor, there in one of the areas here in Acadiana being impacted by Hurricane Ida, but of course it's so much worse in southeastern parts of the state, including Plaquemines Parish, where the parish president spoke earlier about an issue that they're dealing with, water coming over a levee.
And we're the parish that sticks out in the Gulf of Mexico. If you look at the boot of Louisiana, we're that last parish that sticks out. And on the east bank of our parish, there has been some overtopping of the levee by our Scarsdale pumping station, and that has been a little concerning.
And in New Orleans now, we want to take you through some of the videos that we've been getting as Ida was making landfall and as the storm was impacting the Crescent City. It wasn't too bad at this hour, but just bad enough to cause some damage to a roof in the New Orleans area. Ida, of course, battered Louisiana with these high winds, continues to batter the state with the high winds and flooding issues, heavy rain. You know the drill with a tropical system, but look at the day. I'm looking at the light there.
Right.
This was fairly early on in Ida's impacts. I'm looking for like kind of a wide shot, but that appears to be like in the city, in the quarter, really.
And also to mention, out of New Orleans right now at this hour, it's 8:30. We got a report earlier. We can stay with this video as long as we have it, that the city of New Orleans now completely in the dark because Entergy is reporting a catastrophic disaster at one of their stations there. So everything,
the entire city.
The entire city
without power.
Without power. We knew that was possible, but for Entergy to come out and use the word catastrophic definitely puts some perspective on what we're looking at.
Yeah, and you're looking at the power outage map, and of course the Entergy customers in New Orleans and the city of New Orleans really contributing to that. The latest check is more than 814,000 people without power outages. Talking a little bit more about that Entergy issue, the Sewerage Board in New Orleans had put out a statement saying although they've lost all Entergy power, they are working to quickly and make up for that, but it is having an impact on sewer pumping stations. Right now they don't have any backup power to operate any of those that were impacted by the Entergy catastrophe, but they are assessing how many of the 84 stations that are impacted. The number, according to the Sewage Board in New Orleans, is expected to be very significant.
And
so
when you're looking at the connectivity of municipalities and the way they work, and you know it's all intertwined like so many parts of our lives. You see one thing affecting something else and then something else, the trickle-down effect happening. We heard Mayor Cantrell earlier today in a news conference that she had much earlier this afternoon talking about just that, you know, be prepared. We know we're going to lose power, conserve your water, do what's necessary because our systems at some point very possibly could go down. And here we are hours later, and there's evidence of that coming out of the city of New Orleans at this hour.
Yeah, and over in Thibodaux, we had that medical center, which had an issue as well. They had a partial generator issue, but I think it sounded, according to reporting from the Advocate tonight, it sounded pretty dire for a little while. We're in the ICU, people with COVID. We are in this fourth surge of COVID, people on ventilators who had to be manually ventilated, which means, you know, brought down to areas of the hospital where they had power, but being ventilated by a nurse or a doctor manually.
On top of them. As
going down a stairwell because no power, elevator issues, that sort of thing as well. So just some really harrowing issues going on across the state that we're hearing about, all because of the impacts of Hurricane Ida as it continues to make its way. It's been a very slow system. That's what we weren't quite expecting it to be this slow. We were hoping, like we said today, you know, we want them out. We
come in and leave.
Leave, please, when it comes to hurricanes. So let's check in with Chief Meteorologist Rob Perillo standing by here in the weather lab with what we know so far about Ida and its movement right now. Rob, at our last check with you, the eye was starting to break apart, starting to fill in. So it's definitely some good news on that front.
Yeah, exactly. But the bad news is still a lot of weather associated with this, but we are seeing it kind of coming apart a little bit. It's not nearly as concentric on its eye wall. It's not as circular as it was, and we're starting to see at least the southwest flank, the drier air starting to fill in. So I don't expect a whole lot more big shower activity across Acadiana. In fact, we haven't seen any big stuff. It's all been well east of Baton Rouge, and then as we go down from 12 to I-10, really heavy-duty weather across portions of the I-12 corridor through Slidell, and then Laplace through the New Orleans area, and then as you go farther south, we're still dealing with that eye, and boy, Laplace has been getting hammered, not only from the flooding that's come in from Lake Pontchartrain, but heavy rainfall, and now the rains are beginning to let up in the Raceland area. Homa, still some tropical showers. Thibodaux, a bit of a break, but all the power is out down here. And then as we go back through Donaldsonville, winds picking up here a little bit, and then we get north to the Baton Rouge area. The worst of it just east of Baton Rouge for right now, over toward Walker and Hammond. This is where those tropical rain bands are. But again, you don't really see definitive rain bands, one by the center, one further out. Now we're just seeing just these heavy tropical rains that'll put down an inch or two of rain per hour. And this is going to go on for several hours until the storm gets north of you. So that's what we'll be watching as the evening wears on. Right now we got it right over the Lutcher area by Highway 61 and again, Chemical Row right here as well. So a lot of the plants, I'm sure, are having to deal with that as well as you go right on the Mississippi River. So the eye is right over the Mississippi River right now and continues to slowly trek to the northwest at about 10. Acadiana looking great. We haven't looked better for a hurricane going back to what we've seen over the last couple of years. So that is good news there. The rainfall, you know, notice we had last time we left you, we had a tropical shower coming in. Notice it's bumping into the drier air. So what is this turning into? Just a gust of wind and some sprinkles. That's about it. And farther to the east you go into the basin, we're seeing precipitation, but even all the way over to Henderson, pretty good. By Butte-La Rose, you're seeing some shower activity, but not a whole heck of a lot. We have some showers down toward New Iberia as well. And then we go over to some shower activity by Franklin as we go down Highway 90. You want to not forget about Jeanerette as well. Some shower activity here. And then we go farther south and east through Morgan City, Amelia, some shower activity, but now the core of the storm is moving away. So the threat of damaging winds, Stevensville, Morgan City, now beginning to go down. And that is the good news. So the news has been good for Acadiana and getting better as the storm continues to move away. Still some heavier tropical showers over toward Homa. Again, those showers are pretty intense right now. And this is just looking off Power Doppler 3, but again, we'll take a look at the sweeps here. And we'll open it on up. You can see some of those heavier rain bands across the region. And oops, I hit my wrong button here, but this is the high resolution satellite imagery. I pull this up. This is what's called the mesoscale floater here. And this is a 6-hour loop. And look at the difference in the storm. Here it was well organized. Now the eye is filled in. We still have those enhanced cold cloud tops over toward NOLA. Still some very heavy rainfall and flooding to occur. The wind gusts, though, will begin to go down, and that is the good news. Still sitting at Cat 3. This is going to probably go below Cat 3 for the 9 o'clock update, we hope. Moving north-northwest at 9, a little bit slower, but it's moving. We'd like to see this going at 10 to 15, but that's not the case, and we knew it was going to slow down after landfall. And notice, you know, we said, oh, wow, it's moved northeast, but, you know, we're getting wobbling now as well. You draw the line, overall line, it's moving generally to the north-northwest, and that's what we have it at 9 miles an hour. And then hopefully down to a Category 1 after midnight tonight as the storm gets close to the Mississippi border. And then it'll still be producing heavy rainfall and the threat of flooding along and east of where that center goes overnight tonight. Here are the gusts earlier today as we went through noon. We saw those hurricane force gusts, and again, the dark areas that are not filled in, these have either gone out or lost power or just stopped communicating with us. So this is where we sit right now. Latest gust in New Iberia is at 44, Lafayette at 40, so we're still getting some gusts to 40, 55 as we get just offshore. Freshwater locks, not too bad there. Calm winds where the center of the storm is. You see that at Fernier Landing and Bayou Gauche, and then up toward Reserve. You're seeing gusts close to hurricane force, and here we go. Wow, over at 86 in New Orleans. So it is still blowing and going, and the Crescent City not done with yet as more rain and more tropical squalls moving through there. Even though the storm is west of the region, still in the dirty part of the storm, and that's going to continue for a while longer. And we see that again on the predictive radar. NOLA right here will probably get out of some of the heavier rains by 10, 11 o'clock in a few hours, but still gusty winds. Again, these lines here, these are pressure lines, lines of equal pressure, and the closer they're packed, the stronger the winds are. So they're packed closely here, they're packed pretty closely here, but notice toward Acadiana, their spacing comes out a fair bit. So that is the best news with respect to winds, as the storm pretty much following that National Hurricane Center forecast track. The predictive radar model gets it into Mississippi officially after about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. And then we'll have to keep an eye on some of these tropical rain bands. weather department's on 24-hour watch even after we're done broadcasting. We're still watching this stuff, but this is what we're paid to do, and this is what we live for, and want to do the best we can, and hopefully serve the community when it comes to watching these systems, forecasting these systems, and being with you throughout the storms and the storm threat. But the storm threat locally in Acadiana, just tropical storm conditions. As you go farther to the east, though, it is going to be a rough night ahead, at least through eastern Louisiana. NOLA, things begin to quiet down after midnight tonight. Some lingering tropical showers. Winds coming around out of the southwest. Hopefully that will improve some of the big flooding that we're seeing just west of New Orleans on the western end of Lake Pontchartrain, but that's not a guarantee. Still rough weather with this part of the storm. I wouldn't be surprised if we still have 80, 90 mile an hour gusts as we get into Mississippi over toward Macomb and points to the north and east as well. Wind gust wise, we continue to see those gusts maybe in the 40 to 50 mile per hour range. Most of Acadiana a lot higher off to the east, but the main impacts across Acadiana, winds still gusting in the 40 mile per hour range. This is the latest high resolution rapid refresh run. This updates once an hour, so we're getting the latest estimates coming from the models here, and winds gradually died down into the 30s as we head into the overnight hours and into the 20s. These are gusts, so that is the great news as we move forward. Rainfall wise, additional rainfall. This is on top of what's already fallen. Still another 5 inches possible. More than that, Hammond, Mandeville, Slidell, and as you get into Mississippi as well, not a whole lot of rain here. In fact, some folks may not see any at all. So as we move forward, the weather pattern only getting better in the near term, and in the longer range forecast as well. We're going to be looking at much better temperatures and humidity as we get closer to next weekend. But as of now, still a Cat 3 storm. We'll keep our fingers crossed that this is downgraded to a Cat 2. We'll get that latest advisory coming up at 8 o'clock tonight, guys.
All right, 8:35 right now. We'll see you at 9 o'clock there, Rob.
Oh, 9 o'clock. Yeah, I'm losing.
We're all losing
okay.
track of time here, Rob.
Yeah,
it's all good.
okay, I'm on mountain time.
Our director just came in IFB and was like, home stretch.
Home stretch,
home
stretch for this shift. We have
right.
more coming up even after we're gone. Well, hey, we have Rob and Bradley in the weather lab, but we have a third meteorologist on staff with us tonight here at KATC.
That's right. Stephanie Lauber joining us from Corpus Christi, our sister station there. She's in Morgan City, joining us from Ochsner Hospital. Stephanie.
Hey there, guys. We are getting an intense gust here. We're still in Morgan City. Right now I'm standing outside Ochsner Health. We just got word that there's going to be a press briefing right now for all of the Bayou Health system to figure out and discuss kind of the conditions at the area hospitals here. I'm told so far by the communications representative, Sabrina Williams, that they do have their hands full. Caught our attention over here driving by the area because, as you notice behind me, the lights are still on. I believe they're on generator power though, because the traffic lights have been out since we got up here. And thankfully things have been pretty good here so far in Morgan City, but we've had some issues with the wind picking up in gusts, in spurts. So we have seen power outages in some parts of Morgan City so far. So at this point, we are looking for an update from Ochsner Health on the conditions that are going on within the hospital system here in St. Mary's Parish. So we'll be expecting that briefing to be happening sometime around 9 p.m. tonight. Of course, as soon as we have those details and information, we'll bring you the latest. But for now, we're braving the wind right now, and even some more rain coming down here in Morgan City. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
All right, we're going to hear from Ochsner coming up at around 9 o'clock just to give us a briefing about how all the healthcare systems are doing, their healthcare systems are doing across the state. Of course, after what happened in Thibodaux, the hospital actually posted on Facebook saying that with that generator issue, it has been corrected. They're still working through some stuff, but that issue has been corrected. But you have to wonder, with the fourth surge, how are other healthcare systems doing?
That's right. We'll get that update from Ochsner again at 9 o'clock there in Morgan City. You and I were just talking, we talked specifically while Rob was on air about power outages in Acadiana. The updated numbers.
Just with that map that we've been showing you, again, it's a good resource for times like this. It's poweroutage.us. I just got to remember to hit refresh on mine. More than 837,000. Again, when we started the day at around 10 o'clock, Marcel and I, we checked, it was 77,000. So it's risen drastically. Of course, the entire city of New Orleans is without power because of that catastrophic failure with Entergy. But across the state, in red, those are the areas that are just essentially all out. But if you look in green, and whoever's in the control room is hovering over the map, like you can hover over specific parishes with the mouse. Like I'm over Vermilion right now. It's reporting 983 outages. Iberia Parish is reporting 576 outages. St. Mary Parish, more than 5,400 outages, and then St. Martin Parish, 660 outages. So Acadiana is feeling the impacts. Power outages, it doesn't really take too much with wind to just hit the wrong power line and take out some service for some folks. And that's what we've been seeing with our crews in those coastal areas down in St. Mary Parish, Iberia Parish, St. Martin Parish. The winds have been picking up, and here's a result of that.
And this is why we have been reminding you about generator safety, everyone, because we knew there were going to be some power outages in our area. They didn't happen earlier today. We've been talking about this for the past few days, and we heard the governor talking about it as well today, that sometimes the brunt of the storm, you take that on, but then you have to deal with aftermath and recovery. And we saw after Hurricane Laura last year, there were several deaths here in Louisiana from generator usage. Let's give you these tips yet again. We can't drill this home enough. If you are in the dark and you will be using generator power and you're standing by for generator usage in case you lose power in your area, we want to remind you to never use it inside of a building. Make sure it does not get wet. 20 feet away from your house. Don't forget to turn that generator off and let it cool before you refuel. And also do not plug a generator into a wall outlet. That could be dangerous for you and your neighbors and the electricians, some from our area, some from other parts of this country who have come in to help restore power as quickly as possible. We want to do our best to keep ourselves and our families and our households safe, but we also have to think about our neighbors as well and doing what's necessary to protect them as well.
There's a little extra caution that needs to be taken this year, especially with healthcare systems. We know that they're stressed with COVID and this fourth surge, so really just want to keep out of harm's way, use some common sense in the days ahead. In the past with Laura and Delta, it wasn't just generator issues that led to injuries and deaths. You know, other things happening as well, getting up on a roof, clearing debris. It can be dangerous just if you're not feeling equipped to do so, ask for help. It is Louisiana. Neighbors are going to help one another out.
And we know even if you were to have, you know, let's say you climb on a roof and you fall and you break an arm, or with our hospital systems being as overwhelmed as they are at this point, might be some time before someone can see you to deal with something as simple as a broken arm, so to speak.
And again, if you're just joining us at the top of the hour, we're expecting an update from Ochsner Health system-wide across the state, how they've been dealing with Ida and what they're going to need going forward and how their healthcare system is moving forward. So we'll bring you that news. We'll be on that Zoom call with Ochsner, and we'll, of course, bring you some updates as soon as we get those. We want to use this opportunity, everybody. Rob said to show him some love over in the weather lab with that weather app. So here you go, Rob. That's for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're very welcome.
Don't forget to download the KATC weather app and be sure to turn on those notifications. I think you can even put Rob's voice on.
Yeah, Rob's voice comes across your phone.
Every so often, he's got a day off, and I'll hear his voice from someone in the studio with his voice on there for those notifications. But those are important. Just if there are any pertinent weather alerts that are coming through, those are pushed right through to your smartphone.
And also, there's that QR code. It's been up for all of our coverage today that we started at 10 o'clock this morning. Open your camera, put it up there. Actually, we've been taking some pictures of some things off of our monitor here, and
it just pops up.
It pops up on our phones when we do so. So that QR code, making it easy for you to download the KATC app. Again, turn on notifications. This not only will help you in times of, you know, hurricane like Ida, but also in our normal day in and day out news coverage. Also, for those of you who are lost power and may do so later, you can still keep up with us. 105.1 FM is where our broadcast is being simulcast. Our partners there at Town Square Media and 105.1 taking care of our broadcasting, our coverage here as we enter into the nighttime hours. That partnership has been in existence for a very long time because of the loss of power. We want to make sure that our viewers have a place to stay in case they lose power. Radio is also an option these days.
And we were telling you a little bit earlier about that catastrophic damage in New Orleans that has the entire city without power. Literally, if there is power in New Orleans right now, it's because of a generator that's running. That's how bad it is. I did just notice on Twitter that Entergy New Orleans put out a statement within the past 15 minutes or so saying Hurricane Ida's intensity has caused that catastrophic damage, including what they're calling a load imbalance to the company's transmission and generation. They are working right now to learn more about that and then also look for possible solutions. But that's just having impacts across the city with the sewer system obviously having some issues getting the pumps going, keeping the pumps going and doing what they're supposed to be doing. But the entire city contributing to that, more than 800,000 outages across the state.
I'm not sure of the technical terms that they used in that release,
Yeah.
but it sounds bad.
Yeah,
to
I
say
wasn't
the very
sure
least.
either. I don't know, maybe someone out there knows more what that means.
Yeah, it sounds like it could be some time, and you know we've heard they told media outlets in the New Orleans area earlier that in some areas it may be a matter of weeks before power can be restored there. Now we're dealing with a system-wide outage in the New Orleans area.
Also in New Orleans of note, WGNO, they are the ABC affiliate, and I'm seeing some of their staff members put out on Twitter tonight. They've got water coming into the building, a hole into the building. You know where WGNO is?
It's right off of
right off
I-10.
I forget what that building is called, but it's that high rise in maybe Metairie.
Yeah, it's near Lakeside Hospital. It's now Tulane Lakeside Hospital, but right there in Metairie on the right-hand side.
They're in that high rise there, and some of their staff members have been posting videos and photos. Apparently their control room had to be evacuated. You could actually see outside from inside their building. Some of the roofing had gone away, and now there's video of water coming into their newsroom. So
and that's reminiscent of what happened with KPLC in Lake Charles. I mean, their building was
They evacuated too.
They did.
Right before the storm. They knew what was coming and got out. But yeah, just those images were just devastating. But their journalists there at WGNO still doing their job, getting it out, getting their information out to where it needs to be. And right now it's on social media platforms. So
thousands of people across the Gulf Coast region into the Mid-South to evacuate. Reporter Dakari Turner has a story of one of those families who decided to leave home.
Tucked into the very back of this gray SUV is enough food, clothing, and supplies to last a couple of days. Long enough for this family to ride out Hurricane Ida from the safety of their Memphis hotel, driving some 5 hours this morning from Hammond, Louisiana. And along for the ride is 10-year-old Harmony.
Are you scared right now?
A little bit and nervous because I don't really like hurricanes.
There are 6 people inside this vehicle and hundreds of thousands more packed into others fleeing the Gulf Coast as Ida threatens to make landfall as one of the worst storms to hit that region in 150 years.
They said for everyone that was living in the mobile home to leave.
Choosing to heed those warnings is a different choice than Imelda Burton made in 2005. That year, she rode out Hurricane Katrina.
It's rough. It's rough, especially when the hurricane comes during the night.
A reality some, they know, will face now.
Not everybody left with you.
No, sir.
Are your friends still there?
Yes, sir.
As their engine revved and the family pulled away, we asked their thoughts on the days ahead. Though those days are filled with uncertainty, the answer, each of them said, is to look to their faith.
I was scared. I didn't know what was going to happen. I just prayed and just thought everything was going to be all right.
And with that begins another leg of this journey.
Everybody can use a little bit of positivity at a time like this, anything to give a glimmer of hope there. In continuing our coverage, Plaquemines Parish officials have warned people earlier today to evacuate those living in the area of Braithwaite between the parish line and other area. They told them to find higher ground. There was some levee overtopping that was happening in that area, and there's some video of that right there.
And we're the parish that sticks out in the Gulf of Mexico. If you look at the boot of Louisiana, we're that last parish that sticks out. And on the east bank of our parish, there has been some overtopping of the levee by our Scarsdale pumping station. And that has been a little concerning.
How about that sound? This is Port Fourchon during Ida's landfall. The thrashing waves and wind caught on a camera, a static camera that was secured to a dock. It's incredible to me that they were able to
keep that camera secure.
Keep that camera secure, get that video out, whether it be through a streaming service or what have you. But just really incredible. That's probably the closest we're going to get to eyes and ears in Port Fourchon. Again, Ida made landfall there at 11:55 this morning, and here we are almost 9 hours later, still talking just recently about it weakening and breaking apart.
It says in our script here that there's a quote, I'm not sure who it's from, but it was the worst sounding wind we've ever heard. So that, we hear it too, and we think,
it's a
oh
good
my
description,
goodness.
of what that was right there. We've been seeing video and photos coming in all day from Ida. This video being shared online by thousands right now. Take a look at that roof. This is in Houma. That roof no match for Ida's strong winds. And watch this. Watch where it goes from here. Takes out a power line. That power line looked like it was already struggling. But look at down the road, just the traffic lights, the power poles just really struggling with Ida's wind. And then imagine being in that car.
No. I mean, seeing that right before your eyes, and it's going to, I'm going to safety.
That's such a dangerous part about these storms and covering these storms. You notice like our crews, they've been out of harm's way. We don't have the impacts here, but sometimes you turn on other national outlets and it's people hardly able to stand up. There's debris out there, and we've seen some close calls at the national level of signs, street signs. Those things are fatal right now with the winds, and I have seen video in New Orleans too of things just flying around.
And you think about it, you hear the wind and you see the water moving, but there's debris. It becomes debris at that point, and then it's like projectile once you add that strong of a wind and the force of that wind, send those items, and you don't know where they're going to land, where they're going to stop, what's going to happen, if they're going to continue to move. Really can be very, very dangerous.
Sure can. Let's take another look at the Mississippi coastline. Mississippi, of course, feeling impacts of Ida as well. There's a car. I'm not sure if it's driving down the road, if it's floating down the road, but just best to just stay off the road when it looks like this. We can't stress that enough. This video coming from Mississippi.
And then in Plaquemines Parish, an emergency alert sent out earlier this afternoon from government officials telling residents to seek higher ground immediately. Officials say this comes after a report, as we mentioned, of that levee being overtopped. There's that video again. We just showed that to you a couple minutes ago. But again, you put these levees in place, and they are there to protect land and property. But what's most important is people, and those people there in Plaquemines Parish told to seek higher ground earlier this afternoon.
And Sunday night, we know all schools in Acadiana, all higher ed that we know of in Louisiana, at least in the impact zones, LSU, UL, SLCC, closed tomorrow. We did, however, hear from LSU today. They will remain closed on Tuesday. There's no word yet when the campus will reopen. If you live off campus, you're asked not to return to LSU's campus until the school
And just to
reopened.
reiterate that, we heard from LSU, we have not heard much about, or we have not heard anything actually, about school systems in our area. We know they're all closed tomorrow, and I'm sure the systems will be sending updates probably into tomorrow once they get some assessments of things in our area on school openings later this week. But as of now, we know all schools in Acadiana closed tomorrow. SLCC, UL all closed as well. We have not gotten any updates yet. We will get that to you. Don't worry. Take tomorrow, do what's necessary, help a neighbor if you can, whatever you need to do, or take the day and just relax if you have that option. But we'll let you know about openings in any of our school systems as soon as we know.
Absolutely. We've had team coverage in the weather lab all day. Let's check in now with meteorologist Bradley Benoit standing by. He's been taking a closer look at Hurricane Ida. Hey, Bradley.
Hey guys, well, we should get another update here on Ida in the next 10 minutes or so, but per the 8 o'clock advisory, winds are at 115 miles per hour. Gusts, they're still saying, could be as high as 160 miles per hour. Not sure if we're actually seeing gusts that high across any portions of southeastern Louisiana, but nonetheless, that is what the Hurricane Center is going with, and it's still not moving that fast at all, only to the northwest at around 9 miles per hour. Center of circulation just around the Laplace Reserve area, just west of New Orleans, but still very heavy tropical rain bands moving in across the New Orleans metro area as we speak. Storm should gradually start to weaken here over the next several hours as it nears the I-10 corridor. Should be down to a Category 1 storm, then tropical storm moving into Mississippi, and then a remnant low as it continues to move off to the north and east. And here across Acadiana, no major issues, quiet in Lafayette, and of course the further you get off to the south and west, tropical showers do continue to move in, at least across portions of eastern Iberia Parish, kind of extending into St. Mary and lower St. Martin Parish as well. But all the heavy duty action has remained well off to our east, pretty much as expected. And when we kind of had talked about you know, well, we didn't see a whole lot of action here in Acadiana, but when you really get these intense storms, and we're talking Category 3 or higher, the worst of the storm tends to kind of compact and contract closer to that center of circulation, and that's where you are really going to see the weather. And then of course as it moves inland it starts to expand, but it does gradually weaken. But nonetheless, that's why anywhere from around 20 to 40 miles can make a big difference when we're talking major hurricanes as far as who's going to see the worst impacts and things like that. We saw with Laura last year coming in near Lake Charles, and that's where the worst of the weather was, and a couple of other storms last season off to our east, but similar story here with Ida. But nonetheless, worst of the weather, at least here this evening, of course, into portions of southeastern Louisiana. Let's see if I can move the map here, but in and around the reserve Laplace area, here's what's left of the eye. It's kind of closing in again as the storm is gradually on a weakening trend, but nonetheless, worst of the weather here, really pounding the Laplace area and kind of in between the New Orleans and Laplace region there along I-10. There's I-155 and across Lake Pontchartrain, but still some very heavy tropical rain bands moving into the New Orleans metro area as we speak. Thankfully, Houma now kind of out of the worst of it. They're catching a break and should start to quiet down there after it's been a really rough afternoon. Similar story for my hometown there in Thibodaux in northern Lafourche Parish, but still tropical rain bands extending all the way down at least into southern Lafourche Parish, and then across the Florida parishes of southeastern Louisiana. I believe there's a tornado warning ongoing there across coastal Mississippi. But when you're talking a major hurricane, kind of tornado warnings kind of just blend in with all the impacts of what's going on with the major hurricane for sure. But again, zooming in on the eye, just west of the Laplace area here, starting to close in, so that is certainly good news as the storm is weakening. But nonetheless, Laplace taking the brunt of it for sure. That extends into Vacherie here, and then also over towards Donaldsonville. They're catching kind of the western extent of this eye wall here. So very rough weather over there in southeastern Louisiana, and that's going to continue at least over the next few hours. Meanwhile, here across Acadiana, again, it's been relatively quiet in Lafayette and most of the area, kind of just a breezy, windy day at times, but nothing that we're going to complain about for sure. And of course, the further west you got, the less breezier it was and better conditions for sure. But nonetheless, still at least some squally weather, tropical showers, at least lighter tropical showers moving into extreme eastern Iberia Parish and kind of sneaking into upper St. Martin Parish, also lower St. Martin Parish in and around the Stevensville area, Morgan City. We've had some of our crew members out there today. They've been kind of taking the worst of it, at least here in Acadiana, and still dealing with some tropical showers late this evening. That's going to continue again probably through at least, we'll say 10 or 11 o'clock this evening. After midnight, most of the activity should start to kind of lift out of here. Still staying breezy through the overnight period, but nothing too terribly bad. Again, here came the eye as it moved in, making landfall officially at Port Fourchon at around 11:55 or noon this afternoon. Officially with 150 miles per hour wind, so a very strong Category 4 storm. Plowing into southeastern Louisiana. Took a while to weaken. In fact, it was still a Category 4 hurricane here in central Lafourche Parish, but then eventually started to weaken as it made its way off to the north as it continued to interact with land. And finally now the eye is starting to close in and dissipate here, so storm will continue to weaken as it lifts northward over the next several hours. So that is certainly the best news of all. Again, 8 o'clock advisory, should be getting a new one here at the top of the hour. Latest predictive radar, again, doing a decent job, showing at least a few tropical showers remaining possible for portions of Acadiana, mainly Lafayette on eastward, but more than likely east of Lafayette. more so for southeastern Acadiana, and then all the heavy-duty activity, worst of the weather, is going to stay more so confined towards New Orleans, Florida parishes of Louisiana, and again, that's going to continue here over the next several hours. Improving conditions, but again, still breezy through the overnight period. Could see winds at times gusting over 20 miles per hour, 30 to 40 miles per hour could be possible, especially out towards St. Mary Parish. And then here we go after midnight. Most of that shower activity starts to slide on off to our east. And as we head into tomorrow, could see a few tropical showers trying to redevelop through the course of the afternoon. Rain chances only at around 30 to 40%. It'll stay breezy, but nothing too terribly bad out there. Winds gusting at times anywhere from 20 to 30 miles per hour. But of course, we'll take that and count our blessings after we were spared from yet another major hurricane, just missing most of Acadiana, pretty much all of Acadiana, but still some impacts, of course, across portions of southeastern Acadiana. So graph model also illustrating some of those tropical showers over the next few hours, but then gradually starting to settle down here as the night wears on. And as far as our winds, it's still again, could be gusting out there 20 to 40 miles per hour over the next, we'll say at least through 10, 11, and midnight tonight. But worst of the winds obviously going to remain more so over towards New Orleans and southeastern Louisiana, where it has been a rough day. It's going to be waking up to a different world for sure tomorrow across many parts of southeastern Louisiana, so we're keeping all of them in our thoughts and prayers for sure. And of course, just like we did with Lake Charles just a year ago, I'm sure many of us will be willing to help the folks out there in the days, weeks, and months ahead for sure. Rainfall totals, not much of a concern here across Acadiana. All of the higher rainfall totals going to remain well off to our east. This takes us through Wednesday morning. Again, southeastern Louisiana on eastward into coastal Mississippi and Alabama as well. So next 10 days, our rain chances not too terribly bad. Some scattered activity again possible, probably at least through midweek in the 30 to 40% range, but nothing overly high. Temperatures settling into the upper 80s to near 90 degrees. Low temperatures, middle 70s, and then by the end of the week, going into next weekend, upper level ridging should start to move into the area, which would help to lower our rain chances back down probably at around 10 to 20%. More comfortable conditions here heading into next weekend, and notice, guys, overnight lows could be settling into the upper 60s to near 70 degrees at least across portions of Acadiana. But of course, this evening, we're very thankful that we were spared from this very, very powerful hurricane Ida. Again, maximum sustained winds coming onshore this morning right around Port Fourchon, just west of the Grand Isle area, with maximum sustained winds of 150 miles per hour. Gusts at times even higher than that, 185 plus. At least across portions there, southeastern Louisiana. So just talk to my parents. It's a pretty rough situation out there in Thibodaux. It's going to be a lot of damage. Obviously, they're without power. They're okay. That's the best news of all. But it's just a rough situation. A lot of people are going to be without homes and things like that. So we're thinking of them. And of course, we talked about this earlier, but South Louisiana, you know, most resilient people on earth. I firmly believe in that. I'm from the area, so we're going to rally behind and do what we do best.
Yeah, one day at a time, and you know, helping one family member, one friend at a time.
Yep.
I think that's what's going to get it all done. All right, thanks, Bradley. Here we are, everybody, 9 o'clock. Thank you so much for staying with us in our continuing coverage as Hurricane Ida continues to impact portions of Acadiana and mostly southeastern Louisiana.
We've been on the air here for 11 hours.
There it is. 11
now, we've the stroke of 11 hours, and seemingly it's gone by faster than it might sound for us. Some constant, you know, influx of information coming in keeps the time moving for us. So if you've been with us all day, thank you very much. If you just joined us in the past couple hours, thank you for that as well. Thank you for trusting us in times like this. It's what we're here for.
Absolutely.
Why we do what we do.
And we appreciate it out there, everybody. We do have team coverage coming up throughout the night. We have some shift changes happening. We're going to stay on this storm until everything kind of passes. And even the weather team, they had said they're going to be still sticking around because there are still some impacts that could happen.
Yeah.
That they're going to be taking on, keeping a close eye on.
Our early crews that were in the early part of the day, we're letting them go rest because they're going to hit the ground running tomorrow morning for Good Morning Acadiana. And then we have some night crews that will be in overnight, being safe, of course, as we know it is dark in some parts of Acadiana. But they'll be out there gathering information from emergency officials and updating as we need at this point. in our coverage here of Hurricane Ida.
All right, everybody, let's tell you about some of the assistance that is here. We know that when bad things happen in other parts of the country, folks from Acadiana and Louisiana head elsewhere. That's happening here as well, all along the Gulf Coast, but as far away as New York City. New York's police and fire department, they're on their way to Baton Rouge. You're looking at them leaving the Big Apple today. They're part of FEMA's urban search and rescue. They're bringing with them boats, trucks, and medical equipment. And several of the people who are coming down here to help out after Hurricane Ida were also here 16 years ago for Hurricane Katrina. The police chief says they're experienced, they're well trained, they're expected to make it into Louisiana by tomorrow.
The boys and girls in blue, you know, we're thankful for them coming here as we have seen from other parts of the country as well. You know, they're experienced with hurricanes, but some of our viewers aren't so experienced, some of our littlest viewers across the area. There's someone there she is, there's Blakely. Her name's Blakely. She was born just a few weeks ago, experiencing her first hurricane here in South Louisiana. Blakely and her family are in Abbeville. There's Rob there in the background. Happy first hurricane, Blakely. Glad this one is a much happier story to tell for most of our viewing area at this point. We have some video that we've shown you earlier. This is the ferry in Chalmette. It broke loose earlier today, and that's the video there. Officials saying it was floating toward New Orleans, and officials there in Chalmette just had to let it go.
This is wild.
Yeah, the parish president, you know, saying there's nothing we can do to go get it. This is at the point when conditions started to worsen in that area, and they just had to let the ferry go. That ferry, just for a little perspective, I don't know if you know much about that area, but it's near the Domino Sugar Factory there in Chalmette. That's typically where it is docked. It'll be interesting to see where it ends up.
Absolutely.
Right.
Where in New Orleans is the Chalmette Ferry?
Right. Somebody will locate it, and we'll get some updates on that ferry.
Just a sign, though, of just how those winds whipping in the water. And I've seen reports as well along the Mississippi of other like barges coming loose and just kind of floating out there. Once things calm down, that's when the work gets underway to get those things secured, get them where they need to be, find them. That's the first step. So I'm sure they're probably going to get some tips tomorrow as to where that is. Hard to miss a ferry.
We see Rob going over there to the weather wall. That indicates there's some new information, and I see a new number in the midst of Ida. Rob, what's the most up to date at this point?
This update brought to you by the number 2.
Good.
Finally.
Good news to hear.
Below a major hurricane, and that is the good news. The 9 o'clock bulletin coming in. We have it at 110 mile an hour winds. Those gusts to 160 probably not being realized. Still moving to the northwest at about 9. Pressure at 950 millibars. So that is the good news. Again, there's no important changes to the forecast track, and the good news for Acadiana, as we continue to say, we have been so blessed by not being impacted by this storm, but a much different story as you go farther to the east. And the good news is even portions of St. Mary Parish and Lower St. Martin Parish, conditions will gradually improve as this eye gradually, or what's left of it in the center of the hurricane, gradually pushes away. So we will watch that, and hopefully this will go in motion here. No, I didn't save it, so we don't have to put that in motion, but here we go. Seeing this just to the west of the Laplace area. Again, this area pounded very, very hard, and lots of flash flood and flash flood emergencies going on across all around Lake Pontchartrain, and then through the New Orleans metropolitan area, tornado warnings as well. All the weather advisories all to the east of us, and it's been a rough go of it watching this storm and watching it produce all the nasty weather. Again, there's why we have a tornado warning for that cell. That's west of Picayune, and then we can see the center of the storm still producing these strong squalls that continue across the Laplace area by Lake Maurepas here, just near the Lutcher area. Very strong winds between Gonzales. We thought the eye wall would stay east of Gonzales, but still rough weather here in Gonzales up through Walker. Baton Rouge being spared for the most part, but it's going to be a close call there in this area right along I-10 and Highway 61, a very picturesque roadway, except for when you hit a number of the industrial areas right by the Mississippi River, and French Settlement also seeing some rough weather as well. Acadiana, boy, we couldn't be doing better. Maybe it's the magnetron in Power Doppler 3 pushing the hurricane away. That could be something. We'll see. I was really looking forward to working with the radar and hoping that we wouldn't have to worry about stuff like this, but that we have been quite fortunate that we are watching this storm on the backside and just seeing mostly moderate rains across portions of Iberia and into Upper St. Martin Parish. But overall, still looking good here and only going to get better for the rest of Acadiana, guys.
All righty, thank you, Rob. We want to update you really quickly. A report from WAFB in Baton Rouge is that the state is seeing its first death related to Hurricane Ida. Shortly after 8:30, deputies in Ascension Parish received a report of a tree that fell into a residence off of Highway 621 in Prairieville. Deputies arrived on scene and confirmed that that person is now deceased. So the state seeing its first death in the midst of Hurricane Ida, that coming in from Ascension Parish.
It's just a reminder that, you know, healthcare systems, first responders are going to have a lot of work over the next few hours and days, and we are getting a sense of what's going on with one of our major health systems here in Louisiana. Health leaders with Ochsner Health are hosting a media briefing over Zoom right now to provide updates, especially for the Bayou region. Let's join into that meeting now and listen in to hear what leaders with Ochsner have to say.
Well, like maybe 3, 4, 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, Mike. So I don't know, Mike, if you got other, comments on that. I know you've been in the middle of this, and we're, it changes every hour, quite frankly. And I've seen the things that, there's pieces of roof coming off at this facility. There's pieces of roof coming off at that facility. Yeah, there's pieces of roof coming off at lots of our facilities. I think there's roof damage because we've got these sustained, 80, 90, 100 mile an hour winds for, quite some period of time. So, but we're working through it. As I said, just rounded, been talking to all of our staff at each of our campuses, and they're working through it and staying up, keeping people safe, keeping patients safe, which is what we do. So, Mike, you may have a little more color, a few more details if you want to hit a couple of those things. So,
no, I was just going to comment on the our staff, our leaders, our physicians. Folks are here, present, ready, and doing a great job caring for our patients. It is a complicated time, and it can be anxiety inducing for them, but they're really doing a great job dealing with all the issues that Warren mentioned from a facilities perspective.
So, that's just kind of a general update. We'll know a lot more tomorrow morning when we have daylight and the storm passes through and we can do a much more complete assessment. I will say, we've had people coming to our ERs that we've had to take care of. We've done several emergency surgeries at some of our campuses today. I think we did, what was it, Mike? Did we do 2 transplants yesterday? So those patients are doing well. So these are things that just, this is the normal course of what we do every day and taking care of folks. And, it's more challenging today because we've got a major hurricane going on, but our teams are doing well. Our COVID units, we were just up in that area, I don't know, 15 minutes ago, and chatting with folks up there. And so I think there's good dialogue going on. Like I said, the Bayou obviously has been the most impacted. You've seen some of the I saw the same video you guys saw of Lady of the Sea, and read the same story that you guys probably wrote on Thibodaux Regional. We've had, as I said, some damage at Chabert and St. Anne's, and we'll be moving some folks later on tonight or tomorrow morning. So maybe, Nicole, I'm just going to stop there and I think I'd rather just, instead of getting into a lot of other components, we'll just take some questions and we'll certainly have another dialogue tomorrow morning with folks if you want to, because we'll know more in about 12 or 14 hours as well. So.
Great, Warner. Okay, I see some questions coming into the chat. So Emily Lane, have there been any injuries at any of the facilities associated with Ida-related damage?
None that I'm aware of. Mike, do you know of any specific?
No, not that I'm aware of either.
Okay. If you'd like to come off mute and ask a question, we'll be happy to take those now.
Have you guys had any of the same generator problems as Thibodaux Regional, where you guys had to, move patients around to different floors?
Mike, I'll let you take that.
Yeah, so we obviously have backup generators at all of our campuses, have actually backup fuel trucks should we be on generator power for a while. We have had some temporary generator failures, but each of them is being rectified or has been rectified. And so we're in good shape right now.
Yeah, we had an issue at Kenner that's being corrected right now. Haven't had to move patients because of that. I would say probably the biggest issue we have is kind of the roof damage that we have probably at St. Anne's, right, Mike, where we have about 15 patients. That's probably the biggest issue we face right now.
Yeah, we have had to move some patients at a few facilities due to water intrusion through windows, or also some water intrusion through the roof, as Warner mentioned, but nothing related to generators.
I did have a question come in, and I'm not sure we have this answer yet about how many patients are going to be moved from St. Anne.
Where's St. Anne's? It's in Raceland, Louisiana. So down in the Bayou area. Got to visit sometime. It's nice down there. And I think we got 15 at St. Anne's. Is that right, Mike?
Actually, about 21 at St. Anne's and about 45 at Chabert.
Okay.
And we anticipate, again, relocating all those patients.
Hi there, this is Emily Woodruff with the Times-Picayune Advocate. Are any of these patients that had to be moved or care has been interrupted? Are they critically ill? Are they on life-sustaining devices?
We, prior to the storm, moved some of the critical care patients out. There are a few critical care patients that will still need to be relocated. But we feel confident that through that process, we will be able to do it safely.
Yeah, and as we've been talking to our teams, it really hasn't been a interruption in care for folks. Our teams have been focused on our patients, physicians focus on them, and while our facilities and other administrative people have dealt with issues like roofs and water and things like that. Mike, they want to know if you can repeat the numbers on the patients.
21 at St. Anne's and 45 at Chabert.
And Chabert is in Houma.
Hey, this is Julie O'Donoghue. When you say water intrusion, are you saying that some of your windows were blown out? So that's my first question. And the second question I have is, how are you going to move the patients? Because are you relying on like using roads? And do you have any concerns if that's the case that you won't be able to literally drive people out of those facilities?
Yeah, so I'll just hit a couple, Mike, and then you take it. So yeah, we've had windows blown out. So we've lost some windows. We've lost pieces of roof. The top of at St. Anne's, the top of kind of what's called the penthouse that's over one of the elevators actually blew off the building, so we were not able to use that elevator, had to use another one, and that created some water intrusion into the facility, which is why we're going to move the patients out of there. We are working with the local transport companies. Mike, maybe you can take that and maybe talk a little bit about the timing.
Yeah, so we can't travel until wind speeds are below 40 miles an hour. And then the state will go through and make sure that the roads are passable before we send any ambulance teams or transport teams out to move patients.
So were there windows blown out in rooms that patients were staying in?
Usually what happens, these are double paned windows. I mean, Mike, you could take that, but it's, and once again, we've moved patients, but we haven't had, it's not like we've had glass blowing onto patients. I mean, usually what happens is the first pane of the window breaks, we end up having to move a patient, but Mike, maybe you got more details you want to hit on that.
That's what happened. There were 2 patient rooms where that occurred, and no one was hurt.
And quite frankly, this happens this has happened in other hurricanes. I don't want to say it's common, but it does usually happen at least to 1 or 2 windows through these hurricanes. If you get a certain gust or if some type of projectile hits the window, But once again, we move people, immediately because they're double pained, from a safety perspective. Folks are safe.
Hi there, this is Stephanie Lauber from KATC in Lafayette. We're actually in Morgan City right now at your facility here, and I had a question about kind of how the hospital is operating here. It appears like this facility is running off the generator because we have traffic lights out, but that wasn't clear because we have hit or miss areas across this city. How is the Morgan City facility doing at this time?
Morgan City's doing great. Actually, Morgan City is one of the hospitals that we anticipate moving patients to, given how well the St. Mary's facility has done. I can't speak to the specifics of whether it's on generator power or not, but I will say that what we do when a storm is coming like this is we actually move our facilities onto generator power before we lose power, because it makes for a more orderly transition. So given that, I can see where St. Mary's may still be on generator power, but they've done well. They're fully staffed. Team's doing great there. And again, I anticipate them actually being a receiving hospital through this process.
Thank you. And one more question that I had for you. So as far as the number of COVID patients that you all have, has Ida complicated any of the efforts to treat COVID patients, or, being in a hurricane season with an ongoing pandemic, we see a lot of those challenges. Can you talk a little bit about what you're seeing with that?
I would say that the hurricane had the complication we've had has really been about, how we bring staff in, how we house staff, how we have people, eating, social distancing, those types of things. As far as the actual direct patient care, I would say that's gone kind of as expected. The positive thing is our COVID census has dropped about 200 patients from just a week ago. So we were at about 950 a week ago. We're about 750, as we started today. I'm sure we probably admitted some COVID patients today. But I really no change in how we care for, or issues with how we care for COVID patients. Mike, you may have some more thoughts on that or data on that.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is it is good news that the COVID numbers are down, but compared to other storms that we have gone through, we are more full, and our capacity is limited because of the COVID number of COVID patients that we're caring for.
Thank you.
Mike, did you see the question? Are we going to be transferring patients to our own hospitals or elsewhere?
At this point, likely just within Oxnard facilities. The state, we are working with the state as they help coordinate various.
And we're going to dump out of that news conference, everybody. We've been listening to administrators with Oxnard Health just updating the status of the healthcare system across the state, dealing with, of course, COVID, but also Hurricane Ida.
Yeah, and one of the takeaways from there, Stephanie Lauber, who's here from our sister station in Corpus Christi, asking a question to administrators about the Morgan City facility specifically, because that's where they have been throughout Ida, and they're saying Morgan City is doing really, really well. It's actually what they're planning to use as a receiving hospital to receive patients from other areas. They mentioned some temporary generator issues at some of the facilities. No patients moved in those. Some roof damage at St. Anne's, that's in Raceland, and then also another 45 patients that may be moved from the Homa area as well. So Morgan City doing well, going to be a receiving hospital. That hospital in our area doing well involved in the Oxnard system there.
Yeah, it sounds like some of their facilities have had sustained roof damage, some water leaks, and some backup generator issues. Again, St. Anne's in Raceland and Chabert in Homa. Those are the facilities that have been impacted within Oxnard Health right now.
And then the last part of what we just listened into, that they asked about COVID patients, and Oxnard saying that they had 950 patients hospitalized about a week ago. They were happy to say they have about 200 less today. However, their system is still limited. They're more full than they have been in when we're dealing with storm systems in the past like this coming in our area. There's still 200 patients less is a good news. However, they're still limited in what they can do because they are at some capacity limits at some of their facilities.
Especially compared to previous hurricanes, previous storms, when the capacity was, they had much more capacity, more ability to do more. Here we are, everybody, 9:22. Thank you so much for continuing to follow our coverage of Hurricane Ida and the impacts across Southeast Louisiana and here in Acadiana as well. Let's check in now with Chief Meteorologist Rob Perilla with more on Ida. How's that storm doing behind you, Rob?
Well, storm's doing okay here, but boy, it's a different story as we go farther to the east. I'm hearing just massive power failures of the whole backbone of the power system on the South Shore. So certainly big issues going over toward eastern Louisiana, and Baton Rouge just on the edge of the worst weather with this system. Here's a 6-hour loop of the radar. We went from a Category 4, almost Category 5 storm, now down to Category 2. So that is the good news, but the bad news, still 100-mile-an-hour winds certainly possible, and we've had gusts last hour in the Raceland area to about 99, 86 over at the New Orleans airport. So it's been very rough indeed. So let's come on in and take a look what's going on. Tornado warnings, well, you're going to have that, and that was issued for a cell right here. That's already gone, and that's what so hard to warn for tornadoes in a hurricane, which is essentially a large EF1, EF2 tornado to have smaller spins. And there's hundreds of those little gustnados in these tropical rain bands, especially as we start to see the storm weakening. The lower level winds are slowing down, but the upper level winds are still spinning along, and that wind shear is what helps produce tornadic activity in these rain bands. And right now you can see the areas being hammered the most. Acadiana seeing some tropical rains, but nothing serious. It's serious though in the Laplace area down through just about west of Kenner. I'm afraid to see what it's going to look like tomorrow in daylight in around the Laplace area, getting hit very hard, as well as all the towns farther south that had the storm earlier. Still, we're tracking an eye here. You can see the eye of the storm. Normally that breaks down and you have maybe a semicircle or a little bit of a comma shape here going on, but we certainly are still tracking the eye of the storm now, getting ready to move across the western end of Lake Maurepas and then heading up to Highway 190 between Hammond and Walker. So Hammond, the weather is certainly going downhill now farther to the north, and again you can see that tropical rain band across the Laplace area. And then the worst weather, Killian heading up to Livingston and Hammond in just a little bit on the northern end of that eye wall. And then we go back to the west, some very heavy rains around the Denham Springs area, but it really improves as you get into the metro Baton Rouge area and then down as we go down southward through the River Road area, and then until you get farther south and east. Gonzales still seeing some very heavy rainfall as well, and Lutcher still involved with the back end of this eye wall. Then you get farther south and things have certainly improved across southeast Louisiana, but these areas are in really bad shape. Power Doppler 3 here indicating the shower activity. We get a good shot of that shower activity across St. Martin Parish, easternmost portions of St. Landry Parish up through Avoyelles Parish, and then over into Iberville Parish and Point Coupee Parish to the north, and then southward as we get into St. Mary Parish as well. Again, you can see those showers really showing up across the area down through Jeanerette, pardon me, and then along and north of Highway 90 and 182. As we get into the Morgan City area, Stevensville, seeing on and off rain, Pierre Part as well, but these are just tropical showers. They're not going to produce flooding. They're going to produce some gusty winds in through the Morgan City area, Amelia area as well, but we are not looking at severe storms, and that is the good news. But you can see how quickly these showers are moving. They're moving at a very big clip, and farther east, you can just see how close we are to all the nasty weather. It's just a parish or two away from St. Mary Parish, and we've been very fortunate with this storm. Here's a high-resolution infrared satellite imagery over the last 6 hours, and we see that eye filling in, at least from a satellite perspective. 6 to 8 hours into this landfall, it was still a respectable and a very intense Category 4 storm. Now, a few hours after that, we really see the storm beginning to fill in, but still being problematic as it continues to move to the north. Category 2 now, 110-mile-per-hour winds. We think those winds will continue to go down with time, but again, it's going to be a slow process and slow moving only to the north-northwest at about 9. And as we indicated, lots of flood emergencies going on across portions of eastern and southeastern Louisiana with that storm. Here are the gusts as we showed you earlier today. We had those gusts well over 100 offshore near the coast, and 90s and 100s. A few unverified reports of gusts as high as 138. So let me bring this back in here and we'll take a look at the latest gusts that we have ongoing right now as we hit this 9 o'clock hour. 40 in New Iberia, 33 Lafayette, 24 in Opelousas. Again, if it's black, that means the site is done reporting for now until power comes back. Calm winds last reported, but I can think these winds are picked up, and unfortunately these are just gone as well. New Orleans metro area still gusting to 90. This is what we were afraid of. The worst weather was going to be coming in right at this time, and I am going to venture to say the New Orleans metropolitan area will likely see the worst damage they've seen from any hurricane during the career of my career going on 35, 36 years in the Gulf South. Maybe Betsy was worse, but the wind damage and the amount of infrastructure damage is going to be quite different. Of course, Katrina was a whole water event and a failure of levee event. This is just going to be an infrastructure power situation where much of the city is going to take a couple of weeks to get back on its feet. So if you know folks out here that hunkered down for the storm, and then they're going to wake up and realize that they're not going to have air conditioning for days or weeks ahead, expect visitors coming our way for sure. So that's a serious situation. Gonzales, we got 64. Baton Rouge gusting to 59. It's a big difference between 59 and the 30s and 40s we've seen here across Acadiana. Berwick, Patterson's gone down, maybe not reporting a gust, but we got Berwick at 33. Eugene Island just offshore at 55. You can see some of those offshore locations as well. 74, that is hurricane force at Shell Beach, and these winds working their way up toward Covington and Hammond shortly. Not sure if we lost power on these as well, but that is certainly a possibility. A quick look at our predictive radar, and again, what we've been telling you is these lines of equal pressure, when they're packed together, that's when you have the big winds. And then if you have those lines packed together and then you have the tropical squalls, this is where the worst weather is and continues to be across the New Orleans area. But this will improve for NOLA coming up in several hours, but it's going to be a while before the winds die down. It's going to be a rough night for folks that have to sleep without the AC, and flooding conditions in the roadways as well. There's lots of water on the roadways. We've seen upwards of 10 plus inches of rain in this spot, and I'll kind of go back to that in just a little bit. Graph model also showing, again, the worst weather, northern and eastern portion of the storm, just wraparound showers. Acadiana escaping, dodging the bullet with this one for sure, with the heavy rainfall and the training cells over eastern Louisiana and into Mississippi. Some of the worst flooding may ultimately come in Mississippi. You see those tropical rain bands continuing to pound the same areas through tomorrow. And locally here, we'll probably see partly sunny skies tomorrow afternoon and a nice breeze from the northwest ushering in drier air. Can't rule out some tropical showers, but that's going to be the story. And as we move deeper and deeper into the nighttime, those winds gusting 30 to 40 will gradually come down. And I stuck my head out a little while ago in Lafayette. It is pretty quiet out there. So really very lucky with this system. Additional rainfall from here on out, another 3 to 6 up to 8, and you can see the amounts even higher as you go farther to the east. We'll get an update on the graph model coming up. I'm going to throw in the HER model coming up for the next weather hit coming up, but much better weather ahead, and that is the good news for us, and pretty good weather considering we had such a severe hurricane just so close to us, and what a difference just a few miles off to the east makes. Now, let me get back into the radar data. I want to kind of zoom in on this area across eastern Louisiana because this is where the heaviest rains have been. And let's kind of get in a little bit closer. Yeah, that will work out for us. Let's take a look at the rain totals so far. Really piling up. Man, look at this water. We're better than 12 inches of rain here. We're on colors that are on the edge of what the Dopplers can estimate, but you can see where the flooding rains are. Anything in blue is 10 inches. And mind you, Doppler estimates often and are notorious for underestimating the rainfall. So some very serious rain going on across portions of eastern and southeastern Louisiana. And here are the current warnings that are in place. These are all flash flood warnings and flash flood emergencies, meaning water is getting into homes and it continues to rise. So certainly a very serious situation for our friends off to the east of us. And again, as we look at, take a look at some of the velocities here in around the New Orleans area and just kind of interrogate what the clouds are showing, whether this is working its way to the ground. But by Hammond, we're in the 100-mile-an-hour range. That's the movement of the clouds. And if you do have tropical squalls, you're going to see those kind of winds. And then in the 90s as you go farther to the south. So it's looking like the worst part of this is mainly in around the Hammond area, just north of the Laplace area, but right near Laplace, again, getting hammered with the eye. And, you're not seeing the super high winds because the eye is kind of collapsing a little bit, but we'll go to the sweeps here again, and you can see even though the velocity data is not showing, there are some very intense winds, probably 100-mile-an-hour winds in this area, right around the Laplace area, and this will be working its way up northward toward Hammond and between Hammond and the Baton Rouge area. So let's bring this in a little bit closer here. Let me get rid of that, and let's move this and get rid of that and move this down. So you can see Killian, Hammond, these areas are going to see those very intense winds coming on through in the next several hours. So while it's been great here in Acadiana, we've all got prepared. We were kind of a little anxious about how it was going to flesh out. Those National Hurricane Center forecasts, track forecasts were just spot on, and they were spot on the intensity to a degree, even though the storm, as many storms have in the last 10 to 20 years, are outperforming our forecasts. Even when we know they're going to bomb out and become intense Category 4 storms, the storms are still outperforming our best model data, and part of that could be related to just the background information that we have. The Gulf of Mexico continues to run several degrees above normal from the 20th century average, so the Gulf is hotter. The water in Louisiana and the coastal marshes is hotter, so we wind up getting these storms that are more intense and going through these rapid intensification cycles more frequently. And those rapid intensification cycles, when the storms go from 100 miles an hour to 150, are happening a lot faster. And that seems to be the MO of these Gulf storms. And we've seen it and we've lived it over the last 20 years. And you could just cite the last four: Hurricane Harvey, Hurricane Michael, Hurricane Laura, and Hurricane Ida, which, by the way, Hurricane Ida's name will be retired as well. So goodbye to Ida and goodbye Felicia on this one.
Yeah, just get it out of the state.
It took it
now.
long enough.
Yeah, somebody mentioned, we have all these kind of nice grandma-ish type names, but they're storms that are doing tremendous amounts of damage. We need a Hurricane Butch or something, then it's going to be a bad storm. But
Hurricane Rob.
Ida, no, Rob, no, that's
we won't go there. All right.
Yeah, we'll talk about that off air.
Off air, yeah.
Exactly.
All right. Thanks, Rob. We appreciate it. We'll be checking in with you throughout the night as our coverage will continue. If you're just joining us, we've been doing some weather, some news, a little bit of commentary in between.
Yeah.
We're getting through it, everybody.
We are.
Luckily, Acadiana being spared the worst of Ida.
Absolutely. Our teams have been out in Acadiana all day today for several hours. We've been on the air since 10 o'clock this morning, and our teams have been gathering information and talking to officials and spending time out in our communities. Although we are not seeing the brunt of Ida, there are some areas where preparations have been made for the effects that we will see, some tropical storm effects in some areas. And so that information we've been gathering for our viewing audience all day.
And that's right. One of those areas is Iberia Parish. Our Iman Boyd and Seth Lewis behind the camera spent the day there in Iberia Parish. Here's Iman's conversation with the parish president, Larry Richard.
That's right, guys. We're getting a better sense of the conditions here in New Iberia. I have the parish president here with me, Mr. Larry Richard. And Mr. Richard, we were here earlier here at the Port of Iberia, and we noticed that the levels were a little bit lower. Can you give us an idea of how low the water levels here are?
The levels are extremely low. I mean, right here at the Port of Iberia on Port Road, you can actually see the bottom, almost the bottom of the bulkhead. See a whole bunch of mud behind us. You never see that. In fact, I was actually showing you guys before we started this, on the opposite side of the bridge, an alligator lying on its back. That's something that we don't, I never seen it quite this low, you know, in recent time, put it to you that way. So the wind is blowing from the north, which means it's pushing everything out, which is a good thing for us. If it continued like that and we have rain coming, it's going to be a benefit. The problem is when you have rain coming, and the wind is blowing from the south is when we start to have the problems. But right now, our channel is very low. If you take a look at it, you're gonna see what I'm talking about. Right behind you, there's a culvert underneath this bridge, and we probably have 4 feet underneath the culvert, and that's very, very rare here at the Port of Iberia. So we're very low right now.
Yes, sir, and I'm sure there's a sense of relief as well because a couple of days ago, it was a much different condition, and now it's kind of shifted in another direction. Is there a sense of relief now that you don't have to worry about any storm surge potentially?
Absolutely not. I don't have relief until it's over. We prepared for the worst in Iberia Parish. This is something that we take very, very serious. Of course, at this particular time, the waters are not as high as I thought they would be. But no, it's not a relief for me. I'm leaving from here and I'm going to go to Jeanerette, where the conditions are a little bit different right now to the northeast of us. You can see the band is getting ready to come into us. The rain band is coming in. I'm trying to put my hat down so it don't blow it away. I'm not used to this like you. But no, this is not a relief, but we're prepared. We're totally prepared. This is something we work on year-round in Iberia Parish with the whole team that we have. And we have a large team. We deal with our Homeland Security Director, our Sheriff Department, all of the different mayors, the city police departments of every different municipality, the hospitals. It's a very collaborative effort that we deal with in Iberia to make us prepared for this. And we're prepared as we can possibly be, regardless if it stays as the conditions are now, which is very favorable to us, or if they change, but hopefully we can continue to have these types of conditions. Of course, we prefer this.
Yes, sir. And is there any additional information you'd like to get out to the parish about, while we get through this storm?
Well, of course, we have curfews in Iberia Parish, parish-wide tonight. It's going to start at 10 o'clock from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the morning. We're going to repeat that tomorrow if necessary until we see it's not necessary. We really don't know what the total conditions are going to be in Iberia Parish until the hurricane moves all the way out. And from what I'm understanding right now, it's slowed down a lot. So we have to wait and see what's going to happen, because we really don't know what's going to happen. But what I don't want to do is make the people in Iberia Parish think that this thing is over, because it's not. So we're prepared for, if we need, post-sheltering in Iberia Parish. We have a lot of medical conditions going on in Iberia Parish right now, like we have throughout the whole region and the state with this culvert. So we're prepared for all of that the best we can possibly prepare. But no, we're not close to being done yet.
Yes, sir. And I know you mentioned the shelters. Are there any potential shelters within New Iberia or the surrounding area? Where would they be?
We only have post shelter. We have nothing during a hurricane, because of course we're in the middle of one. But once we would finish, it depends on what area of the parish would get damaged, because we have a few different locations that we could use for a shelter after the storm.
Yes, sir.
So I won't even give you a name of one right now, because I don't want someone starting to head somewhere where it may not be. It depends on what happens, where it happens at, what plan we use. We have several different plans. Again, this is a very strategic. This is very strategic in what we do. We have the National Guard involved. If we have any types of surge, we have to make sure that we have high water vehicles and things of that nature. So we can't tell you any of that right now. The only thing we can tell you is that we considered all of that and we have that in plan.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Richard. We'll continue our coverage here in New Iberia as the conditions change overnight, like Rob has mentioned several times in his forecast, and we'll continue our coverage here in New Iberia. In New Iberia, Iman Boyd, KATC, TV3.
And from Iberia Parish now to St. Mary Parish. Victor Georges spent the day there today in Morgan City. He bounced around a little bit, went over to Lower St. Martin Parish, but ended the day in St. Mary Parish. Here's his report he filed a little earlier from Morgan City.
we're in Morgan City, where we're continuing to see the very drastic change in conditions, and these conditions are changing really from one moment to the next. A very interesting visual right behind me and above me. As you can see, right beneath that American flag, there's another flag, and as you can see there, it already starting to tear. When I saw that flag this morning, it was absolutely fine, and because of these wind gusts, it's already starting to tear and rip up. Now, another visual here at the ground level, at the end of this street, on the other side of the street, we already starting to see some debris on the roadway, so definitely not a good idea to be on the road right now. And then a little bit to our left, as you can see right there, there's a trash can. That trash can has been kind of sliding through that whole street. So again, it's crucial to avoid the roadways right now. Like, another thing I do want to mention is how quickly these conditions can become dangerous. So one moment we're standing fine, the next moment we get another one of those sweeping wind gusts, and it can kind of throw us off. So definitely, if you're inside, stay inside. If you're not inside, please get there. In Morgan City, Victor Georges.
And that advice is especially important now that we are under nightfall. Just the conditions can be dangerous. You don't have the best visibility. Power outages are out there on the streets, so a lot to consider. Best advice, just stay in right now. Southeast Louisiana, of course, feeling the brunt of Hurricane Ida, including New Orleans. Hospitals have been unable to evacuate some patients because of the COVID surge going on. There was just simply nowhere to go. We did hear from Oxnard a little earlier on within this hour about some issues that they've had at facilities, and they're going to be taking some patients, about 60 in total, to other Oxnard facilities. So they are dealing with those issues, but New Orleans is certainly feeling the impacts right now.
Morgan City's facility, Oxnard Hospital there, is one of the receiving hospitals because it is faring well in this area, and we'll be receiving patients coming from other Oxnard facilities across Southeast Louisiana.
And let's get a check of Ida's impacts in the Crescent City. ABC's Victor Oquendo continues our team coverage.
Tonight, that monster Hurricane Ida roaring ashore, packing violent winds up to 150 miles per hour, bringing catastrophic storm surge up to 8 feet.
There is a tremendous amount of storm surge, a tremendous amount of wind, and this is tough conditions to survive.
As many as 40 people in Grand Isle defying mandatory evacuation orders. The town's chief of police telling our Matt Gutman,
"We've got devastated areas, roofs missing, whole camps torn down, and we're out of fresh water."
I also hear that there are a number of people, maybe a few dozen, who are trying to ride out the storm in Grand Isle. Any word about their safety, how they're doing?
We've recovered most of the people through the fire department. They had a high water vehicle rescue. I think they did 7 of those.
Oh, that roof is coming. Holy!
In Homa, winds ripping apart buildings, sending this roof crashing into a power pole, snapping it in half. Hurricane hunters flying into Ida's stunning 17-mile-wide eye, towering thunderstorms swirling around as the storm approached land. These images of destruction showing the power of the storm. Ida, one of the strongest hurricanes on record to hit Louisiana, the state's 3rd major hurricane in just over a year, making landfall 16 years ago to the day that Hurricane Katrina slammed the state. New Orleans mayor warning residents,
"This is a very dangerous and a very real situation. This is the time. Heed all warnings. Ensure that you shelter in place, you hunker down."
Our Ginger Z on the ground in the Crescent City.
Right behind me, the whipping winds of Hurricane Ida on Canal Street, the site of usually the Mardi Gras parade. You'd have dancers lining these streets, but now lined streets with boarded up buildings and floodgates. Not because they think the levees won't hold, but because of the flash flood threat.
Officials tonight keeping a close eye on the pumps.
There's a lot of focus on the city's upgraded levees, but there's also a lot of concern about the floodwater that could accumulate right here within the protected area. The city's pumps will no doubt be put to the test.
In New Orleans East, outside the levee protection system, storm surge inundating streets. President Biden meeting with FEMA officials late today, the agency deploying 2,400 employees to the region.
We're going to put the country's full might behind the rescue and recovery, and I mean that.
Hospitals already packed with COVID patients now sheltering in place. Emergency staff like Dr. Emily Masumi riding out the storm.
The elevator shafts are literally shaking as I'm going from unit to unit. I don't know if that's all wind.
Ida knocking out power to hundreds of thousands of customers, a number officials say will grow. Utility companies warning the outages could last several weeks.
And we'll still be rebuilding that.
And tonight, as our Matt Gutman was interviewing Louisiana's Lieutenant Governor, he received a call from Grand Isle shrimper Dean Blanchard, who had evacuated.
Your seafood business is gone?
It's pretty much gone. It's another Katrina, but I think it's worse than Katrina, really.
The winds keep getting stronger and this rain is just relentless. Watch as it just rips right down this street in downtown New Orleans. Louisiana's governor made the point before the storm hit that this is not the same state it was 16 years ago during Katrina. And the good news is, so far, the improvements that they've made here in New Orleans appear to be holding. Victor Oquendo, ABC News, New Orleans.
And the rain coming in there, New Orleans, and Victor's shot there. New Orleans is really dealing with so much tonight with that energy catastrophe is what the company is calling it, just catastrophic damage from Hurricane Ida.
Right, we knew about the reports of that catastrophe earlier, that the entire Orleans area was without power, but now we're starting to see the trickle-down effects and reports of other systems, including the sewer system being affected by what happened with the power grid there in New Orleans.
And New Orleans media outlets, a number of TV stations reporting that there was a major transmission tower that actually collapsed into the Mississippi River as Ida was ripping through the Crescent City, the impacts of Ida. So this is going to be an issue that they're going to be days dealing with. I was looking at Entergy on Twitter, Entergy NOLA, on Twitter, and they're providing updates there saying what they're going to be doing and the impacts. One of the big impacts that they're dealing with as a result of the entire city being without power is it's having an impact on the Sewage and Water Board. The Sewage and Water Board put out an alert saying that they were having issues because of that outage, and there's that power outage map showing you areas in red, really just all of Southeast Louisiana dealing with major power issues. The total tonight, if we can, let me hit my refresh button, 972,000 customers statewide without power. Give you some perspective, there are just a little more than 2.2 million customers that are tracked through this service. And again, most of those power outages are in the south and eastern parts of the state, but they are trickling over into Acadiana as well. In St. Mary Parish, about 6,500 customers are without power. Iberia Parish, just a few hundred, about 338 customers without power. St. Martin, 658. So there are impacts here in Acadiana, and that's evidenced by those power outages, but certainly nothing like we're seeing over in New Orleans. The entire city of New Orleans without power. If there is power, it's coming from a generator.
Yeah, you can imagine, you know, with generator power, you hear that hum that's often equated to hurricane damage and hurricane recovery, the hum of generators, and I believe we'll be seeing and hearing that in the New Orleans area for quite some time now. Other facilities, I'm looking at a report here from a New Orleans outlet that officials at Ochsner and Kenner said they were sheltering in a hallway after part of a roof tore off. There was some water coming into the building there. Everyone is safe. They're saying they put a temporary fix up. So damage reports starting to really come in from the New Orleans area. Here we are at night. It's nighttime now, and we're hearing, you know, streaming in information, but tomorrow is going to be so telling of the impacts of Ida in southeastern Louisiana and the city of New Orleans and other areas as well.
Oftentimes we look to the news outlets, the TV stations, to be our eyes and our ears when all these things are going on. And actually the ABC affiliate in New Orleans, WGNO, they've been taking on water. They're in that tower that's right off I-10 as you're approaching New Orleans, and their control room had to be evacuated. There were photos being shared online by their staff just showing outside, looking outside from inside, not through a window.
And part of it, you know, we've talked about this storm and how slow it moved once it hit the coastline of Louisiana, how slow it was to move out, and meaning those strong squall lines. We just heard Rob talk a minute ago about how the Hammond area and areas outside of Baton Rouge are now seeing Laplace, he mentioned as well, specifically about some of those stronger winds that are still, the system downgraded, but we're still seeing some very, very strong impacts and high winds and heavy rainfall in some of these areas in southeastern Louisiana.
And let's get a check of those impacts that we're seeing here in parts of Acadiana. We've had a bit of a shift change. Megan Glover joins us. She's the newest addition to our sports team, so she's pulling double duty tonight on the news team. She joins us live right now in New Iberia. Megan, how are things looking?
Yeah, guys, I'm out here in downtown New Iberia, right across the street from Bojangles Sushi and Oyster Bar, and right behind me, I'm also behind 107. I'm also right in front of 107.5 Kane. They're actually playing music out here as if it's a regular day, but that does not stop the cause for concern. At the moment, as we were driving in, we saw a little debris on the ground, nothing too crazy. The drizzle has been on and off as well out here, and the wind has started to pick up a little bit. At the moment, I didn't have on my jacket, but then I put on my jacket after the rain had started as well. So again, nothing too crazy, not a cause for concern, but at the same time, the New Iberia curfew does start very soon at 10 o'clock and it ends at 6 o'clock in the morning. So unless you have something major that you're heading to or you're going to your place of employment, please stay off of the roads. Make sure that you stay at home, hunker down, and continue to be safe. And at the same time, make sure you're still tuned in with us on KTC3 as we continue our live wall-to-wall coverage. But for now, reporting from downtown New Iberia, I'm Megan Glover, KTC TV3.
You know, I've had an interview right across the street from that radio station, and I tried to walk across one time and say, hey guys, can we keep it down a little bit? So hey, it's business as usual.
They're doing what they do.
Doing what they do, and you know what? People out there might need a distraction from just some of those headlines that are coming out of Southeast Louisiana tonight. But Megan Glover reporting there for us in New Iberia.
So really quickly, we're going to give you some perspective what's happening here in the KTC newsroom. We're preparing for shift change that will be coming up soon, and Dave Baker just walked into the room and he's like, what's this night thing? And I'm like, we felt the same way when we came on this morning and said good morning to Acadiana. So we're crossing each other's paths. We normally don't see each other very much in the building because our shifts are so different. So good to see some of our friends and team members here that we don't see on a normal basis. They're getting prepared and getting updated on all that we've been covering over the past almost 12 hours now.
Yep, and you'll be seeing more faces coming up throughout our coverage, which will continue at least through midnight and then as it warrants as well throughout the night. Right here on KATC. We have our weather team standing by as well. Chief Meteorologist Rob Perillo, Bradley Benoit on shift for us as well. So we'll check in with them probably around the top of the hour is when we've been getting the most useful updates at this point in the storm, where we've been watching it all day, wanting it to weaken. We've been wanting it to move out faster. It hasn't done really either of those things we wanted. So we're still kind of waiting on that, but there have been some signs of progress with those signs of weakening and the eye kind of falling apart. It just sort of looks a mess. I think you could see it back there in the monitor at the top of the newsroom right there.
And just to update you on some things here in Acadiana that we've been reminding people of, if you're in St. Mary Parish, we got information earlier that emergency calls were being redirected. They were rolling their phones over directly to 911. Their communication system at the Emergency Communications Department went down, so they're rolling over to 911. We also got reports that phones were down at Opelousas Police as well. I'm not sure if those phones are still down, but in the meantime, Opelousas Police were asking that you call 911 in case of an emergency as well. So that's some information we talked about earlier. We'll try and get an update on the Opelousas system and the St. Mary Parish system for you before we hit the 10 o'clock hour.
And
here.
Sadly, the first fatality being reported from Hurricane Ida. That news coming out of Ascension Parish within the hour. Deputies say it was around 8:30 tonight that they received reports of someone possibly injured from a fallen tree. We've seen so many images of trees snapping and roofs coming off homes, just turning into projectiles across the state. But in Ascension Parish, that has turned deadly tonight. So we are continuing to follow those impacts. I know we had that tree that was down in St. Mary Parish. If you've been following our coverage throughout the day, Victor Georges was over in Morgan City and just happened to pass by this tree and just this massive, not root system, but just the grass and the sod that it brought up.
Taking the sod with it as well.
But it did land on a tree, and we followed up on some reports that we saw online, and the person who was there is okay. They were sleeping in a different part of the home, and just what a difference right time at the right place, wrong time at the wrong place can really make.
Yeah, we're really seeing that when we got I know when I looked down and I saw the information about the first death here in the state, it hits you because you know, you hope that you don't have these. And that first report coming from Ascension Parish. And you know, as day breaks tomorrow, we heard Governor Edwards say earlier, tomorrow they are going to get out as early as they can in the air and in vehicles, as we've talked about the staging of emergency response teams, the federal government sending teams, state sending teams, both responding teams and then rebuilding teams as well, as we try and get power restored and things like that and infrastructure. They'll be ready to hit the ground running as best they can once we get some daylight tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we've got those utility crews all across Acadiana, all across the state as well. The National Guard in its entirety has been activated. That's about 4,900 guardsmen and women or so that are just on standby, waiting it out, waiting for the conditions to improve so they can get out there and get to work.
And we are thankful to have them. We heard them saying early how they see people, and people are so appreciative of them being here, and indeed they are. And our crews do the same for other areas time after time when they are in need. Our team coverage continues tonight. Our Taylor Tool is standing by live now in New Iberia with an update on conditions there. Taylor.
Yes, I'm in front of the Mary Parish courthouse in New Iberia. I just spoke with Sheriff Tommy Ramiro, and he tells me that luckily nothing is really going on in Mary Parish. It's just very much chill, honestly. And he says that he does extend his prayers to the east side of the state. Now, while the Iberia Parish residents, while they do have experience dealing with hurricanes, they are seemingly doing a great job as far as he is concerned. And it is clear, I mean, everybody here is pretty hunkered down, but he does extend his condolences to the east side of the state. And he says that right here.
All right, we're having some issues. I think she was trying to feed back an interview with the sheriff there, but good to report. You know, Scott Brasda, we were checking in with him earlier today, and he said, you know what, I've got no news.
No news
and
is
you know
good
what
news.
we said? We were like, that is okay.
Yes.
We'd much rather have that, but we are following the latest developments with Hurricane Ida. Here we are, everybody, 9:57. The storm made landfall in Port Fourchon at around 11:55. Earlier today, so we've just been watching this very slow-moving, powerful system just hovering around Louisiana.
Making landfall is a very strong Category 4 storm, and we're just getting to the point where 2 is the magic number, and Ida now a Category 2 here in the state of Louisiana. We're approaching the top of the 10 o'clock hour. Let's go ahead and bring in Chief Meteorologist Rob Perillo. Are we still at number 2, Rob? How has Ida changed since our last update from you?
Yeah, well, slowly weakening, and that is the good news. Ida down to Cat 2 a little bit earlier, but here we are 10 hours after landfall, and we're still talking a storm that's packing 105-mile-per-hour winds, or at least wind gusts in the 100 to 120 range, more than likely. Moving to the north-northwest at 9, pressure slowly coming up, but this is still respectable pressure for a storm that is well inland and now crossing I-12. And I said I didn't think the original forecast from the Hurricane Center had this down to a 1 by the time it reached I-10, I-12, but not to be. But it is slowly weakening, and that is the good news. Here's the latest forecast track. Should be down to a tropical storm first thing tomorrow morning, and then moving off to the north-northeast, and we'll be out of Louisiana. But latest radar this evening, and again, I've gotten a lot of feedback, a lot of folks from NOLA in the Lafayette area watching our coverage, so we've been really heavy on covering this across portions of eastern Louisiana. Just like Katrina, this is a devastating storm for eastern Louisiana, much of the New Orleans area, and this time instead of maybe a levee failure, it's the failure of infrastructure, where we have reports of towers down in and across the Mississippi River. There is going to be a lot of infrastructure work that needs to be done, and I can remember going back post-Hurricane Laura, for you folks in NOLA, thinking, oh my gosh, this is a hopeless situation, going back after the storm, and we actually shared that in a promotional campaign as well. It was amazing how quickly the utility companies got in and made things right and getting things up and running, because you can't have anything. You can't even have your sewage work if you don't have power going to the sewage system. So it's going to be a rough couple of days for our friends in Southeast Louisiana, but we will recover. But still ongoing emergencies right near this storm, and the word is coming out of Laplace is just absolutely horrible. People being trapped trapped in their attics needing boat rescues right now, and you can't go out there yet. The weather is still too rough, and they've had tremendous amounts of water coming in from Lake Pontchartrain. On top of that, there has been tremendous amount of rain, so there is super high water on top of the water that came in through Lake Pontchartrain. So this is a disaster area, and that disaster area continues all the way through the South Shore. Soon to be North Shore of the region is going to be under the gun with respect to some of the impacts of this storm, but mainly the northwest part of Lake Pontchartrain as you get over toward Hammond. Rough conditions likely through the Hammond area, and you can see these rain bands here, very high winds with these rain bands right here. And again, we'll kind of just start from the Laplace area, do some interrogation here. Let me just make sure I get that queried right here and do that one more time again. There we go, we got it. And now we can check some of the velocities still in the 70-mile-an-hour range. Then you get through the eye, the numbers die down, and then we go, we're following that rain band as we go farther to the north, and you see how those winds are picking up in the upper parts of the atmosphere. They're in the 90, 100 mile per hour range, so still the threat of damaging winds with these storms that continue to be mainly on the eastern side of this system. And again, let's put this in motion here, and you can see those very intense squall bands from the Laplace area up through Hammond, right on I-12, right on 190. So the rough weather is going to be for these folks going up through Amite City, and then farther to the north as we get into the rural parishes toward Kentwood and just south of Mississippi in the wide open farmland and agricultural land farther to the north. So here is the center of the storm. The eye is finally beginning to collapse, thank goodness, but you can see at heavy rainfall right along and east of and west rather of I-55, rough travel there. Please, nobody go out if the weather's improved in your location farther to the south, which it has, and now you're going to be in search for somewhere where there's utility. These roadways are very, very dangerous. Better tough it out tonight. Save your life tonight, and then see what you can do during daylight hours tomorrow, because you can't navigate through here in the middle of the night. It's rough just on rainy nights across that part of southeast Louisiana. And again, Acadiana doing very fine, thank you. Just a few tropical showers edging into mostly the Chaffalay Basin for our friends in Beulah Rose. I have some friends and family out that live out in that area, but not a whole lot going on. Henderson is quiet across Mary Parish. Just a few tropical showers as we get into St. Mary Parish, but nothing serious. A few more tropical showers and some gusty winds in around the Stevensville area. But again, we're not looking at any severe weather threats here in Acadiana, and that's the way it's going to stay. But just to the north and east, it's certainly a different story as we get on the other side of the Chaffalaya Swamp. And again, Laplace over to the New Orleans area. And this is Power Doppler 3 as we're looking at the rain all the way over there, and our radar picking up on excellent returns as you go farther to the east. So a nice test for our brand spanking new Doppler radar, and the powerful radar, the most powerful one in Acadiana, and hopefully we don't have to use it, but I'm feeling better and better about what we have utility-wise and computer-wise and all the wherewithal for the storms to come. So again, here's the storm. This is the high-resolution infrared satellite imagery coming in from NOAA, and you can see that eye collapsing, but still visible very close to the Hammond area. And again, we're looking at it in a 3D motion down to Category 2. That is the news at the top of the 10 o'clock hour, still with 105-mile-an-hour winds, still pretty low pressure, 953. So more damaging winds will be likely along this path and pretty much inside this cone area. Outside of the cone area, you're looking much better, as we talked about with respect to Baton Rouge and points to the east. Wind gust wise, let's bring you up to date on the latest wind gusts that we've been seeing during the course of the day into the afternoon hours. And and this is the top of the hour data. 40 in New Iberia, 38 in Lafayette. So we're still getting some gusty winds out here. As you go farther south and east, I'm sure there's some sporadic power outages. We always get them, especially in the more rural areas where you have some trees that hit a power line, that sort of thing. These are not reporting correctly. Reserve at 72, New Orleans at 90. Even at this 10 o'clock hour, I got to see if that just froze at 90. But with the power failures there, probably that is the case, and we'll see how the rest of the observing sites. Anything that's dark is literally dark and out of power. So a lot of these observing sites are done. Grand Isle at 43, Pilot Town at 41. We'll see what kind of damage is done after this storm with respect to Grand Isle. So that's what we have right now. The storm looking good here locally. I'm going to be wrapping up and throwing it back over to Jim and Marcel. Guys.
All right, Rob, thanks. We're just getting on with our 10 o'clock newscast, I guess you can call it that, here at 10:06. So we do want to tell you that we will, throughout the next couple hours here, really be providing you with the latest information and the latest impacts from Hurricane Ida, really the smaller impacts here at home, the major impacts over in Southeast Louisiana.
And one of the first things we'll update you with here at the top of the 10 o'clock hour, the first death connected to Hurricane Ida has happened in Ascension Parish. A tree fell onto a home reported about 8:30 this evening and killed a person inside of that home.
All right, everybody. Acadiana's News Channel at 10 starts right now.
On the air and streaming live on your favorite device, this is KATC TV3, Acadiana's News Channel at 10.
And we thank you so much, everybody, for trusting us and staying with us throughout the day right here on Acadiana's News Channel.
Yeah, it's been 12 hours, and we've toughened it out. We brought you the most up-to-date information and video and images that we can see at this point from all parts. Our area, our teams have been throughout Acadiana all day today. We've been through a couple shift changes with those who are out amongst our crews. We have a crew in from Corpus Christi helping us take care of our coverage there. There you see the names and faces that we've been talking about all day today, and we'll continue to do so throughout the evening and into tomorrow as well.
And let's start off our team coverage over with Katie Easter. I believe she is in, no, not with Katie. We will start over in the weather lab, I think, if we can get Rob back in. Let's rope him back in over here. Rob, if you can give us the latest updates with Hurricane Ida, as we've been talking all day. It's a very slow moving system.
Yeah.
And just weak, it hasn't been weakening the way that we would have liked.
No, unfortunately not. And as we told you, still a Category 2 storm with 105-mile-per-hour winds, 10 hours, 11 hours after landfall. Still dealing with a Category 2. The center of circulation is just around between the Hammond area and Baton Rouge. It will continue to weaken. That is the good news, but not before doing more damage as we go into the extreme northeastern portions of Louisiana. And again, on the radar this evening, still rough weather. Still some very heavy tropical showers continue across the New Orleans area. Rough conditions here, but there is light at the end of the tunnel with respect to this storm in the NOLA area with respect to the heavy rainfall. You can see the core of the storm is working its way northward now. We've had horrible reports out of the Laplace area of folks trapped in their attics because of the water that came in from Lake Pontchartrain and then the heavy rainfall on top of that. The eye right now just to the west of Lake Maurepas, north of Lutcher, heading for the I-12 area between Walker and Hammond. Hammond is going to see some very rough conditions over the next several hours until this system gets north of the region. And then as we get in on a little bit closer, again, French settlement on the western side of this storm now. Not as much rain, maybe not as much wind, but still you're in the remnants of the eye wall, so there could still be damaging winds on the western flank of this, all the way over to about the Gonzales area, Highway 61. This is kind of the line that delineates good from bad weather. You can see the Mississippi River now visible on the map, and locally here in Acadiana, we have seen nothing but tropical storm conditions, and that's all we're going to see for the balance of the night. Some gusty winds in the 30 to 40 mile per hour range, and of course our weather looking much, much better in the days ahead. We'll just give you the next 5 days looking better and feeling better toward the end of the week, guys.
Thanks, Rob. We'll be checking in with you, of course, over the next few hours here, and Bradley Benoit also helping you out there in the weather lab.
That's right. Hurricane Ida, now one of the worst storms in Louisiana history. We've been talking about that all day as it continues to tear through this state after a day full of embracing for the landfall happening, then Ida slowing down, just screeching across the state at a very, very slow pace, causing so much damage in our area here in South Louisiana, the southeastern part of the state.
New Orleans dealing with a number of issues tonight. Let's head now live to the Crescent City. ABC's Elizabeth Schulze continues our team coverage.
Well, Jim, the conditions here are just not letting up in New Orleans. You can see the winds are just whipping behind me, still very powerful gusts bringing along the rain with them. This is a flash flood warning in effect here now, all the more dangerous by the fact that the entire city is without power.
Is a life-threatening storm. Governor Edwards, an old friend, has characterized it as one of the strongest hurricanes, the strongest in Louisiana history since 1850, and its devastation is likely to be immense. We shouldn't kid ourselves.
And we're here in Morgan City, where people have told me over and over, we started this coverage on Friday.